termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Winner.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because I'm party.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take, yeah. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP! That's my chip!
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah! I can't wait to see your portals in action!
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top. But he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord. But it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlup's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
Wow!
Uh-oh! Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a pixie seat. Sheesh! What a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan emosi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Malam yang panjang, 3 match akan berlangsung di hari kedua minggu yang ketiga. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 13 tanpa telur. Dan hari ini kita akan menyaksikan match pembukaan di mana ada tim Aura yang akan berhadapan dengan Bigetron. 9 tim masih akan berjuang untuk memperebutkan posisi masuk ke babak playoff. Hanya 6 slot saja. Namun match demi match tentu saja akan sangat berarti bagi setiap timnya. Dan untuk kali ini di match pembukaan hari yang kedua, mari kita lihat bersama-sama 2 player kuncian dari kedua tim yang membuat MPL gempar di season 12 dengan debutnya, yaitu siapa lagi kalau bukan Aran dan Azula Sorizo. Rame nih saat mereka ketemu di season 12, namun di season 13 ini akankah sama atau tidak? Halo Aran, feeling good untuk hari ini setelah kemarin lawan raja terakhir?
Good.
Good,
Ya,
good ya, istirahat cukup?
cukup lumayan.
Cukup. Sorizo, bagaimana untuk minggu ketiga kali ini buat Bigetron nih?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Dengan jawaban yang biasa aja, tapi ada yang nggak biasa. Di season 12 lalu, mereka berdua sempat bertemu, apalagi pas Aran debut. Kita cek bersama-sama ya, momen kalian pertemuan pertama biasanya paling berkesan. Ayo kita cek bersama-sama dan lihat bersama-sama.
Walaupun sempat dikat juga sama One dan juga Growth-nya ini Super Fin dan juga Super Saken ya kebetulan. Dan ini bener-bener memutari base yang dimiliki sama teman-teman dari Bigetron Alpha. Lihat, bahkan dia bener-bener lari jauh banget. Dan bahkan menghindari wild charge. Dan juga menghindari serangan dari Super Saken. Dan bertahan dengan heavy left punch. Dan ini bener-bener buying time yang luar biasa lama banget. Bahkan sampai Super Sorizo datang pun tidak tumbang. Dan sampai Lordnya dapat.
Wah, Aran dan Sorizo ingat nggak momen itu?
masih ingat.
Masih ingat ya, kalau Sorizo gimana?
Ya, ingat.
Kamu ngelihat Aran pas debut saat itu, tiba-tiba permainannya berbeda dari mungkin EXP lain. Bagaimana kamu ngeliat dia zaman itu tuh?
Jago sih, soalnya dia kan baru naik waktu itu kan. Kayak bisa kayak gitu, jago.
Apakah sebuah permainan yang nggak biasa kamu lihat sebelumnya? Sampai kayaknya pada kewalahan tuh, 5 player kayak dia buying time.
Yang kayak baru naik MPL dia cukup berani lah bisa buat momen kayak gitu.
Berani dengan membuat momen. Kalau Aran sendiri pada saat itu, gimana? Apa yang ada di diri Aran saat itu? Kerasukan apa kamu?
Emang pengen ngindarin one-one aja sih itu, jadi kayak lari kemana aja yang bisa.
Ngibrit ke sana sini. Tapi bagaimana kamu baru debut udah langsung harus berhadapan dengan Sorizo saat itu? Gimana kamu ngeliat Sorizo?
Waktu itu senang sih, soalnya emang suka kalau di rank kadang-kadang ketemu kayak dia jago, jadi kayak suka aja ketemu di MPL.
Nah jagonya itu boleh dong dikasih tahu apa bagian apa yang paling mungkin Aran lihat, wah ini jago banget nih, kalau mungkin apakah di laning atau di team fight mungkin?
Team fight-nya. Dia suka zoning gitu, kayak lumayan seru aja nonton ya, seru aja lawannya.
Oh, begitu seru. Namun kalau dari Sorizo sendiri ya, Sorizo itu kan Aran yang dulu. Gimana kamu ngeliat Aran yang di season 13 ini Sorizo? Apakah masih Aran yang sama? Atau kamu sudah bisa membaca Aran yang sekarang?
Makin improve sih dia. Ya dari game style-nya gitu, gak suka nge-push lagi.
Makin improve, mungkin makin versatile juga cara permainannya.
Ya, team fight-nya udah mulai jago gitu.
Team fight-nya sudah diakui Aran oleh Sorizo, team fight-mu mulai jago. Tapi kamu gimana ngeliat Sorizo di season 13?
Ya masih sama kayak season kemarin sih, jadi kayak belum terlalu kelihatan kalau menurut gua. Tapi nanti kalau main pengen coba lawan.
Ini yang dinantikan EXP Lane beradu. Dan kalau dari Aran sendiri di season ini, kamu masih sama gak sih? Dulu kamu kan sebutin 3 EXP Lane yang ingin kamu lawan. Ada Sorizo juga, ada Bus. Masih sama gak namanya dan Serpai? Atau ada yang lain nih sekarang di EXP Lane season 13?
Kalau sekarang aku lebih fokus ke diri sendiri aja. Jadi kayak pengennya tiap match jadi lebih jago aja.
Fokus ke diri sendiri. Aran yang dulu bukanlah yang sekarang. Sepertinya sudah berubah. Bagaimana kalau Sorizo? 3 EXP Lane kah? Adakah EXP Lane yang menarik perhatian dari Sorizo di season ini?
Fokus diri sendiri juga sih.
Semuanya fokus diri sendiri ya. Memang ya self improvement itu terbaik. Satu kata untuk match hari ini dong Sorizo dan juga Aran. Sorizo boleh?
Good luck, have fun aja.
Good luck ya main. Aran?
Yang main nanti Lord JM kan, jadi good luck nontonin gue main.
Wahai, akankah terjadi seperti itu? Kita akan cek bersama-sama di Land All Done dengan para caster yang sudah bersiap. Mari kita langsung gaskan.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to MPL ID Season 13, Week number 3, Day number 2. Here on the English broadcast, you're still with Eterna alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi, while both of them are going to be dubbing me for the next few minutes. But of course, before we get into the match of the day, we are going to thank our sponsors. So thank you so much, because MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet, GoPay, our official gold partner, UBS Gold. We'd also like to thank our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel. Thank you to our suppliers, Inamar, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and as well, thank you to our official government partner, PBESI. Now, if you guys are already sick of them dubbing me, let's finally get to hear what they have to say about today.
So, what I really like about today's matchups is the fact that, all of our teams will be going up. Not everyone going head-to-head, though. Only us here. Eterna, BTR versus Aura. That'll start the day off. And it's going to be a great matchup here. Because Bigetron, they still want to fight for that first place spot. Aura, they want to fight to get that first place spot away from BTR.
I'm not going to say much about that, because next of the match list that we have is going to be the classical derby. We have RRQ and Evos, where they're actually both down tied at the bottom of the standings right now.
Exactly. If you're talking about fighting to get to the top, this is a long journey for both RRQ and Evos, and a very unfamiliar situation as well, especially for the fans. Taking a look at the standings presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, you can see, man, I mean, this is a very competitive season, and it's just really such an unfamiliar situation here, especially Bigetron Alpha being on top. Unheard of.
I think it's pretty heard of. Remember, last
I'm kidding, bro.
Since when?
Season. I think it was Bigetron that sent RRQ home 3-0 in the lower brackets.
No. Come on,
I
it's a
think
different
Aura
time.
didn't make it to the playoffs.
It's a different
We
time.
don't talk about that.
We do.
We do, because out of the 21 times that Aura has met up with Bigetron, it was actually Bigetron winning 14 times. So stats aren't looking too great for Aura, but of course the game is more than stats, ladies and gentlemen, especially when we start discussing what has been going on between both of these teams, because there has been an elaborate change in performance and dynamic in Aura because of these two players as well, right? These are the two players that we do need to talk about, Aran and Sorizo, because it was in Aran's debut that Aura finally broke their lose streak in MPL ID Season 12, winning against Bigetron 2-0.
And that's because of the Aran effect. And this is the question right now. Will both these players here kind of have that similar playstyle, that split push, but also flexible kind of pick-off strategy that can be such a big problem for teams to deal with? And on top of that, will the hashtag Aran effect restart not only for Aran, will Sorizo also, just come back into form and be that menacing pressure side laner that can match even the likes of Aran here? The fact that it's a possibility, the fact that both like playing that Paquito, really sets this up for a very interesting showdown in the EXP lane.
That's what I'm really excited about, honestly, between these two teams. The EXP laners, Sorizo and Aran. You mentioned it a little bit earlier on. They do share a certain sort of gameplay, the way that they tackle the game. What do you think here?
I think for Aran, he's been super fantastic in this week because he went back to his identity. I think even last week, when Aran gets his picks, the Paquito, the Benedetta, and he's able to go for split push, even when he goes for damage, like the CC, it's really good. We want to see more of that for Aran, but we also really want to see Sorizo do the same thing that Eterna's doing. He needs to go back to his identity, man. Stop playing around, Sorizo. Because we know him for the Uranus, the Paquitos, the split push strategies too. He was actually the first Aran, before Aran, technically, before it was cool. So I'm expecting Sorizo to maybe go back towards that, but obviously never close off the fact that they can fill in for those playmaking enabler type XPs too.
And on top of that, the junglers. I think it was last season or the season before that when we saw Super Ken coming into MPL ID, and he really just shook the scene as a rookie. And I'm wondering, wait a second. Okay. Aran, Gugun, Yehezkiel, Yawi, and Kabuki will be playing for Aura today, but I'm excited to see on the side of Bigetron.
Wait, hang on a minute.
We've been hyping up Sorizo for the past 3-5 minutes, but it's
Wow.
Lord JM in the EXP. Is this a wise trade-off?
Wow, I mean, when we're hyping up Sorizo matching up against Aran, I would think that is who's gonna be in the lineup, but no. Coming to the stage right now.
It's no Sorizo. It's a Lord from the Philippines coming in to try to strengthen up the Red Robots' lineup. We have a Red Raider in the gold lane. Now we have a Red Lord up in the XP. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Robots, Bigetron Alpha!
One of the tournament favorites here at MPL ID Season 13. The fans, everyone in the scene are expecting greatness from this team. With the stakes ever so high, being number 1 in the standings. Lord JM coming into the EXP. What's their motive here?
We'll have to wait and find out because it's harder to stay on top than get to the top. And Bigetron Alpha, being all the way up there, decides to throw a curveball, but we'll see who is going up against them today.
The Sky Kings were trampled, burnt down by the Dragons. Aura took down a Titan yesterday, and they're looking to take down another #1 placer. Ladies and gentlemen, led by Aran, it's Aura!
Aura with a main of 5 coming up on the stage. The young dragon himself looking ever so confident. Can he be the new Super Ken, and can he fly higher than Super Ken has?
We'll have to see. The confidence is a guarantee considering what just happened yesterday. We're talking again about a week that has been full of upsets so far. It sets the pattern for a possible upset today as well. And that all begins right here, right now. The mind games, the intellectual chess match on the stage between Coach St. DeLucas and Cascute.
This is what we've been waiting for. We also have our Marshal, Mr. Danang. He will always make sure that fair play is upheld here at the highest level at MPL ID Season 13. And I like that you mentioned the coaches. What do you think St. DeLucas has brought for Aura so far? Because as we all know, when he came in, there was a lot of expectations for him. Because he's led particular teams to victory. When he came in 2 seasons ago, we didn't really see much of the effect, but now we're finally seeing Aura coming back into play.
It's almost like with different players, he has a different set of tools available to actually craft something in the Land of Dawn. Looking at the team head-to-head between Aura and Bigetron, of course, everything for the most part favors Bigetron, but you gotta make sure that you look at the Lord rate. Gugun has been very, very solid inside of Aura. And if they can maintain the same kind of control, the same kind of pace that usually catches a lot of these slower, more methodical teams off guard, they have what it takes, man, to really catch Bigetron by surprise. But, of course, Bigetron is no stranger to such a situation. They are a team that has been playing in the MPL for a long, long time.
They have. But this is a different roster here. Lord JM. Mirko, you look kind of worried. What's up, bro?
No worry in my face. It's called belief. That's what I have for Lord JM right now, because Arashi, he'll talk about the keys to victory.
For now, for Aura, first, let the Lord feel the hashtag Aran effect.
Lord.
That control, that pressure is what Aura requires. Not just to actually get the Lord and pressure with the macro game, with the turrets, but also to get control over the objective in the first place. Because the second one, winning control of objective zones against Bigetron. The more Aura has control over the bushes, over the river, the more chances they have for Yawi to do something crazy. For Aura to just catch Bigetron with a crazy flank, with a crazy maneuver. That's the last thing Bigetron wants to try and receive. Because the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy for Bigetron is to deny picks, especially the Claude and the carry from Kabuki. He's shown that with these two heroes, he's been excelling so far ahead of everyone else, but without them, he's kind of a bit lackluster, and that could be the angle that Bigetron take. Fight fire with water though, responsive playstyles to Yaoi's matchup in the roaming position. If Ki figures, hey, I want to fight fire with fire, he has what it takes, he has been El Momento for the longest time, but if he wants to go for a different approach, he can play the Diggy, he can play the more responsive roamers, but you know what, so can Yaoi, so this is a very interesting, dynamic matchup that needs to be started with the coaches.
There was definitely a surprise and shock for everyone yesterday, I think, when Yaoi picked up Angela. They were saying that he can perform on a support hero, but he then proved otherwise. But let's take a look at this. Why Ki is preferred as the main roamer for Bigetron. This is the coach of Aura, Saint DeLucas. Ki is a consistent tank with a unique gameplay, and he also has many cheese strats with various heroes. Ki's advantage lies in his ability to embrace a more versatile gameplay for Bigetron. Of course, Cascute also plays a role in this because his knowledge and problem-solving skills greatly benefit his team. Now, what do you think about this? Oh, and this! Thumbs up.
Well, for Ki, I agree. You know, Ki is more dynamic. We've seen him play the Diggy. For Vin, unfortunately, yes, he does play initiators, but not to the level that Ki does. He does play the screening types a bit better, but when you have someone that has such a wide hero pool like Ki, you need to utilize him. And I think it's the same point for Gugun, because two-time world champion coach, Ducky, two-time, by the way, not once, not twice.
Two-time.
Let me just add on to that. Two-time world champion coach and two-time SEA Games gold medalist coach said that Gugun thumbs up. So in case there are any doubters for Gugun, like in week 1 or week 2 perhaps, now those doubters must have been silenced by the two-time world championship coach. Did I also mention that Ducky is a two-time world championship coach?
Yes. Thank you for saying that and reminding us.
Who said that?
Ducky.
The two-time.
It's so good, you gotta say it twice. 2 times for
Five
the 2
times.
times.
I mean, there's not a lot of people that can actually flex that accolade, so it's fair enough, but let's take a look at the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Bigetron with first pick and Aura with the second. And very interestingly here, we have an Angela banned out first in the first phase, and this is not something that we see every day.
But we did see Yaoi pick it up, I think just yesterday, and with the right combinations of heroes, it's quite devastating, man, especially with the very aggressive dive-heavy style. The Angela is definitely a problem that Bigetron are not willing to really deal with right now. But on the side of Aura, it's the same. It's always at Matilda, Joy, and Nolan. We'll see though. First pick already for Bigetron will be that Vexana for Moreno.
The Vexana first pick for Moreno. But remember, what was a big threat to a lot of the teams who were up against Aura last week and even just last match was the carry slash Claude of Kabuki and the mid lane Novaria for Yehezkiel. They won't pick up the Novaria here because the Vexana has already been picked up. But Arashi, these two weapons are still available for Aura.
Right, I mean, it's all open, and it doesn't seem like Bigetron are planning on like hard countering it. Now with a direct pick and even a Bruno in response to respectively the carry for the gold lane and potentially for the Baxia. This direct can still be flexed around, but as you mentioned it, Mirko, the Novaria makes its appearance. So already a more aggressive style coming from Bigetron instead of Aura.
Very interesting style. They're trying to match fire with fire, perhaps. Something that we did see in the Keys to Victory. But I do want to talk a little bit more about this Dyroth. Why is the Dyroth being seen in the first phase? Very rare to see this. Shout out to R7 and Banana, because I watched their stream or their video yesterday. They were talking about tier list in the XP lane. Dyroth, they put Dyroth at S tier. Because apparently laning phase, he only loses to Tamis and Yuzong. Those two picks, if Bigetron can get rid of those, it will basically give a winning lane for the XP, but even better, Dyroth is flex. So maybe that's why we're seeing a high priority now for Dyroth.
And that does make sense, because obviously from Aura, you'd want to shut down Aran. Because if you don't, we saw exactly what he was able to do yesterday against Onyx. But we do have a comment from Facehugger, the analyst of Aura at the moment, and he has a message for Cascute. Be careful with Saint DeLucas' strategy.
That's what you gotta be a bit worried about, man. Because again, okay, you can get a Dyroth, you can really get a strong laner, but the game isn't played 1v1. The rotations from the rest of the team can dictate how well that lane goes. And a Dyroth is great, it's good utility, especially against Baxia with the Shred. But once the Dyroth does fall behind, we've seen it very difficult for teams to really recover once the Dyroth doesn't really get rolling in the early game. Looking at the bans in second phase, Minotaur and Diggy seems like Aura are looking for an aggressive angle themselves.
This is so quick. This is a chess match at its finest, right? Bigetron, they go for the respect ban towards Yaoi here with the Grok. He has been performing out of his mind on the Grok, creating moments, opening up vision. There's just so many things that he's able to do with the Grok. But like we mentioned in the Keys to Victory with fighting fire with water, Aura understands that. They go for Minotaur and they also go for a Diggy ban. Minotaur is really good other than for setup. I don't really consider him a setup hero, but he's really good at counter setup. So the fact that that's taken out, as well as a Diggy to negate that counter setup, I think this is brilliant. And they have a Tigreal ban now for Bigetron.
A Tigreal ban. So two heroes that Yaoi has shown to actually have, great skill with. But I mean, the Cho is still open. There's still available tools here if he wants to go for something a bit more single target, right? The Paquito, though, will be secured, and that will be for Aran. Quite bad news for Lord GM here, going up against one of the signature heroes. But like we said, they're hiding. Always hiding their roam pick for the final pick because they know they can go for something that's AoE, they can go for something that's safer, or they can go for something single target.
So it's Terizla, the safe choice that you did mention for Bigetron. They're still going to go for an Initiator. This does mean, though, that the Dyrot will be placed into the jungle. We saw Gary yesterday play the Dyrot jungle. Didn't work out too well. Dewa lost against the new Evos Glory team. But let's take a look at the history for Lord JM. Hope Cup, first place when they beat Evos Glory in the Grand Finals. This ML Invitational, first place, and Kings League Tournament, first place. That was back when it was the next play, and Archives Esports. Kufra, though, will be Key's choice.
That's the first Kufra we've seen this season, is it not?
It is.
Okay.
It is, I believe so.
I mean, we were talking about how flexible Key is in the roaming position, and he's flexing it right now, picking up a hero that we haven't seen in quite some time, the Kufra. Now, Aura, how will they respond? They respond with a Cho. That's Yaoi's Cho.
That's a scary Cho.
That's the Cho.
I mean, it's gonna be a very threatening, menacing Cho, but you have to look at the drafts, man, for Bigetron. If one guy gets kicked away with the Way of the Dragon, they can re-engage, they can help him out with the penalty zone, they can go in with the Tyrant's Revenge combo, and Vexana can also try and apply the crowd control, so there's a lot of ways that Bigetron can really counter that. It'll come down to the maneuvering, right? I think the execution will be solid from both these teams. The maneuver and the control, especially for Aura with the Novaria, with the Paquito, I think that is exactly what Aura will try and use. Because in a pure 5v5, I think Bigetron has a huge advantage here.
Exactly, and even looking at the counter index, it looks like Bigetron is up a few points. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the Land of Dawn for the first game of week number 2, day number 2. It's the Dragons and the Robots who will come out on top in game number 1.
The young Robot in his first match, in his debut, already up against Aran and the best Cho of all time, G.
That's a huge title, man. Best Cho of all time. I do wonder, especially in the mid lane, though, how is this going to play out? Because, ooh, there you go. That's the Kufra, extra crowd control plus a Vexana kind of combo. It's very lethal and dangerous in the mid lane, but Cho can provide more wave clear, and so can a Novaria. So I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth when it comes to that mid trio before both teams just try and rotate and try and dictate the balance in the side lanes or in the jungle.
So we'll see here, already rotation.
Shield Unity on Super Can, very low key. Gets a touch of revenge as Yaoi tries to jump in with the G Kundo and a Shun Boom. Does go for it, but will not be able to connect on that G Kundo. Key got that bouncing ball off before the dashes.
I have a question here though, Arashi. It looks like both of these mages have not opted to go for Purify, despite the CC coming in from both of the teams.
Especially for Bigetron Alpha, I believe Moreno finds it pretty simple. If he gets jumped on, he's gonna be playing so far back behind all these tanky frontliners that they can counter-engage and punish any kind of over-aggression. And he can also preemptively cast the Eternal Guard before the engage gets near him. So he's actually relatively safe, unless there's anything too crazy, and there's no real big AoE coming in from Aura. For Yeskiel, I think the mindset is quite similar. He is super long range, and he's not willing to really put himself in any position. So it's definitely more difficult to guarantee safety for Yeskiel, but you know, he's that confident in his execution.
Yeah, let's see if the confidence pays off though. You can already see a rotation coming up, down in the top side. Lord JM actually. He's getting chunked quite low, but you can see here now Gugun, #1 in terms of objective take. Can he take this against Bigetron?
Yeah, he's getting low. Still able to get out. Jikundo as well gets a Chunpu reset to disengage, but that will mean that Aura will have to give a bit of prio back to BTR. Lord JM knows where Aran is. Knows of this lingering threat with Aran there. Shield Unity going to be used up. Over with the penalty zone, locking him down. It's Gugun who wins out the retreat battle, but in the team fight, Bigetron are taking it. Yawi with a flicker Jikundo on the way to drag it over to Super Ken, locking him down, but no follow-up next. Oh, yeah, Hezkiel tried to predict Super Ken's movement. Who won that trade? Kill for Turtle.
I think Bigetron Alpha definitely win it. They did trade out Key, not Key, sorry. They did get the kill to punish, but Gugun once again showing that he can match up even against Super Ken in the neutral objective contest. Looking at the talent prediction by Samsung Galaxy though, you're seeing the usual coming from Miracle, to say the least.
The usual. Well, you looking at me, Eterna?
No reason.
Okay. I see you've also tried to curse your team.
Wow, dude.
Anyway.
Back to the point.
The Young Dragon was a level below of Super Ken, and he was still able to get that retribution. How?
I think at this point some people are chalking it up to luck, but I think as a team, everyone from Aura went in at the right time as well, despite the fact that, I mean, Lord GM tried to actually go with the penalty zone at the right moment, but hey, Gugun now, danger zone.
Good Terrify earlier, the Abyssum Strike though connects right with the Eternal Guard and knocks him up. Now it's going to be Key with Tyrant's Rage. Kabuki able to dodge away from it. Gugun still in the midst of it all as Key pops into Tyrant's Revenge to back off. Gugun very low, Iman doing a lot of damage. 2-0 lead now for BTR as Iman continues to bully. Goes in. Kabuki, no Purify.
Kabuki?
He used it already. No kill for Iman. They're able to disengage. Oran has rotated with the Hezkiel down below. Kabuki will recall, and this will give a whole lot of tempo to Iman.
That would have been so brutal if Kabuki got taken down earlier on. I mean, Bigetron already has a 600 gold lead. With Iman picking up this Has Claws, is there any significance to that?
Well, that means that he can stay in lane a lot longer, right? He doesn't have to care too much about the small trading engages that Kabuki will try and use on that carry, but look at that. Whoa!
Amazing way the Dragon play onto the Roamer. Even Gugun jumping in with Shield Unity. This might be bad for Gugun. Oh, Aran jumps in. Abyssum Strike and Eternal Guard onto 3 members. Gugun very low, gets caught in the Curse Blast. And again, Yaoi gets out, but it's a double kill for Moreno.
That was insane, man. The fact that Aura were able to get some kind of advantage play, trying to set up for the spawning turtle, but then they go too deep near the turret, and they clump together against Vexana. And you're seeing again the Curse Blast, the passive also applied, leading to Moreno just getting 2 kills right there in one fell swoop. He's going for the Glowing Wand for more damage very, very early on. He went with the Impure Rage, so he doesn't really have the same kind of mana issues if he went for something like a Lethal Ignition. And that's really paying off in his mana usage and in his contest of control in the lane control in the mid lane.
I want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that decision that they made in the mid lane earlier on resulted eventually to a 2,000 gold lead now for Bigetron in the first 6 minutes of the game, as they were able to utilize that 2-1 trade to get the objective and ultimately get the turret in the bottom lane. That's not the best decision made by Aura.
It's a very weird decision for Gugun. Something uncharacteristic so far.
Usually we see him a bit more objective-minded, but right there, again, going under the turret was something I wasn't expecting, especially against Vexana, because we've seen a lot of assassins and tanks alike go under the turret against Vexana. It never ends well. There's just way too much crowd control, and when you're terrified, you can't really make anything happen. So I think it's just something that they should really avoid here.
Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage, but the Shield Unity is there onto the back of Mon. Sliding tackle, trying to get out of here, but Key gets knocked out, and Gugun picks up a kill too. And Mon and Key taken out.
Man, that was a good trade, right? For Aura, I mean, now that's a 1,000 gold lead, so that entire thing made the difference, and Yaoi goes in again?
Super Chen has a lot of sustain though. He's a very tanky Dairoth.
Playing utility for sure, but you're seeing again, Aura, very single target heavy here, especially in that mid lane. The Hexkill can provide a lot of damage, but not in rapid fashion. So that is something that Aura needs to try and do, right? Maybe get some control with the Pakiro first, and then go for these fights that can really surprise Bigetron, instead of going for a proper setup like this, because this really, I think, favors Bigetron, and he knows it. He's waiting for a chance.
Yawi has it away. The Dragon jumps into the back right there with a flicker. Yawi going to be taken low. Tyre's Rage locks him now. Iman in the midst of it all, jumped on by Oran. He goes over the knockout, strikes a sliding tackle in the last moment, and Oran will be able to get key, but Iman picks up the kill. Meanwhile, the Turtle did go to Bigetron Alpha with Lord JM zoning the back line.
So that's a 2-for-2 trade, but Bigetron get the Turtle. Who was it worth it for?
Well, they get a Turtle, but if you look at the gold swing, actually, Aura has managed to close down that gold gap even more right here. But Bigetron, again, don't stay still. They immediately go for more objectives. The fact that Aura was able to actually kind of get a somewhat even trade was impressive enough to me. And that's because Yawi just really pulled the trigger, made the first move right there, even though Bigetron has more tools available to do so.
But that's a problem, right? Bigetron has so many tools available towards them right now, but Yawi goes in.
Jikundo into the way of Dragon. That's Yawi who picks up the kill. Another pick for the Cho.
And that's a no Purify diff.
I was about to say, should have taken Purify if you don't want that to happen. But Marina will definitely, quote-unquote, learn from this experience. He'll be playing further back right now, because at this point, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, this is where teams can really start grouping together. That's exactly what Bigetron wants. So I think they have to set up on the opposite side of the neutral objective and maybe try and hunt Aran down before he becomes that big of a problem.
Yeah, it looks like he's pushing already in the bottom side here, looking to create space. Would you say that Bigetron has a better teamfight composition? And if that's the case, do Aura Fire want to split things up a little bit more? Not make it a little bit more chaotic for Bigetron?
I think Aura definitely has more single target. They have more ways to be annoying. A lot of their heroes can really escape from sticky situation. And Gugun can be so many places at the same time due to the shield unity. So I think mobility is definitely in favor of Aura. So this is the matchup we're looking at. Pure power, pure strength, pure crowd control and tankiness against the mobility, the flanks coming in from Aura. So Bigetron, they have to try and get eyes on their backs. But whoa!
Away the Dragon under the turret, a full dive from 3 members of Aura. Lord JM gets out though, and the Lord is up top. They're going for it. Gugun, shield unity, buying a lot of time. Jumps back in to the midst of it all as Gugun pops into Torsen Poissons. Now Yawi in the back, tries to go for the Jikundo, unable to find it. Gugun now going to be shredded down by Iman as he rotates faster. And now it's Yawi who's looking for a very, very tough call to go for it. He gets taken out by Iman as he picks up a double kill. Even Aran, the call in the bottom lane did not work out and BTR capitalized.
That is not what you would expect. Usually Aura are the ones who wait for the moment, pull Bigetron away, but the fact that they went for a 2-man commit, trying to out-mind game, out-maneuver Bigetron, that was just not the way to go. They did not get the Terizla, and they were unable to get to the Lord on time. They were the ones scrambling to enter the zone, and when that happens, even the likes of Gugun cannot save the situation.
Feels like it was a missed call here by Aura. They're giving up a 4K gold lead now to Bigetron, and you know what Bigetron can do with a small lead. They can snowball. If Aura keep making these decisions that eventually don't pay off, I don't see a way that they can go for it, but look at this. Bigetron already with the conceal. Is Key looking for a play here?
Just charging that Tyrant's Revenge. He actually finds Gugun. Does he go for a Rage? He does it in the end with a shred of the physical defense as well. Iman still free hitting in the back. Now he's very low. Still able to get at least a trade back, and it's Key and Lord JM who fall. So 2-1 in favor of Aura.
A bit over-aggressive from Bigetron right there. They're trying to siege, but there wasn't really any requirement to go for a pickoff right there. And they even go on Gugun, one of the tankier members. If you look at his itemizations, he is absolutely recognizing the fact that Iman on the Bruno has been snowballing, has a huge gold advantage. He went for the blade armor, but if you look at his items, the endless battle as well will help with the true damage, and he also has a Wind of Nature available for even more sustain in the middle of these big fights, but also the physical damage immunity, especially when Aran tries to come in with the plays, with the flicker on the Pakiro.
But why go for Bloodlust? What makes this particular game
Endless,
special? Endless, sorry.
Endless battle.
Why go for that in particular for this game?
Well, against a lot of the quote-unquote tankier members, I think it's still a pretty good item for sure. More burst damage when they want to try and match the pick-off potential. But even then, the more sustain and the easiness to proc it, because you can use it, you can proc that item twice with the first skill. So I think that is something that can be utilized really well for a Bruno.
I see. Now here we are, ladies and gentlemen, 12 minutes in of this first game. The battle between the Reds, the Red Robots, and the Red Dragons. You can already see here Key looking to charge. He actually gets it.
There's a good steal from Yawi though. A possible reinitiation as the Tyrant Rage goes into the back line right now. The penalty zone zones him away. A good purify from Amon. Still able to kite back forward now. He picks up the Unstoppables. Kabuki does the same thing, but only to the Eternal Guard as Moreno now goes onto Gugun. Forces him back very, very low. They only lose Yawi. For Key. Two roamers traded back and forth.
Oh, that could have ended even worse. But yes, that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here between both of the roamers, with Moreno being very aggressive earlier on with that flicker forward. He actually nearly took Gugun down, and that would have been a completely different story around this Lord.
It would have been very valuable for tempo for Bigetron to force Aura for a Lord fight without the jungler, but now Gugun might do it again.
He's a level behind, penalty zone, lock him down with the Cursed Blast and Eternal Guard! Almost Yehezkiel got the steal. Aran now still trying to desperately run away, but Moreno gets him with the final proc of that passive. It's 2-4-0 plus the Lord in hand. Super Ken with the on-point retribution.
Bigetron just taking full control right there. Now with the Lord, trying to find more plays as Key is charging up. He finds it!
The Tyrant finds Yehezkiel, and even then, Super Ken jumps in with Iman, getting the fadeaway kill and a question mark emote. With 3 members down, no Aran, no Gugu, no Yehezkiel. How will they defend? Key jumps in, Tyrant's Revenge over to Yawi, who's still able to get out with Jikundo. Now on the top side, there are minions coming down. Iman looking to go for Shred. And the penalty zone locks Gugun again. Iman slide tackling forward to get the godlike. Yawi, Jikundo into the midst of it all once again with the way the Dragon defensively used up the Eternal Guard. Will slash through. It's a triple kill for Iman. Make it a Maniac for Iman. He gets a Savage in the first week and a Maniac in the third.
GGWP, Bigetron take game number 1 very convincingly. It's a good debut for Lord JM, replacing Sorizo in that EXP lane. And on the Terizla, he's making moves.
All the moves you would require, man. Just getting out of... He doesn't engage a lot of these fights, but he always takes away the attention, and he always finds a way to get out. One of the slipperier EXP laners we've seen in recent times.
Amazing display for BTR. Stayed on course throughout the match. Didn't let it get too chaotic against Aura, a team who thrives in the chaos. Onyx fell into that trap yesterday, but BTR today seems like they have read, they've downloaded the scripts.
Man,
the Dragons.
The Red Dragons.
Roar. Wait, that's not Dragon.
That's
later,
Evos.
next match.
Yeah, it's okay.
That was a very intense game, man. I mean, even the fights with a gold advantage, you just have this very tense feeling. It's like there's this voice behind your head like, wait for it, bro, it's about to come. And then a big engage will happen. And we talked about this, right? The fact that the matchup here, one of the highlighted matchups, is between the roamers, Key and Yawi. And we're seeing the fight fire with fire mentality coming from Bigetron, man. That Kufra, we haven't seen Kufra in a while, and that is a great display, reminding us why the hero was just so popular.
Do you think that Kufra can become meta again?
Ooh.
Or is it still conditional?
With Angela, Ruby, Grok, Tigreal, Mathilda, Minotaur, and Digiban, yes, it becomes meta.
Probably.
Okay.
And with so many heroes
fair
having
enough.
dashes, mobility, I feel like the Kufra has extra value here. But again, very situational.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There were 7 roamer bans. So much respect from both teams to each other's roamers.
Not enough respect for this man, though. Player of the game, the MVP. It's Iman on the Bruno. Like you said in the closing statement, right? Savage in the first week, and then a Maniac, and then a Maniac again. He's gotten 2 Maniacs so far, right?
Really?
Well,
I think
technically
so.
with the Savage, you have to get a Maniac before the Savage.
Well, yeah.
So then 3?
No, I'm pretty sure.
Did he get one more before?
Yeah, I
On
think
the Brody? Was it the Brody? I think that was Albert on the Brody.
No, it wasn't Albert.
We'll check again later.
We'll check again.
So
We'll
many
double check.
crazy moments, but
Yeah, endless battle rush.
You have to check out the player of the game highlights.
What is
here
that?
with the official gold partner, UBS Gold. And you can see the damage coming in from the Bruno, man. Usually we see it kind of lackluster, especially against the frontliners. But with the endless battle, man, that true damage, ignoring the physical defense, it's going to be so valuable when they're trying to go for moments like this, where Aura overextend, and they have a very small window to try and punish the over-aggression, punish the misplacement of spells, of skills coming in from Aura.
I don't know, I just felt like Aura made a lot of mistakes. I don't know if it was a mistake or was it a call that wasn't executed properly, but it felt like it was a miss from me for Aura.
I think it's partially because Bigetron were the ones dictating what happens, right? When teams wait around and play reactively against Aura, fearing the aggression, they fall into the trap of letting Aura set up so well. If you look at every single Aura game, for the most part, Gugun and Yawi is always in the Lord area a lot earlier than everyone else. And Aran always has time to build the wave, to pull one member of the opposition away from the team before they even attempt it. But look at Bigetron. Oh, you're trying to split? You're trying to go for a pickoff? They instantly go on it, and they have the confidence of going for the 50-50 because they have Super Ken, the reliable jungler that has been delivering.
Also, I want to give props to Lord JM, right? Obviously, you got to talk about this Maniac here, but we didn't really mention Lord JM at all in that team fight, in these team fights. And maybe if you just watch the game, you would think, yeah, Lord JM really didn't do much. As a Terizla, all he did was press ult. But it's all about the decision-making as well for Lord JM that really impressed me actually in that game, where most Terizlas would just use their ult to go in. He actually peeled a couple of times there to get Eman out of a tough spot for him to deal more damage. And in the end, he was able to save the Purify for such a long time. Up until the last blow, I believe, from Yawi, where he tried to go for the Way of the Dragon. Then he Purified. So these little things that add up because of the decision-making from Lord JM as well as to how he utilizes that penalty zone. So props to him.
That was what I was really highlighting about Bigetron Alpha. The fact that they have so many tools. Even if Lord GM doesn't use his penalty zone as an engage tool, well, Key can find something, and so can Moreno. And let's say they are forced to use the penalty zone aggressively, well then Moreno and Key can save some of those spells to ensure that Yawi doesn't get the catch. And in fact, in this game, I think Yawi's Cho was made to look kind of less effective due to the fact that he was just struggling so much to try and find some targets, find the ideal situation to really get a pickoff. And after the mid-game, once Bigetron Alpha moved together as a squad, that never happened.
Wait, sorry, is this our highest GPM?
I thought he had the highest GPM
961?
in week one with, remember, he got 900 something
Was
as
it
well.
70 though?
70?
Oh,
okay.
was that higher?
So he still needs
Don't
to beat his
quote me on
own
that.
high score. All
Yeah,
right, Eman, do
regardless.
better, man. What the heck? 961? Eman in first week got 970. Just saying, you know, Eman, you got to start performing better, man.
I'm on week 3, man.
He's got to beat week one, Eman.
What the heck?
He's competing against himself.
I mean, he didn't get a Savage today, right? So that's also
You're
something.
right. Eman, we expected better from you, man.
So is it past his
Maniac,
prime?
961.
Is he a 1 week wonder? Wow, dude.
Oh my god.
That was his golden week and now it's over.
Yeah. No more 9-7.
Man
The
is-
sarcasm, dude.
He's so crazy. What is that?
And the fact that he is the highest damage dealt when he is with a Vexana and a Novaria, and
Exactly.
there's a lot of fights that are chaotic and clumped together, usually marksmen don't get the chance to really output as much damage, and the mages have a lot more value because everyone's just sticking together, and then
Yeah.
all the spells just keep landing. But Iman says, like, that ain't me. That doesn't happen.
I don't need AoE. I got single target. You know, how does he get the damage in?
The Endless Battle.
Those team fights.
That was massive.
Because Endless Battle is always...
What did he replace the endless battle for?
He didn't replace it with anything, technically, because we didn't get to full items
Oh.
yet. Yep. But you would expect third item to be Malefic Roar. He went for Endless Battle. So yeah, but Endless Battle, by the way, for those of you who don't know, was a core item for Bruno back in the day. That was the 3 items you would get for Bruno before, you know, all the changes back in the day when Bruno was meta. So now that he's bringing it back, I just really like it. Like Arashi mentioned, the true damage, after using an ability, you're always going to be using skill 1 in these team fights. Ult as well, sliding tackle, so many usage of the other abilities when you basic attack. So it's a no-brainer, but to him, it's a brainer, if you know what I mean.
It's a brainer.
Yeah.
But you have 4 ways to proc it because you can use your first skill kind of twice technically, right? So yeah, that's just a lot more than other heroes, and it's on a short cooldown because it's meant to be, you know, a positioning spell, right? The sliding tackle. But hey, when you have an endless battle, that's also like for bonus damage, and we see Eman occasionally sliding forwards for more damage. So yeah, considering the kind of safety he is given by the team, he can afford to be a lot more aggressive.
It's insane. There's just so many things that we can actually analyze from. Have a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned after this.
Halo Bude.
Aura passwordnya.
The five in you.
Widih. Boleh kenalan namanya siapa nih?
Nama aku Bagus Bayu Bude.
Bagus Bayu. Bagus, kamu bagus juga loh.
Oh tentu Bude.
Merchandise
bagus.
auranya maksudnya. Gimana? Ini boleh dikasih tahu nggak sih? Kamu lagi pakai apa nih? Outfit by you untuk hari ini?
Aku sedang pakai jaket pocket dari Aura Merch ya Bude ya. Nih bahannya tuh adem banget Bude dan elastis juga. Di dalamnya juga aku juga pakai jersey terbaru nih dari Aura.
Widih. Jadi merchandise baru untuk season 13 ini apa aja?
Ini kita ada jaketnya, jersey-nya dan joggernya Bude.
Jersey dan jogger, tiga ini?
Betul. Tiga ini.
Kalau ini jaketnya sendiri bisa dibeli, udah bisa dibeli?
Bisa dibeli Bude di seluruh e-commerce.
Seluruh e-commerce, harganya
betul.
berapa jaketnya?
Untuk jaketnya ini di normalnya di 450 Bude. Tapi aku dapetinnya murah banget Bude, cuman 250 doang.
Loh nggak normal dong, kok
Iya
bisa?
nggak normal Bude, makanya di roll ini jaketnya.
Wow,
harganya.
ukurannya kalau jaketnya?
Kalau ukurannya itu dari S sampai double XL Bude.
Banyak banget tuh
Banyak
ukuran,
banget.
bisa dipilih.
Betul banget Bude, size-nya lengkap tapi kuantitinya terbatas, jadi buruan order langsung.
Buruan. Nah, kalau itu jaketnya berarti ya?
Iya,
Udah
betul.
dikasih tau semua dong tentang jaket ini. Nah, gimana kalau...
Nih Bude, tuh belakangnya ada tulisan Aura. Ini juga bisa diserotin Bude, dan ini kuat banget.
Kuat durability-nya. Oh, wait. Bermain dengan threading. Oke, bagus.
Tuh, Bude.
Jaketnya udah keren. Dalemannya dong dibuka.
Daleman nih, jersey.
Jersey dari Aura. Wuhu. Ininya 3D kah?
3D Bude, ini bisa dilihat tuh, ada tekstur-teksturnya gitu Bude.
Ukurannya gimana?
Ukurannya itu kita dari double XS sampai 5XS Bude. 5XL.
5XL.
Ya, betul.
Terus
Jumbo.
warnanya ada dua kan ya, home dan away.
Kalau yang home-nya itu yang warna merah, kalau yang aku pakai ini yang away version Bude.
Bisa tambah nama nggak?
Oh untuk nickname-nya bisa banget nih, kayak aku udah pakai nickname-nya Bude. Tuh belakang.
Guzet.
Gozet.
Guzet, woi keren banget.
Itu bebas Bude, mau
Bebas.
custom apa aja. Nama mantan pun juga boleh Bude.
Jangan dong ya, tapi harganya berapa nih?
Untuk harganya itu sama Bude di 249.000.
249.000.
Betul.
Oke, terus apalagi? Kalau joggernya harganya berapa tuh?
Joggernya itu di 150 aja Bude.
Widih, semuanya bisa dibeli sekarang nih?
Bisa sekarang di e-commerce kesayangan Anda.
Di e-commerce kesayangan Anda ada
Betul.
semua. Kalau informasi lebih lanjut kemana nih?
Itu mungkin kalau untuk info lebih lanjut cek di sosmed kita aja Bude. Nanti kita akan update di sana, untuk promo-promonya juga akan ada di sana.
Sosmed Aura?
Betul.
Apa aja sosmednya coba?
Ada Instagram, ada TikTok.
Namanya?
@Aura Esport.
Aura Esports ya, jadi jangan lupa untuk follow dan jangan lupa untuk ngecek semua merchandise dari Aura yang keren, kece, badai. Satu kata untuk match ini?
Mantap.
Mantap! Seberapa mantap game kedua dan mungkin game ketiga? Mari kita langsung kembalikan kepada para caster. Monggo!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break. Did you enjoy the break?
I really
He
enjoyed the break.
sprinted.
I sprinted
I don't
because
know
I
where.
saw the Aura jacket, dude. I want that one. Unfortunately, they don't sell
Which
it
one?
anymore. The one that Gideon got, the same one that guy was using. So shout out
Is it
Gideon.
the
'cause he actually
OG
got
one?
that. No, it's the one you saw. Did you not see?
No.
You were
That's
looking
too
at
far,
Bude
bro.
all the times, man.
Yeah,
Of course
she's so
we are.
beautiful.
Yeah, but you know, she's talking about the merch, Eterna. And Gideon got that at M4.
Man,
I don't
so
know
unfair.
which jersey he's talking about. Is it the one that I have or is it different?
No, it's not a jersey, it's a jacket. It's the Aura jacket.
Oh yeah, the jacket.
The jacket that he always wears. Gideon always wears.
I mean,
the
that's
Aura
cool,
one.
but you know what's cooler?
What?
Samsung
is-
Galaxy A35, A55,
It's not cooler.
bro.
It's awesomer.
It's awesomer.
That's not a word.
It is
That's not a word.
Eterna, it's called Aetherna, alright? It's supposed to be Aetherna.
What? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta listen to the specs because Arashi will walk you through it.
Well, they have the 1480 processor and up to 20 gigabytes of RAM.
20.
That's some PC level stuff, bro. And 256 gigabytes of memory. And there's no lag at all because Super AMOLED 120 Hz display. That means that, like these pro players on stage, the slightest bit of info you see, you can see it immediately on the screen, right? There's no screen lag at all. So you can make all these fast hand, quick reaction plays.
That's why they're all so good. So I'm not bad. I just don't have the right device.
Phone gap, bro.
Phone gap, bro. They're such awesome phones. Where can I get these awesome phones, Eterna?
All you need to do is head straight to the Samsung.com/ID and your nearest Samsung store, because after you get one, you guys can sit at the Team Galaxy zone. That's like
you get privilege too?
VIP seats, man.
Privilege?
Yeah.
You get to be better than AP Bren.
You're
telling me, right?
Yes.
If I play on a Samsung phone,
yes,
I will become the best player in the world.
I don't think
you
for
might
you.
Be. What do you mean?
I don't
let
think
his
for
dreams just be dreams, man. Just do it.
You're already the richest
Thank you,
caster. You know, give some light to someone else, you know? Share the spotlight, bro.
I'll share the spotlight with Eterna.
On Eterna.
What am I doing here?
Can you explain, Eterna, your choices here?
All right, so here, let me cosplay Eterna.
Okay,
all right?
let's hear it.
So, here it is. This is based on performance last 2 weeks. My dream team. I am Eterna, MPL ID Season 13. We have Taz in the jungle, Iman in the gold lane, Sans in the mid, Pie in the XP, and Yowie. Oh my god, Yowie! in the roam. Did I get it right?
She's about to go, no, that's not the way it is at all.
I don't talk like that.
Yeah, not the Taz and Man Sans
Guys,
Pai
do
one,
I talk like that? Please answer in the live chat.
You talk
I am
about Yowie
reading
that
right
way.
now.
You talk about Yowie that way. But yeah, explain it.
What's to explain?
True. It's pretty accurate.
Right?
All right, so is it Yowie because he's good, or is it Yowie because of unspecified reasons?
I mean, look at him, man.
Is he good looking because he's Yowie, or is he Yowie because he's good looking? Ooh.
What?
The dilemma.
Is he good at Cho because he's Yowie, or is he Yowie because he's good at Cho?
I'm so confused with the question.
You can see Eterna's like loading.
Yeah, like
the loading circle.
Like the
just
meme.
turning around. Like, huh?
But this guy too, man. Eman.
The comment section approves of the
Really?
of the
Yes.
impression.
Wow. Thanks,
of
guys.
Eterna.
I don't sound like that, but all right.
It's
Thanks
not for you
that.
to say, Eterna. It's for
Okay.
everyone else to decide.
All right, fine. At the mercy of you guys. But these two teams are going to be at the mercy of the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Fanny, Angela, going to be the choice of ban here from Aura. So they've swapped sides, but Aura still go for an Angela ban.
Interesting. So after a big swap right here, the Angela is something that I don't think Aura wants to Bigetron to have either. We talked about the macro play, the macro decision making. For both these teams, those are all available. But I think for now, Aura are recognizing or respecting the fact that Bigetron can do that as well, as we saw in game number 1. On second pick though, they're banning away the Arlet, so already a difference we haven't seen in a while.
Very interesting, man. The Angela and the Mathilda ban from Aura towards BTR. In game 1, they banned out the Mathilda Joy Nolan. Now the Joy is technically up for grabs. But BTR, do they want to go up against the Joy? Usually Joy combo with Angela. Angela's already banned by Aura, so they've already kind of limited the Joy from its full potential. What does BTR do here? What would you do, Arashi? Would you let the Joy open?
The Joy? I feel like I would have enough confidence in my team to have it open, but they did ban away the Ruby in game 1, so they'll ban it again in case Aran, or maybe even flexing it away to Yowie is a thing. But first pick now for Aura, will they go for a gold lane first? That is usually the quote-unquote win condition we always talk about for Kabuki.
Mm-hmm.
The Joy's
Still
open.
lost though.
You're still lost?
Still lost though.
Well, maybe Aura can help you find your
All
way. And the way stays true. It's
All right.
carry. But now you leave the joy open to the man you do not want to give a joy to. It's
Super
not just Ken. He's no longer just Ken. He's no longer just a man behind the tan. He's Super Ken.
Behind the what?
The tan. It's a reference to
Oh.
the movie. I'm just Ken. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just can't. Moving
okay.
on.
Moving
Comment
on.
here.
BTR is definitely a strong contender for the top 3, guys, I'm telling you. I mean, you don't have to tell Mirko.
Dramatic pauses here from Jonathan Liandi.
Definitely. Oh, Brock. Bigetron. So no joy so far.
They'll snipe it away. And maybe they're a bit concerned about Aura going for something like a Kaja, right? Or like a Franco that has been the go-to counter for a Joy. But now they've let Bigetron pick up a Grok and a Vexana. So the pickoff, and especially the zone contest, is going to be so difficult because Key is immune to crowd control and Moreno can just really harass with the Vexana very effectively. This is a great combination to try and get control over areas of the map.
And Super Key is just so good on the Grok. We've seen it season after season after season after season. And with that being said, you can say that he's mastered the hero. So what does Aura want to do about it? They pick up a hero for Haskill, the Valentina in the mid lane. They also take up the Frederick.
No way.
What are they circling around?
They're hovering over
No
an
way.
Alice.
No way.
A pick that we are not really too... Okay, there you go. But remember the statement, Arashi.
Yep.
What did he just pick?
It's the Baxia. And for those of you who weren't aware, when was it, Mirko?
Season 12 playoffs.
Season 12 playoffs, Super Ken, full quote here, says, if I get that Baxia, it's a done deal. That statement has been disproven several times, but we're still gonna throw back to it.
If he picks the Baxia, it's 100% win. That's what he said.
That's a curse.
No, that's what he says.
Oh.
It's a quote, Eterna.
Okay.
Context matters, man.
Okay.
Well, at this point,
I'll
it's
give you that.
It's looking more like 80% something though, not 100. Because it has lost several times. But moving on though, Xborg banned away by Bigetron. They have all the pick-off potential they want here with a Grok and Baxia. The first guy they jump on is gonna take a lot of damage, and they do not want that guy to have a second chance in the Firaga armor. Takes it away immediately.
But why the Harris ban here from Aura?
I think they might be concerned about the lane matchup, right? Harriet has been solid, and especially if they're trying to play for the gold lane, then maybe they're a bit concerned about the outplay potential there. Because we saw Nat Coco. What's his name? What is his name? Nat Co.
I'm sorry, Arashi. I'm
Natco.
trying to really listen to you.
Natco,
but the
Natco.
drums from the BTR and Aura fans.
Yes. Okay. We saw
Natco. Yes, Natco.
Natco make insane outplays against ganks when he was playing that Harith. I said Nat Coco for some reason. I haven't moved on, guys. I haven't moved on.
Where did the Coco come from?
Nat Coco.
I miss Naomi.
Aww.
Min Coco.
Min Coco.
We miss you, Min Coco. But for Aura, they don't miss it, Mons Bruno. They'll take it out. They hate that pick for BTR.
Yeah.
But there are other choices to go for if you are BTR. The Claude is still up for grabs. No Herod, no Bruno. The Terizla still the choice for Lord Jam, though, staying safe in that XP.
And they also eliminate a playmaking hero away from Yaoi on the Tigreal. So they've taken away Grok. They've taken away Tigreal. What do Aura want to go for in that roaming position? I mean, we saw that the Cho didn't work as well, and it looks like Bigetron, they will try to respond to that.
Maybe, I don't think they'll go for AoE. I think they want to go for a bit more pick-off potential here because they're playing around a carry. And with that logic implemented, I feel like Bigetron is setting up for something that's super long range, super high damage. Could it be an Ixia or something of that nature? Because with 3 big front lines like this, someone that can output that damage is going to be so good. As we're trying to talk over the supporters right here. This is loud, ladies and gentlemen.
We have a war going on here. The battle of the fans, the Aura fams and the Bigot troopers. That's the Benedetta and the Cho. So that's an answer, right? If you want to go for something like the Ixia, now I don't think it's as good as it was a few seconds ago. They're hovering over Clint. I was actually saying maybe Natan, something that they want to just peel for, but the Clint fits that description. It's an immobile gold laner who wants to just deal damage with a tanky frontliner. There you go. That is the Clint, ladies and gentlemen. for BTR.
There's double value here as well. Clint can kind of outplay because his quote-unquote escape tool also deals crowd control. And against the quote-unquote squishier laners that want to dive in like a Benedetta, his burst damage has a lot more value compared to just steady source of DPS.
This is the first time that Aman actually picks up the Clint this season. As you also take a look at the counter index. This time it is favoring Aura with quite a hefty number. It's been accurate today.
With one match,
With
one game.
One game.
I mean, still true.
True. We'll see if it comes true here for game number 2. But Arashi, what about you? What do you think about the draft?
I gotta go with Bigetron, man. I feel like they have more answers available, and Aura, they're a bit more straightforward. And if there's one thing I can take from game number 1, is that Aura really wins it out when it's a straightforward approach, very mechanical heavy. Bigetron, they're a lot more elusive.
Smash them! It's a little bit similar to their draft in game number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the Land of Dawn, as we enter game number 2. Can the Red Robots go head-to-head and go for a 2-0 clean sweep, as Key already harassing in that bush, trying to give Super Ken an advantage in his lane.
Oh, just lingering over Gugun here. We'll see if Gugun can actually get this with a Retribution. He doesn't go for it. But there you go. He's forced to Retri in the end. Key walks up menacingly in the last second, the last possible hit.
Against Super Ken, that's on a box here with Concussive Blast, as always, he's gonna be quite behind on the clear speed. So we'll see what Super Ken can do with that advantage. But look at that mid lane. That's some damage, man.
Ooh. Yaoi's already getting chunked really low as well, but so is Key. I'm wondering if he can find an opening here as we find a little bit of a pause here in game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying patient with us as we do have some fixing to do, but now we can actually go back to the draft. So I feel like it's still a very similar approach to what Aura are trying to do from game number 1, with just a little bit of changes here and there.
Like there's more ways technically to be a bit more flexible, but I think there's the same issue kind of persists. The fact that they have Gugun on the Fredrin, right? It's a signature pick, but he's also the main guy in front. We've seen Fredrins really succeed and do well when they can go in and out of fights instead of just staying there and just, you know, standing their ground, planting their feet. So Bigetron has a lot more ways to move back and forth, and you want to take notice of the emblems because I think Key was running the Quantum Charge.
Yeah.
He's trying to go for a bit more sustainability and more movement speed.
QC, agility, and Wilderness Blessing.
Yeah, he's going for some speed, man. He knows he's going to be trying to make maneuvers, and he's going to be trying to escape from a lot of the chase potential that Aura has.
Yaoi's doing the same thing though, except the QC. He has a Concussive Blast, but also agility and Wilderness Blessing. So both these roamers, they're going to be battling for speed. It's going to be Max Verstappen and Hamilton, bro.
Max. Okay, Eterna's looking lost.
No. I actually started watching the documentaries.
Oh!
Yeah.
Who's your favorite? Is
Woman
it
of
Carlos
culture,
Sainz as well?
Eterna.
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite. I'm just in awe with like
Who's the most
how
handsome?
Red Bull's doing. What?
Who's the most handsome, Eterna?
The most handsome. Yaoi.
I actually was about to tell, I was about to say, yeah, I was about to literally like do the Eterna voice again and say, Yaoi, but you already did it, so see, accurate.
We're in sync, guys.
All right.
Well, Shevin is in the building, guys. For those of you at home, we would like to remind you that Shevin is sticking around. Let's take a look at the player head-to-head, though, between Kabuki and Iman. Average KDA, of course, on the winning side, Iman has just been doing a lot more damage, picking up a lot more kills, because the team is kind of playing around him a bit more. And he has the average GPM that's just so high. They always highlight again and again. So far, though, hero pools, we're seeing a similar amount here, 4-5, but it seems like Iman is better overall with all these different picks, whereas Kabuki...
Actually, it's 6 now. For Aman, with Clint. Brody, Carey, Bruno, Beatrix, Claude, and Clint. 6.
Well, my point was that Kabuki seems to really excel with 1 or 2 main ones, and the rest he can do okay with. Iman just seems to do really good on multiple heroes, which is very impressive, man.
That's why his decision making is really good. He has a really good hero pool. He's intelligent. His spacing is immaculate. I don't think that there's a comparison, honestly, even as an Aura fan, between Kabuki and Amon.
And you can also mechanically, me personally, I think Kabuki has the mechanics on certain heroes. That's the thing about him, right?
Yep.
Right now, he used to be really good in the Brody, Yu Zong, Cho. Hero pool used to be his thing. If you're asking
Back in the
hero
day.
pool, back in the day, season 8, 9, 10.
Remember the
When
Fanny, man?
fighters were
And
still...
the Fanny.
You're right.
But then, now it's like the opposite. He plays carry and Claude. And every time he doesn't, they unfortunately don't find a lot of success.
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, I think there's a factor here as well that the fact that Eman knows how to actually play all of these heroes on such a high level means that he also knows how to deal with them. And I think that's part of why his laning phase is just so good.
That's the number one.
Number
Number one for Eman. Because I was about to say, during the draft for the Bruno carry matchup, I've been really struggling on Bruno, right? And I thought it was just a me thing. Then I started watching the MPL in week 3, and all the Brunos have been losing. So I was like, oh, maybe it's just Bruno. But then Eman played it, and no, it's not. It's just us. It's no longer just me though. It's just us now. Because a lot of the Brunos have been failing because of the way they take their laning phase. And Eman, he takes his time. He knows he's gonna hit the mid game power spike sooner, so he doesn't really try to put on too much emphasis to bully the enemy laner, to put too much pressure. He knows, I'm just gonna trade as much as I can, but if I can't, I'm just gonna farm. If I farm, I will hit that mid-game power spike.
Wait, but didn't you say last week that Bruno was the #1 gold laner?
In week 2, it was. It won against everything. But then
So it changed after patch?
I think
or
it's
was
just the
something else?
I think it might just be because different teams started utilizing the Bruno as well. It was a good pick when Albert, CW, all these top dogs played the Bruno, but then a lot of the other gold laners now are starting to pick up the Bruno as well, and unfortunately they haven't been able to utilize it like the top dogs.
And a week seems like a very short amount of time, but there's enough time for people to really try and figure out how to deal with this Bruno, how to punish it more efficiently. So all these heroes that look so good for 1 week, it's almost a guarantee that in week 2 it's gonna dip down just a bit, but the people who really understand, who really knows, they can make it work still.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So, can you still stand by that in the gold lane that
Yes.
Bruno's the best still?
I think if you know how to utilize the Bruno, it is still super prio.
Okay, let's take a look at this. During the 2 weeks of MPL, Bigetron is positioned first in the team first blood rate.
Whoa.
Out of a total of 9 games, they successfully obtained 7 first bloods with a rate of 77.78%.
Wow.
First blood rate.
Could be 77.77. They really wanted a good number, but you know, 8 works too.
What does it show us? Does it show us that they're aggressive in the early game? Is it because of their
Very.
play style with Key?
I think it shows that they are very aggressive. Like Mika was very excited to confirm. Very. He says. But I think it also shows that they are really good at understanding when they have power, right? Because some teams, we see sometimes they don't really win out in the draft, but then they feel like, hey, we can kind of edge out a victory here. But for Bigetron, it's like they really know, like, okay, not now, not now. When they do go for it, they get the first blood.
But now, back in the game, we already see Danang. Oh, it's not Danang! It's the other Marshall! Into the land of Dawn we go!
Oh,
all right.
What?
2 minutes. What has happened so far? Already a first blood?
On
Yaoi.
Wow.
No,
Okay.
Yaoi took first blood.
Against Key.
Against Key. Yeah, okay. So that's what we missed.
Just wait, we just got the first blood rate thing.
Yeah, the curse, dude.
Wow.
It works so fast.
So quick. But you know what's also quick? Gugun on the next turtle.
First on, Super Ken though, already around it. Penalty zone going in, Gugun able to dash out, and that's an amazing wild charge stolen away by Yeskiel in the back. Moreno finds the eternal guard. Arando with a final blow, catches 2 with a petrify. Key gonna be locked down by Gugun, and Yeskiel does enough damage to supplement Gugun's last hit.
And that's a 1-for-1 trade. Aran for Key. But Yaoi goes in very aggressive still in the mid lane, trying to harass Moreno just a little bit. But
Ooh, a big bonk over to Lord JM. Gugun wants to go for more. Yeheskiel is around here. Gugun very low. Lord JM looking for the kill right now. Flickering forward, finds it against Gugun. It's a 1-for-1, the jungle for the XP. And look, instantly the response from Bigetron Alpha. No jungle means that the purple buff is open, vulnerable.
Sufficient plays coming in here. The fact that they're able to... Lord GM takes 1 kill and they were able to actually get a kill onto Aran as well. This was the EXP lane balance. Will be swinging in favor of Lord GM quite a bit right here. Not the best of news for Aura. That does rely on Aran to make some of those flashy plays happen.
But it looks like he was able to get a lot of gold on that shield turret. Will that make a difference? Oh, Yawi?
Jikundo in the flicker right now. Oh my god! A catastrophe struck! It's Key with a flicker while charged to the wrong side. Bit of miscalculations from Key. Not from Yawi though, he stays on point.
Oh man, you hate to see it. That is unfortunate. It would have probably been a turnaround, but now Superken comes in to try and make something happen.
The shield Unity Kabuki, no Purify now. Jikundo to try to get him out with a taunt as well. The curse blast though from Moreno. And a flicker over. The Eternal Guard coming down. The big bonk not connecting. So it ends up being a trade. Eman for Kabuki.
That was a beautiful, beautiful decision making though from Moreno to get that. Kabuki does fall a little bit behind. No, he's actually ahead of the Clint right now. What does that mean?
It means that he is still pretty even, but it also means that the interference from the other laners, the other players on the team, really swing some balance in that gold lane. We'll see for now though, with the with the turtle coming back up, Aura is always there first, and usually when that happens, they have the advantage and they get it.
Moreno goes for Enchanted Talisman, so we'll see what that does in this team fight.
A wild charge, 2 red trees, and it's the mage who picks it up. Now Key caught on the big bonk, still able to disengage for a bit, but Yeskiel goes in, and that's an amazing pick from Yawi. Kicks Moreno back into the team with a Petrify, and a final blow to the back. Lord JM flickers out the safety. Just barely with 1 HP, Yeskiel on the chase, doesn't go for the full chase down. And Superken will be looking for his own purple buff. Gugun decides to back away. And Aura now are the ones leading with a 2,000 gold lead.
So still 100% on the objective take, the neutral objective take. You can see 2 members who are taken down in that particular team fight. Hence the gold difference for Aura now in the 5th minute of the game. And it's a wonder that despite the performance coming in from game number 1, here in game number 2, Bigetron has absolutely no Purify against the Way of Dragon coming in from Yawi.
I think they're still trying to make that outplay happen, but you have to highlight the skin here that Aran is running on that Benedetta. It's definitely giving him a bit more of an edge in this matchup. But yes, without the Purify, oh!
And with the Way of the Dragon, a stolen wild charge and a Terrify Key. Oh! Wild charge out to safety. Arando on the chase with the final blow, gets terrified. Eternal Guard not able to knock him up. The Eye for an Eye as well. He's very, very low. Getting chased down now by Superken as he pops into Tortoise Poissons. Yawi low as well. Force a flicker out. Aran gets out. And so does Key.
Man, Moreno there almost gets the kill. I feel like he could have used the Eternal Guard a bit earlier there. But again, he's playing it quite intelligently. He doesn't want to just use his full combo whenever there is a potential kill. He wants to make sure that he uses it for the right moment, where it's going to be the most critical, the most valuable. And so you're going to see moments like that. But I think overall, considering how that kind of mindset will play out in the late game, I think it's a good way to really think about how you're using your spells.
We're getting glimpses of the oldest Superken back. Again, he's consistently always a level ahead of Gugun at the moment, still is. So that does give him a little bit of an advantage as both teams are going to center around the next neutral objective. Key and Yawi though.
Way the Dragon over to Key again. Another wild charge stolen away by Yeskiel. And the lockdown, Kabuki shreds through him. Yawi with the conceal, trying to open up for the team. Moreno curse blast over to Yawi, poking him down. Lord Jam getting into position as Kabuki goes back towards the bottom side. Superken poking Yawi. The turtle right now still held down by Gugun, who is equal in levels to Superken. And Mon gets solo killed by Aran. The split pusher in the side. It's 2 kills over to Aura before the turtle even gets fought for. Lord JM jumps in with the penalty zone right now, and that is again Yeskiel who gets the turtle. 2 red trees, and it's Yeskiel.
Superken doesn't press the retribution.
He doesn't.
What?
I don't know if he didn't get the chance to or he wasn't ready for it, but Aura, they're just playing this really, really well. Lord GM now.
All alone, shredded down, Kabuki and Yeskiel. Quick work.
It seems like now it's the opposite. Bigetron Alpha are the ones that are just confused on what to do, constantly outmaneuvered and outplayed it every single time. Even though they have a lot of tools, they have not been allowed to use them. Oh, man!
Oh, again?
Another
Again?
solo kill, and Aran deletes him from the lane again.
Twice in a row, ladies and gentlemen. Aman is arguably the best gold lane at the moment, and Aran says, nope, nope, No, not today.
Take my sword.
Not against me today. You're seeing it again. Aura, when they go for skirmishes, they win it out. But Bigetron, they have to go for a proper team fight to actually come out on top.
Good shield in the but Chun-Pu is still there. Eternal Guard, peeling for Super Cam. Kabuki is doing so much damage. Wild Charge in the back with the head skill doing the same thing, but now going to be locked down inside the range of the turret. Lord JM, a DPZ for the team to kite away. Gugun's 1 HP, but he doesn't die. Not yet. He is still able to get out for a bit. And man, there's a lot of damage. Oh, part 2, jumping onto Iman, trying to kite away again, and Aran again is able to slice his way over to take Iman down for the 4th time. He loses his life, but is it worth it? Yes, right?
That was a shutdown.
I think it has to be at this point. I mean, Bigetron, it's a great shutdown too, but for Aran, trading his life to really shut down one of the biggest players in game number 1 here, shutting down the late game for Bigetron is definitely still a value play. Number 1 in damage dealt, Aran showing again that he is just a complete menace. And we talked about how Bigetron were so good at rationing their spells, their skills in game number 1. In game 2 right here, they seem just confused, particularly Moreno. I'm not quite getting who exactly he has his eyes on to try and stun and crowd control in these fights. The fact that Aura is moving in and out, right? Confusing them if they're going for an all-in or just a feint is what's making Bigetron just doubt themselves, and they're not playing as decisively as they usually do.
Yaoi is way the dragon over to Lord JM, going to be melted down with Wild Charge, stuns up 2. Now a penalty zone onto 2, but in the back line is going to be Iman, who tries his best to deal damage. Aran deletes Moreno, now into the back, again with the final blow, gets out, zones them away. Aran is doing so much work in the back to zone these backliners.
That was single-handedly, right? That was intense coming in from Aran. And this is what happens when he gets a hero that can complement the fact that he likes to weave in and out of these team fights. He likes to deal the damage as well. 2 members already taken out. That's enough of a sign for Bigetron to say, hey, okay, we're not going to contest the Lord this time. You are free to get it, but that has propelled Aura to a 7,000 gold lead.
And to make things worse for Bigetron, if you look at these fights, whenever Bigetron go for a fight, it's always at the neutral objective, and Aura, they're not going mainly for the neutral objective. In fact, they're waiting for Bigetron to come in, and they're letting Kabuki just free hit. Because Bigetron are so tunneled on trying to get Gugun, it gives so much space for Kabuki to actually dish out that damage.
And it's always Lord JM at the end of the damage received, right? Kabuki shreds instantly through Lord JM, even though he's also trying to do the same thing Aran is doing. And this is the problem when they go for this 5v5, when it gets too messy for Bigetron. Aura already marching down in the mid side. You can already see the Lord also coming through. Yaoi's looking for the right moment. He trying to look for a counter perhaps, but they're not going to go for it. They're not going to go for the siege. Are they waiting for the second coming of the waves?
I think they have to play it a bit slow right here because, by all means, a lot of crowd control available still for Bigetron, especially when there's no route to flank in the back line. But Yaoi
over the key with the Wader Dragon, now melted down instantly. No Wild Charge in the back as well. It's going to be Aran who tries his best to do and utilize the final blow, getting the final slash as well over to Super Ken. Not final slash the ability, just a slash of his sword.
Bigetron Alpha are just so confused right now. They're just waiting for some momentum, but then they have no idea who's going to try and make the play happen. Is it Aran going in for a dive, or is it Yaoi going for a pickoff? The fact that they're so confused on who's going to make the play means that they can't really use the spells without confirmation.
Yehesky is also doing a lot of work in these team fights. What?
Again, it's Yaoi. This time no fall-off though. He will be punished for it inside the base turret. Bit too much than he could chew this time around, the first time this game.
So you would expect that to happen every time, especially near the base, that Aura makes a play happen, right? Yaoi goes for it and then gets terrified, gets stunned up by something. But he has been able to just find windows here, and he's doing it so fast, so decisively, that Bigetron were just unprepared. I feel like Bigetron have to walk together with the whole mindset of like, okay, if it comes out from here or there, we'll have a solution. And maybe decide, okay, like, who is Moreno going to try and crowd control? Is it Aran or Yaoi? If you pick one, and then let someone else deal with the other. Because otherwise, Aura is just taking this game and running with an 8k gold lead. They might even win a fight here.
Very dangerous. Go good in the bush, spots them out. Power of nature, he has stolen the Wild Charge. Yaoi conceal the BTR, corral around Eman. They know what Yawi can do to Eman, to Moreno, the two backliners with no Purify.
Iran, the Predator, meanwhile, still waiting in the bush above them, looking for a flank onto perhaps either Eman, Moreno, or even both. And I'm wondering if they know. I don't think they do. Eman is very vulnerable if Iran decides to strike now.
Now he's in the bush. Pops into Shampoo in the back. It's going to be a wild charge and a flicker combo over to Aran, but he does have the eye for an eye. Goes out right now, but gets gunned down, and the barrier takes him out. Aran traded in for the Lord. Gugun still saying that might have been a mistake right now. The Eternal Guard comes in, but Gugun is able to dash away quickly. Concealed by Key. Yawi trying to give his team space to escape, and they do. Only Aran traded for the Lord, and this time it's the second one, Enhanced.
I feel like that's a great move by Bigetron, going for the heroes instead of going for the Lord and allowing Aura to flank them instead. But now they backed away and they allowed Aura some time. Whoa!
A wild charge and a flicker over to Iman, and Kabuki's right there to pick up the scraps, and Key as well, going to be locked down and taken out. Kabuki shredding through them. Lord JM is next. It's a triple kill. Yawi! He goes to the Jikundo, just a flicker. He doesn't even have the Way of the Dragon. It's all just a disrespect. The Eternal Guard comes in, a big bonk. Super Ken gets out to safety, but it's only Moreno and Ken.
3-4-0 trade so far. Only 2 members are left standing. Aura, the Red Dragons, they're going in. They're going in hot.
Super Ken, Dragon Lord over to the mid lane. Moreno in the back, now with the Eternal Guard. Gonna be stunned up with Eye for an Eye, and the Petrify as well. The base wide open, no minute just yet, but now with the Mount spawning in, it will not be enough. Aura makes quick work out of BTR in game 2 to force a third game in this series.
Aura striking back. Yawi in particular tries to send a message, man. You doubted my Cho in game number 1? Let me show you how it's really done. Man, even faster, even more decisive than Bigetron did in game number 1. They take out the red robots.
And now it's back to a 1-1, forcing a game number 3.
Bro, did you see? That's a new Cho combo. He's invented it. Usually you see the Jikundo flicker and the Way the Dragon. He Jikundo flickered and recalled. Tas. That was, he didn't just stun him and kick them back in the game. He did it in real life. That's some emotional damage right there, bro.
The Way of Yawi forced Bigetron into game numero 3, as Goni likes to say it. Shout out Goni.
Oh, man.
But again, I mentioned in the beginning, right? No Purify? Really?
Yeah, after that game, I think they gotta try and put some more respect on that Way of the Dragon. I really think that they do have the tools to try and deal with it, and they could have. But after that game, I think they have to settle with the fact that you've got to bring some kind of Purify against that.
And the Clint against Yawi was too much, man. You need someone with Purify, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
How do you feel?
Yawi. So good, man. The heck? They took away the Grok, and he's like, yeah, it's okay.
It's fine.
Got the Cho.
Give me the Cho. Yeah.
The Cho didn't work in game 1, but in game 2, my god.
That's why I was thinking. Do you think it was the Kufra impact on the Cho? Because technically, if Cho
maybe.
wants to go for an engage, but
Bouncing ball.
exactly, so it disrupts the pattern for Yawi. So,
There's that, but I think there's also the fact that Aran was just doing a lot better. I was
yeah.
kind of confused earlier on. Like, do I think that Yawi is the MVP here, or is it Aran there? Because he was actually doing a lot more than just winning in the lane, and the fact that he was taking away so much attention also contributes to how Yawi was able to play so well.
You make a fair point, but it is the quadruple 1. 1-1-1-1. Because he's number 1, Yawi.
What a coincidence, right? 1-1-1-1 for the number 1 Cho in the game.
But I understand Arashi's point. Like,
Yeah,
you can make an argument for almost all of them.
Aran and Yawi.
I would say Yehezkiel did a lot too.
Yeah, I mean, true. The IMU steals, the wild charge steals with the IMU, getting a lot of these initiations, and the final one onto Iman too.
Yep.
But I think the main standout has to be these two. So this is the one we missed during the pause, by the way, the first blood. And then, oh, it hurts me. Key, no! The pain. They massacred my boy.
I think there's also a point to be made that like in the early game, there were some moments like that earlier, and like this fight right here that's just so chaotic that didn't really favor Bigetron. They didn't really seem in position or ready for the fight to happen. And because of that, that allowed Aura to snowball. And as always, once one team starts snowballing, it's a whole different game, right? It's no longer the same situation, and Iman was just not allowed to play the game, man.
Cool dudes don't look at explosions. You saw that?
The fadeaway. Again.
Oh my. Aran.
Yeah, if they went with the Kufra, this would have been a value pick against Aran on the Benedetta as well, actually. So maybe that's something that will be considered in drafting phase. You want to let go of the Grok, right? And then get the Kufra in order to try and equalize in the situations. Because again, they do have crowd control, right? The wild charge, the penalty zone, as well as the internal guard. They just didn't have it on ready to like use with Aura's tempo, right? Aura just went for the plays a bit too fast, too decisively, and Bigetron are always trying to move backwards with this composition that's not very mobile, right? The fact that the Clint doesn't really have the Purify doesn't make things any easier either.
I'm disappointed, man. I wanted to see the new toe combo in the replay. It was a second. Okay. Yeah, wait.
Whoa.
Eterna, go. Wait.
Eterna got blasted away.
Hello.
I'm
Eterna,
fine.
you need to work here.
Eterna got crowd controlled, man. She's not back yet.
Gunjana.
She's right here. Okay. Well, looking at the emblems right here, for the most part, it's pretty standard. Lord GM going for the Rupture here, wanting to be a bit more aggressive. I guess knowing that he's up against a Benedetta, he wants to try and make something happen. And early on, I think he was doing pretty okay. But after Aura took full control and really pulled apart Bigetron Alpha and going with the double flanks, going with the surprise plays, that's where things really started falling apart. And despite having the quantum charge, key on the Grok, you do have to wonder if that's like the right idea, right? He was trying to be a bit faster, but he was just outmatched, especially against a Cho, a Valentina, a Fredrin. Look at Aura, man. Almost everyone on their team has mobility, like a dash, and it's on very short cooldown. So Bigetron and Alpha are the ones who have to plant their feet and somehow find a way to come out on top, despite the fact that they are being encircled by the flanks coming in from Yaoi and Aran.
Do you think it would have been different if Iman wasn't on the Clint?
It would have been different. Would it have been a different outcome? We don't know, but it would have been different for sure if he was. It depends on what hero. If he was on a Brody, I think similar results, right? No Purify.
Okay.
If you have no Purify against Yaoi's Cho, have fun.
Then what option did he have?
Bruno was banned out. Claude is another hero that
Claude
goes Purify.
is an option.
Natan as well, if they really wanted to go for late game, but they were looking for early mid. That's why they picked Clint.
Now there's a double problem here for Iman though. If you want to go for that Purify, that's great. You know, you're safe from Yaoi, but are you safe from Aran? Right? In the 1v1, like we saw earlier, even if Iman dodges some of the spells, the Electro-Final Blow, the Petrifies, he still gets taken out due to how spammable the skills from Aran are. So they have to try and fix something in the drafting phase as well.
Yes.
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 I know you're happy, Eterna.
No, I'm not.
1-1 and Yaoi
I'm
MVP.
professional. It's another day at work for me. It's whatever.
No surprises for Eterna.
No surprises. We'll see in game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, if it continues. The Echo now turn Aura Express. You know, because Echo Express back in the day
Yes,
when
and then
Yaoi was an
Yaoi's
Echo.
back in
Now he's in
here.
here. He's the conductor.
The
and
Dragon Express. Why
Aura
can't you call it the
are-
Dragon Express? It sounds cooler.
Or Mr. Daniel. There you go, business idea. The Aura Express, make a train.
Dragon Express.
The Dragon Express,
My
the
pitch.
Aura Express.
What's your pitch?
I have no idea.
You can think about it after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Aura, Lira, dan juga Via, support system untuk Aura. Halo.
Halo.
Halo. Via, gimana Via melihat Aran di season 13?
Bagus. Keren.
Bagus, keren. Tapi penasaran juga ya di sini di tengah-tengah. Lira, hai.
Halo Bude.
Lira kesini, ini match kali ini bingung sih ya. Mendukung siapa Lira? Galau nggak sih? Harus Aura atau harus Ayang Ken?
Aku dukung dua-duanya kok.
Dipelototin sama ini langsung sama Lora.
Aku dukung dua-duanya, cuman kalau spesifik ya Aura, kan aku Aura.
Oh,
Iya.
Jadi jersey nomor 1 dulu, hati belakangan. Bingung ya. Kalau misalnya kayak tadi gitu, Lora, ketika Aura ngedapetin kill, Lira teriak nggak? Teriak.
Oh,
kalau
enggak
super,
sih.
kalau
Dia kayaknya dia bingung kayak.
Aduh,
Teriak
bingung ya.
nggak ya? Gitu.
Oke, ini udah ada 2 support system. Di pojok kanan ada Lora juga. Support systemnya Yawi ya?
Oh, aku support systemnya Aura dong.
Aura.
Emang iya? Emang iya? Iya.
Oh iya, di Aura sih ya.
Aura, of course.
Bener, tapi Bude penasaran di season 13 ini ada nggak mungkin perubahan dari timnya sendiri kayak wah makin rame kah atau mungkin mereka makin edan, makin suka makan. Ada nggak sih yang bisa Lora kasih tahu ke kita nih di balik panggung Aura yang ganas?
Aku lihatnya mereka makin pede sih makin kesini. Jadi mainnya juga makin bagus ya makin kesini menurutku gitu.
Makin pede, makin bagus. Mereka punya ini nggak misalnya kayak habis menang atau misalnya habis pertandingan. Ada nggak sih sesuatu yang mereka lakuin bareng-bareng?
Apa ya? Makan kali ya?
Makan ya? Isi energi langsung. Rahasianya tuh memang harus makan ya. Tapi kalau dari Lira sendiri, kamu mau tanya Super Ken boleh nggak?
Boleh.
Boleh. Gimana ngelihat Super Ken ngerespon kamu hadir di sini dengan jersey Aura? Ada respon nggak?
Enggak apa-apa kan saling ngerti.
Saling mengerti. Super Ken kan kalau di in-game kan ganas gitu ya. Kalau di aslinya gimana sih ke kamu?
Mana aslinya imut-imut ya?
Kyowo.
Aslinya lembut.
Lembut. Kalau di in-game kamu pengennya di gimana?
Kalau di in-game tetap ganas aja.
Tetap ganas aja. Kalau dari Via sendiri nih, Via dari tadi malu-malu banget ya Via. Melihat Aran season lalu sampai season sekarang, gimana? Ada bedanya nggak?
Banyak.
Banyak? Apa tuh? Kasih tahu dong.
Lebih jago.
Lebih jago?
Lebih GG.
Lebih GG? Biasa kalau sebelum main, ada nggak dia ngapain gitu? Ritual sebelum bermain?
Peluk.
Apa namanya? Dipeluk, semangatnya ya, energinya ya. Terus dia malu-malu gitu dong, nggak apa-apa. Mukanya merah dong. Boleh dong kita kasih semangat juga kamu untuk Aran dan kalian berdua untuk Aura. Kamu boleh buat Ken kok. Kamu dulu dong buat Aran.
Semangat Aran.
Semangat Aran.
Semangat Aura dan BTR.
BTR atau Ken nih? Ayo.
Aura dan BTR, dua-duanya.
Oh ya semangat, ayo semangat. Lora?
Semangat Aura. Aura dong.
Aura.
Emang Aura kok. Semangat Aura.
Semangat semuanya dan caster juga harus semangat karena kita akan langsung masuk ke dalam game yang ketiga. Pertarungan merah antara merah. Akankah Aura yang menang atau Bigetron? Mari kita cek bersama-sama di Land of Down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break as we are moments away to see the conclusion to the red battle.
I'm feeling some kind of tension over there. What's going on?
What tension?
You know, some red on orange tension, if you know what I mean.
Red and orange tension. On the stage, yeah. Yeah.
On the stage.
Sure, let's
Not
go with
here. We're professionals.
For sure.
Professional.
Yes.
No. Keep it.
It's fine.
What's fine?
You don't know what's fine?
No. I only know what's great.
What is great?
GoPay.
Oh.
Because if you use your Samsung phone, right, you're already trying to go around in Indo. If you want to
Okay.
check out Indomart, if you want to buy some Oraimo headphones,
Oh, okay.
whatever it is, you gotta
Okay.
use GoPay because you get cash backs and on top of that, 100 times per month free transfers.
That's the
to
big one.
Any bank.
Wait, so I can transfer to your bank account through my GoPay?
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's free 100 times?
Yeah.
Yes.
Usually when you're on, when it's different
So if
banks.
I transfer to you 100,000, I'm basically not transferring you 100,000 because it's free?
Eterna, that's not how it works. If that's the case, then it's
Get
a
it.
free money glitch.
No, the charge.
It
the
means
charge.
a charge, you know?
Oh.
You know, usually between banks, if I transfer Arashi,
Yeah, it's
there's a
like-
fee,
there's like
6,500.
Or
things
10k
like that.
rupiah sometimes.
Or
But
10K.
it adds up,
With
bro. I'm just
GoPay.
saying.
What are you using with 10K? Service charge, bro. Get GoPay, man. It's free.
Exactly,
What the?
exactly. I'm just
What are
saying.
you doing?
What are you doing, Arashi?
What are you doing?
What are you doing, man?
Do it now. Scan it now.
Scan it now.
Now.
Take the Samsung phone. Take your Samsung phone.
Uh-huh.
and
Is it my
scan it.
Samsung phone?
Okay.
All right, there you go.
Alright, I'm scanning it.
Okay. That's not how you scan it. Oh, yeah. That's how you scan it. Okay. Good boy.
How would you scan
Why,
it?
why are you so hostile?
Why are you so hostile, man?
No, I thought you were scanning it wrong.
Ah,
I
true,
was
true.
like, what are you doing?
We don't want him to get it wrong,
No.
okay?
I'm gonna get it right.
You want to get it right.
Because we're all right.
The only way to get it right.
Because we're not all left. We're all right.
And I've learned to be right.
Okay, how?
1,000 plus 14,000.
There you go.
That's the amount of discounts
There
that
you
you
go.
guys can get from
I'm so
Indomart.
proud of you.
Thank you.
Click
tear to my
Indomart
eye.
15.
I think this is the biggest achievement of my life.
Yeah, dude, she was. When you clipped it and posted it on socials, I showed it to Arashi again. 1 plus 14 is 15,000. No, it's not. Okay. 1 plus 14,000 is 14,001. You got it wrong twice, Eternum, but on your third try, this is what you get. By the way,
It's
are
chip.
you gonna roll? Are you gonna roll? Are you no?
No, what? Bro!
Oh, man.
Bro,
He's showing him. He's just showing him
doing?
the phone.
I thought Chip is gonna
And
roll.
then chip.
I think he's waiting for Chip
Hmm?
because he's hungry for snacks, and snacks you can get at Indomart.
Bro, I thought, when you said snack, key just popped up. And I thought you were talking about what snack is he going to eat later when he
Are you
breaks his
calling
fast.
me a snack?
No, listen, Eterna,
Okay.
I'm not you. I don't sim for
I
players.
do not sim for players.
So-
I'm a professional.
No, what I was saying earlier,
Okay.
snack. Not Iman. I was key, man. So key,
man.
I want to tell you guys that he's actually fasting. I asked him. He's fasting,
Oh,
so that's why I was like,
respect.
"What snack will he break his fast with?" And then you
Oh.
interrupted me by saying, "You think key is a snack?"
Because banana is banana. No,
So he's gonna eat a key.
I'm so confused.
He's gonna
I
swallow
do
a
not
key.
think that key is a snack.
Okay, so why,
No,
why,
like-
why so defensive, Eterna? Why so defensive
No,
here?
because I said banana, ate
Uh-huh.
banana, and then he
Ah,
said key's gonna eat a
key.
key. But
Uh-huh.
I don't think a key that you use to open things is a snack.
True. Is
Not
that a
the
discovery?
person. What?
The more you know. Ladies and gentlemen, on the English desk today,
A
a
key's not
literal
a snack?
key for your locks at home is not a snack. Please do not munch on it.
Yes. Don't make the same mistake I did.
Huh?
You munch on a key?
Anyway, it looks like these coaches look very serious.
Unlike the
because
English desk
they
right
want
now.
to win.
Trust me, Race Boy is more
Okay.
unserious than us during comms. I can guarantee it.
When do we get to hear it? Do they publish it?
I don't, it really depends on how they decide to publish it. Because their mic checks are all over social media. The real mic checks, they upload it almost every week. We'll see if we get to, one of those Race Boy funny moments.
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, man, Race Boy here, an absolute beast for BTR. He's the man for BTR. He's the boy, the Raise Boy.
I was about to say, Raise Man. No, he's Raise Boy. He has to come up with some kind of solution here, though. Like we said earlier, going back to the game for just a bit here, guys. Yeah, Aura has found like a winning solution. Oh, if they're ready for one person, we throw 2 at them. They're ready for 2, we throw 3 at them. Right?
Up until 5. It can only state 5.
Right, 5 tops. But point is, it's working so far. So Bigetron, they have to try and get. I don't know how they're gonna try and approach this. Are they gonna try and get heroes that counter, let's say the Benedetta or the Cho, or with the Kufra, for instance? Or are they gonna try and approach it from the drafting phase and maybe just ban out some of these heroes? Looking at the previous game recap, damage dealt to hero, Aran is all the way up there, man. That is insane. That's not a situation you see a lot these days. When it comes to gold, I mean, Aura was just winning it out, so it's no surprise that they have the advantage. So I think Bigetron, first of all, they gotta shake off the caster curse and actually be a bit more careful, especially in the early game, because Aura snowballs really hard. They want to make sure that they maintain that high first blood rate.
I think it's all going to come down to this drafting phase that we are moments away from getting into. But I like that point. I like the highlight onto Iran, because when we talk about Iran, we're always thinking he's really great at playing the far lane. He's really great at split push. But there's another extra layer that makes Iran so special now.
Okay.
When he gets heroes like Benedetta, when we saw him on the CC yesterday with Onyx, he was the damage dealer. He was the main damage dealer for that early to mid before Kabuki can start popping off. And I think that amount of time that he's able to buy for the gold lane is precious. And I'm wondering if Bigetron can disrupt that system, that cycle that we might actually see here in game number 3. But let's take a look at the drafting phase first here, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone. Bigetron and Aura again swapping sides. So far, the trend is whoever gets first pick wins the game. Angela, carry now being banned out from Aura. This is going to put Kabuki in a very uncomfortable position.
They banned with a Vexana as well, by the way. So we'll have to see how this plays out, because Bigetron, they go straight for the Novaria. And this is one way to counter all these flanks, right? Spot them out before you get even close, and then snipe out. But they're not going for that approach which we were discussing, denying both the Claude and the carry. They are perfectly happy to allow Kabuki, his hero. We'll see why that is the case, though.
Claude and Frederick picked up for Aura, so 2 comfort picks for them. Meanwhile, though, Sana BTR pick up the Novaria, and now Arlet is also up for grabs. A hero that has been banned constantly in every single game so far. Left open. Will they pick it up? Nope, they go for the Baksha, the 100% sure win pick for Super Ken. And back to the Bruno. It's the BBN. It's the Baksha Bruno Novaria.
It's also a composition with a lot of spheres, man. The ball's coming in from Iman, and the sphere coming in from the Novaria on Marino. So there's gonna be a lot of ways that they can output damage front to back, though, keep in mind. So for Aura, they go for the Grok. They can be a bit safer in the front, and they're banning out that Diggy. They want to find ways to get in the back line. And you have to wonder for Bigetron, do they have their eyes set on the bans for Oran with the Paquito and the Benedetta?
That's the question. Which one would be worse? Would you ban out the Benedetta and try to go for a trade? Does Lord JM play Paquito? I'm not so familiar with his play style.
So far, hero pool, Terizla.
Yeah.
Oh, they're banning out Yehezkiel. This is a pretty good strategy, I would say. I did criticize Yehezkiel in the first week, after the first week, that Novaria is really his only comfort pick. So trying to really abuse that now. Lilia ban, Vexana ban, Novaria picked.
He was playing the Valentina, though.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
that's why we might see it banned out.
All right, we'll have to see then, because Aura, they're going for an all-in dive right here with the Claude, banning with the Minotaur as well, guaranteeing that Kabuki will have free reign. In that situation, you do wonder if Bigetron have an ace up their sleeve. Are they going to go for a Kufor again? That isn't quite as good as Minotaur in canceling out spells that are channeled like the Blazing Duet, but in the hands of Key, anything can happen.
But what about the Ruby? The Ruby has been left open here as well.
True. It's been a while since we saw a Ruby open up with the Arlet too, all the way till the second phase, but they actually do decide to go for the Arlet ban to leave the Valentina open, and that should be the Aura pick to go for, the Valentina. That's the only mage that we have seen Yehezkiel play, am I right?
Nana as well.
Nana.
I think Bigetron are trying to force Aura into something here. Go for one of the mages, or go for the Ruby, right? That can kind of like help them out and can be used by Bigetron to cancel out a lot of these dive-heavy fighters that don't run Wolf King will be so important in protecting that back line.
But Facehugger has a comment here. Aura actually had the mentality since week 1, but maybe our problem isn't in mentality, but in strategy. Like yesterday, it wasn't fully developed yet.
Man.
But they won yesterday.
They did win.
Ooh. Fairness.
Makes his way into the land of Dawn for Yehezkiel, but for Facehugger, right? I'm really concerned for him, man. His name is Facehugger, but I never see him hug any faces, though I have seen him spit facts, so maybe his name should be Fact Spitter. Excuse me, what?
That was
I had that written since game 1.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, Fact Spitter, Facehugger.
I was like, why?
I was looking for a moment to say it, and yeah.
Okay. You got it out of your system?
Yes.
You're good to go?
Let's see
All
if the
right.
facts he spits out will be enough. With the Faramis available, the Valentina still is as well. When it comes to a pure-on clash right here, though, early on, it will favor Bigetron a bit more with the naturally present healing regeneration removal or reduction with the Baxia, but they go for the Ruby and the Paquito.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, why aren't they securing a hero for Iran earlier before it gets taken from him? But are they gonna go look for a counter maybe in the EXP lane? Like they should have, they would have known. They should have known that it would be a Paquito ban. But now, at Paquito pick, and now, obviously, Iran wouldn't be able to pick up the Benedetta.
Unless he's willing to try and risk it. But again, especially against a Ruby, it's going to be a bit more difficult. It is going to be the glue though, and they have picked the Faramis, which is the counter, so kind of have all their bases covered here. It's a solid dive composition that is very difficult to keep at bay.
What's the EXP matchup looking like between Paquito and a glue?
I think both can't really be a real solo kill threat to each other. They have to rely on ganks a bit more. But especially in the early levels, I think Glue has a bit more of the advantage because his Slam is spammable because you do reduce the cooldown by picking up the blobs around the map. So I think Iran is going to be very active early on. Later though, the mobility will allow Lord GM to try and maybe play some macro games, macro strategies.
Kind of a skill matchup in that lane.
Okay. And if that's the case, then there's going to be a lot of emphasis in the gold lane for this game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion, the master class of a conclusion here between the Red Robots and the Red Dragons. Here it is, the Land of Dawn, game number 3.
Let's take a look at it. The 3-lane delay from Yawi. Always on the grok here up against Bigetron, who, is it safe to say, have a bit more lane prio in mid and gold.
Especially the Novaria can clear very fast. In the gold, I think it depends on whether or not the roamers try and influence that. But you can see already adjustments. Aman with the Purify.
He's super busy already.
Oh my god, again.
In the early game, Yawi doing the exact same thing to Super Ken.
All right.
What he did to Vincent.
Super Ken, can he get this? I guess Key will be able to zone Yawi away. Taking a look at the emblems though, Gugun once again with the Impure Rage is because of his playstyle. With a glue, with the grok available, he won't be face checking and he won't be the first person to really take all the damage. He's going to be weaving in and out of fights with his mobility, and that Impure Rage without a mana bar translates to more healing. And Moreno fails to steal it from Gugun, so already cheeky plays from Bigetron though.
The level of jungle harassment in this game is quite high.
Even though High isn't really in this game right now.
Substitute.
Yeah. Looking at the emblems, 2 Inspires on Gugun and Yeheskio for Aura. They want as many spells as possible. Key though.
A gang from Gugun over to Key right now, does have the flicker, gets out the bomb though from Gugun, takes him out. First blood for the G-Man Gugun.
That's the kind of gank potential, the damage that Fragrant brings to the table. That's where it's difficult for Bigetron. Because even if your lanes are winning, if the jungler can be more active, it's going to be risky. As Super Can plays more for the clear now.
The taunt as well. The knock up onto Lord JM, just trying to chunk him down. BTR down a man and down some XP. Aura first onto the turtle.
It looks like Gugun's actually catched up in EXP as well against Super Ken. Earlier on, he was a level ahead. Now, both at level 4.
Slam pass, Lord Jam in the back. Yawi does have the wild charge already. Super Ken's looking for an angle to go in, but Yawi jumps and takes it away. The junglers have just not been able to secure neutral objectives. Super Ken caught. Split over to him. Now bringing him back with slam pass combo. Iran is still on him, mounting him up. Lord JM though, in the midst of it all, finding a kill, and Iran is going to be stuck, brought back under the bush. The tri-bush up top. Lord JM punches him out. The glue is too squishy. And Lord JM, my god, 2 kills out of nowhere.
That's a big overextension by Aura, man. They got what they wanted, they got the objective, and they got the disengage. But they felt like with the Nether Realm already activated, they wanted to get a bit more value moving forwards into the AoE from Bigetron. whose weakness is the cooldown on the Novaria. So they walked into the Astral Meteor and they paid the price for it.
Yeah, it didn't work out the way that they expected here. Super Ken, did he steal that away? He was able to take that away, so that is going to put Aura in a little bit of a disadvantage now more than ever as Bigetron pick up the small gold lead.
Make things worse for them. Lord JM with 2 kills. Paquito is not a hero you want to give kills to for sure. Especially in that matchup, that's a very skill-based matchup. Aran's gonna find it difficult to try and match it up. I mean, he did do good enough in game number 2, but we'll have to see if in this game, with this matchup, he can try and do the same thing.
Power of Nature from Yaoi. Super Ken jumps in, but times the Shield Unity jump a bit too late, or too early actually. And it was still in the Power of Nature, no CC.
Right now, it looks like Yaoi still is looking for that opening. There wouldn't be any follow-up unless, of course, they want to utilize Kabuki here in the gold lane. Gugun is shifting and rotating towards the top side. But Moreno is giving information regarding that, and so they don't go for it. They go for the neutral objective instead. You can see the rotations happening. And with Aran being anchored like this...
Solo kill, perhaps, Aran! Oh, he pops it, split back, Aran!
What?
What is he doing?
I don't know if he could have gone out there. The turret shot went in, but I think the split already took it away. A misplay from Aran up top, getting outplayed by Lord JM, brought back to the turret as well. The Key's doing the same thing to Yaoi now as an Astral Echo reveals 3 members. Knockout strike over to Gugun to displace him a bit. Yaoi does the wild charge. A knockout strike to the Astral Sphere. In case there were doubts on Lord JM, if he was nervous, it doesn't look like he is.
The confidence.
That's the side lane pressure you would love to see, man. Again and again, Lord JM here is exerting his dominance. I do believe Aran felt like the last tower shot was gonna hit him, so he went back there. But we'll take a closer look maybe later on. For now, Aura's neutral objective-centric play isn't working out, and a dive from Bigetron.
Super Ken with the Shield Unity and the Tortoise of Poissons, hitting them down under the turret, sandwiching them as Yaoi pops in a Power of Nature. Super Ken brought back by the Stampede. Now, also, just a full-on dive to force Aura back to their Tier 2, a worldie earlier from Iman, and that's the Tier 1 turret down below, taken down. Purple buff might be next. Key revealing it towards the BTR members. Super Ken, Shield Unity is ready, decides to walk off, and Kabuki almost spotted there. They're looking for more pressure. They want to commit onto the turret in the bottom lane. 5 minutes in, that's a whole lot of damage placed down on the turret. A Tier 2 for Eman.
This is insane. Is he actually going to get it? Okay, not yet, at least. But he does get an item there, Berserker Fury.
That's the main power spike that they usually wait for. Lord GM, playing with fire right there, literally, right? Against Aura, just walking into all the crowd control, confident that he has the mechanical skills to get out. For now, though, with that power spike, Iman has the sustain, has the damage. It's a lot faster compared to Kabuki. So Bigetron, they might start grouping up right here and force Aura into engagements without a neutral objective that Gugun just really enjoys playing around.
That's why it feels like in this game, things are not going according to the system that Aura really requires, right? They need Aran not to be anchored, which he is in this game. He needs the fact that Yaoi has a little bit more to work with in terms of initiation and helping out with neutral objectives. That's also not happening with Key right now. And so things are getting a little bit chaotic for Aura. It's not going according to plan. Now, this is the ultimate test, honestly, for Aura, if they can adapt to what Bigetron are forcing on them right now. And we'll see here in this neutral objective take.
Astral Echo over to 2, Key still. Shadow Stampede doesn't bring him back just yet, but a Tier 1 up top will fall, and Bruno will try to maneuver around bottom lane. Yehezkiel punch twice, knockout strike, one more shot, and Yehezkiel flickers out to safety. And he flickers out John Marl. That's the name of Lord JM. And he has just flickered out of a wild charge from Yaoi. Super Ken on the retry, on point, over Gugun. Yaoi, no wild charge, running away as a Blazing Duet will be used up to clear out the mid wave. But now he might just be caught. Has a BMI defensively placed. What a play by JM, John Marl.
He's still there.
He's still recalling. He's still behind enemy territory, just taunting them. And Key doesn't get the steal. But my God, Mr. Lordman.
That's already enough pressure. And to make it all worse, the damage that he was already dealing, you get to top it off with a Malefic Roar.
penetration, and now another fight. The key gets out. Aura tries to force the issue, but were unable to do so. They're the ones who have to try and get a fight that's just grounded because of the Netherrealm. And look at the Bigetron coming back in.
Eman's online now. Bad news for Aura. Lord JM with a knockout strike. And another 5-0. Lord JM.
And this is on his debut, ladies and gentlemen. If we all thought that Sorizo was the EXP pick for a Bigetron, man, we thought wrong. Look what he's doing already, 5-0-0 on the Paquito. And that is on Iran's comfort pick, his signature pick.
Oh, Lord JM's looking for a play. A shot down from Moreno. Kabuki, a defensive battle mirror image back as well. Eman sieging the turret down. Supercan zoning Gugun away, 2 levels up on Gugun. Gugun jumps into the taunt now, knocking Supercan off, gets chunked by the Astral Sphere, and BTR take full control of the enemy jungle.
The fact that Aura's composition is just not maneuverable at all means that if Bigetron starts snowballing, it's just so difficult for them to come back because they can't really find the pickoffs and also any of the team fights that they require in their favor. So even now Gugun being bullied out of his jungle, bullied away by Supercan, that also means he falls behind in levels, so he can't even use his main weapon, the neutral objective, the Retribution contest that he's been able to use so effectively. Bigetron now is setting up, making sure that
Oh!
doesn't know. Oh!
Bro, this man's clean! He's on the Pacquiao skin, but he's moving like Pacquiao too! Split onto him now, against 3, he should die now, knockout strike over, he delays the inevitable, but the Lord is going to be secured by BTR. 1 member, a shutdown for our Lord. BTR looking for a counterplay now with a conceal as well, as a shield unity to the back, over to Oran, who has a split, gets out, and even another realm committed down.
Do they know where Kabuki is?
I think they saw him on the bottom side of the map. He will be able to trade in that sequence of events for a lot of gold and 2 turrets. But I don't think it still puts him anywhere close to Eman's gold. Look at the player gold by Ube's gold right on cue. He's about 1k gold, just about 1k gold below Eman. So keeping up in farm, but soon below, not far below, is Lord JM himself.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Lord JM's already popping off. Eman has reached the power spike, and now they're going in for a push. 3 waves are pushing quite well. Can Aura defend this?
Feel with the Netherrealm available, they can. They have damage with Kabuki, but he has to worry about all that poke damage. Of course, a lot of dive potential. So I think Kabuki will definitely be zoned away. It's always on the shoulders of Yehezkiel here, who only now at 11 minutes has secured the Lightning Truncheon. He is on 3 items.
Siege attempt. Look at the poke over to Yaoi, and Astral Echo as well, revealing 3. Hitbox is enlarged. Yaoi jumps in but gets knocked out again by Lord JM. Another realm HP instantly deleted as that's Gugun in the front. Also taken down by Eman. A shot down over Yehezkiel. Taken out by Eman. A good dive from Kabuki with a blazing duet, but it's not going to be enough damage as Lord JM jumps into the back. One of the knockout strike once again against the shielding as well. Pulled back and taken out for now. Aran with the split trying to delay this end angle from BTR, and I'm offended, not connecting, but Super Ken jumps in with the shield unity. Yehezkiel still able to disengage for now, but Aran is going to be melted down by Eman once again as he picks up the killing spree over Yehezkiel, flickering out 2-1. Bigetron Alpha take down the Red Dragons.
And here it is, the closing to the scene, ladies and gentlemen. Bigetron Alpha, they make it on top with a wonderful display of performance on its debut. Lord JM, welcome to MPL ID Season 13.
Just like that, he takes matters into his own hands. We were teasing it earlier, saying that he has a one hero pool. The moment he flexes his flexibility, it is over. Aran, the dominant, the strong EXP lane we saw in Game 2 is nowhere to be found. Beaten into submission.
Honestly, I doubted the EXP swap last minute coming in from Bigetron Alpha. I thought that they wanted to go for Sorizo. They wanted to commit on Sorizo, not expecting the performance that we saw from Lord JM today.
A lot of people weren't just doubting. A lot of people were saying that JM might be the worst transfer of the season.
Who's them?
We will not mention names.
We don't point fingers.
John Marl.
John Marl.
Wow.
Lord John
John
Marl,
Marl.
mind you.
Lord John of House Marl.
Okay, okay. But we are going to take to the interview, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take to the host, Bude Clara Monster, and our victors, Bigetron Alpha.
Bigetron, mereka memantapkan diri berada di puncak klasemen. Begitu dingin sepertinya, tapi begitu panas di dalam pertarungan di Land of Down. Congratulations Bigetron. 2-1. Hello Lord GM. How are you?
Happy.
Happy? How is your first debut here in MPL ID?
Excited and happy.
Dia excited, dia seneng juga dan merasa mungkin adrenalin rush juga ya dalam pertempuran ini. So this is your first time playing here in MPL ID. Is it because you have to face Aran? They prepare you for Aran or something else?
Prepare for Yahweh.
Prepare for Yawi. Jadi memang buat Yawinya di sini ya, dia turun untuk Yawi. Why to face Yawi? Do you know something about Yawi?
Idol.
Idol? Yawi is idol, idolanya jadi. Dia ingin bertemu. And how about the match? Your debut here, are you satisfied with the result and satisfied with the gameplay that you bring in MPL ID?
Just like a normal, same on PA.
Jadi normal aja, sama aja semangatnya segalanya dia ngasih yang terbaik. But welcome. How about the crowd here? How do you feel it?
So loud and so good.
You like it?
Yeah.
Ya, dia suka dengan Bigetroopers yang datang ke sini. Keras banget semangatnya membara dan dia happy. Tapi, gimana ini Moreno, Ken? Gimana untuk menghadapi Aura juga?
Semangat banget.
Semangat banget?
Ya.
Apakah terpicu dengan mau dibersih-bersih?
Terpicu karena mereka kemarin kan menang lawan Onyx, jadi ngerasa mereka lagi kuat, jadi semangat banget.
Makin ya. Bukannya takut, bukannya apa ya Moreno ya?
Enggak.
Tapi siapa Moreno? Mungkin di pertandingan ini sebelum match mungkin. Siapa yang ingin benar-benar kalian lock di match ini lawan Aura? Ada nggak? Mau dikunciin nih? Siapa yang harus diperhatikan kah?
Yawi. Iya.
Jadi perbincangan ya?
Iya.
Kenapa? Apanya tuh?
Yawi of the Dragon-nya jago.
Yawi.
Cowoknya jago.
Cowoknya jago.
Iya.
Dan tadi berhadapan dengan Yawi dengan Way of the Dragon-nya juga.
Iya.
Yawi the Dragon.
Iya.
Mungkin lebih ke arah Ki ya. Gimana Ki? Menghadapi Yawi the Dragon.
Jago dia, jago.
Jago.
Tadi aku ditendang terus kan sama dia.
Setelah ditendang Yawi, apa yang kamu katakan kepada teman-teman mungkin setelah game itu?
Buat game 3 gak usah pick grok, kasih mereka grok aja.
Itu triknya. Caranya begitu.
Ya kasih mereka grok aja.
Dan kalian punya jawaban lain.
Sama kayak gua kayaknya groknya.
Rupanya begitu ya. Ada yang menarik. Tapi berhadapan dengannya ini kan kali pertama juga ya di MPL Indonesia dan berhadapan dengan Yawi. Buat kamu sendiri, apakah sesuai dengan mungkin kamu sebelumnya kayaknya Yawi gini, ternyata pas in game berbeda kah atau sama dengan yang kamu pikirkan tentangnya?
Ya aku ngelihat dia memang jago sih, maksudnya kayak cuman dari tim play dia kita udah bisa baca lah. Maksudnya dia mainnya ke arah mana hero-heronya.
Sudah mulai dibaca, dipelajari segalanya dari Ki dan membuahkan hasil yang sangat baik. Terus menerus melawan satu sama lain, namun Preman, week 1, week 2 is Preman, but now it's a Maniac. You get Maniac again here in your match. How do you play so good that you almost outshine the God laner player in Indonesia?
I just play just like normal, like in scrim. I'm not takut.
Nggak takut. He's not afraid. Dia cuma berani aja sesuai dengan normal. Dan how do you manage to cool down and not feeling the pressure in this stage?
Because I have my teammates.
dia punya teman-temannya. Dia jadi tetap bisa stay cool, bisa tetap menjaga biar nggak adrenalin dan lain-lain. Apalagi ini panggung baru untuk Eman dan dia benar-benar bersinar. With that, you got a lot of compliments here in Indonesia. But how do you improve more and more again? Because we see that you're really great.
I don't take it so much, so I just focus in my game.
Fokus aja di dalam gamenya dan itulah dia Eman. Dan membuat hal ini mereka benar-benar ada di atas. Kita ngelihat dari Supercan mungkin ya dan Ki nanti juga bisa jawab dan Moreno. Next match kalian melawan tim RRQ. Ini historinya panjang banget. Dari sebutan kelinci, dari sebutan banyak macam, dan dari historinya, dari 20 kali pertarungan terakhir, Bigetron memenangkan 3 dan kalahnya 17. Cukup banyak, tapi di keadaan sekarang, gimana kalian ngelihat nih? Kalau bisa ngelihat future hari Minggu, akan seperti apa sih pertarungan kalian dengan RRQ?
Bakal lebih seru lah dari yang kemarin-kemarin yang kita jarang menang. Season awal kan Bigetron jarang menang. Pokoknya match-nya bakal lebih seru aja.
Makin lebih seru.
Bakal ngelawan lah.
Bakal ngelawan. Bigetron yang sekarang bukan Bigetron yang dulu kah?
Bukan.
Bigetron yang apa sih sekarang? Kasih tahu dong Ken. Dibantu Moreno kah? Apa Bigetron yang sekarang gimana sih Moreno? Sekarang di top 1 nih lagi nih.
Bukan kelinci lagi kali ya yang sekarang.
Bigetron yang sekarang bukanlah kelinci. Boleh kasih tepuk tangan untuk tim Bigetron. Berada di top 1. Silahkan, terima kasih guys. Boleh beristirahat dan thank you so much. Semuanya tentu sedang berseru-seru dengan dukungan para super fans dan juga tentunya para sponsor yang mendukung acara ini. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold dan juga ada partner ini Sports. Thanks to Dunia Games, Gamesmax, Ora Imo dan juga Telkomsel. Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret Point Coffee, Samsung, Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturday bersama dengan pula government partner PBSI. Semuanya mari kita berseru untuk kemenangan Bigetron. Namun game ketiga apa yang terjadi? Caster, please kasih tahu kita.
Congratulations once again for that win, Bigetron Alpha. And that puts you at 15 wins compared to 7.
What? Can you say that again? Just one more time. How many wins over 7? So Aura won 7 and VTR won?
15.
Oh, 15. Okay, just, stats. Stats. 3-0 RQ. Anyways, RQ and Evos will be going up next, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Arashi seems hyped. I don't know if he wants to be hyped.
I don't know if I'm hyped or nervous.
Why?
Because I'm a Natco believer.
Natco.
What? He didn't play that well yesterday, but he's
Nah,
facts
dude.
in
Nah.
the interview. Remember what he said? Skylar's good, but I'm better. I like that confidence. I like that, he has personality. He's a pro player in Indo with personality. When do we usually get that?
Sabar, wait.
You're right. I'm sorry, Eman.
Eman says wait. We gotta congratulate him for the POTM first, ladies and gentlemen. Eman.
Seriously, do we need to congratulate him?
No.
Yeah, this guy didn't
used to
perform
it?
as good as the best gold laner in Indo, which is week 1 Eman.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So, do we need to congratulate week 3 Eman
What?
for being...
Your GPM only 925?
He's not even game 1 Eman!
What are we celebrating mediocrity?
Come on, Eman.
Bro, come on.
It's 1,000 for you, okay? That's the standard, Mr. Gold Standard.
We're not gonna give him any more credit until he gets a 1,000 GPM. That's official. Present to you the
Deal.
Samsung Galaxy Series with official gold partner presents you the player of the match highlights UBS Gold. Where you can see that early on, this is that moment where they were already winning, but Aura was like, hey, now that I'm still active, we can get some more here. Big mistake against all the AoE, especially with the Paquito. The Paquito hitbox on the skills is increased. That's a lot of AoE in that fight where, it's just a choke point. And this is that moment here. He flickers out. I think a tower shot was trailing him and he comes back to try and kind of outplay it. But man, that was unfortunate, and that just set the tone. With 3 kills, Bigetron just kept going at it, and the players on the side of Aura, only Yawi can really escape that reliably. And even he got taken out due to just how much damage is available.
Playing really, really well, man. Always playing it kind of like an assassin. Just similarly to the build he went for, full damage, he goes in towards the end, and Man's dealing a whole lot of damage. And yes, you might say maybe just KSing, but it's securing these kills when they are mostly out of range, right? Or when they've already depleted their resources. So he was playing more of an assassin, that executor. I like that.
And honestly, for Lord JM, I like how like early on he was making outplays happen, and he was trying to maintain his advantage. Whoa, hang on, Saturdays! Cool guy break. Just like that, we have a small interlude. But yes, I really enjoyed how I think it's really amazing how he is maintaining his lead, controlling everything. But on the big moments, like when they're going for the Lord, like when he's going for Kabuki in the back line, he has no issue at all trading his life in. So he knows when to play selfish, but he knows when his life is expendable for the greater good.
I need stats
What stats?
to show me what's the shortest game time.
It's one of the shortest game times. 11,
Yes.
33, 10
We've
and
never
3.
had a 10-minute game yet, right?
Have we?
No, I don't think so. I think 11 is this the quickest one?
I don't know if it's the quickest, but
No, I don't think so.
it's in the
one of
11th.
the
Because I remember the quickest was in the 11th, I think. But I'll fact check that again. But this was a steamroll for Bigetron Alpha. I didn't even realize it was 11-minute game. That was so quick.
Oh, it's very quick and very high tempo. Once Bigetron Alpha knew that they have full control, they just went at it. And with the slows, with the utility, with the Astral Echo and the rolling Baxia, the 100% Baxia in the hands of Ken, you can't really get away from the chase of Bigetron Alpha. And the 3 kills they got, one is onto Key, the roamer, 2 was onto Lord JM, the guy who was just knocking everyone out, doing amazing in Game 3. So again, knowing exactly when he was willing to give his life up for the greater good. And they're just completely monopolizing all the cards here, Bigetron Alpha, not giving a single one to Aura.
Nope. Oh, Sandbag.
True. Sandbag with the Grok earlier. We did see.
Of course, Eternal notices Yawi.
Yeah, of course.
Dude, it's like, oh man, it's not like that, guys. The jersey's different, so it's like quick to see.
Sure, Eterna. Sure, I didn't notice it. I don't think Arashi noticed it. And we're 2 guys with glasses.
Okay, but you don't need glasses to listen to comms, right?
No.
So let's take a look at that.
Santai, fokus guys, fokus.
Guys, listen, gua protect Eman ah.
Ya, protect Eman. Gua gak ada Fury gua ah. Ya, gua protect lu man, sumpah. Tapi gak ada flicker juga.
Aman.
Wave up guys. Baksa dulu kain. Baksa dulu aja. Atas. Baksa gua break man. Mati. Nice, woi.
Gua imo guys,
Gua break, cowok man. Udah kick. Kari. Mati, bunuh.
Enboy, sabit. Sabit bang. Nice boy.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the golden moment by UBS Gold. And I like that you noticed it. He didn't. He was silent, right? Wait, what was the point you were
He was
making?
actually saying stuff. He was like, Baksa dulu guys.
Oh, he was
that
saying
was Jam,
something.
right?
Who was yelling out like, Eman, I got you, man. I
Ken,
swear,
Ken,
I got
Ken.
you.
That was Ken. Ken was like,
very
I
funny
got
to
you,
me.
bro. Calm down, Eman. I
swear, I
promise, I got you. That's what he said, literally. Sumpah gua jaga. He said something like that, right? So it's like, he's like, I swear, I promise. So that just maybe that's why Eman said, all right, I'll slide tackle with the
On the
Bruno.
Baxia.
Yeah.
Right? So
No, on a Dairoth, actually. It's even weirder.
All right.
But when Super Ken promises, he delivers, you know?
100%.
100% on the Baxia. No? What's 100% then?
What's 100%? My
They
fun
hype for the
level.
All-Stars.
Your fun level?
My fun level.
Why?
Fun levels.
Because of this.
Is that the Pesta Mabar, which means the play together party?
The All-Star Rave.
The all. Okay. So it's a
Right?
rave. It's a rave. So is
It's
it
a rave
Pesta Mabar or is it
party.
is it like a party?
It's a party.
It's a party.
Because Sparkle,
Sparkle.
you know Sparkle, right?
Yeah, the song.
Yeah, Sparkle will be performing. It's not the song, it's the artist.
Oh. Sparkle's the artist.
The artist. They will
You know.
be playing 4 of their songs live at the Temple of Euphoria.
I love
Temple of
Melissa so much,
Euphoria.
man.
What?
Melissa's my favorite hero.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Melissa.
Nice.
You can't look at Melissa anymore.
I can see it on the replay.
Melissa. Great hero. Great skin too. With 899 diamonds, you can go and get a chance actually. Not to pay 899, but you get a chance to win 899 if you join the live stream. So go ahead. And also, for you guys who want more, what do they need to do? What's a THR?
THR?
THR.
THR?
THR. THR.
THR?
THR.
They're giving out stuff.
Stuff?
For Ramadan.
Doesn't that stand?
I don't know what the translation is.
Tunjangan Hari Raya?
Yes, but what's the translation?
It's like bonus for Raya Day.
Bonus for Raya Day.
What's the
Doesn't sound
bonus
as
for
epic.
the Raya Day?
Doesn't sound as epic.
HR.
Because this is epicer.
Epicer.
You get hundreds of free stuff.
100?
Hundreds, not
Hundreds.
100.
So 100,
Hundreds.
200, 300, 400.
Until below 1,000.
So 100.
So
and one,
999.
all the way to 999.
Yes.
Hundreds.
Hundreds. That's what it means, ladies and gentlemen. You
Hundreds,
guys.
Arashi.
What if you say 10 hundreds?
Oh man.
Ding ding ding.
Hundreds. Hundreds. It says
You're
hundreds,
right.
not 10 hundreds. See, why are you confused? It's
But
hundreds.
is it 10
Arashi
hundred?
cannot change the event, okay?
No,
it's still
but-
hundreds.
Yeah, but would you consider 10
hundreds?
Like part of hundreds?
Just say 1,000, man.
Yeah, but what
Hello,
if they
there
say
are
it
words for
10
this.
hundreds? Is it considered in the hundreds category, or is it considered in the
MPL ID
thousands
Berkah
category?
Ramadan bersama Samsung Galaxy. What does that mean?
Questions.
MPL ID Ramadan blessings, right?
Yes.
Yep. With Samsung Galaxy.
Woo.
You guys
The
can
best in
join
the
in.
biz.
Is it? What's? You can join in the draw
Yeah.
and get rewards here.
Samsung A series
plus
30,000 diamond.
No, do it right.
Huh?
20,000 plus
10,000
diamonds equals to 30,000 diamonds, and the drawing period is on the 22nd, which is
What just
yesterday.
happened?
Not true.
The 31st.
You don't need to know.
Okay.
You just need to know about this.
This
Oh,
one.
I
Don't
know.
forget the time frame, okay? Because you don't want to miss
What was
out.
what's the time frame?
I'll look it up.
22nd.
22nd to 31st
To
of
the
March.
31st.
What's the time frame?
22nd to the 31st.
Of what?
Of March?
Yes.
What year?
What year is it? What year is it? 2024.
2024. Are we in the
Analysts.
year 2024?
I had an episode there, my
Yes.
bad.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you confirm?
Confirm
24 is
a number.
20 plus? Oh no. Oh,
2004.
Huh?
What?
that's true. But I was asking 24 is, not 2024 is. So you got Maz, man. That's wordplay, man.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
It's so difficult sometimes.
Sometimes it is.
Life
man.
is so difficult sometimes.
Sometimes you gotta just take the easy way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can only go the hard way for so long before it gets tiring.
But you know what is going to be hard?
What?
According to history, Bigetron has barely won against RQ, and that's RQ's. No, that's Bigetron's next
And
matchup.
that's RQ's next match against Evos Glory. So RQ versus Evos, the classic derby. How are you gonna predict this, right? This is the super hard game to predict. Currently, RQ 7th, and then 9th is Evos Glory.
So Mirko's gonna predict
but
Evos, right?
Evos, it was like a revamp.
Yeah.
Yes.
New patch note.
Natco.
But so you're gonna vote for Evos, right?
No, I don't think he
Right?
is.
Right?
No. We'll see, Arashi. You'll have to see in game.
I
That's
don't
why we have the
trust him.
assets, man.
Man.
They vote for Aura? No,
I don't
right?
trust it. Wait, what?
For 15 and 7.
I didn't hear what he said. But
15 and 7.
here we go, ladies and gentlemen, to a short break before we enter the highlight of the day, which is the classic derby. RRQ takes on Evos for the 30th time. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top-up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Derby klasik dan hype-nya dari season ke season gitu loh. Nah, kita lihat dari historinya dulu teman-teman. Jadi per tanggal 21 Januari 2018 di season yang pertama kita bisa melihat bagaimana best of 2 series dari RRQ versus Evos guys. Dan di sini gue juga sudah menyimpulkan ya kan dari segi grafik yang menang siapa dan pembedaannya atau perbedaannya dari meta dari season ke season. Nah, gue bakal nyimpulin meta season 1 sampai dengan season yang ketiga, season 4 sampai dengan season yang ke-6, terus season 7 sampai dengan season yang ke-10, baru nanti season 11, 12, dan nanti season 13 guys. Oke? Kita mulai dari season yang pertama guys. Jadi season yang pertama ini kalau misalkan kita ngomongin sejarah ya, sejarah lagi, emang derby klasik ini nggak bisa lepas dari dulu zamannya Lemon main, Instinct, Tuturu, ada Laila soalnya teman-teman. Terus kalau misalkan dari Evos itu teman-teman mungkin masih ingat ya, ada Just No Limit, terus juga dulu ada Kenir, ya kan? Ada Donkey juga. Oh ini kayaknya orang-orang lama harusnya masih pada inget gitu loh, nickname pemain-pemain sepuh-sepuhnya RRQ dan juga Evos gitu loh. Dulu ini adalah Harley-nya Instinct bang, betul sekali. Ini Harley-nya Instinct, terus dulu kan masih meta Zask, Chow, ini Chow juga dipakai sama Barir, ya kan? Ini juga dimenangkan sama RRQ di game pertama, guys. Nah, dulu itu mid laner itu yang laris tuh Cyclops Harley, guys. Bayangin, zaman season 1 yang laris itu adalah hero-hero seperti Harley dan juga Cyclops. Coba siapa di sini adik-adik yang suka dulu main Cyclops Harley ya, langsung absen aja. Karena ya ini eranya dulu pernah gitu loh berjaya. Waktu kalian mungkin masih awal-awal main mobilelegendsbangbang season yang pertama juga. Terus di game yang kedua ternyata RRQ masih menang guys. Jadi kesimpulan dari MPL season yang pertama ini, pertemuan RRQ versus Evos ini regular seasonnya dimenangkan oleh RRQ. Karena dulu di season yang pertama pertemuannya cuma 1 kali guys. Terus dulu sempat ada Saber juga. Wah ini emang Layla nih hero-nya tuh turu banget ya. Dan Saber sempat dipick juga sama RRQ. Dan dulu sempat ada meta 2 assassin seperti ini guys. Mungkin buat teman-teman yang sekarang ngelihatnya, Bang sekarang kan metanya jungler tank ya. Emang kalau sekarang, kalau dulu metanya beda guys. Dulu tuh metanya 2 assassin bisa digunakan. Kalian mungkin gak bakal kaget ngelihat Karina sama Saber satu tim. Atau Hayabusa sama Karina satu tim. Tapi biasanya emang rata-rata kalau dulu tuh Hayabusa Karina masih laris guys. Karena minimal pembagian buffnya tuh masih nggak kayak sekarang. Kalau sekarang kan kalau misalkan nggak pegang retri dapetin buff rugi. Soalnya XP-nya nggak bener-bener dapetin bonus gitu loh. Dan goldnya juga nggak setara sama pemegang retribution. Grok dari dulu emang laris guys. Nah kira-kira guys di season 13 ini, di derby klasik season 13 ini bakal ada Grok nggak ya nanti ya? Karena gua rasa harusnya Grok masih laris sih. Tadi buktinya Yawi aja pakai gitu loh Grok. Dan kalau misalkan kita melihat dari derby klasik sebelum season 13 ini, harusnya Grok tetap bakal menjadi salah satu prioritas pick juga gitu loh dari si 2 tim yang fenomenal ini yang sangat-sangat ramai sekali diperbincangkan. Nah, kita beralih sedikit teman-teman ke season yang kedua. Di mana di season yang kedua kali ini juga kalau teman-teman lihat ada drafting phase-nya di mana teman-teman dari RRQ itu munculin Kagura ya. Kita udah tahu lah teman-teman dulu RRQ Kagura siapa sih yang kalau misalkan paling jago, the legendary Kagura kalau bukan Lemon. Dan bahkan kalau dulu tuh zamannya Martis sama Lancelot guys. Nah ini yang paling unik. Dulu season 2 gue inget banget yang namanya derby klasik itu pasti rebutan 3 hero. Rebutan Lancelot, Martis sama Gusion. Siapapun yang pegang antara Lancelot sama Martis itu atau Gusion, misalkan Gusion sama Martis gitu loh satu tim. Itu biasanya lebih dominan buat dapetin kemenangan. Tapi di pertemuan derby klasik season yang kedua, RRQ itu dengan modal 1 Gusion ternyata mampu buat menangin pertandingan guys. Padahal di season yang kedua itu yang lagi laris adalah Martis, Gusion, Lancelot. Pokoknya yang minimal dapat 2 dari 3 hero ini itu chance menangnya gede banget. Tapi ternyata RRQ yang megang 1 Gusion ini aja nih lawan Lancelot sama Martis di era itu, yang dimana Martisnya belum di nerf, belum diapa-apain, ini masih menang di game yang pertama. Dan ini kalau nggak salah Ayam Jago yang memenangkannya guys ya. Waktu itu kan sampai dengan di babak playoff juga kan menangnya 3-0. Lanjut ke game yang selanjutnya. RRQ 2 kali di 2 season. Season pertama, season yang kedua mereka masih menangin pertandingannya. Cuma bedanya kayaknya kali ini Gusion di-ban sama RRQ. Jadi kayaknya mereka mau trade aja. Dan kebetulan di sini Selena juga sempat mulai muncul nih guys pelan-pelan. Ada Hylos juga yang dibawakan dan ada Minotaur juga. Dari dulu yang namanya meta 2 tank itu emang di bawah season yang keempat laris manis. Kenapa? Karena dulu metode 2 tank ini dioptimalkan ketika kita ngomongin soal teamfight jangka panjang. Karena dulu Marksman itu nggak laris kayak sekarang, makanya metode 2 roamer atau metode 2 tank ini laris manis dikarenakan mereka tuh maunya teamfight gede terus guys. Dan dulu tuh hero-hero Marksman gak laris sama sekali. Yang laris tuh kayak gini ya, hero kayak Hellcard, hero kayak Lancelot, atau kayak Kagura yang teamfightnya tuh bener-bener buat jangka panjang. Yang skillnya juga singkat gitu loh, bukan yang pakai basic attack. Terus Selena juga inilah, Selena juga dulu laris lah karena emang cooldownnya cepet banget guys. Nah, terus kita tiba di fase yang paling akhir dari season ketiga kita guys, yang dimana ini sebenarnya memang bukan era derby klasik yang meledak, tapi ini adalah era Onyx versus Louvre dulu, ya kan, para Onyx KG yang mendominasi banget. Dan di season yang ketiga sekalipun, game pertama dari derby klasik juga masih dimenangkan oleh teman-teman RRQ dengan draft Gusion, Leomord, Kimi, terus ada Minotaur, dan ada Kaja juga teman-teman. Sementara dari Evos, mereka membawakan Hayabusa, Kagura, Cloud, ada Beleric, dan juga ada Grok. Dulu ini Evos tuh zamannya Jiao ya teman-teman ya, dan RRQ ini H-1. Kenapa gue bilang H-1? H-1 season sebelum adanya Bangsin. Jadi Kiminya di sini bukan yang dimainin Bangsin teman-teman, bukan yang retri, belum soalnya belum sampai sana teman-teman. Untuk game yang kedua, teman-teman masih lihat hero-hero kayak Alice, Harley, Leomord, Selena. Ini juga mulai jadi variasi hero, dan masih di musim yang ketiga RRQ memenangkan derby klasiknya. Berarti ya teman-teman bisa lihat dari season 1, season 2, season 3 RRQ masih cukup mendominasi gitu loh dari derby klasik. Hingga akhirnya sepertinya kita ada di fase kedua, era perubahan dari season yang keempat teman-teman, di mana pada saat itu derby klasik tuh udah mulai jadi panas gitu loh. Karena apa? Karena ini dia. Setelah 3 season teman-teman RRQ menang 2-0. Ternyata di musim yang keempat Evos untuk pertama kalinya memenangkan pertandingan nih. Aduh, Evos ini ternyata menang melawan RRQ di derby klasik teman-teman. Dan kemenangannya ini tidak luput dari gue boleh gak sih guys kayak langsung bias gitu. Gue ngeliat ada Harit gitu loh. Ada Harit. Kalian ngerti gak guys maksud gue guys? Arahnya kemana? Kalian ngerti gak guys arahnya? Harit kemarin sempat dibawain sama Natko di game ketika Evos menang lawan Dewa. Dan entah kenapa ya, jatuhnya Harit ini emang selalu menjadi jimat khususnya Evos kali ya. Dan mungkin saja Evos Glory bisa membawakan Harit kembali di beberapa pertandingan mereka. Dan ini kalau teman-teman tanya ini season berapa lagi dan lagi, gue harus bilang ini season yang keempat, ya kan, di leg yang pertama. Dimana RRQ pada kala itu membawakan Chang'e juga, ada Chang'e di Road Cloud, Chow Terisla. Dulu Terisla juga sempat jadi roamer juga beberapa kali, Xborg juga sempat beberapa kali jadi roamer atau tank. Dan the legendary Selena Luminaire seharusnya teman-teman, kalau misalkan kita melihat komposisi seperti ini. Karena ini pertama kalinya juga kalau nggak salah One dengan Harit dan Selena dari Luminaire ini juga lumayan bersinar di season yang keempat. Makanya mungkin pada kala itu teman-teman bisa lihat sendiri, Evos menang 2-0 for the first time setelah 3 season berturut-turut RRQ yang menang terus gitu loh. Dan di sini Evos tuh menurut gue menangnya dramatis karena Evos ini menangnya ketika Harit itu kayak lagi jadi ini banget, lagi jadi salah satu pick yang apa ya, pick yang di counter banget lah sama Esmeralda. Kalau misalkan kita ngomongin soal Esmeralda itu kan bisa ngambil shield dari Harit, makanya Harit itu kalau ketemu sama Esmeralda itu selalu kalah. Tapi ternyata Evos ini, Evos Legends ya teman-teman ya, Evos Legends ini menang melawan RRQ 2-0 ketika berada di derby klasik. Jadi kalau misalkan kalian hitung skornya 3-1 teman-teman ya. Lanjut ke leg yang kedua, season 4 tapi leg yang kedua. Di sini Evos Legends masih memenangkan pertandingan melawan RRQ Hoshi pada kala itu. Dan kemenangan ini juga tidak luput lagi dan lagi dari Selena Luminaire. Ya emang kalau kita ngomongin soal the legendary Selena ya, emang kita nggak bisa lepas dari sosok Luminaire tersebut. Dan di game yang kedua, bedanya di game yang kedua RRQ mengembalikan keadaan dengan skor 1 sama. Draftnya juga di sini nggak beda jauh, mereka membawakan Masya. Cuma bedanya kalau dibandingkan dengan game yang pertama, mereka cuma membawa Masya dan juga Terisla untuk draft yang sama gitu loh. Dan di sini Evos tuh udah mulai munculin meta-meta healer gitu loh. Yang dimana ketika teman-teman lihat nih, kilas balik ya season 4 misalkan, season 4 leg 1 itu nggak ada hero healer sama sekali. Ya mungkin Lolita lah, tapi Lolita dulu tuh hero tank gitu loh, bukan hero support. Sementara ketika Lolita sudah di-revamp di mungkin season-season 10 kali ini ya, dia jatuhnya support gitu loh teman-teman. Dan dibandingkan dengan Rafaela nih ya kan, Rafaela yang muncul untuk akhirnya menambahkan power spike lagi untuk hero-hero healer, tapi ternyata kenyataannya di sini Evos Legends masih belum bisa gitu loh buat mendapatkan poin secara maksimal. Dan kalau kita lihat dari hasil akhirnya memang di leg yang kedua Evos Legends memenangkan pertandingan juga dengan skor 2-1. Jadi pertemuan mereka 3-2 secara total. Wah, ini yang menarik nih. Coba ya, bocil ngitung ya. Bocil ngitung tolong dicatat ya. Bocil ngitung tolong dicatat. Dan oke. Sebelum kita ke season yang kelima teman-teman, sepertinya ada satu request dari Bapak Produser ya, yang ingin memperlihatkan pertandingan lama kita, yang dimana mungkin ini bisa menjadi salah satu kilas balik juga untuk teman-teman semuanya. Kita bakal geser sejenak, ya kan? Dimana kita akan melihat sedikit gambaran dulu ya, meta waktu mungkin kita tuh ada di era M1 juga teman-teman. Karena kan habis M4, habis MPL season yang keempat, kenapa M4? Ini teman-teman mungkin sedikit disuguhkan ya dengan pertandingan-pertandingan yang seperti ini gitu loh. Pertandingan-pertandingan yang dimana metanya dulu mid laner itu masih benar-benar ya dia mainin buff, tanpa retribution juga bisa dijalankan. Terus ada metode 2 tank. Metode 2 tank ini juga membuat kita agak-agak sedikit bernostalgia ya dengan berarti 2 inisiator gitu loh. Kita bisa lihat kayak Kaja Lolita atau bahkan Kaja Akai, atau nanti kita ngeliat Grok Chow. Dan XP lanernya dulu kayak gini guys, dulu tuh mainnya Masha, Xborg. Makanya nggak heran sih, Xborg sampai sekarang juga harusnya masih menjadi salah satu opsi juga gitu loh. Waktu dari zaman MPL season yang keempat, sampai kita lari ke M1 juga. Kayak gini dulu, bener-bener mainnya tuh 2-2-1, formasinya selalu seperti itu teman-teman. Formasinya 2-2-1 gitu loh. Tuh. Formasi fight-nya kayak gini, terus mereka bakal tetap 4-man move, makanya dari dulu juga teman-teman bakal nggak bakal heran gitu loh sama gerakan-gerakan kayak gini. 4 ketemu 4, 1 ketemu 1. Ini dibilangnya far lane atau lane jauh dan perangnya tuh selalu di turtle. Makanya gameplay yang sekarang tuh emang lebih modern. Tapi kalau kita kilas balik ke zaman dulu ya teman-teman ya, emang gameplay kayak gini tuh agak-agak sedikit ngangenin aja gitu loh. Dimana kita ngelihat team fight-nya itu yang bener-bener 4 ketemu 4 karena formasinya kan 2-2-1 gitu loh. Formasinya jalannya yang tank satunya sama carry yang satu ya kan, yang tank satunya megangin carry yang satunya lagi gitu. Seperti itu teman-teman ya. Oh, dulu tuh meta-meta kayak gini, meta yang paling laris loh guys, dan yang paling efisien ya dibawakan sama tim-tim seperti RRQ dan juga Evos. Di puncak tertinggi pada saat gelaran M1 World Championship ya, metode 2 tank ini yang paling laris gitu loh. Yang satu buat cover, yang satu buat inisiator, atau yang dua-dua ini buat cover juga oke. Teman-teman bisa lihat sendiri, mainnya tuh selalu nempel begitu ya kan, 4 lawan 4, yang satunya biarin 1v1 gitu kan. Di sini solo kill ya kalau salah ya, kayak kan solo kill aura. Terus dia bawa rival, jadi makanya bisa langsung hadir gitu loh si auranya di team fight. Nah kayak gini guys fightnya tuh. Jadi yang penting carry-nya nggak mati. Nah itu tuh. Dulu kayak gitu mainnya. Ya sekarang kan tetap sih ada pertukarannya. Cuma kan romernya 1 gitu loh. Dan karena romernya cuma 1, makanya kayak jadinya mungkin ya targetingnya agak-agak jadi berbeda gitu loh. Dan sekarang kalau romer mati nggak masalah guys. Kalau dulu satu tank mati kita nggak bisa team fight. Karena biasanya kalau tankernya mati 1 itu rata-rata setupnya bakal kurang gitu. Karena kan inisiatornya harusnya 2. Arrival juga masih kepake banget, Be. Nah, tapi tergantung Yona, hero-nya apa dulu. Kalau misalkan kita ngomongin soal kayak hero-hero kayak Sun, ya mungkin Arrival masih bisa dibawakan. Cuma kalau misalkan buat hero kayak Xborg di patch yang sekarang ya, di patch yang sekarang yang udah lebih modern, kayaknya Flicker juga lebih oke sih harusnya. Apalagi kalau kita ngomongin soal Flicker dan engage ke belakang, ke gold laner itu kan udah pasti bakal lebih efisien kan, harusnya. Zaman belum adu retri. Ya, dulu zamannya setup soalnya. Adu setup. Dulu pokoknya adu setup. Siapa yang setupnya lebih bagus dan siapa yang berani untuk ngelakuin pick off duluan, biasanya mereka bakal lebih bisa untuk mengeksekusi gamenya gitu loh. Soalnya Retribution itu kan mulai laris di season yang kelima kan, kalau teman-teman mungkin mau ingat-ingat sedikit gitu loh. Nah, kayak gini nih. Kajanya nge-cover Kimi, ya kan, Lolitanya bareng sama Chang'e. Terus tiba-tiba kalau misalkan emang Dangkinya Kajanya mau cover Kimi, berarti Lolitanya yang bakal ke Chang'e. Tuker-tukeran aja guys pokoknya. Ntar Kajanya sama Chang'e, atau Kajanya sama Kimi. Pokoknya kalau udah megangin satu orang, pokoknya satu tanker lain itu bakal pegangin carry lainnya gitu loh. Kayak gini jalannya nih. Tuh. Nah kan kayak gini kan setup nih. Tuh. Liam sama Finn nempel satu sama lain. Tuh turun di cover. Tuh. Ya meta zaman dulu seru juga ya nonton ini ya. Agak-agak sedikit bernostalgia ya ngeliat-liat kayak gini tuh kan. Trade 1 tukar 1 tuh. Dulu juga ada trade guys. Nah kalau kayak gini ya, kalau misalkan kita analisa sedikit, dengan analisa metode modern ya, asik modern tuh tiba-tiba. Nah ini nggak tahu kenapa ya, kalau misalkan kita elaborate sama patch yang sekarang atau zaman sekarang, pada intinya guys. Ini tuh tetap untung di RRQ. Kenapa? Karena mereka dapetin 1 kill dan mereka nggak keluar trade apa-apa. Mereka nggak harus bertukar point kill dengan Evos. Kecuali kalau misalkan RRQ maju nih ke depan kayak gini posisinya. Terus mereka ada yang keculik 1. Nah itu baru rugi teman-teman. Nah lihat, mereka aja untung di atas kan. Mereka untung di atas karena mereka dapat tower. Hitung-hitungan trade-nya kan kayak gitu dulu guys. Nah, kayak gitu dulu soalnya. Kimi juga lagi OP-OP-nya, betul. Kimi lagi overpower tuh. Lihat. Wow. Siapa yang kangen dengan item ROM topeng konsil adik-adik? Absen. Waduh. kerjaan gue bocil absen gini nih. Tapi emang pasti ada beberapa dari kalian yang kangen lah guys. Kangen dengan mungkin bagaimana melihat meta-meta yang zaman dulu yang mungkin kalian masih ingat Wizard Boots, kalian masih ingat item ROM seperti ini, atau mungkin kalian masih ingat Nimble Blade, ya kan? Nimble Blade, terus mungkin kalian masih ingat Villager X, Beast Killer, Star Shard. Wah, itu udah lama banget tuh kita tidak melihat era item seperti itu. Tapi ya sekarang udah jauh lebih modern guys, karena sekarang kan barang sama sepatu gitu loh, jadi nggak perlu ada slot item yang dibuang. Karena kan dulu kan zamannya item kayak Courage Mask gitu kan harus ada satu slot item yang dibuang, jadi sayang banget gitu loh. Aku kelas Heskill ya, Heskill, welcome. Topeng merah is the best, bener Mitsua. Topeng merah kalau dipencet ya kan, si Courage itu kalau dipencet dia nambahin status yang luar biasa dulu. Nah dulu juga metode pick off kayak gitu guys, tuh metode pick off ya kan, diganyang. Kaja, dari dulu yang namanya Kaja guys, kalau abis tarik dia nggak dapetin 1 kill itu rugi banget. Makanya menurut gua ya kalau kalian nanti akan ngelihat Kaja ya di derby klasik, lihat aja guys, kalau misalkan ada satu tarikan yang nggak dimaksimalin itu pasti bakal dibalikin, bakal di counter setup sama lawannya. Nah kayak gini contohnya juga nih, ini kalau misalkan di era sekarang guys, kalau misalkan kita ngomongin soal MPL Season 13 itu namanya pick off di lane jauh gitu loh, atau formasi 3-2. Jadi 3-nya di bawah, 2-nya di atas gitu loh. 2-nya itu standby di XP lane. Kalau misalkan sekarang kan sebutannya XP lane kan. Jadi Aura itu dulu XP laner guys jatuhnya gitu. Dan Ninja KB. Enggak, gue di sini kok tenang aja. Gue ada di channel MPL. Nah, ini juga nih salah satunya pick off ya kan. Ngebait plus pick off. Metode yang sempat dibawakan juga di season yang keempat dan cukup laris gitu loh pada saat itu, teman-teman. Nah, kayak gini, zoning. Jadi mereka dulu bedanya sama sekarang guys. Coba bedain sama mungkin dari klasik yang nanti akan dijalankan. Dulu kita sebenarnya sama sih kayak zaman sekarang, mentingin point kill. Betul, mentingin point kill. Tapi abis dapetin point kill, mereka tuh langsung setup lagi buat dapetin point kill lagi kalau misalkan bisa dapet. Dan kalau misalkan udah ada perbedaan gold yang signifikan, baru mereka berani buat ngelord gitu loh guys. Tuh. Di sini kan posisinya ya RRQ lagi unggul goldnya, makanya Evos nggak berani buat ngelord gitu loh. Sementara kalau mereka paksa buat lord, yang ada lordnya bakal keambil kayak gitu teman-teman. Ini zaman-zamannya dulu di XP lane rame banget ya, di XP lane-nya 1v1. Dan dulu emang yang paling penting respon sama rotasi guys, respon sama rotasi itu. Ini bedanya sama season 13 yang udah jauh lebih modern gameplaynya. Gua rasa kalau di season sekarang, kalau misalkan ada kejadian kayak tadi di pick off di atas, ini Lord langsung diambil pasti. Lord itu bisa langsung diambil antara sama RRQ, nanti Evos Legendsnya bakal take over. Nah lihat, dulu juga gitu guys, ada kuantitas yang perlu dihitung gitu loh. Jadi mereka nggak harus tiba-tiba nge-lord, nah habis pick off baru lanjutin lordnya gitu. Lordnya jadi bait, ya kan? Lordnya jadi bait, terus mereka ngelanjutin cari point kill. Ya gitulah kira-kira. Gambarannya seperti itu teman-teman ya. Udah deh, kalau misalkan musuh udah pada mundur baru nge-lord. Nah. Dan gue jujur kangen Chang'e sih. Chang'e ini mumpung Radiant Armor udah di reduce sedikit efeknya ya. Apakah ada pertanda kalau Chang'e bisa kembali lagi nantinya di lane offdance? Saya tidak tahu kalau di level MPL. Karena kalau ngomongin untuk jaga high ground kayaknya Gord lebih efisien sih guys sekarang. Dan lihat gambaran item zaman dulu ya. Ada Star Shard, ada Nimble Blade, ya kan? Untuk para pemegang mid laner atau pemegang monster jungle. Kaja juga mainnya fleeting time dulu. Good old days lah, good old days. Ya itulah perbedaannya guys, lagi dan lagi ya. Kita ngomongin perbedaan gimana ketika pemilihan dari segi hero, drafting phase, dan dampak dari kemenangannya juga ketika mereka membawakan hero tersebut gitu loh. Nah ini juga salah satunya nih yang sempat ramai ya untuk diperbincangkan waktu zaman itu di 2019 tanggal 17 November, saya masih ingat, saya nge-cash soalnya. Saya nge-cash soalnya pada saat itu. Ini adalah momen-momen tabrakan yang tidak ada henti-hentinya, pressure yang benar-benar luar biasa, dan permainan nge-press kayak gini ya, terakhir kita ngeliat ini sebenarnya baru kemarin guys, baru pas pertandingan Aura lawan siapa tuh? Aura lawan Onyx. Aura lawan Onyx itu permainannya kayak gini juga. Nah, Evos Glory kemarin juga memberikan cekekan yang sama, permainan pressure yang sama kayak gini juga nih waktu lawan Dewa. Cuma bedanya, ini kan metanya juga beda kan. Kalau sekarang kan lu nabrak tower di menit yang kelima udah pasti towernya pasifnya pecah, nggak mungkin bisa nabrak tower di menit yang kelima. Dulu nabrak tower di menit yang kelima itu bener-bener kayak ya masih oke gitu loh, masih bisa dijalankan soalnya. Masih bisa dijalankan kalau dulu ya kan. Dan dulu Baxia jadi roamer guys, dulu Baxia jadi roamer. Kenapa Baxia jadi roamer? Karena dulu Baxia itu buat nge-counter Chang'e sebagai alternatif dari Lolita dulu soalnya. Atau hero-hero projectile, hero-hero proyektil yang nyerangnya dari jauh kayak Marksman atau Chang'e itu pasti bakal ke deny sama shieldnya Baxia. Itu dulu kayak gitu tuh guys, pasifnya. Ya kan? Wow. Dan dulu ya kalau misalkan ngeliat kayak gini ya masih fine untuk dijalankan guys. Sementara kalau sekarang kalian terlalu lama di high ground itu bahaya buat kalian. Kenapa begitu? Karena jatuhnya kalian bakal bisa di counter sama musuh kalian. Emang ada pembedanya sedikit ya zaman dulu sama zaman sekarang guys. Kalau kita ngomongin soal zaman dulu kan ya udah pastilah. Kalau kita standby di high ground lama-lama itu nggak akan jadi masalah-masalah banget. Selama emang kita unggul secara gold gitu loh. Apalagi di sini keunggulan goldnya 12.000. Gitu. Ya gitu gambarannya. Tuh lihat perang terus. Pokoknya dulu kalau udah menang, perang. Kalau udah menangin momentum, perang. Kalau yang kalah, kalau bisa jangan ke pick off. Kalau bisa jangan ikutin tempo permainan dari lawannya. Karena itu bakal menimbulkan efek yang sangat-sangat berbahaya gitu loh. Dulu kayak gitulah gambarannya ya teman-teman ya. Dan ini triland push nih, triland push. Triland push, ya kan tuh Baxianya nutupin ultimate Chang'e. Blazing Duet, Rifle, ternyata nggak cukup, semua damage-nya masuk dan ada kata-kata legendary itu dulu ya. Evos Legend become a legend, tapi itu zaman dulu guys. Kita kembali lagi ke masa kini, ya kan? Kita kembali lagi ke masa kini, dimana lagi-lagi kita harus berbicara soal season yang kelima, dimana meta sudah silih berganti ya, dimana sudah silih berganti pelan-pelan ke season yang kelima, dimana season kelima ini mulai muncul lagi nih perlawanan dari RRQ guys, ya kan. Season 4 kita lihat, oke, RRQ nggak menang sama sekali secara match, tapi di season yang kelima sudah mulai ada perlawanan dan bahkan 2-0. Dan di sini udah mulai laris nih meta Carmilla, ya kan. Carmilla dengan satu single target hero. Nah, ini bakal rame dari season yang kelima sampai dengan season yang ke-7 dan akan ada elaborasinya. Kenapa? Karena dulu tuh season ke-7 gue inget banget, Carmilla Granger itu laris banget karena Granger yang penetnya tinggi, damage-nya besar juga, itu walaupun single target bisa jadi area of effect gara-gara Carmilla. Makanya kalian mungkin jangan heran gitu loh kalau season yang kelima ini kalian bakal ngeliat banyaknya Cecilian Carmilla atau bahkan Carmilla dan juga Granger atau Carmilla Kari. Ya ini zaman-zaman season yang kelima ini sebenarnya zaman-zaman dimana kita udah mulai transisi pelan-pelan nih dari meta 2 tank ke meta 1 tank 1 support. Contohnya apa? Contohnya supportnya ini ada di Faramis yang dibawakan sama RRQ. Di sini RRQ juga menang teman-teman. Secara regular season berarti kita melihat ada kemenangan 4-2. Evos menang 2 kali secara regular season, ya kan? Dan leg yang kedua untuk season yang kelima, RRQ di sini dikalahkan di game yang pertama dan ini meta Cecilian Carmilla yang gue bilang tadi, meta Cecilian Carmilla, dan ini juga meta late game yang dibawakan sama Evos gitu loh. Evos juga sempat membawakan metode late game yaitu Cecilian Carmilla, Cecilian dan juga Link. Karena pada saat itu Link Cecilian ini lumayan ya, bisa dibilang laris mungkin untuk di gelaran MPL Indonesia season yang kelima, dan Cecilian membawa kemenangan untuk Evos di leg yang kedua sehingga skornya jadi 4-3 ya, 4-3 untuk di regular season. Lanjut ke season yang ke-6 untuk leg yang pertama, RRQ menang melawan Evos di game yang pertama, begitu juga dengan di game yang kedua. Nah, ini juga di season yang ke-6 nih kayak udah mulai banyak banget hero-hero area of effect yang berkeliaran. Beda sama season yang keempat. Nah, kita lihat season yang keempat guys. Tadi season yang keempat, rata-rata hero-nya masih single target. Untuk area of effect-nya nggak terlalu banyak. Tapi pas season yang ke-6, ini season ke-6 nih udah mulai laris nih. hero-hero area of effect. Ada Gatot lah, ada Luoi lah. Dan bahkan Gatot Luoi-nya menang gitu loh di leg yang pertama, ya kan. Ada 7-3 secara skor. Lanjut ke leg yang kedua. Ini leg yang kedua, Evos yang menang. Di game yang kedua RRQ yang menang, dan di game yang ketiga RRQ yang menang. Jadi 8-3 teman-teman secara regular season ya. Dan ini Popol Kupa juga menarik perhatian kita juga dengan metode pemegang retribution, dan ditambah lagi ada Mia yang dibawakan. Jadi metode 2 marksman ya. Metode 2 marksman itu sempat laris di beberapa season. Season yang ke-7 sempat laris, season yang ke-8 sempat laris juga ya kan. Ini meta silih berganti guys, dan mulai dari meta season yang ke-5 sampai season yang ke-7 pemegang retribution mulai laris. Link, Hellcard ya kan, itu udah mulai muncul pelan-pelan gitu loh untuk pemegang retribution. Makanya dulu sempat ada metode jungler. Nah jangan kaget tuh guys. Di season yang ke-7 Evos bawa Sylvana. Gue suka banget nih hero Sylvana, by the way, fun fact. Dan untuk hero-hero lainnya Benedetta ya kan sempat muncul juga untuk teman-teman dari RRQ. Dan pada saat itu emang season yang ke-7 ini lagi laris-larisnya One Clover teman-teman kalau inget ya. One Clover dengan hero powernya yang di-ban berkali-kali juga, dan membuat kali ini Evos menang. Jadi perbandingannya 8-4 teman-teman ya. 8-4 di season yang ke-7. Angela Matilda juga sempat laris pada saat itu di season yang ke-7 karena ada transisi sedikit ya teman-teman ya. Yang dimana Rek juga pada saat itu kan sempat bermain XP lane sebelumnya, terus mungkin dia berpindah jadi roamer, terus ada Luminaire juga yang hadir. Karena dengan adanya perbedaan sedikit ya dari segi hero-hero yang sebelumnya hero mungkin mainnya fokusnya di hero-hero pick off, sekarang hero-hero cover, hero-hero support gitu loh. Dan permainan hero support ini nggak lepas dari season ke-7 doang, season 8 juga sama kan. Nah season 7 ini mungkin teman-teman bisa kilas balik, ada meta di Feeder juga di season yang ke-6, season yang ke-7. Dan sangat-sangat laris manis banget itu di Feeder. Kayaknya hampir semua orang mainin di Feeder sebagai roamer. RRQ menang di game yang pertama, game yang kedua dimenangin sama Evos, game yang ketiga dimenangin sama Evos. Jadi perbandingannya 8-5 ya teman-teman ya, dari 13 pertemuan mereka sampai dengan season yang ke-7. Tapi yang paling menarik adalah ini dia teman-teman. Gua kilas balik lagi. Season yang keempat, Harit. M1, Harit. Season yang ke-7 Evos menang, Harit lagi. Ini entah kenapa ya, selalu bounce back-nya Evos ini, terutama untuk Evos Legends, emang gak jauh dari Harit gitu loh. Emang hero icon mereka juga mungkin. Dan kebetulan di saat meta yang sekarang season 13, semua marksman ini kan udah mulai kena nerf ya kan. Dari segi darah, pertumbuhan attack dan segala macamnya. Tapi Harit ini kan sosok gold laner yang gak diapa-apain ya gak sih? Sosok gold laner yang gak diapa-apain, yang notabene emang power juga gitu loh untuk berhadapan dengan para marksman. Jadi ya harusnya ini bakal jadi salah satu gambaran gak sih guys? Apakah nanti di season 13 ini, derby klasik yang akan kita jalankan sesaat lagi, Harit ini akan menjadi salah satu hero yang akan fenomenal untuk Evos, atau jangan-jangan RRQ yang bakal ngambil? Let's see nanti ya teman-teman ya, di pembuka match kita derby klasik leg yang pertama season 13. Lanjut ke season yang ke-8. Tadi 8-5 perbandingannya ya kan? Di season yang ke-8 teman-teman bisa lihat metode 2 marksman masih ada juga. Pada saat itu kok Popol Kupa Nathan, rame banget tuh Popol Kupa dan Nathan ya. Kita bisa pick Nathan kalau kata salah satu coach yang dulu pernah menjabat juga ya di RRQ tuh teman-teman, Coach VL. Ini kalau teman-teman ingat, ini RRQ menang 2-0 secara penuh. Dan ini adalah waktu itu kalau nggak salah ya, di season yang ke-8 itu mulai perlahan-lahan OTW jadi roster yang lebih komposisinya tuh bener-bener nguatin di kubunya RRQ. Sementara Evos, mereka ini lagi ada sedikit transisi yang tadi dari season 7 ke season yang ke-8, dimana Reknya kan sempat ada perubahan role juga, dia yang jadi roamer. Terus kita melihat di mid lane-nya juga ada One pada saat itu tiba-tiba hadir sebagai mid laner, dari jungler ke mid laner. Ya sekarang juga kayaknya udah banyak tuh yang dari jungler ke mid laner, nggak cuma One ya kan. Di era-era terbaru kita punya Suns contohnya, atau yang paling baru season 13 ada Chelly Boy dari jungler jadi mid laner juga. Oke juga tuh teman-teman, jungler jadi mid laner. 9-5 kalau misalkan kita melihat dari keseluruhan pertandingannya. Season 8 leg 2. Di sini Evos menang di game yang pertama, di game yang kedua juga menang 2-0. Yves mulai bangkit. Nah, ini nih buat teman-teman mungkin yang para pengguna Yves yang kalian merasa mungkin dulu, nah kilas balik lagi nih, dulu ya kan, mid lanernya itu adalah mid laner Gusion, ya kan, mid lanernya mungkin ada Lilia juga waktu zaman MPL season 4. Tapi mulai silih berganti waktu ke waktu ya kan, mungkin sampai dengan musim yang ke-8 ini, seenggaknya kita udah mulai ngelihat hero-hero high ground gitu loh. Ada Yves salah satunya yang dibawakan sebagai mid laner dari Evos pada saat itu. Dan Karina juga pelan-pelan mulai bangkit. Dan Karina ini gak cuma Karina damage ya temen-temen ya, udah mulai transisi ke Karina tank. Di sini Evos menang, berarti perbandingannya 9-6. Lanjut ke season yang ke-9 untuk leg yang pertama. RRQ menang dengan adanya Albert menggunakan Fanny pada saat itu. Dan 1-1, oh ini menarik nih, 1-1 dan juga Popol Kupa yang memang pada kala itu benar-benar menjadi apa ya, menjadi salah satu opsi juga, entah mungkin untuk di sisi dari roamer, karena kita tahu sendiri kan, dulu Popol Kupa pernah jadi damage dealer, sempat jadi gold laner, tapi sempat juga jadi roamer gitu loh, yang berarti menandakan kalau emang pada saat di season yang ke-9 Popol Kupa ini masih cukup laris di awal musimnya karena efek dari season yang ke-8. Season ke-8 kan Onyx menang pakai Popol Kupa juga tuh sama Nathan ya kan, makanya nggak heran gitu loh, tiba-tiba masih cukup laris untuk pemilihan hero Popol Kupa. Terus di season ke-9 ini munculnya Aulus ya. Munculnya Aulus, dan ini juga merupakan salah satu salah satu draft yang cenderung menarik karena Aulus ini muncul untuk pertama kalinya ada hero scaling yang power spike-nya itu di level. Nah, ini kita ngomongin scaling. Scaling itu adalah tipe hero yang bener-bener mengandalkan waktu kemenangan mereka di mid game sampai late game teman-teman, yang butuh item atau butuh level tertentu agar mencapai kekuatan sepenuhnya atau mencapai kekuatan paling tingginya. Nah, sementara power spike itu biasanya tuh kalau misalkan kita tahu sosok hero kayak Aulus itu power spike-nya level 12. Cloud itu power spike-nya kalau misalkan dia punya Demon Hunter Sword sama Golden Staff. Nah, power spike setiap hero itu beda-beda. Contohnya kayak Pakito modal satu item kayak Hunter Strike, itu dia udah sampai ke power spike tertingginya. Dan power spike untuk hero itu beda-beda. Jadi power spike itu adalah kekuatan tertinggi dari hero tersebut. Bisa jadi dengan modal satu item kayak Pakito, dia udah sampai ke power spike tertingginya. Tapi makin late game, dia makin gak punya power spike. Beda sama Aulus sampai level 12, dia udah sampai power spike-nya. Nah, beda juga sama Beatrix. Beatrix ini sampai 6 item baru mungkin terpenuh itu power spike-nya. Dia bisa ngedealing damage secara bebas gitu loh, secara tinggi pada intinya. Nah, lanjut dimenangkan sama Evos teman-teman. Jadi perbandingannya 9-7. Season 9 Evos menang di game yang pertama, RRQ menang di game yang kedua dengan Link Angela. Ya Link Angela laris lah dari season berapa? Season 7 kayaknya. Link Angela tuh selalu laris teman-teman. Dan hingga akhirnya 10-7 dimenangkan oleh RRQ di regular season. Season 10 kita lanjut ya kan, dimana di sini pertemuan season 10 ini cukup unda-undi ya gue bilangnya. Di leg yang pertama itu dimenangkan sama Evos, gue masih ingat banget karena pada kala itu kan Natalia Finn gagal untuk menjalankan split push dan ternyata Evos Legends melakukan endgame. Jadi perbandingannya 10-8. Terus di season yang ke-10 leg yang kedua, pembalasan dendam dari RRQ membuat Evos Legends untuk pertama kalinya tidak lolos ke babak playoff dengan 2-0. 11-8. Tapi gak cuma sampai itu teman-teman. Kemenangannya Evos pertama kali di MPL season 4 Harit, ya kan? M1 menang gara-gara Harit. Season 7 Harit lagi. Season 10 Evos Legends juga gak lolos playoff karena bawa Harit juga. Gak cuma Harit sih guys, emang kayaknya Evos Legends ini bener-bener ikonik banget sama Haritnya guys. Makanya gak heran sih, skin faktanya kan ada di Harit gitu loh. Skin M1 Evos Legends. Lanjut ke season yang ke-11 teman-teman. Evos Legends menang di game yang pertama, dibalas sama RRQ di game yang kedua. Ini udah meta tank jungler, udah meta yang bener-bener lebih, gue bilangnya lebih modern lah ya. Dan dimenangkan oleh RRQ. Jadi perbandingannya kayak yang gue bilang tadi kan 11-8 kalau nggak salah. Sekarang jadi 12-8. Lanjut ke seasonnya 11 untuk leg yang kedua. Di sini Evos Legends kebetulan dikalahkan kembali dengan skor 2-1. Dan ini perbandingannya menjadi lebih unik ya, karena perbandingannya jadi 13-8 gitu. Dan RRQ selalu lebih diunggulkan ketika kita berbicara regular season. Regular season ya teman-teman ya. Yuzong tuh laris banget, Yuzong dulu, Digi Beatrix untuk pressure di early game. Kalau dulu kan kita kenalnya, enggak, sekarang kita kenalnya Bruno sama Digi. Kalau dulu ya Digi Beatrix mainnya sniper. Kak itu yang sekarang. Ya sebenarnya enggak sekarang banget sih. Dulu sih tetap season 11 gue bilang dulu karena udah lewat. Season 12, Evos Legends menang di game yang pertama. Ini zamannya Tas teman-teman, gue ingat banget. Tas main Hellcard. Dan dulu RRQ punya Naomi. Di game ketiga, ini Naomi tuh benar-benar bersinar banget dengan kufranya dan bahkan meng-cancel beberapa kali gerakan dari Tas. Dan di sini Naomi menjadi salah satunya MVP kalau nggak salah. Dengan perbandingan 14-8 berarti ya kalau kita bandingkan dari season-season sebelumnya. 14-8, lanjut ke leg yang kedua untuk season 12 teman-teman. Ada pertemuan lagi di mana RRQ menang di game yang pertama dan RRQ menang di game yang kedua. 2-0. Dan Alpha. Oh, wait, ini bisa jadi pembahasan buat caster sama analis yang nanti bakal berlaga untuk derby klasik. Kemarin kita ngeliat Anavel, dia mainin Alpha dan menang. Tapi kalau kita lihat kilas balik untuk kemenangan ke-14 RRQ di regular season, karena ini kemenangannya berarti 14-8 ya. 14-8 untuk RRQ 14, Evos 8. Berarti apakah Alpha bisa menjadi salah satu kuncian yang nanti akan digunakan juga oleh Anavel dan kawan-kawan ketika bertemu dengan RRQ Hoshi yang sekarang. Evos Glory versus RRQ Hoshi. Ini menarik ya teman-teman ya. Karena ternyata kalau kita kilas balik sedikit ke belakang, ternyata nggak beda jauh dari segi draftnya. Memang itu adalah komposisi yang disiapkan oleh teman-teman dari Evos Legends sebelumnya, oleh coaching staff. Sehingga ketika Anavel membawakannya ternyata kemarin lebih efisien. Atau jangan-jangan Harit akan tetap dibawakan, karena Harit terakhir kali dibawakan oleh Evos itu ya kemarin gitu loh, di season 13 ketika bertemu dengan Dewa. Tapi untuk spesifik dari derby klasiknya, berarti derby klasik yang terakhir, pertemuan di season yang ke-10, berarti fun fact yang kita tunggu nanti guys, di pertandingan derby klasik selanjutnya di season 13 ini adalah yang pertama, kira-kira akan muncul nggak nih Harit yang biasa menjadi penyelamat dari season-season sebelumnya untuk Evos. Itu yang pertama, Evos Glory. Yang kedua, buat Evos Glory, apakah bakal muncul Alpha lagi nih buat Anavel ketika memang sesaat lagi dibutuhkan. Nah, kalau buat RRQ, pertanyaan gue lebih menuju kepada roster sih. Menuju kepada roster. Kalau kita ngomongin roster, kemarin kan kita udah ngeliat komposisi Okta dan juga Don, terus ada Banana sama Clay. Kalau ngomongin RRQ, kira-kira RRQ kapan lagi nih munculin hero high ground yang membuat mereka menang lawan Evos Legends pada saat itu ya? Seperti Yves contohnya. Gua rasa kalau Yves kayak gini menarik sih untuk dinantikan, karena kalau kita ngomongin soal tadi hasilnya ya 14-8, ya berarti pertanda kalau misalkan hero-hero high ground cukup efisien bagi RRQ Hoshi ketika berhadapan dengan Evos dari musim ke musim. Dan itu dia pembahasan sejarah teman-teman. Teman-teman udah bisa lihat dari season pertama sampai dengan season ke-12, 14-8 skor sementara. Teman-teman tinggal lihat nanti untuk regular season only ya, regular season only. Gue nggak menghitung dari playoff, gue tidak menghitung dari M1 World Championship, gue hanya menghitung dari regular season only. Dan kita akan menantikan lebih tepatnya kira-kira siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan di derby klasik untuk leg pertama MPL Indonesia season 13. Dan itu dia dari gue teman-teman, gue KB sebagai ya yang iseng lah ya melakukan hack terhadap MPL Takeover kali ini. Dan kayaknya waktu sesaat lagi juga akan menunjukkan menit ke-20 karena kemarin saya di stop di menit ke-15. Tapi nggak apa-apa kali ya teman-teman ya. Kita stop di sini aja sambil mungkin teman-teman menunggu, menyiapkan takjil, siap-siap buka puasa, siap-siap juga untuk menyaksikan bagaimana keseruan dari derby klasik ya. Pokoknya jangan sampai kelewatan derby klasik teman-teman, karena ini akan menentukan juga di klasmen kira-kira siapa yang bakal keluar duluan dari zona merah dan mendekati 6 besar untuk menuju ke babak playoff. Sampai jumpa lagi di MPL Takeover selanjutnya. We own this.
Baru Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
aplikasi ringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik in the wallet, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment, I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing. Your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back and right where I wanna be. We've got time today, yeah. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP. That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip his fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
And then? Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a BCC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna? He flickers to the high ground. Portals up. Surprise! Broly gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way out. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah weapon di polisi membuat pergerakan dari Bigetron Alpha benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tangan.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi prestasi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah.
Halo Budekara, sekarang aku lagi ada di Surabaya dan aku lagi ada di event eSport Lab dan di sini seru banget nih, banyak teman-teman dari Surabaya juga.
Wah, eSports Lab acaranya apa itu, Yupi?
Jadi Esports Lab ini acara festival yang benar-benar ngomongin soal e-sport, dan juga di sini ada fun match, terus juga ada turnamen, terus juga ada buy one sama pro player dan lain-lain, seru banget pokoknya, dan juga banyak banget Evos fans yang udah seru-seruan di acara ini, ya kan Kak? Yeay.
Itu pada ngumpul di mana rame-rame ya? Kan di Surabaya betul ya? Tepatnya di mana sih? Mungkin
Betul.
biar arek-arek Surabaya bisa langsung ngumpul ke situ.
Oke, aku mau infoin untuk area-area Surabaya. Kita sekarang lagi ada di Galaxy Mall 3 di main lobby-nya, dan di sini seru banget bakalan ada acara eSports Lab yang kalian bisa datangi hari ini dan juga besok. Kalau misalnya kalian rumahnya deket dari sini, boleh banget langsung datang ke sini ya guys, karena kita bakalan ada nobar bareng untuk match EVOS selanjutnya nih setelah ini.
Wah, jauh-jauh juga dijabanin aja sih kalau bisa ketemu Yupi dan juga Evos fans di sana. Dan kalau mau ke situ Yupi, gratis nggak sih atau ada biaya?
Tentunya free, semuanya free banget. Bahkan kalian bisa ikutan games yang seru banget dan berhadiah EVOS Good loh guys. Langsung aja buruan datang ke sini karena besok juga masih ada acara-acara seru lainnya.
Udah pasti nih, lagi pada bergegas ke situ Yupi. Tapi bentar lagi kan Evos Glory akan main dan kalian juga di situ. Bude lihat udah pada ngumpul. Boleh dong kasih semangatnya buat Evos Glory di Derby Klasik ini Yupi.
Ayo semuanya, dukung Evos Glory.
Wow, thank you
Gimana,
banget.
Saning? Ya. Yeay, ayo Evos Glory semangat ya, karena kita semua Evos fans pasti dukung kalian, kasih yang terbaik.
Semangat dan kasih yang terbaik, do the best. Thank you banget Evos fans yang ada di Surabaya, Yupi, dan juga semua yang ada di situ. Thank you. Matur nuwun.
Thank you Bude, thank you.
Ya, dan Bude tahu banget banyak banget yang lagi nobar. Gak hanya di Surabaya tapi mungkin di seluruh penjuru Indonesia. Ada yang mungkin di Purwokerto juga absen yang ada di kolom komentar. Kalian lagi nobar di mana? Dan sesaat lagi nobar kalian pasti makin seru karena match ini akan segera dimulai. Jadi mari bersama-sama kita saksikan Derby Classic.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Memasuki match kedua di hari ini. Match yang paling dinantikan sepanjang sejarah MPL. 29 kali mereka telah bertemu dan saling beradu taktik. Kali ini Indonesia dan juga super fans semuanya bersiaplah untuk menyaksikan Derby Classic ke-30 di MPL Indonesia Season 13. RRQ Hosti dan juga Evos Glory ini akan menjadi pertemuan mereka yang ke-30. Setelah kita melihat histori mereka yang sangat panjang, namun pertemuan kali ini sedikit berbeda dengan posisi keduanya yang beradu di papan bawah. Akan seperti apa perjumpaan mereka? Tentu kita akan menyaksikan bersama-sama. Namun di panggung MPL udah akan langsung ditemani oleh dua gold laner. Yang baru saja satu debut, yang satunya lumayan veteran. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama Skylar dan juga Natko. Nah ini Derby Classic sudah harus langsung mempertemukan dua jagoan. Oke, halo Skylar, week 3 gimana perasaannya?
Halo Bude, ya rasanya baiklah.
Situasi tim?
Aman harusnya.
Aman aja. Natko langsung sebelahan sama Skylar nih. Gimana?
Senang sih sebenarnya.
Senang sebenarnya.
Ya.
Dan kalau kita bahas dari kemarin juga kamu kan pengennya Skylar yang main. Kamu main gak sih Skylar? Boleh kasih tau gak sih hari ini?
Main.
Main, sesuai dengan Natko, permintaan Natko nih. Tapi gimana kamu ngeliat Natko? Baru debut di MPL?
Soalnya kemarin kalau bisa dibilang gue nggak nonton match Evos lah karena ada scrim kan. Paling gue nonton replaynya.
Belum lihat jadi nanti bakal surprise dong.
Enggak, udah nonton replay tapi replay bukan
baru
live.
replay, oke. Kita bakal ngobrol lebih lanjut namun ada yang menarik dari kedua tim ini. Ada satu hal yang akan kita lihat bersama-sama. Kita boleh cek bareng-bareng ya. Natko dan juga Skylar inilah dia. Om Wawa, analis kita bersama ya. Dia ngetierin tim-tim yang ada di MPL. 1 Onyx, Alter Ego Bigetron. Lalu ada di selanjutnya Aura dan Dewa di posisi A, posisi B. Geek Fam, Rebellion dan RRQ. Dan ini bukan huruf lagi ya, Need Miracle loh Om Wawa. Evos, kamu setuju gak sih Skylar kamu ada di posisi B?
Kalau dilihat dari weeknya, ya mungkin.
terima aja.
Iya terima, kalau lihat dari week-nya ya.
Oke.
Mungkin kedepannya bisa lebih baik lah.
Dari week 1-2 masih terima. Kalau
Iya.
dari Natko sendiri gimana? Kamu ditaruh Need Miracle.
Setuju nggak setuju sih. Tapi ya emang Evos butuh keajaiban terus. Semoga aja dapat keajaiban terus.
Keajaiban yang dibutuhkan, tapi Om Wawa, ini pasti dari FIFA Roar, dari super fans keduanya bertanya-tanya, kenapa Om Wawa, mana orangnya ya? Di meja nggak ada. Om Wawa kenapa meletakkannya di situ? Om Wawa.
Halo Clara, yes. Ya itu tier list yang Om Wawa tadi buat ya. Dan memang untuk perform dari sampai dengan minggu yang kedua. Ya bisa dibilang memang RRQ masih belum kelihatan lah. Pasca dari mereka menang minggu pertama. Minggu kedua kita nggak melihat mereka dapat atau yang biasanya kita lihat RRQ pada umumnya. Dapat kemenangan sama sekali. Jadi ya itu kenapa sebabnya Om Wawa taruh di mungkin tier B ya. Sedangkan buat Evos sendiri ini benar-benar butuh keajaiban sih. Pasca mereka kalah 4 match berturut-turut dan akhirnya nih ya, kemarin mereka baru dapatin kemenangan. Jadi ya seperti yang Skylar bilang mungkin ini tiernya masih bakal berubah juga jelas. Cuman kita butuh pembuktian karena ini adalah dua tim yang sebenarnya jadi barometer buat e-sportsnya kita. RRQ Hoshi terus juga ada Evos Glory.
Jadi masih dinantikan ya Om ya untuk perkembangan keduanya.
Masih banget.
Oke, kalau sekarang kalian posisi ini, ada nggak sih posisi yang kalian pengen capai? Untuk di minggu ini mungkin, minggu 3?
Mungkin kalau dari gue pengen di minggu ini gue bakal maksimal biar dapat poin penuh lah.
Dapat poin penuh, otomatis habis itu bakal naik juga ya. Kalau dari Natko sendiri, kepengen di posisi mana nih?
Ya naik pelan-pelan aja dulu sih, lain RRQ aja dulu.
Nah, naik pelan-pelan, semuanya nggak ada yang mau kalah pastinya. Apalagi poin sangat berarti dan Natko sendiri Need Miracle. Om Bawa kemarin itu miracle nggak?
Menurutku miracle ya, karena mereka langsung ganti semuanya dan mereka bisa dapetin kemenangan. Cuman mungkin kalau Things to Note mungkin teman-teman juga nonton. Evos Glory mereka memang bagus, mereka bisa main agresif, tapi masih ada mistakes yang sekiranya ini ya, kalau lawan, apalagi lawan yang benar-benar kuat seperti RRQ Hoshi, ini bakal bisa dipanis mereka. Jadi hari ini pembuktian untuk kedua tim yang lagi main.
Pembuktian, oke. Natko sendiri masuk ke derby klasik, apakah ada pressure? Ataukah ada mungkin, baru berasa nih?
Enggak sama sekali.
Enggak sama sekali. Dan Bude suka banget dan banyak banget talent-talent dan orang-orang pada memuji keberanian dari Natko, kepercayaan diri dan Natko. Kamu langsung akan dengan Skylar. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak buat Skylar?
Ya udah main aja, semoga menang dah.
Main aja, semoga menang. Yang menang siapa dong?
Kita.
Skylar sendiri, menurutmu dari ucapan Natko kemarin, dia bilang Skylar jago, tapi dia juga jago. Dan mungkin nggak sih, Skylar adalah seorang veteran, bisa dibalap kejagoannya sama player yang baru masuk MPL.
Kalau dari gue, dari dulu sih orang kayak gitu. Dari season 9 bahkan kan, sampai sekarang mungkin orang pengen ngalahin gue. Tapi gue ngelihatnya tetap respect lah.
Tetap respect.
Yeah.
Satu gold laner yang menjadi mata semua gold laner lain. Dan dari Skylar tetap respect. Ada yang mau disampaikan ke Pak Natko?
Good luck, Heaven.
Good luck, Heaven. Keduanya akan memberikan yang terbaik di derby klasik ke-30. Terima kasih dan selamat bersiap-siap. Good luck. Good luck. Dan terima kasih juga Om Wawa, semuanya sudah baik banget di sini. Mereka ingin memberikan yang terbaik, nggak ada yang mau kalah, nggak ada yang ingin kehilangan poin satu pun di MPL Indonesia. Dan tentu saja MPL begitu meriah karena ada Kingdom yang sudah hadir. Kingdom!
For 13 consecutive seasons, we have celebrated this union. And now for the 30th time, we celebrate it once again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the classic derby between RRQ, or Rex Regim Kaon, and Evos Legends, now Evos Glory.
One is chasing Hoshi, one is chasing Glory. What is Hoshi Arashi? We'll see what Hoshi is made of. Definitely with this matchup up against Evos Glory, I think Omawa stated it really well. It's proving grounds for both these teams. RRQ, if they want to be higher than that C tier, they need to win this. But for Evos Glory as well, if they don't need miracles anymore with this new lineup, they have to beat RRQ.
And with that, we do want to thank our sponsors before we get into the nit and gritty, right? MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet is GoPay. Our official gold partner, OBS Gold. We would also like to thank our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Games Max, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our government partner, PBESI, for today. We will witness history in the making. For so long, we've seen the classic derby as one of the benchmarks of MLBB, but today we are actually seeing both of these teams in a unfamiliar territory, not so great, more unfamiliar to RQ than Evos for sure, as they are both in the red zone. It's facts, don't look at me like that.
More familiar for RRQ than Evos?
More familiar to Evos.
All right, there you go.
Okay,
I
mixed it
questioning
up.
myself. But yes, this is a very unfamiliar spot.
What am I?
Especially for
Who
the
am I?
RRQ fans, speaking from personal experience. So we are looking forward to, but also absolutely anxious to see how this is going to play out.
Of course, because when we talk about that, we have to take a look at today's schedule. After the Classic Derby, we do still have another match, best of 3 between the fams, right? Geek Fam and the El Familia in Alter Ego.
Hey, if you want to do it right. Geek Fam Unity.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah?
Geek Famunity
Versus
El Familia.
Do it right.
How do you do the El
El Familia.
Okay, we'll just let you do
Interesting.
it.
All right, but here's the standing so far in the regular season, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. As you can see, Bigetron Alpha still enjoying great time on the top side. Here, on the 7th and 9th position, is RK Hoshi and Evos Glory, technically fighting for survival this time. So, classic derby, but very different circumstances. It's almost like the survival derby.
So Evos Glory have a chance to drag RRQ down with them. Because if Evos Glory win, it will be Evos and RRQ together in 8th and 9th place. Rebellion will move ahead of them at 7th place. But if RRQ wins, then they will get out of the red zone.
Viva Roar?
That's a good question.
Time and
Viva
place.
Roar question mark. I think it's a... Man, I don't know what outcome. I don't think Viva Roar is the right one, but yeah, right now they are Viva Roaring in 7th and 9th, but RQ could escape it.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Evos wanted to stay Viva Roar.
Hopefully not, right?
That sounds so bleak. But what's up with the Classic Derby? We've touched on this just a little already, right? I mean, the last time we've seen the El Clasico, well, now the Classic Derby, it was always them up on top. But this time, it's a completely different story with these two teams. And you start to wonder, what went wrong for them?
It has to be the big changes right here. There's a similar pattern, ironically, for both these teams. There were big changes in their roster, in their staff, in their lineup, technically. And with that, that stability, that I don't know, consistency that they've brought all the way since the beginning of history of Mobile Legends just hasn't been as reliable as they really have been throughout the years. So now they're trying to find the right kind of shape, the right kind of form for their team. We have to see if, who exactly gets it first, right? Because for Evos, they're looking to be a lot more improved already. For RRQ, still a lot of questions at this point.
It's definitely a new leaf that Evos Glory has just turned, especially with their entire roster revamp on all 5 of their team players and even the coaching staff, right? With strategy coming in along with Coach Theo. Is it going to be enough? Is this the miracle that they have been looking for, as a lot of people were wondering?
I think it's perfect that Omawa put them in needs a miracle, and they actually pulled off a miracle, because in previous seasons, what they are doing is impossible. So they quite literally pulled off a miracle, bringing 5 new players with a coach as well from Evos Holy all the way, promoting them to Evos Glory and playing right together with all 5 of those members and the coach beating Dewa United, a team that was doing pretty well for themselves in week 1 to week 2. So I think they have shown that they can produce miracles. Now against RRQ, it's a bit tougher because, hey, as much as we banter, me and Arashi, RRQ, I honestly think a lot of people are already counting RRQ out too early. They've played 3 matches compared to a lot of the other teams who played way more. Heck, for Evos, they're I think 1-4 right now, so they played 5 matches, right? and even BT are 4-1, 5 matches. For RRQ, they're still a long way up ahead, and hey, they were facing off against tough competition. They lost against Onyx 2-0.
Right.
They're still pretty good. RRQ are not down in the dumps.
I mean, I certainly hope not. I believe so as well, because there's some holes in their game, but for the most part, you're seeing some glimmers of brilliance. It's all about the consistency, right? Because individually and in different parts, different time frames of the game, you're seeing the good old RRQ, you know, the RRQ we know and love. But keeping it up consistently for like 20 minutes throughout the course of a game against the teams that are looking so good right now, that's the question. That's the different story.
And here's the story of the team lineup. As we take a look at RRQ, it's Dawn, Irad, Okta, Brusco, and Skylar. So we're not going to see the other duo coming through here for RRQ with Clay. And for the side of Evos Glory, we have Fluffy, Annabelle, Clockun, Dreams, and Natko. So still the same lineup that we saw yesterday, being able to finally take away their lose streak, finally end their lose streak, and they're looking to find a win against their ultimate.
When Natko was asked about how he sees Skylar, he said he was good, but I'm better. Natko will have to try to walk the walk, this time against the Kings of Kings, Evos Glory!
Here they are, the main of 5, looking to bring glory to their predecessors, being one of the most iconic teams here at MPL ID. They want to retain that reputation, and they want to retain their victory and make it to the playoffs.
I want to make sure that they maintain that momentum as well. Try and shut down RRQ in such a high-stakes matchup, high-profile matchup that will mean the world to this quote-unquote new roster of Evos Glory.
Remember, for every time both of these teams have met, it was always this team 19 times versus 10 to win it out.
The Kingdom will need to utilize the tip of their spear, the Crown Prince Skylar, to get a victory against Evos this time. It's time for Rex Regum Kaon!
Walking up to the stage with everything to prove and everything on the line. The King of Kings up against their bitter rivals to settle once again who is on top.
Who is on top and who is the better team? Imagine all the way from Season 1, back in M1 as well on the international stage, it was always these two teams. But now we're looking at different faces. But as we know, Skylar is a veteran in his own right. And Okta, he needs to step up as well.
There's a lot of questions for the newer members in the lineup for Evos, and also for RRQ. So we have to see, can these newer faces match up to the older generations who's been here, who's been tried and true? But again, it all begins with the brains behind the entire operation. And with Evos bringing in a new face, we'll see if Coach Ven and Zaya can try and solve what Coach Strategy can do.
Coach Strategy is a new addition to the lineup for Evos Glory, but he has been a coach for the main 5 that you see on stage for quite a while. So he understands the players, he knows what heroes they're comfortable with, and so far, yes, they've only played 1 match. They have played 3 games. We have seen a bit of that hero pool from the team. Still a lot of questions to be asked. A bit of a double-edged sword as we are usually accustomed to when a team brings out a new lineup. RRQ, can they read Evos off the go, or do they want to just do their thing?
I think both approaches are definitely valid. So let's take a look at the team head-to-head for now. For RRQ, you're seeing a spike in the KDA. They've been more aggressive, but DPM is low. So they're going for those fast fights, for those burst damage when the fighting gets slow, when they have to trudge through the mud to get to the end of the team fight. That's usually where they start faltering. So that is something that Evos, I think, will definitely try and use. And for RRQ, that kind of strategy requires very specific picks with a lot of crowd control and a lot of damage. So all the way in the drafting phase, some very solid picks need to be secured in order to even allow for that classic RRQ fast-paced gameplay.
Yeah, I get your point here. And I like how Mirko mentioned about this new team with their hero pool. Because so far, on the list of heroes that RRQ has used so far, it actually is less, if not on, no, it is on par, if not less than what we've seen this new Evos Glory bring to the table. So my question is whether or not RRQ actually have it within them, or they're being limited by their own capabilities, or we just haven't seen what the true RRQ has to offer.
The true RRQ. Well, we start with the keys of victory here by Samsung Galaxy. Prioritize and draft centered around Skylar and turn Evos' misplay into outplays for RRQ. Like you said, Eterna, there's a lot of questions about their capability. Are they banking on Evos not matching up to them? Or are they trying to improve themselves to take over for Evos? Because they seem to be reverting back to their identity. But if that is what works, you can't fault them for it. Here's a victory by Samsung Galaxy for Evos though. Forget the pride of the derby. Play freely like they did against Dewa. Take those risks. Make the big flashy plays happen, because this is where it will work. When you first show up onto the scene and people aren't really ready for it just yet. And exploit Clocken to win the mid lane matchup. Like earlier, we already mentioned how Octa hasn't been performing to the best of his capabilities. So there's a chance here that him contrasted against Clocken could be the winning factor that Evos can take advantage of.
We have a poster here by Coach Adi on RRQ Irad. Why hasn't Irad made a significant impact for RRQ until week 2? He answers, in my opinion, Irad is actually a potential jungler from PH who is skilled with assassins. It's certainly a good move for him to join RRQ since Albert, who was also proficient with assassins, he used to play there, making his gameplay suitable for players who have previously played with Albert, such as Skylar and Clay. If Irad's impact hasn't been significant yet, it is perhaps because a team with newly joined players needs time to build chemistry and team play, and you just gotta believe, because that process does take time.
So trust in the process, something that we have been seeing for RRQ. They're trusting their same lineup, haven't been changing it at all. They've tested Bunny Cutie, Banana, and Clay. That one didn't go too well for them, but now they're sticking with their main lineup again. They know they need to start to focus on the main lineup to build it, because it's not as stable as they would like it to be.
And they need time, right? The experience in the Light of Dawn is what allows you to really form the foundations for your chemistry, for your synergy. So, of course, they would want to try out potentially better combinations, but right now, considering the circumstances, they need to really start building up, because if they start too late, you know, it could be catastrophic for the end of the season when everything just gets even more impressive. When all these other teams, aside from RRQ, are also just building up and getting better and better at that synergy, at that chemistry.
Chemistry is definitely a question mark here for RRQ, with Evos bringing the main 5 back from Evos Holy. Then maybe chemistry is not an issue, so I understand why they had to go for the full revamp instead of picking one by one from each of the particular roles. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 1 of the Classic Derby, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. It looks like Evos have opted to take away the Fanny, the Claude, and the Angela. So we already see respect towards Skylar. And on the other side, we do see a Joy and a Nolan being taken out.
Now I'm wondering if they're gonna let go of the Mathilda. That's usually banned accompanying the Joy and the Nolan. For Evos though, that's a lot of trio, a lot of bans towards a very specific kind of style. It's almost like they wanna make sure that the Fanny doesn't show up in general. But then the Claude ban, that's very respectful of Skylar as always. And the Angela, that is a strat that we've seen RRQ use again and again. This Angela combined with maybe something like a CC in the EXP lane to try and get that lane dominance.
Arlet's still up for grabs as well. Usually the first pick that we've seen, one of the most popular ones, Vexana being up for grabs too, if they really want to get that mid going for them. Knowing Clockun though, he has so much pressure on any hero that he touches in that mid lane, so they go for a very unorthodox first pick for a lot of teams. This is a brethren first pick for the White Tigers.
What approach is this? There were so many other heroes that's on the board, like Mirko mentioned earlier, the Vexana, a huge priority that we've seen for several different teams, but for Evos Glory, they actually go for Fredrin. Why?
Well, we see RRQ, quote-unquote, first or second pick, usually not first pick, but usually second or third pick the Fredwin because it's a great hero in the hands of Irad, the Eradicator. But now with Evos taking it away, also getting a solid jungler for themselves. We've seen it rise in popularity due to the flexible nature. Evos takes that, but it's going to be responded with a CC and a Vexana. So already great amounts of lane prio coming in from the EXP lane and the mid lane, but Evos matches it with the Novaria, one of the only mages that can really match Vexana from a safe distance as well.
But what is going to be the last pick here from Evos? It's going to be the Minotaur.
Wow, okay. That's interesting. Usually we see it being picked against a Claude, but we also see it picked, or banned, sorry, against Brusco, right? It's one of the comfort picks of Brusco. That is a well-known fact. So taking it away from RRQ will be a solid pick for Evos.
They're denying the pick away from Brusco, right? Basically.
For sure.
You know that for RRQ, like you mentioned, Eterna, their hero pool, especially for Brusco here, he's been playing Minotaur and
Angela
Cho.
Rafaela.
But mainly when it comes to CC ones, it's Minotaur Cho, right? It's just Minotaur and Cho. Now let's put him into a tough spot. But the Arlet is still up for grabs. This looks like the Arlet will be going to roam instantly. No possible chance of flex unless they put the CC somewhere else, which I think is a bit too strange.
It should be for Dawn.
Yeah.
That's the assumption we're making right now, unless something crazy really happens. But for now, with the first 3 picks done, RRQ, very straightforward, a lot of damage, a lot of single target damage though, more importantly. Whereas for Evos, it's a lot more of a mobile strategy right here, and a lot of coverage. The Fredrin and the Minotaur, if you're trying to go towards the Novaria, you better pick something that has enough mobility to skirt past all that protection.
So now we're entering the second phase of the bans. And it looks like with this being said, do you think they're going to start targeting Brusco here from the side of Evos?
I feel like targeting Skylar might be a bit better, but RRQ are actually the ones who are starting this gold lane ban. So it seems right now RRQ want to bully Natco. They think, even though Natco did say a few words in the interview, they think Skylar has a wider hero pool and they can just try to limit it as much as possible. They're also first pick on red side.
But remember, Natco's like, you know what? Harith. Harith is my signature hero.
Yeah, to be fair, whenever we saw Skylar play Harith, it doesn't have the same kind of shine, the same kind of X factor that he needs to really carry his team like he's expected to. So that Harith could be the solution right here. But oh, look who's in the building! It's the big man himself, R7 Rivaldi.
The General R7 for the Kingdom. Here right behind him is a whole group of the Kingdom. They're supporting the team, and it's always so cool to see a legend in the stands. But I really miss him. We really miss him for sure. Hopefully he does come back later on towards maybe the later stage of the season.
Ooh.
Quite unlikely, but you can always hope.
Yeah, we never know. We never know. And we never knew that Evos Glory could have won that game yesterday with that new revamped roster. And with that, Natco had a comment. He said that Skylar is good, but I'm better. And I'm going to win against RQ 2-0.
2-0, Arashi. That's a bold statement, man. Let's see how it plays out. I mean, Rico is definitely a fan of this kind of confidence, this kind of banter. That's what you need to have as a pro player for sure. But hey, has he bitten off more than he can chew up against one of, if not the best gold laners? We'll have to see right now though. It depends on the picks. What can his coach get for him? For RRQ, are they going to show the gold laner now?
Have to.
With 3 bans towards the gold lane already, if they don't show it first, it might be very delayed, might be even too late. Oh, okay.
With the CC and the XP, physical damage dealer, they wanted to go for something big, and they have banned out basically all the marksmen we are used to seeing in the meta. The carry, the Bruno, and the Claude. Natan comes out for RRQ Hoshi. They did lose 2-0 to Onyx, but in game 2 they made it close with the Natan.
So my question is, if they pick up something like the Harith, how does that fare in the lane versus Natan?
Yeah, the Natan for sure will require a bit more time to scale up. Harith has more ways to really make those flashy plays in the early stages of the game. Later on though, at some point in the mid game, I think with about 3 items, I think that will be where the Natan becomes that much more of a problem compared to the Harith. And you have to remember, there's a lot of crowd control and ways for them to stop any engage, any aggressive moves here. So with the Paquito and the Harriet, it's a mobility-based strategy here that can target the Nathan. Hopefully for RRQ, they can get something without a Minotaur. You do wonder if it's going to be something like a Tigreal, you know, something with a bit of displacement to really push away the threats from
They
Skylar.
need a jungle.
What?
They need a jungle, RRQ.
Oh, right.
Yeah. They already have a Roam and a XP.
Garats, Fredrin, Baxia is the one open here.
How crazy would it be if they go Lance? No,
There
it'll
you
be
go,
too crazy.
Baxia.
Something that's a signature for Irad. Something that could actually dive towards the Novaria, but again, way too risky, I think. So they have to go with something safer. Baxia.
Baxia against a Minotaur, against a Paquito, against a Harith and Fredrin. You know, he's cutting down on a lot of shielding and regeneration with the passive, so not the best, not the worst of picks, but there will be a very small amount of crowd control available to RRQ from the jungle position. So that means there's even more pressure on Skylar to position well and outplay a lot of these dive attempts.
And that's gonna be it. Will they be able to? I mean, with the roster, I feel like Evos, there's a time frame to it in order for it to work, because if it goes into the late game, RRQ, I do believe, have an advantage. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the wings of MPL ID are soaring high, like both of these teams want to by the end of this. Welcome to the classic derby between Evos Glory and RRQ.
It's time to see whether Evos have improved enough with their new lineup up against RRQ, tested in the previous tournament as well. Irad and Anavel, a new name, Anavel, and a name that is quite familiar, Irad. Already though, Dreams, my god, chunked down with the Curse Blast by Octa and Brusco very early on, even a bit more damage here from the Curse Blast and the Vengeance from Brusco. They might be looking for a dive. Once they go for this, a reset already. Brusco doesn't go for the dive just yet, not completely, but Clockhood is forced back. He does clear the wave, but he does lose a bit of that minion XP.
That's what you can get with an aggressive roamer accompanied with the Vexana. And the three-man roam goes for Dreams once again, but Anavel comes in to try and contest.
Goes through the taunt. Oh, a retreat from Irad, but a miss. It's still Anavel who gets it, I believe. Or was it Irad?
I believe it was Anavel, but RRQ, again, showing aggression already. And that's what they have to do with this mid lane roam lineup. If they don't, and they wait till the late game, that's more time for Clockhood and Dreams to wait for those big moments and then make the plays happen.
Now we're already in minute number 1, on the way to level 2, but Irad goes in again?
Ooh. First blood in the mid lane. Dreams gets a knock up, but Irad pokes him down too. And it's 1-0, an early lead for the Kings.
That's not exactly the best kind of scenario that Evos Glory are finding themselves in, especially earlier on where they might want to look for a good control and dominance here in the early game.
Brusco, look at the emblems, he's going for Thrill, so there's a lot of damage. But again, RRQ, they're trying to go for it.
Versus Poissons, Anavel forced back instantly here. Still RRQ who hold the gold lead, but first to the turtle, it's actually Anavel.
I just remembered, this was Anavel on the Fredrin who got a Maniac yesterday.
Right, on the Alpha, right, with a lot of true damage. We'll see if we can do the same with the Fredrin pick, but look at Dreams already getting chunked down.
Brusco knows how to play the Minotaur, man, so he is going to try to punish as much as possible. Eternal Guard to the back, Anavel trying to go for an opening Fluffy. Knockout strike on a 3, but the Curse Blast and the final slash takes Anavel down. Now Fluffy in the midst, forced to flicker out. 1.2k up ahead, RRQ.
Okay, Caster Curse.
Caster Curse?
Caster Curse. I was just talking about Anavel and he gets taken down even before they go for the neutral objective. And that's RRQ with a 1k gold lead like you mentioned earlier on. And he's falling behind of Irad 2 levels already.
Yeah, the talent prediction by Samsung Galaxy though. Mirko, I don't like what I see, but Brusco is going in.
Brusco likes what he sees. Jumps in with the final slash too, trying to give Skylar a bit more pressure to play with. Ooh. He is lacking in this gold lane, but so far, with the help of Brusco, he's actually still a level ahead.
Yeah, Brusco is spending a lot of time in the mid lane, right? Trying to help Octa with the clear, with the 1v1. And I mean, it does a lot of damage, but now look at Irad. Cancelled out. Dreams, now that's the Minotaur power, man. The cover, the disengage. And for RRQ though, they're gonna go straight into the jungle, try and get some more when the lanes are all pushed up.
Did he use Retribution?
Yes, he did.
Annabelle did.
Annabelle and Erad.
Both of them did. Okay, I thought it was really close to the next turtle, but it turns out there's still 43 seconds left on the clock. Dreams looking for an opening on to the members, but look at this.
Very aggressive from Annabelle, gets punished for it instantly with the final splash. Once again, Dreams gets a 3-man Minus Fury, but it really doesn't do much here. Only a disengage for Evos Glory, but they have lost their jungler for the second time this game to Brusco, who is now 3-0 up.
He does realize he's a roamer, right?
Well, we've seen that pattern, man. The roamer going in with some damage, it's going in again. Not
Very
getting it
aggressive.
there.
Gonna go in. Natco has the Bond Force. Curse Blast will shoo him away, but now the turtle is going to be spawning back in the land of Dawn, and Brusco will have to recall. Maybe Skylar too, because we'll give Evos more Pryor to play with.
I don't think they're going back. It looks like Skylar has not opted to recall, and despite Annabelle already going in for the next neutral objective, RRQ, they're circling very close behind. Another thing to remember, Annabelle is still a level below of Erad. This should be his to win.
Natco in the back with Fluffy as well. A good knockout strike there, and a retribution from Annabelle. A win. Erad missed a retreat, but Octa will be able to find a kill back. Now Natco in the midst of it all, jumping with his Zaman Force. Dawn very low, dashing one more time, not able to connect on that first skills. Brusco goes with the Vengeance and stuns him back up to get the reset. Dreams very low. Erad caught opposition. Natco dealing damage when the shield unity comes down with also that with the Purify. The Minion's Fury is not enough to get him out. Erad's 1 HP. Clockwood needs one more shot. He goes in for the Astral Spear. Brusco's trying to cover for him, but Clockwood finds the Astral Meteors. He gets slashed back in with the Vengeance. Now Fluffy jumps in, but Brusco is able to get out 5-0-1 and gets out away from the boxer.
Bruce Goat making it happen, Skylar!
Natco goes in for the Zaman Force, still not enough for the veteran. Skylar takes him down.
What a high-paced game right there. Out of nowhere, everyone just started creating blows, but I think RRQ come out on top. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a small little break right here. Slow down the action a little bit. It's a packed arena, and you might hear it from our mics, but what is going on, man?
We need a breather after that. What happened there?
I didn't even catch who took the turtle.
It was Annabelle. Annabelle got the turtle. Erad was a level above. He missed out the retribution. Annabelle was able to secure it, but it was a 1-for-2 trade, I believe, in favor of RQ. But after that, I'm not sure what happened.
Bruce Goat happened. Yeah, I think Bruce Goat showed up, and that allowed some more kills to trickle towards RRQ. But man, it's showing again how prio Vexana is. It was first picked in the hands of Octa. He got taken out, but he was able to unload the bulk of his crowd control. And with that AoE available, RRQ just kept going for the kills after losing out on the turtle, trying to make Evos pay for it.
Who has the gold lead now? I'm wondering.
It's still RRQ, but it's not
very small, yeah?
too big,
500?
Yeah. They're 5 kills ahead, but the gold lead isn't too big. Thing is though, for Evos, they're the ones looking for early to mid prio.
Exactly.
You're expecting the snowball from Evos.
So with that being said, the longer this goes, does it not mean that RQ are fulfilling exactly what they were supposed to do?
I think it does in a way, because I think for Evos, later on, they'll have tools for macro play, like we saw in match number 1, and they'll have the Astral Echo, and in general, the Novaria presence to play with around in the late game. For RRQ, later on, they won't have the same kind of mobility or crowd control to really start the plays off, but they have damage coming in, especially from Skylar on the Natan. So it just changes how they're going to be playing later on in the game, kind of accelerating it towards there, even though we're just very early on in this current game.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying patient with us. We are experiencing a moment of troubleshooting. We want to make sure that our players, our teams, and of course you guys at home and those of you guys at the venue are experiencing the best of the best that MPL ID has to offer. So let's round back to that. In the late game, so there is a possibility that Evos can still win it out.
For sure.
Correct.
Yep. But not in a straight out brawl. By macro play, by maybe vision gameplay. So that's what they have at their disposal. And they have to start using it even now, man, because they should be able to scout a lot easier. But they're the ones getting caught off guard with RRQ coming in. Like earlier, when Brusco was able to just bait in Annabelle by acting like he's trying to get out and getting caught. But instead, everyone was right behind him.
He's been insane. He's sitting at 5-0-1 at the moment, right, on the Arlet. Let's take a look at this, right? During the 2 weeks of MPL ID Season 13, Brusco ranks first in kill participation with 83.93%. That's pretty high, man.
Yeah, only followed then very closely by Yehezkiel, who's a mid laner, and then Krite. So he's the only roamer in the top 3. He is Bruscoat.
Bruscoat.
He's Bruscoated for kill participation.
Shout out Wolf for calling it out all the way.
Bruscoat, man!
Back then, he's Bruscoat. You guys don't get it. You don't see the same world he's looking at.
Exactly.
He lives in the 4th dimension.
I wouldn't take it that far.
That's basically what Wolf is saying.
That's true.
There it is. Hashtag Viva Roar. This is what I was talking about earlier on. So it's been some time that we haven't seen Viva and Roar in one hashtag. It's always been Viva RQ or Evos Roar. And now they're collabing. Let's take a listen now. Okay.
For Evos, they want it to be Viva Roar. Because if they win, then they will both be 8th and 9th. So is it really Viva Roar if you want your opponent to join you in the depths?
Yeah, not the tearful reunion, but like not in the way it usually happens.
I mean, till depths do us part, right?
Maybe that's the case for them, right? So, well, Evos, that's their mission right now, to drag RRQ down so that they can hashtag Viva Roar. But for the first time in 13 seasons, it'll be in the 8th and 9th place. Usually we see them pull each other up. 1-2, 1-2, at least top 4. Last season they split up, you know. It's like a relationship. Sometimes they split up, and then Evos had to go 7. RQ went to playoffs, but then soon joined them.
RQ comes back down like, don't go! Tries to save him, grab his hand right before Evos falls off the cliff.
And now Rebellion's like, no. You guys stay apart from each other.
For now.
This got really deep.
This got really
deep, yeah.
Is that the word?
I think we need to get back into the game.
Is this Danang?
This is Danang, the Marshal, to bring us back into the land of Dawn. 6 minutes has elapsed so far. And yes, RQ with a gold lead, but not so much.
Not too decisive for sure. You can see a swap coming in right here. Hang on. Natco on top against Dawn instead. Might be a mistake.
Not too sure about this, man. It's the Vengeance as well. He gets locked down completely by Dawn. You disrespect the damage just a bit and you will get punished. Natco, 0 and 2 now. Solo killed by Dawn.
Let's take a look at the items for now. That's a War Axe in the hands of Dawn. So he's going to do a lot of damage and he's going to be very difficult to catch. And as Irad is just chasing around, he has rushed an Antique Cuirass, knowing that he'll be taking the bulk of his damage. Bulk of his damage taken will be from abilities, not from basic attacks. He's going with that, and Docta going in with the Glowing One Rush as well. So not having a lot of cooldown, but as long as he gets one spell rotation off, that will be enough to get almost full value from the itemization.
RQ, they're already setting up for this next neutral objective. Irad already in. Is he going to look for the steal this time around?
Shield Unity stops him though, now to knockout strike as well. Annabelle going to win out here as Nako jumps into the back line with his on force over to Skylar and over towards Octa, zoning away the backliners as Irad gets completely obliterated by the other members of Evos Glory. And it's a win for Evos Glory. A kill on Annabelle and a kill on, a kill on Irad and a kill on the Turtle.
Wow, man, RRQ, they just went at it. And Evos, with the Minion Fury, with the abilities they had, they're able to get control over in the Turtle Pit, but also zone away the backline members. Skylar was not able to get space to really output damage in that fight. That's a winning teamfight formula for Evos. RRQ, they have to adapt somehow.
I mean, they get a turret, though, in the top side, so it is a small win, not exactly the best of trade-offs, but it is a start here for them. Meanwhile, Fluffy and Dawn, they're going to be in the same lane once again, as Skylar has opted to move up.
Now it's a 1v1 again in the gold lane, but only in the XP lane this time. Got the Viva RQ from Skylar. They're both just hovering around each other, man. I'm just waiting for them to fight.
It's a big power spike from Clockun right now, though, with the lightning truncheon. Now the backline's got to be a lot more cautious. If earlier they were zoned away by Fluffy, right, by Fluffy or Nadco, jumping straight at them, now they have to be worried about getting low enough for Clockun to just snipe them down.
This is already building towards a gold lead for RRQ. A little heavier than before, despite Evos' victory earlier on. Already with a 1.3k gold lead.
They spotted that.
And the tempo has gone slow. What?
Octa again. It's happened again. Opening up the map there. Evos held control over the mid and punished Octa.
RRQ, they're trying to just spread out around the map, and it allows them to farm a bit more efficiently. But in doing so, in contrast to Evos that group together as 5, they just lose out in the proactiveness in moving in for a kill. Now they have some lane pressure, but the Lord is up. And Fluffy is the first person to really try and impact that far side.
He's going for it. Irad, I think they're looking for a play in the mid side before they go for it. That far lane is going to be pushed up, but the same can be said for the opposite side of the map. Brusco goes in though.
Onto the Eternal Guard with Final Slash. A good layer of CC as Brusco dives in deep. With help now. Oh my god, Brusco gonna get slammed dunked down with a bonk. Vengeance though from Don, providing a bit of safety. Natko doing some damage, not enough to take Don down. He will be able to escape. It's Brusco traded in for Dreams, a roamer for roamer, but remember, that was a shutdown for Brusco. 5-0 earlier. And Evos Glory, they strike the mid lane turret down.
In theory, getting the Minotaur out of the teamfight equation is better, but RRQ ain't going for it. They've secured the purple now for Irad. They both have red shoes available. It's still a 50-50, same level. But look at Fluffy immediately making the macro decision to move away, to push, knowing that his team can dictate how the fight happens. They can just wait and disengage, but RRQ strike first.
No turret in the bottom lane. Natko is forced to use its on force, but he's so opposition. Gets picked off. Annabelle trying to provide Dreams a bit of cover, and he does so. Fluffy, though, is picking up turrets on the other side of the map. That's a tier 2 taken down. Evos Glory, do they concede the Lord over? RRQ are on it. Annabelle poked down by Brusco. Don trying to do the same thing, zoning him away. Entropy now as a Minute Fury is going to be able to... No, it's not! He gets shredded down before it even happens now with 3-man taunt. But it's not going to work right now. The Final Slash actually displaces him, and Don picks up a double kill. Fluffy with a knockout strike, bringing him back, shoving them into the Lord. Fluffy going to be ulted down by Don, walked down in the mid lane. But Don falls back. Clockun, it's Octa who flickers forward, goes in for the kill over to Clockun, but will not be able to find it. They've done enough though. They've zoned it. Fluffy jumps up to Skylar, but Octa peels for him, and Skylar gets out.
He barely makes it out with a sliver of health. And that is what Skylar can do with his experience, showing that it's not as simple for Natko, the person who claimed that he was better than Skylar. And here he is with a 2-0-5 KDA at the moment. And it was so unfortunate for Evos that Skylar was able to secure that Holy Crystal right before that Lord fight.
Man, this is a lot of insane plays coming in from both teams. Both very willing to just go for risky plays. I mean, Fluffy going for the assassination to Skylar right there. He does have a full damage build, but it's just not enough just yet. Clockun though has a Divine Glaive, so the wave clear is there, unless Octa can say something about it.
Annabelle just taunting Don down with Lord in the bottom lane. They're looking to go for a siege. But look at Fluffy, still always looking for trades on the map.
Ooh, that's a snipe coming in from Clockun. And again, they've already sent Dawn back, so it's a 5v4 technically with the Lord, but they're backing away from it. They're concerned about being forced into a fight without the full 5.
They don't know where the Paquito is. That's the problem. They want to get flanked out by Fluffy. And so they are going to go for a safer decision. They are going to retreat. They do... Oh, very close. But this is a 3k gold lead still in for Rex Regum Kaon.
I mean, the whole turn of events, getting those kills, securing the Lord as well. You're seeing what RRQ can bring to the table here when it comes to damage, right? Crowd control-wise, not a lot of AoEs, not a lot of ways to really go for a big combo, but you give them enough time and enough 1v1s, they can just burst down a lot of these squishier members on the side of Evos. But the macro play from Evos, though, gains them one more turret. Fortunately, will be traded out by Skylar right here. But Evos, man, they're playing the slow game very well.
Now it's all about how they set up for the next Lord. So far, they've just been trading map pressure, but with this equal trade in turrets, Arashi, you know, tier 2 down below, tier 2 up top, who does it favor for RRQ? Is it more worth it to have a tier 2 up for Evos in the bottom lane or the tier 2 in the middle lane for RRQ?
Alright, I feel that turrets in general will really favor RRQ if it's traded evenly because they have the chase potential. Look at this!
They're gonna go in with the shield unity. Rad is able to catch up to Fluffy, but he is way faster than everyone else on the team. The others don't have wheels.
Oh, exactly. So the chase potential is for RRQ, and for Evos, for the most part, they're not very mobile, right? Of course, Novaria can phase through the walls, Fluffy can dash a lot, but the main body of the team, the moving part, the roam, the front line, and the DPS, the Harris, aren't very active. Whoa!
Natko again opposition. Forced to use the Purify now. The final slash is going to be able to displace him out of the Zaman Force, but he is able to find it still. A minute's Fury. Natko acted as a bait. He's able to find just one member. It's only Brusco right now as Don tries to run him down. Over with the yo-yos on Natko. He's getting the shield, but it's not going to be enough to save himself. Don is unstoppable. Skylar picks up a double, and it's Evos Glory who are now running away. A knockout strike from Fluffy to try to run away from Irad, but he goes for the objective instead. 3-for-1 trade.
That was almost a 4-for-1 if Fluffy got caught here, but it looks like CC Dawn is already on the way to make that happen. But here it is, RRQ with the space and the time to be able to get this uncontested, supposedly.
Oh no.
Fluffy
should be dead here. I don't know how he can escape this. Dawn kiting him away, walking back to Irad, trying to sidestep. Knockout strike, he's buying a whole lot of time with a knockout strike on a 3 right now, but now Brusco locks him down. There's a vengeance, and there's a big burst from Skylar.
We're just talking again about the chase potential with no turrets all the way till the base. RRQ, they just run down Evos that can't hold their ground. Not enough tankiness, not enough damage. Still, the purple is secured by Annabelle, but the Lord is marching down, and RRQ with their full force against an Evos without Fluffy.
Exactly, the timing couldn't have been worse.
Oh! Big final slide for Bruce Goats! Brings Clockhood back, Minus Fury though, into the back, getting a taunt as well for Annabelle. And the Zaman Force does nothing, he gets bursted down before he can even put down damage. It's just Annabelle, a good bonk ahead as Octa flickers forward to get a Terrify, but he isn't able to find it just in time. Skylar should be able to hit on the base. Annabelle is back up with a bit of healing from the fountain. Fluffy going up top, trying to clear this way, but he has to give it up towards RRQ. 16 seconds on Clockhood. Dreams in the midst of it all gonna be shredded down. He has the immortality, so he gets a second life, but Fluffy now jumps in. It's not gonna be enough. Skylar is massive now. Look at that burst down. RRQ strikes first in the Classic Derby.
The Kings reign over the Tigers in the first game of this best of 3 series. On the back of very interesting decisions coming in from Evos Glory.
Woo, man, RRQ. There are a lot of questions for every single member on their roster, but they answered everything so well in this game. Evos made it kind of close, especially in the mid game. But then the late game rolls around when you have a late game marksman in the hands of Skylar. It is inevitable.
I mean, at that point, he was already shredding, right? Holy Crystal with the Divine Glaive already.
It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage, exactly. And it didn't feel like there was enough to hinder that snowball of damage that eventually, as you guys already know, a Nathan can have.
Natko, half of this game, he was just off position.
Yeah.
Man, quite a disappointing performance for Natko, for sure. I mean, there were glimpses of this yesterday against Dewa. There were a lot of moments where he was off position, but thought he would improve in that department now. I don't know where he's at mentally after saying those big words in the interview and then being super off position, caught 4 times.
4.
I mean, the last one was very close to being turned into a bit of a bait, but in the end, it just did not work out as intended. So regardless of what the idea was, you gotta, I don't know, get back, I don't know, regroup and just get on the same page right there, because it seemed like Natco was trying to do something, but his team just wasn't there. You know, they kind of scrambled there, which made it look like a bit of a bait attempt. But not against RRQ, man. You gotta try and get something a bit more decisive.
Was it a bait?
I think it was just an opposition and they tried to make the most out of it.
Exactly. It looked like a bait, kind of, due to how it played out, but initially it wasn't. For sure.
What was the idea? What was he doing in that bush? He was so far forward. What was the idea? I'm still...
Me neither.
I can't grasp my mind around it.
Might just be the fact that he has some dashes, some shielding. He thought he can outplay. But even if he could, like, it's just too risky.
He was already proven that he can't even go in a 1v1 against CC, and he didn't even know where the CC was at the time. I don't know. Maybe we had got to look at the replay to figure out what that was. But yeah, exactly. And it sucks because he made such a bold statement, and we do like the spice coming through.
Yeah.
We approve of the statement.
But with the confidence, that was a little off for me. But what wasn't off was Brusco this game
say it
on
right.
the Arlet. Bruscote.
Bruce Goat! Presented to you
Alright.
by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. On the Arlet with the thrill. He knew what he was gonna do, man. From the beginning, he walks up, he played with the Vexana. We all thought, like, we were all talking about how Skylar needs all the backup, he needs all the prio, and the roamer should try and help him out. No, Bruce Goat says, I'm here for the kills, the Vexana is what I need, and he, you know, acted on that. And look at that early game, it was just a scary play coming in from Brusco, even though he's going full tank items, right? No components to add to the damage. It was enough though.
Bruce Goat. So much doubt placed onto him. But seriously, like I said in pregame as well, right? I think a lot of people have started to completely discredit RRQ based on their last two losses. They lost against Rebellion with their secondary lineup, and then lost to Onic. Sure, Aura did beat Onic, but still, Onic are really strong, and Onic played Albert actually. So it was the lineup that lost to our Aura, but still a top team, you know? The RRQ are no way in the bottom. Still though, I was really rooting for Natco after, you know, the bold statement. Still rooting for him. I hope Natco, if you do see this, don't get mentally destroyed. But that's tough when you talk like that and then, you know, play like that.
I mean, the series isn't over yet.
It's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Maybe it was the jitters. I mean, it is the classic derby.
I really hope so.
You know, maybe some players come in with like a lot of pressure, knowing that this was one of the most celebrated team matchup, right? RQ and Evo. So
classic derby. I mean, look at the arena.
Yeah. So it's a full house.
It stands to reason that, okay, you can do well in the other games, but when it comes to those really big games, man, the Royal Derbies, the Classic Derbies, it's a whole different atmosphere in the arena, man. So maybe he needs one more game to try and get into that groove, right? We'll have to see, man. It's very, quote-unquote, early on in this match.
It's too early to tell. Let's give him a little bit of time.
Reserve judgment.
Reserve judgment.
It's one game. Actually, 3 games. 4 games, including this one, that he has played in MPL.
But they won last time.
They almost lost because of the... Yeah, but we won't talk about that.
What happened?
Yesterday?
Yeah.
They were leading like 9k gold, and kind of the same thing happened. So I thought he would fix it.
Oh, okay. We'll see how that fares in game number 2. Sorry, Arashi. I know you want to talk a bit more, but we're going to head to a break. Just a moment. I know you guys are also waiting for the second game of the series, so we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Please, don't go anywhere. Stay.
Fams, mana suaranya? Kurang keras. Oke. Kalau sabar, kalau aku bilang Evos, kalian jawabnya apa? Evos! 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 Cakep. Kalau untuk RRQ,
oke, sekarang gantian ya. Ini ngomong-ngomong, ini
Mana
kayaknya
ya?
RRQ
Kok nggak ada?
Kingdomnya lagi pada di luar nih istirahat. Cuman nggak apa-apa, kita pakai suara yang ada ya.
Oh, boleh,
Aku mau
boleh.
dengar dong dari RRQ, jangan mau kalah semangatnya.
bisa
FIFA! FIFA! RRQ! Oke, nggak apa-apa karena Kingdomnya lagi pada istirahat di luar.
boleh. Kalau gitu aku boleh nggak? Aku panggil boleh nggak?
Boleh dong.
FIFA!
RAR!
1, Salah, FIFA. Nah, gitu. Lagi-lagi FIFA. Cakep.
Kasih tepuk tangan dong buat kita semua.
Thank you. Wow. Itu provinsi emang luar biasa ya.
Luar biasa ini
keren banget ini host baru kita. Host MPL luar biasa.
Halo Bude.
Halo Bude.
Aduh mewarnai panggung MPL ya keren banget. Boleh tepuk tangannya dong buat mereka berdua Delet dan juga Snow. Bahagia banget Bude bisa temenin kalian di panggung ini. Apalagi di Derby Klasik ke-30. Ini derby kalian keberapa nih? Derby Klasik yang keberapa? Udah melalui berapa derby Klasik?
Waduh, kalau aku sih kalau online lumayan banyak ya. Kalau offline kayaknya baru 2 kali 3 kali deh. Kalau Snow gimana?
Kalau misalnya aku karena baru juga di keluarga RRQ, aku ini yang ketiga kali nonton Derby Klasik dan ternyata semegah ini ya suara-suara supporternya. Jadi aku luar biasa banget buat teman-teman yang ada di sini.
Emang gak ada yang ngalahin ya suara supporter 2 ini. FIFA Roar, FIFA Roar. Dan
keren.
Gimana nih FIFA Roar lagi digaungkan lagi. Bagaimana dari Snow-nya?
Dari aku ya, jujur aku sih orangnya sangat Indo Pride banget. Jadi aku sangat mensupport segala kegiatan yang ini sangat merangkul ya. Karena kan walaupun kita sebenarnya ada rival di stage, tapi di belakang itu kita adalah seorang teman. Jadi aku sangat support banget dengan kegiatan ini dan FIFA Roar pokoknya.
FIFA Roar pokoknya didukung dan happy juga pastinya. Kalau Delet gimana Delet?
Kalau aku juga pastinya support banget ya. Kenapa? Karena kan kita tenang. Karena kan biasanya kita musuhan nih di mana-mana berisik banget Kingdom sama Fam. Tapi kali ini kita bisa kolaborasi itu amazing banget sih benar.
Amazing kolaborasi. Kira-kira kalau dari super fansnya FIFA Roar, dari timnya juga FIFA Roar, kalian berdua mau ada kolaborasi nggak nih?
Oh jelas.
Boleh banget, tadi nggak masuk, gak lihat tadi kita udah gandengan tadi begini.
Udah mesra kita.
Pas masuk.
Iya.
Udah keren sih. Tapi boleh dong coba kasih dukungan untuk kedua timnya masing-masing.
Oke.
Ayo.
Oke bisa yuk.
Bisa yuk.
Dari Evos sampai RRQ dulu nih.
RRQ dulu deh, kan tadi Evos dulu.
Oke, tadi kan Evos dulu, sekarang RRQ jangan mau kalah dong.
Ayo.
FIFA. RRQ. Terima kasih Bude sudah membantu ya.
Kita jangan mau kalah dong, jangan mau kalah. Ayo fokus, jangan mau kalah. Belum. Ini maksimal banget ya.
Sabar. Keren.
Evos. Sekali lagi Evos. Cakep.
Dan bersama-sama mari kita gaungkan FIFA Roar. Dan akan seperti apa derby klasik setelah 1-0? Kita lempar ke caster bareng-bareng ya girl.
Oke.
Caster,
take it away.
Okay guys, let's try it.
Okay.
Viva!
RRQ. Bigetron win.
Roar,
Oi.
what?
Oh!
What is going
all the
on?
wrong answers. All the wrong answers.
All right, do it again.
Evos!
Program to win. No?
Evos RQ, Viva Roar.
Oh, so if you say Evos, I have to say RRQ?
Yeah.
That's weird. Hang on. That's weird.
Was I not listening correctly? I think that's what they said.
Is it?
I don't know actually.
Viva!
RRQ.
Program to win.
I'm just gonna give up.
I don't do this friendship
give
thing,
up.
man.
Can
I'm here for the dub.
It's time to
What's
throw it
going
to
on?
a BT.
Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Not just yet. Maybe in 3 seconds. Maybe in 5 seconds. We'll keep you guessing. Never let them know your next move.
Viva!
RRQ, no! I messed up. But seriously, guys, this time, I'm pretty sure we're gonna take a look at a VT. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
They don't know who is the player that they need to follow.
Dan membuktikan Evos salah melepas dirinya.
We're the one who won on macro, right? We're not the one who ran after the enemy. You guys not in the same page in the last fight.
Let's go! Dan Evos Glory kali ini makin terpendam ke dalam dasar klasemen.
Karena
kalau kita lihat Evos kehilangan arah balas meskipun ke belakang berdefensif.
What? Konstrong tumbang 72 detik.
Awalnya cuma ke depan, tapi kayak ke depan.
Dan terwipe out sudah Evos Glory, Warlord dan Armstrong dan sang macan putih kembali bertukuk lutut.
The reason why we have a struggle for week 1 and week 2, we didn't utilize the mentality of the players. When they play as a 5 in stage, you will see like they have trust issue or like they don't know who is the player that they need to follow. Like there is no leader.
Lantai dua drop kalah. Berasa benar-benar dengan belakang tampaknya kamu gila begitu saja.
Ada beberapa player dan Bruskoja satu terakhir.
Kali ini RRQ Hoshi harus terseruduk.
Always help each other, always connect together, always work together, always all in together. Viva!
Dan di game kali ini RRQ dalam bencana.
Oh my god.
Well, we switched a lot of rosters the second week, so we had problem with finding the best performance for our team. But coming to this week, I think we have fixed it. Hopefully, the kids will deliver a better performance and we would climb back to the top.
Dan Evos Glory akhirnya pecah telur. Finally, keputusan merubah roster, mengubah segalanya.
Based also on scrims and practice, we saw that Holy is better. For me, this roster is better because they already know each other when they play on stage. They have mentality. Plus, all this team is already have chemistry. Yeah, chemistry is number one, very important from the team if you want to win. Even you have each other, even they have good mechanics, but if they are not connected as a team, there's no chance that they can still win.
I know about the different kinds of derby in MPL Indonesia and about the specific one with Evos, the so-called El Clasico. I think it has become a special tradition for the community, and I treat this as a healthy rivalry between the two top organizations of MPL Indonesia.
So yeah, I'm very excited that RRQ and Evos will make a new history again, since we know that our new lineup is better. We know that can fit against RRQ.
One year, one voice, one family, Evos!
I just want to say to my players that enjoy the journey, take it slow, but take it seriously at the same time. And yeah, we will slowly progress and become the best version of ourselves in the future.
I want to like make a history, like other people will remember this player because these Evos have struggled from week 1 to week 2, and then when they already changed their lineup, they reached the playoffs because of this roster like that.
I really wanted to show on cam that Arashi has tears in his eyes, but it's okay, I'll just describe it.
I know, Arashi. Evos aren't doing too well, but
It's
you don't have to
fine.
cry about it. Are you serious?
There's only...
These are tears of joy, my man. Oh my goodness gracious!
So early on!
That was good. That was good. I'll have to say.
I
That was
mean,
pretty good.
there's still an opportunity for Evos Glory to go for a reverse sweep.
True. Fingers crossed, though. I think RRQ are looking pretty good. I think it will start from the draft, though, right? So I am still quite concerned. How is this going to play out? What is the next adaptation that Evos can bring to the table? Because
I think there's one very simple adaptation.
Oh, what is that?
As a backliner, maybe you want to play in the back line.
I mean, that is why it's called
Ouch.
backliner. So we'll see. Maybe there are heroes that can encourage that playstyle more for Evos. So we'll just have to see, man. Coach Strategy literally is called Strategy. He's also a G because he's Strat the G. So we'll see what he can bring here. Something crazy, something strong, something dominant.
And here it is, the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Both teams have swapped sides. We see a Ruby, Arlet being banned out on RRQ. Evos have gone for a Claude once again and a Nolan. So they're still going to respect Claude and Skylar.
They have to. I don't think any team right now wants to give Skylar or want to give Claude his Skylar. There you go.
Claude on the Skylar, that is definitely one of the strongest weapons RRQ has been using. So we'll see though, for RRQ right here, with the Ruby, with the Arlet, it will be the Joy, the Angela left open here. I get the feeling it might be first pick too. I mean, RRQ really enjoys that Angela dominant, one-sided kind of playstyle, right? When they get the ball rolling, so we'll have to see.
So what do Evos want to do? Do they go for the Angela ban, or they go for something like the Matilda, who up until this point has still been left open as well? And let's not forget about the Fanny that was also banned out in the first phase. And I'm wondering whether or not Evos are still going to stick with the Fredrin in the first phase of the picks this time around.
Fredrin first pick just seems a bit too costly, especially when they are other junglers that maybe they're not as good, right? But they still do some of the same job descriptions just well. But never mind. Evos say we don't want to deal with that. Fredrin ban.
So now it's all about the first pick here. The Arlet was banned out, the Ruby too. We do have the Matilda up for grabs here for Brusco if he actually does want to utilize it. That is a hero that has been left open, as well as the Angela, actually. Here though, we have a comment from Skylar, or Skylar.
I love it. Since Season 9, many have wanted to defeat me, but I just respect them.
Killing them with kindness.
Killing him with kindness, man.
Or just silence. You know, if you're so high at the top, you don't have room or time to deal with that.
You're right, man.
He's levitating above all of us. Plebs, it's gonna be the CC though, picked up by RRQ. It was very dominant, one of the stronger forces in game 1 in the hands of Dawn. So we'll see. For Evos now, they have a chance to, once again, maybe steal away the Minotaur from Brusco, right? And pick something maybe stronger in the mid lane. The Vexana is not a bad idea.
I mean, if you want to take Minotaur, there's always the Arlet. Oh, Arlet's banned out. Nice. Nice one, nice one. Okay, you're
Adaptations.
right. Minotaur, for sure. Let's
Do
take a
you
look
really
at
want to give the
strategy.
Angela, though, to RRQ? Because Angela's up for grabs. They already have a CC. I don't know if you want to give an Angela over to RRQ. Then they can pick Baksha too. CC, Angela, Baksha.
Yeah.
They have to pick it up.
For sure.
Ooh, Yuzong Angela. We haven't seen this in quite a long while. I believe Geek Fam was just devastating when they do get their hands on this combo.
Signature Fluffy though.
Yeah, with the Angela as well. This is a terrifying Black Dragon. You have to wonder if RRQ have some kind of solution here.
What will they adapt? What will they go for? Minotaur, still, for Brusco.
Matilda's up for grabs too.
Oh, that can work too, man. Anything that can really get your backline members away from the Black Dragon after the initial, flying form, right? I think anything that can serve that purpose can be great. It's going to be Baksha first though, and it's the Matilda, man.
The Baksha Matilda combination. You can dive in with the Baksha with that shield unity, and you have a very easy way out with the guiding wind. And for Evos, a jungler.
Oh,
yes! I was about to say maybe a Baratz here, but hey, this was the pick that got them the victory against Dewa United. A maniac performance from Annabelle on the Alpha.
I'm pretty sure that they're having PTSD still from what the Alpha was able to do. And is it not known as a counter to the Baxia somewhat?
That's true.
It kind of does work because of the true damage component that Alpha has in the passive. So that does work. And Alpha, before the nerfs, he was notorious for just being able to do a lot of damage and heal up and regenerate a lot of the HP. Afterwards, the regeneration was nerfed quite a bit. But now with the Angela in Tao, this could be, once again, like a possible combo that they can utilize. So I think crowd control, RRQ will try and get some more of it, or they can just go straight up damage and decide like, okay, it doesn't matter if we can't crowd control you, we are gonna burst you through the hard guard. That is a tall order though.
So what do you think they're going to go for again? Is something like the carry an option for them to go for?
The carry? I think it's an option, but it's a very vulnerable option. So with the Matilda, maybe they are considering that. Ideally, it would be the Claude, but with the Claude not available, you wonder if they still have their eyes on the Nathan with the great amount of damage he was able to output in game 1, man. That late game was devastating.
The Nathan actually could be an option that Evos Glory can pick for themselves. You know, they already have a lot of physical damage right now. They need magical, and from the looks of it with the Valentina and Lilia ban, they might want to put the Angela in mid. So Nathan could provide the magical damage that they need in their composition right now. Let's see if RQ read it out. They've already read one magic damage dealer, Harith, out. Will they go for the Nathan as well and then force a physical damage marksman duel in the gold lane?
I mean, that is possible, right?
Ooh.
Yesterday, Clockun did pick up the Angela in the mid lane. So with the carry being taken out by RRQ, no mage?
Right, I mean, that's why the Nathan does make sense. First pick, though, is going to be the Brody, so not that. Will RRQ go for it, though? Especially in that matchup against the Brody. I feel like it's not the worst of matchups, but it is pretty tough against any kind of Brody that does know how to extend or push his advantage in the laning phase. With the Matilda, though, maybe they're willing to take that risk.
Bruno and Vexana is still open up until this point. Do you think that RQ may want to pick it up for themselves?
I think the Vexana, I think they will have no issue. I think it works well over here. Provided they take the sprint, though. I feel like if Octa goes for the Flicker or the Purify, won't be enough against this kind of composition. It just runs you down. You need to be able to just keep up, right? And run away from this danger.
So what are we waiting for?
Oh!
Okay, completely different here. Paramis and Bruno is their choice in for RQ. And now we're gonna take a look at the last pick coming in from Evos. Drum roll.
Drum roll. They need either a roam or a mage. It really depends where the Angela is going. If they go for roam, do they want to go for something like a Minotaur here up against this dive?
Is Ruby still? No, Ruby's banned.
Yeah.
Minotaur or Vexana? Oh, Tigreal. Okay, so it's going to be a mid lane Angela. Yeah, as predicted. They're going for the Tigreal to try and punish the clumping composition of RRQ, trying to get full benefit out of that Netherrealm. It checks out logically. If that happens, you know, big implosion into a Furious Dive, it could be catastrophic for RRQ. That's a big if, though.
But again, no magic damage, save for Angela from the side of Evos Glory. It feels a little one-dimensional in terms of damage source. I think RRQ will be able to deal with it very quickly. And I do believe that's a big disadvantage from Evos.
Yeah, it is, man. We'll see how they're able to utilize this composition, though, because yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, Clockun went for Holy Crystal on this Angela. So there's a bit of magic damage there, and that's what they are relying on now. For RRQ, a more balanced composition, though, for damage. And even when it comes down to this team fighting with that Paramis, they're a tanky lineup.
Can Evos Glory force a third game in this best-of-3 series in the Classic Derby? Or will RRQ retain history and once again prove that they are the conquerors of the White Tigers? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 as we jump into the Land of Dawn.
Already seeing Annabelle with the clear advantage right here. The jungle needs to stay strong right there because he is responsible for dealing damage as well with a true damage, Annabelle. But look at the battle spells, man. Knowing the win condition, the fact that they're going to be clumping together and potentially comboed 3 Purifies on the side of RRQ because they do have the Matilda for the repositioning.
Exactly.
It all kind of works out.
That is so difficult to catch. Evos, they're banking on that fact. So it's already bad enough that they have the Matilda, but now they have the Purify to boot. So that's double the layer of protection, not to mention the photo later on.
All right. Already Dream's trying to get aggressive plays around. Octo on the Paramis, we haven't seen it as often. At all, actually. At all. So we'll have to see. Can he make the right plays in the right time? Now, Clockun
flickers out to safety, able to get out.
Right, let's take a look at the emblems though. Agility for Fluffy. It's actually the same setup that he uses on the Paquito earlier. He wants to be around the map. Look at Brusco. Not as aggressive as the Arlet, but if you look at his emblems, he's trying to go fast and have as many spells available as possible. Wilderness Blessing and Inspire. So utility is the name of the game for RRQ, and they're relying on just 1 or 2 people to really output that damage.
Yeah, he really wants to be able to utilize the Guiding Wind as much as possible in order to weave in and weave out of these team fights. And Evos Legends, that's exactly what they don't want, right? Because they're relying heavily on their resource. But once their resources are taken off, that's when RRQ can actually go in for the re-engage when they do enter these team fights. Brusco already circling up here in the top side of the map. Octa as well. It looks like a fight is about to ensue.
Ooh, in the bottom lane as well. Might be a solo kill here. In that bot side, there's a Black Dragon form used up by Fluffy. Onto the back with a Petrify and also an Implosion. No Purify used up already. It's going to be a good Netherrealm that saves them for now. Brusco with the Purify earlier. And even down below, it's Skylar with the Purify and the Recall. Evos Glory on this turtle as the Mathilda recalls back.
I must say, that's a great play by Evos to really burn out all the resources. But they also used the Black Dragon form as well as the Hard Guard. So both teams really back away from it, waiting for the next opportunity for plays to come. And I feel like without that surprise factor, the fact that Evos went for it so aggressively, RRQ does have the advantage. Unless, of course, they're moving towards the bot side. Brusco sneakily moving away to the gold lane to try and get something there for Skylar.
Yeah, it does look like there's a difference in priorities right now for RRQ. They don't want to do this head first. It looks like Irad is a level below Anvil right now. I don't know if they want to go for the 50-50. Turns out Brusco is coming back on top. Turtle already very low.
Shield Unity and an Implosion from Dreams. Annabelle will be able to win this out with a Furious Dive on it too. Right into the Spear of Alpha, and they get shredded down. Dawn trying to run away with the Brave Smite as well. Able to bounce off, but Annabelle will not decide to chase it down. They will just be happy with the Turtle.
That's Irad taken down and a Turtle. So a big win for Evos Glory.
Like you said, Eterna, Irad was a level down, but they still went for it despite not really being in position. And even one of their biggest strengths, the repositioning. Oh, Brusco though goes in.
Circling Eagle, but a defensive Spear of Alpha from Annabelle to get out. Flockhun just dealing a bit more damage over to Irad, and then chooses to back away. Brusco though is here with the help of Octa. Forces a flicker out from Flockhun in the bottom lane. 1v1 and the lane continues. So far, Natco has been able to get the better of Skylar.
I was about to just mention the fact that Brusco on the Mathilda, RRQ hasn't really been playing around this Guiding Wind as efficiently as they could. In fact, when the Mathilda arrived to that fight earlier, the Guiding Wind was on cooldown, I believe. So that's something they can fix, right? Because they went with all the Purifies, knowing that they can rely on that Guiding Wind. So when it's used and where it's used will be so important for Brusco to decide before the fight even happens.
4 minutes in, 5 minutes in. A 2.5k gold lead for Evos so far. We'll take a look at the disparities in items in just a bit.
And mainly, the Flash of the Oasis finished for Clockun. That means that the fights are going to be really difficult for RRQ to come on top of, because they can survive and sustain from the damage themselves, but the damage output will be so limited, especially with the two main damage dealers, the CC and the Bruno, still pretty weak on items, right? One item isn't really enough.
Up top though, Vengeance already from Dawn, and it's Fluffy with the help of Clockun up top to pick up a kill on Dawn. There's going to be a lot of pressure on that turret. Clockun staying there because he has the Hard Guard, will be the one split pushing in this game.
Now Dawn off the board. Looks like Bruce was going to go for an engage.
Circling Eagle over to Dreams. Flicker out to safety. Defensive flicker, but Irad has used the Poisons. Fluffy on the mid lane. And the tier 1 up top taken down by D'Angela.
And that's just it. We can see now Evos, they don't exactly commit onto this objective though, but Angela's still pushing. Clockun's still pushing in for maybe another turret if RRQ don't answer this.
Just dancing around for now, as D'Angela hasn't really been able to touch the turret too much yet, fortunately for RRQ. But they're going to be forced to make a move soon. And their engage, once again, is either a circling Eagle or a Shield Unity. Both very telegraphed, very obvious, and very punishable by the Tigreal. Octa does have the Necklace of Durance, so the fights are going to be a bit more even, but the Black Dragon form gets popped.
Again, Natco a bit off position. A Purify, but it's going to be late! Natco utilizing that position to actually punish an overextending Brusco. Fluffy jumping in, Petrified, Furious Dive, Octa forced to Purify out of that with the Shadow Stampede. Annabelle, Spear of Alpha to disengage. And Evos have a 5k gold lead over RRQ.
I mean, we knew that Evos are going to be stronger in the early game, but they're really pushing the advantage. And RRQ, despite having the tools to survive, they're not really getting forced into team fights. They're getting forced into weird skirmishes by the weird macro pressure that the Angela brings to the table. So now, instead of having great solutions for big combos, they're just losing it out because they can't save individual members in time.
And the problem is, even if they wanted to send some resources up towards the top side to deal with the Angela, then they would have a bigger disadvantage when it comes down to the Lord fight, Turtle fight. And with the mid side already taken down, the mid side turret, this means that Evos have even more room and leeway to roam around the map, rotate, and create even more pressure on all three lanes of the map.
Looking at damage dealt though, Octa is actually all the way on top. Even higher than Fluffy and everyone else. And that's with a rush to the Necklace of Dunes. So with a few more items, he's actually going to be dealing very significant damage. But that's if RRQ can last long enough from the onslaught. Like 6.5k gold behind at 8 minutes. That's quite significant.
It's not the greatest position at all, nor situation at all to be in if you were RRQ. But in the late stage of the game, is there a mid power spike we're looking for from RRQ? Is there some hope and saving grace for them?
I think for sure in the late game they will have an advantage. On top of the fact that the Faramis does have the passive, they'll have more ways to really stay in a fight, and the DPS from the side of Evos is a bit lacking, right? It's more towards the burst side of things.
Wow. Try to go for a pick on Clockun. You can hear the from the crowd too as Clockun gets out. He's recalling too. I like the taunts here from Clockun in game number 2. Annabelle soloing the Lord. I guess this is an advantage that you have when you have an Alpha on your team. Crazy clear speed. 2 levels ahead now of Irad.
In the item department though, Irad has picked up the Antiquirus, so it's going to be a lot tankier. Items are just what they need, man. RRQ, I think going for a trade there was the right call. Unfortunately, unable to get the Angela. I feel like they should really try and get gold when they can by farming. Because if you look at Evos, they're splitting up quite a bit in order to really deny the farm.
Natko in nature. Now, with the torn apart memory flickering out of safety, Brusco is very low. Nako has to have the hard guard, but Dreams gets taken down. Now it's Nako who's trying to run away, but also kiting them in the process. Skylar sliding tackle, Annabelle zoning them from this turret. Evos have lost their roamer, but they are able to get a tier 2 turret off of that play.
8k gold lead. 8k gold lead for the White Tigers now in the 10th minute of the game. It looks like they're starting to look for more in the mid lane, looking for more pressure. Do they get the turret? The Lord is still marching on the top side. RRQ, can they try to deny the inhibitor takes coming in from Evos Glory?
I think they can. For Evos, they do have that advantage. Having a Brody means that it's very easy for you to really do some damage with a limited window of time against turrets. But for RRQ, it's the first Lord. They do have decent damage, and they can deny a big dive with the Netherrealm. It hasn't been really working for RRQ out in the open, but under a base turret, that Netherrealm will, I think, be enough to really buy a lot of time and force Evos to take needless damage from the turrets. That is what they're relying on right here to really defend. As you can see, they can't really leave the base.
They can't. The game fact here by GoPay, Baxia became one of RRQ's winning heroes in MPL ID Season 12 with an 81.82% win rate from 11 picks, even securing a 3-win streak in week number 1. However, in MPL ID Season 13, RRQ's Baxia has a 50% win rate from 4 picks. What's going on the stage?
I have no idea.
Well,
yeah, the crowd's getting hyped for something.
What are they getting hyped over? I'm curious.
I think they're just yelling at each other right now.
Are they taunting each other?
I think they are taunting each other.
Their Indonesian counterparts are egging them on, like, yeah, go on, keep going, keep going.
Or maybe. Octa, Stampede, Evos Glory with an attempt, but it will only remain an attempt.
Evos, for sure, is feeling the clock tick, man. In these moments, without the Lord, without anything to really pull RRQ out, they're stuck really trying to find ways to punish. Because again, in the late game, I feel like they have things to be concerned about as well, as Skyla picks up the Malefic Roar already at a 3-item power spike. So not the endless battle we saw earlier, it's gonna be the Malefic Roar to try and go against all these beefy fighters.
They're playing it so patiently now.
They're waiting for 12-minute as well. They want to get an enhanced Lord. They want to crack this space open.
I feel like they need to, right? It's not that just they want to. And with the macro pressure already doing its job, RRQ, this is a strategy, if you can call it that we've seen a lot in the previous seasons. When you have a Paramis, you just stay in the base. And even if you lose the Lord, eventually, right, the fact that you can deny a full-on dive will allow you to catch up. But when they are 10k, almost 11, it might be 11 by the time Evos makes the push, 10k gold behind used to be the threshold of gold where it doesn't even matter if you make a small mistake, right? The gold difference can cover for it. So we'll see if Evos can make that happen, because remember, the waves and the Lord was changed to be a bit better at really cracking open a base.
And it's a little bit harder for teams that are on the losing end, quote unquote, to go for a comeback. And with a 10k gold difference, it's looking quite bleak for RRQ. What do they do?
Well, for everybody back at home, they can go and put in the promo code right now. GoPay Gamers on the GoPay app.
I think a big issue right now for RRQ as well is that the only real frontline is going to be Irad. Dawn on the CC is still relatively squishy, and now Evos makes their move.
Mid lane going to be dealt with, but they concede the top lane base turret. Octa getting shot once. And that's the amount of damage that Nako has within his arsenal right now. They have a lot of sustain still, though. Certainly Ego over to Nako. Only going to get chunked, and the turn of our memory as well. Oh, the burst G! My goodness! Brusco just disappeared. Dreams, though. Wicker Implosion, not connecting spear of Alpha. Bringing Irad all the way back to the team, but the team is going to go to the other side where Irad is going to be soloed completely by Annabelle. Octa, Purify, turn to defend in the back. The base is open, down. Brusco is down as well. No more help. Skylar with a Purify. Nako over to Nature, but now in the back, gets in with a torn apart memory, gets the final kill over to Octa, and they equalize the series. The Evos fams roar in the building. It will not be a clean sweep.
Not today, say the White Tigers. They have successfully forced a game number 3 in the first El Clasico, or the Classic Derby of MPL ID Season 13. And it was a stop. A 10k plus gold lead for Evos up until the very end.
Game 1, we got Bruce Gold. Is game 2 Nasgold?
Nasgold?
Could it be? What happened? What is going on? All the Co's are doing good. Bruce Co. But game 1, Natco didn't perform. It was Natcover in game 1. Now it's Natgoat.
Man, even on the desk is mere goat.
Arashi goat. Aether goat. All the goats.
What was that?
This is the goat matchups.
All right, man. You would not want it any other way, man. Whenever the Classic Derby is happening, it has to be a full series. They owe it to the audience. They owe it to everyone. We're going to game 3.
We're swapping, man. It was Natcover and Bruce Goat. Now it's Bruce Cover and Natgoat.
The consistency
is a
not
question.
Really.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that needs to be reviewed by both parties.
RRQ mostly though, because that game 2 was not it, bro.
The fact that they went for the double, what do you call it? Double support strategy. We saw it back then. The Mathilda Faramis. It used to be, wow, so strong. But not in the current times.
You're right.
They're trying to go for all the aggressive plays, but Brusco and the Mathilda, we're seeing the same issue that Yaoi was running into, right? Trying to set up for his team aggressively, but it's just too slow. And that last circle, we're gonna see it again in the replay, but that last circling eagle was painful to look at.
It was. And he purified late. So the torn apart memory was still full stacked. That's the torn apart memory. That's the
Ooh, man. Snowball from Evos brings the Classic Derby number 30 to game number 2, and everyone has their fingers crossed, man. This is the intense moment of the match.
And the interesting thing is, if you had to choose the player of the game, I think it could be argued, right?
Who and who?
Who and who, yeah.
Well, am I allowed to reveal the?
It's already behind us.
No, not that. But who
did
was
you
in
vote for?
review?
Who did you vote for?
So there was Klokken, Annabelle, and there was Natco.
Not GOAT.
Natco.
Game 2, Nat GOAT.
Nat GOAT.
And Bruce Gover. But in game 1,
Nat
Nat
Goat.
Gover and Bruce GOAT.
Natco.
We'll give it to him. And player of the game for game 2, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Nat GOAT. Trying to redeem himself, winning against Skylar. Definitely a big feat. But man, let's see what he was able to do in the highlights. Player of the game highlights presented to you by the official gold partner, UBS Gold. That's early fight though. I really felt like this is something that both parties are kind of like YOLOing into. RRQ definitely got the short end of the stick right there. And afterwards, maybe they were underestimating Evos from game number 1, but they certainly paid the price in these, one person pickoffs.
These pickoffs, where it should have been Nat Gover, he turned it around to be Nat GOAT. There are a few times, by the way, that this still happened, but it's almost like Evos Glory were like, yeah, okay, we see you this time. You want to play aggressive. Let's put you on the Brody, and let's get Klokken on someone who can give you more HP. Let's make you a tank and a damage dealer. And even here, just look at the poke. This is a bit more of a miscalculation from Bruce GOAT.
Yep.
Bruce Gover in this game. Purify late. And Dreams too. Field goal.
It's okay.
But hey, I mean, it spread apart the whole roster. And I really thought that the strategy was for Octa. Usually we see a Faramis, right, in the late game. Well, not late game, but in the base defense situation. They go in, they get taken out, they clear the wave somewhat, buy some time, and afterwards they come back because of the passive. But Octa was actually one of the last members to get taken out. And look at that, he's going to be back in 3 seconds. I feel like that could have been utilized a bit more. That is part of the Faramis's kit.
I feel like that's what you can do on a Brody though. Miracle.
Here, Eterna. There are a lot of things that were not seen.
Okay.
Natco was out laning Skylar by quite a bit. He was a level ahead. In I forgot, the 4th or 3rd minute, he almost solo killed Skylar, putting him in his own turret and forcing Skylar to recall when he got so much more tempo. Little things like that, it adds up. And it's because he also went for Master Assassin. Yes, it's the Brody matchup against the Bruno. But still, the fact that he was out laning Skylar and then able to utilize that snowball over to burst Bruce GOAT twice.
It just seems like the game plan just wasn't really all there. We've talked about it already in the early game, right? In the beginning of the game, the lack of magic damage for Evos Glory, right? And the fact that, for the most part, all of their damage is ability-based. So Antique Cuirasses could have really been a big shutdown item, but they really weren't respecting Evos Glory at all. So all the way towards the late game, they really couldn't do much. And in the end, even Natco went for the Rose Gold for the extra bit of shielding, knowing it's going to take a lot of damage from the Mathilda, from the Faramis, and can keep the Bruno and everyone else just at bay with the range control, and Klokken, of course, as a plan B.
Whoa.
Damn, 100% kill participation for everyone on RRQ. Wow.
I just
One
realized
kill.
it's a 1 kill.
And 7 for Evos, but 7 with a win. And also the GPM, 700.
Lucky number.
830. Oh, it's 803. Sorry.
Everyone 57 kill participation on Evos Glory.
Oh, you're right. Except Annabelle, man, he didn't get the memo, unfortunately.
He was too busy dealing with the new show objectives, man. 2 turtles, 2 lords. This Alpha, though, it's really looking... Maybe it's coincidental, right? That it's picked in the games where Evos is doing good. But it's looking really,
I don't think it's
really
coincidental. Because even in the game against Dewa, where they picked the Alpha, they were dominating the early game.
Exactly.
They did, throw a bit in towards the later stage of the game, but Annabelle then got a Maniac. So this is the pillar of consistency, the Alpha for Annabelle. But even in game 1, I would say Annabelle played a really good game. He red traded very well up against Irad on that Fredrin. He was able to get the big bonks. What do you expect from a Fredrin? It's not what you expected from a Harith in game 1, but see, Eterna, that's what's special. What do you expect from the Brody in game 2? The snowball, right? And he did it! So in game 1, he didn't do what you expected. But in game 2, he did.
That's what a
You
Brody
can call
is
him mailbox or
made
mailman
for.
because he delivers. A lot of times, not every time. Just like a mailman.
Look.
Sometimes there are problems during, shipping.
I'm happy
Yes.
with his performance in game number 2.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's still one game.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, shout out our postal service in Indonesia.
It's too early to call him these names.
Not Goat?
Yeah.
But what about Bruce Goat?
Bruce Goat is okay.
Why is Bruce Goat okay?
Or is it not okay too?
Because Bruce Goat has
I guess
the
don't-
Wolf stamp of approval.
Yeah.
So Wolf, is it not Goat or is it not Gover?
Wolf, confirm, please.
Well, it doesn't have to be that extreme either.
Yes.
It's
No,
not either
you
not
go big or
goat
go home.
or not over.
Do you... Okay, in MPL.
What is this
in a best of
extreme
3,
thing?
do you win and lose or do you win and draw?
You win and lose.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You either win or you lose.
I need to call Wolf, man. Wolf, I think I'm gonna call him during this break. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
Tuh yang tentu saja akan Bude ajak ngobrol di sini. Halo.
Halo.
Halo, boleh kenalin dirinya?
Hai, aku Dea, talent RRQ.
Dea, talent dari RRQ. Bude tuh lihat kamu keren banget di sini tengah-tengah para kingdom dengan jaketnya. Nggak panas ini pakai jaket di tengah keramaian ini?
Surprisingly nggak panas sama sekali. Karena ini tuh kita pakai bahan yang super premium. Jadi tuh nyaman banget dan nggak panas sama sekali nih.
Wih, nggak panas sama sekali. Ini baru ya? Jaket baru?
Iya, ini jaket baru launching. Dan itu limited edition.
Namanya jaket NASCAR ya berarti ini ya?
Betul.
Tipenya yang NASCAR. Wah, bentar-bentar. Bude penasaran. Kalau limited edition, stoknya ada berapa nih?
Stoknya itu cuma ada 400, Bude.
Cuma ada 400? Terus sekarang ini berarti masih pada lagi war dong?
Betul, karena ini juga dia nggak akan restock lagi. Jadi limited edition, jadi kalian buruan check out sebelum kehabisan.
Waduh. Soalnya yang terakhir aja itu kurang dari 20 menit sold out.
Betul.
Dan sekarang dikasih 400 dan masih bisa dibeli. Berarti masih bisa ya?
Betul, masih bisa.
Nggak akan
Masih ada.
restock. Tadi para player juga pakai nggak sih?
Betul, para player juga pada pakai.
Nah, kalau udah pada tahu nih ini limited, mereka kepengen cepat-cepat buat beli, belinya di mana deh?
Bisa dibeli di semua marketplace RRQ Store. Jadi untuk kalian yang belum punya, buruan check out sebelum kehabisan. Karena sekali lagi itu limited edition.
Honor jacket ya namanya ya, ini limited edition. Dan ini kita penasaran sih. Merchandise RRQ, kalau kita mau cari tahu informasinya kemana ya?
Merchandise RRQ ada di...
Apakah di sosial media RRQ?
Betul. Ada di sosial media RRQ ya semuanya.
Oh, ada di semuanya
Dari
di situ
Store.
ya. Nah, ini ketika semua player udah pada pakai, udah pada kita udah tahu juga belinya di mana. Kamu pakai ukuran apa nih di sini?
Aku pakai ukuran M.
Ukuran
Karena
M.
aku lebih suka yang oversize.
Oversize. Ukurannya ada apa aja sih?
Ada S, M, sampai L ya.
S, M, L, XL kayaknya juga lengkap ya kayaknya ya. Di sini lengkap. Dan gimana kamu ngelihat para player pakai jaket ini juga? Gimana? Nambah kegantengan nggak sih?
Betul, ganteng banget jadinya. Dan ini juga unisex, jadi bisa dipakai sama cowok cewek juga.
Sama cowok cewek juga bisa ya. Ini udah dicontohin, Dea ini pakainya yang ukuran M. Dan kalau, boleh dibaliknya di sebentar, oke. Rex Regium Keon belakangnya, di samping kirinya mungkin boleh dikelihatanin. King, Reign of Life, banyak banget juga ini ada RRQ. Terus ini ada logonya, ada apa lagi nih? Oh ada Kings juga. Cantik banget yang pakai atau jaketnya? Maul juga pakai dua-duanya. Pinter ini ya pada Kingdom ya. Kamu paling suka jaketnya tuh bagian apa?
Warnanya dan fitnya sih.
Warnanya dan fitnya. Oke. Dan para player lihat keren banget ya pakai jaketnya. Mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih untuk nyemangatin RRQ di game ketiga? Mereka udah siap banget tuh jaketnya udah bentar lagi di zipper.
Semangat RRQ, kalian pasti bisa.
Kalian Kalian pasti bisa. Dan itulah dia, keren-keren banget jaketnya. Buat kalian yang mau cek langsung aja ke RRQ Store. Dan buat kalian yang juga penasaran seperti apa hasil akhir dari Derby Classic antara tim RRQC dan juga Evos Glory, mari kita langsung aja ke Lane of Down.
Arashi, it's not over. Arashi, it's not over yet. Arashi, it's 1-1, man.
It's okay.
Yo, calm down.
It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, Arashi, got a question though. Are these still tears of joy?
They're mixed tears, man.
Okay.
It's a 50-50 tear sad to happy ratio.
50, oh, okay.
It ain't over though.
So it's like 1-to-1 ratio, right? 50-50?
1-to-1. 50-50. Yes.
That's how math works.
Oh, you're a mathematician now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right after 1 plus 14. So I have a question for you now, Eterna. If you're so good at maths, what do you get when you put in money and save it?
Money in return?
Just money. You don't get anything. But if you put money in gold, it rises in value.
Ah.
It's not math, it's more real life.
Life
But
lessons with Mirko.
sometimes that's real life, man. You expect something and you don't get what you expect. But when you expect something like value from gold, you will always get it. The only thing in the world that doesn't let you down.
Gold.
Gold.
Especially.
Ooh, big. That's cool.
Exactly. And it's coming soon in an epic collaboration limited series UBS Gold X MPL Season 13. So don't forget to stay tuned because it will happen in May 2024 on @ubs.gold and @ubslifestyle. Or it's available on ubslifestyle.com and the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Don't forget, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, because other than UBS Gold, we also have Point Coffee. And why is Point Coffee so special, Arashi?
Because it's a freshly made coffee drink, man. It's served from 100% authentic Indonesian coffee beans by trained baristas. You can enjoy coffee, frappes, and other fresh drinks with legendary flavors that are always on point. That's why it's called Point Coffee. Find Point Coffee at your nearest Indomart store. Because what else are you gonna get? That's the most value, man. Come on.
Why would you, right? Especially for you. He actually hoards millions of them in his refrigerator.
Dude, it's a secret.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not supposed to say that. I love it so much. That's why I have to put it in my fridge. You know, it's not steal.
Steal?
Accept the donation.
Yes.
Forcefully accepting donations.
Forcefully expecting the donations. You can see here, look at this. Arashi, what do you think of this?
I think Shevin is just watching with very
Whoa,
full intent.
what?
What is that?
Yo, that's the real W there. The Team Galaxy zone by, you guessed it, Samsung Galaxy. She has 3. She's
wild.
collecting. Hey, Turna, you got
but
beat.
I've seen influencers have 3.
How many do you have, sir?
He has 1, but he's with the ladies.
Oh my god, he's abusing this Galaxy zone real good, man. That's what you can do, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys want to watch an MPL, please use the best phone in the business. It's the Galaxy. Not just any Galaxy, not Milky Way, the Samsung Galaxy. That's Sam and Sung. Don't ask questions, just go with it.
Okay.
Samsung.
Samsung.
So that's what you need, Arashi.
We need Sam
You
to
want to
sing
take a
for
picture
Samsung.
with Snow, maybe?
Yeah.
In the front. She's always sitting at the front, right?
He did take pictures with Snow.
I do have a
So,
photo with
what's your phone, bro? Come on, spill. What's your phone?
I feel like if I use any other phone, right, like Snow wouldn't appear. You know, you have to use the Samsung phone, dude, the best camera in the business.
Yeah, man.
You gotta get it in HD.
I see.
For everybody out there who doesn't have, you know, a girlfriend or a boyfriend yet, you're just not Samsung enough, brother or sister.
Yeah, at this point, if they, you know, you're trying to get close to someone, they see that Samsung, like, ooh, whoa.
Fun fact.
Fun fact?
Goni is actually using a Samsung now.
Of course he is.
No
I'm
wonder.
serious.
And then right after the Samsung,
Fun fact.
he started playing better.
Unbelievable. Let's go look at the previous game recap here. Octa and Natco. Man, that just wasn't really comparable. I mean, Octa was doing a lot of damage. His best is doing his best with the Faramis. But when there's not enough fighting power, let's call it that, fighting power in the early game, RRQ, it's almost like Evos predicted, like, yo, these guys, they don't back down. Let's try and get a composition that can really punish them if they make an aggressive play and they don't come out on top in the first turtle fight. And that's exactly what happened. And RRQ kept swinging, but Evos knew the formula, at least for game number 2. So both coaches have shown adaptations available. Now it's RRQ's turn. What will Coach Friend find? We saw in the VT earlier that he's cracked the code, the synergy. What will it be though?
Irrelevant fun fact.
Okay.
In match number 1, everyone or anyone who had first pick won the series.
Oh.
In match number 2 now, second pick gets the series.
So, what you're trying to say is Evos will reverse sweep RRQ. Is that it?
Come on, don't say that. Come on.
It's looking like it.
Look at the first ban though. They've done it. An alpha ban in MPL Indo Season 13. Respect.
You love to see it though.
To Annabelle.
When you can come out of nowhere and force a non-meta ban, that's got to be a great feeling, man. We have to see if that is enough to control Evos though. Evos themselves are still going for the Claude, the Nolan. Fredrin usually follows through.
Fredrin was left open in game number 1 and game number 2 was banned out. But what do you think about the Matilda? It didn't feel like the Matilda had... I don't know. I would just ban it out here. And
Matilda?
Yeah.
I feel like the Matilda has potential technically, but you have to also build the whole composition around her. It's no longer a pick that you can just pick whenever, wherever, and make it work, right? You need the right composition with enough catch to supplement the lack of an aggressive roamer. So RRQ, they will be banning it away.
Tally's open, the Arlet and the Joy.
And the Angela.
And the Angela, you're right. CC
True.
as well.
But does RRQ really want to still first pick the CC? I think without the Alpha, could work, right, Arashi? Why didn't the CC work in game 2?
Well, there's not a setup, first of all, so the CC can't really get to the ideal targets. And afterwards, the Alpha was just a bit too sustainable. Already alone, quite sustainable. Even with the Angela, it's just even more sustained. First pick for RRQ, though, it will be that Angela. Are they going to try and copy that macro playstyle? Because I think RRQ are quite familiar with it.
Well, now is it still possible for Evos to pick up the CC? Do they want to leave the Arlet to fall into the hands of Brusco again? There's just so many questions for me because so many heroes are left open. Vexana has still remained untouched as well in this particular series. And the Boxia. Do you think the Boxia will show up? Especially now that the Alpha's banned out.
I feel like the Fredrin pick will be a bit more prioritized. I was going to say maybe for both, but no. Evos don't take it. They go for the Valentina, go for the Arlet, so already potential counters to a Faramis pick. For RRQ though, if they want to go for a Fredrin, right, the signature pick, that is possible. It will indeed be the Eradicator and the CC, so now having the CC Angela combo, we haven't seen a real surefire way of shutting down this duo menace. What will Evos respond with then? It has to be either more damage or more crowd control.
Yeah, this is a really good draft right now so far for RRQ, right? Because when you first pick the CC, the enemy team can just pick up the Angela.
Yeah.
But if you first pick the Angela, I don't know if you want to pick the CC over. So now he gets an Angela CC combo for free. CC was probably Vengeance as well. Now Evos, they're going to have to think hard as to what hero they want to go and pick up against this composition. They already have a Valentina Arlet, but to end off the draft, so they want to really nail Skylar down with his heroes here in the bans by picking up a hero for Natco. Yes, they do. Still on the Brody this time. They might want to ban out the Natan and then maybe the Bruno. Force him on something like a carry that can be bullied by the Brody. Or force Skylar on a hero that can't go with Purify. That could work too.
Something without the Purify against an Arlet, against a Valentina. That can definitely be the answer. And we've seen coaches really abuse that in the gold lane. So considering the fact that Skylar's Bruno didn't do well against Brody earlier. We have to see what's the solution. Looking at the matchup here though, most used heroes, the CC for Fluffy and Dawn. Higher win rate for Fluffy here, but I think the KDA maybe favoring Dawn a bit more. So we're gonna see it. The fact that Fluffy plays the CC means that he does know how to try and maneuver around it.
Let's hope.
Usually, right? In
Yeah.
game 1, he was up against it with a Paquito. Not exactly a hero with a lot of staying power. Usually more maneuverability than anything. We'll see if he goes for something similar.
So not really according to predictions, right? It looks like Evos, they're actually slimming the options away from Brusco instead. They picked up the Arlet earlier on. They take out the Minotaur. And Brusco is left thinking what he can pick up this time. I mean, there is an Angela. Is it a flex for RRQ, or do you think it's still fixed going to be Brusco? Because it looks like Evos don't think that way.
I think it could be a flex still. If it needed to be, I still think it definitely can be flexed around. And the fact that Evos bans away all these engage tools, they seem to be thinking that they want to go all in and find ways to really shut down Skylar, right? It does seem like when you can curb Skylar, like in game number 2, losing even in a 1v1, the team does struggle to really maintain their composure, maintain their stability. So, it seems like that's going to be the case, denying all the counter engages.
And now last ban from RQ.
Honestly, this...
Oh, what?
Oh, wow.
Lancelot.
Interesting ban. I was thinking maybe they wouldn't want to ban something like a Yuzong, but that's why I was about to say Evos. They already have an Arlet. So if the XP gets limited too, they can just flex over that Arlet. Do they want to utilize the Arlet still for flex and pick up a jungler first here up against that Fredrin? What would be an option against a Fredrin, against a CC? I think Barats would be a pretty good option, right? Just take one person out of the fight for a little bit and spit him out later and stun him.
Barats, Waxia. Oh!
Finally!
We haven't seen it in a long time. It's Uranus.
And it's funny because we were talking about this coming up as a potential pick for the first match for Bigetron if Sorizo did play. But now we're actually seeing Fluffy being the person to be playing or spearheading the Uranus debut.
Man, and we were talking about how the Uranus could be an answer against the CC in lane. We were talking about the glue and then the Uranus. Yep, backstage before match 1. We expected it to be in match 1 with Sorizo and Aran, but then Lord JM played, saw him play Paquito. Now it's Fluffy, and if you remember Fluffy, he plays Uranus, man. Back in when he was in Aura with the fire back then, he was a menace.
Oh,
what the heck?
What is going on?
Roger Gold?
Roger?
Gold? What is it? Oh man, these are the Vren picks the crazy Vren picks.
I don't
Back when he was coaching TNC, he brought out the Odette combo. And now we have a Roger. We saw a Layla previously. Roger. Gold? Arashi Gold?
Right. Looking at it logically,
oh, man.
Roger does percentage HP damage, right? He's a stronger laner than a carry. I think Evos was trying to back RRQ into a carry pick. Man, Fanny against a Nana though. Man, I have no idea how this is going to play out. There's so many factors that we are just not used to seeing.
Fanny, Roger, Uranus. Fanny not as unorthodox, but still, this is the first time we've seen the Fanny for Evos Glory. Going to be spearheaded by none other than Annabelle. What do you think about these compositions for both teams, real quick?
I think RRQ, if you just play it standard, has some kind of advantage. But for Evos, the fact that they have more options here, they can match a split push, they can assassinate the Angela instead of dealing with the hard guard. They have more ways and creativity to approach this. Coach strategy, showing just insane strategy right now.
And it is confirmed, it's a Roger in the gold lane. Eterna Arashi. If RRQ lose this, I don't know what the comments will be filled with for Vren, bro.
And what better way to close our first and our 30th in total Classic Derby between RRQ and Evos as we jump into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, to see the conclusion. And already so much aggression on Annabelle.
Early on, Very, very low. Annabelle, no problem for now. He'll have to recall Don though. Going head onto Dreams. Almost getting the first blood to RRQ with a lead early on.
Crashing away at the assassin is a strategy we've seen before, but Don, wait, he's even leashing quite a bit. He's not going to the lane. He's losing a couple of minions right now. Fluffy's already level 2 and he's just stuck at level 1.
That and in the gold lane, this is not a matchup that we've seen. Roger and Brody.
And Master Assassin Roger.
Master Assassin Roger with the thrill, so he's going to be trying to be as aggressive as possible. I just don't, I have no idea how this lane is supposed to play out. The Fanny though will be a bit more, has to be a bit more cautious against the Nana. The fact that there was that invade earlier from RRQ is a great start, but they were unable to really get a kill there to anyone, so it didn't really result in anything too drastic.
The result is Annabelle is, I guess, a level below Irad right now. So if they want to go for the neutral objective takes, it's not going to be as simple for Evos Glory unless Annabelle wants to go for a more oppressive and aggressive playstyle, which is look for pickoff so far, which we haven't seen either.
Oh, I feel there's just so much responsibility in the hands of Octa here in this kind of situation. He is the one responsible for a lot of coverage, a lot of like defensive maneuvers, and if he lands a great ultimate, they can change the fight. If he misses the ultimate though and doesn't get like a multi-person stun, that can be terrible for RRQ as well.
He's rotating over. The blitz is ready. He won't use it there. Irad still is able to find it. Dashes out now as Annabelle jumps in with the cables onto the back. Rusko gonna be slain. First blood over to Annabelle as he goes over to Octa. But they will not continue this. They will only just take the kill and trade it over with that turtle.
Rusko being level 3 right there. No hard guard. RRQ get the bit of the advantage on. Whoa, Dreams!
A big smackdown from Irad on Dreams.
Deleted. Smacked down by the Eradicator. That's why they do not want to see the Fredrin. We'll have to see though now with a bit of an advantage. Fluffy is doing what Uranus does, moving into the jungle.
Dude, Skylar's not taking damage.
Maybe this Roger pick has a secret benefit we're not aware of right here. Here's a player head-to-head though between Skylar and Natco. Higher hero proof for Skylar, of course, but the teamfight participation more for Natco. That average KDA though is where things really look different. Evos aren't really known to really play hardcore for Natco, but he can carry. Whereas for RRQ, Skylar always has a role to play.
But I don't know, does Skylar not have much going for him as a Roger in that 1v1 just trades in terms of damage?
I think he's slaying just for team fights. So far he's just farming, right? Surviving in the lane. And with the Lycan form, he's actually not taking damage from the Brody.
Yep, and later on there'll be that percentage HP damage, the missing HP damage as well. Is this gonna be the beginning of a new combo, like a Roger Angela just diving towards your team, just outputting a lot of damage? There's a lot of potential for sure, but Annabelle though on the Fanny, you're wondering what is his thought process. No one's really that squishy to really try and one-shot, except for the Angela.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on we saw what he was able to do for the Angela, right? But that is assuming that the Angela has not used her hard guard yet. And with now Brusco at level 4, that definitely is a possibility that can be negated. So what is the game plan for Annabelle here? As you can already see, a good setup coming from RQ.
Going a blitz 2 used up now by Clockun. Irad jumps out of it. Natco's putting some damage. Dreams! Final flash to the back now. Bringing Irad and Octa to the team. Dreams in the midst of it all, still with the vengeance, still able to sustain for a bit, but Irad takes him down. Turn off our memory, not enough to take anyone down for now. It's a stun over. And Skylar's looking for the kill. Natco flickering over the wall now, but he will be eaten up by RRQ. It's 2 members down for Evos Glory, and they lose the turtle.
Big win for RRQ. Hoshi at the moment as they're pushing the tempo once again here in the top lane.
Oh!
Fluffy goes in very aggressively.
And dies. Pays the price.
He jumped in. A 1v3, 1v4.
Ooh, not over yet though. Annabelle forced to back away in that situation. That was a great play to really just... I don't know how that call was made, but they decided like instead of all barreling towards the turret, try and do some damage to the structures, let's just wait in this bush and see if Fluffy just takes a stroll down that lane and he just gets deleted with the Nana damage, with the crowd control that they have. Nana and Fredrin, anyone that gets targeted is going to have a bad time for now for Evos.
Yeah, we can already see that happening. And now RRQ, they're holding on to a 1k gold lead. It looks like Annabelle now are trying to go for the opposite route here, looking for more objectives instead. But good eye here, Mirko. That's a Malefic Roar, first item for Brody.
A Malefic Roar rush to try and deal with tank your front lines, but no one's really building physical defense just yet. It's more like a preemptive build to try and get more damage. The two teams inching closer and closer to each other though.
Spotted, talk about memory, used up. Skylar wants to go in, gets chunked though. The kite, like, and pounds over to the front, it's a bait! And Natko falls for it, 0-2-0 now taken down by the Molina Blitz. Irad trying to lock down Fluffy, Lycan pounds over to Fluffy. Just trying to shred him down. And RRQ are ahead with a Roger Gold lane.
So Roger Golden with the Has Claws as well. He has a lot of regeneration. So if he takes bad trades, gets poked by Natko in the lane, it doesn't even matter. As long as he can stay healthy and then use the built-in additional damage from the Lycan form to really clean up the same way he usually does on other gold laners. Now he can do it in more decisive fashion, weirdly enough.
Yeah, you don't want Skylar to snowball. I mean, amongst all the worst things that can happen with a Roger in the gold lane, who hasn't died so far in the first 7. Oh, what?
Lycan wants to execute dreams with the damage of Octa. They're playing the Roger Gold so well.
I just said it, don't let him snowball.
The passive still ready. Annabelle doesn't want to go too deep though. And he will only just get the passive of the Nana. Irad finds the third and final turtle of the game done. Will get the Heart Guard. Natko putting some stacks onto him. Will not go for the full initiation.
It's so weird seeing this draft kind of work so well together. The fact that they're now playing with the pressure that they have around the map and then setting up for all these death bushes that we didn't see Evos really fall for in the previous games.
Annabelle is trying to do what he can though, right? I mean, one of the benefits of having a Fanny is the speed that you can go through the map. But again, that's all he can do at this point. Irad.
Big bonk over to Dreams and Clockland, getting him low. As Skylar jumps into the back line, has the Lycan pounce now onto Annabelle. Skylar is dealing a whole lot of damage. Onto the break again, Lycan pounce on Skylar. He's in the midst of it all, still able to survive. But Clockland finally gets rid of him this game. But Natko falls as well. Now it's Irad with a taunt over to Fluffy, trying to chunk him down, but he is able to dash out to safety. Irad, though, wants to go for more. That's a big bomb! The Eradicator! Eradicates Uranus.
Look at his build, man. I was wondering, hey, against the Assassin, against the Arlid, where's the physical defense? He is going for the maximum amount of health possible. Look at his HP bar, and look at how much damage the Princess Wrath dealt.
Now Blitz into Irad. Dreams. Oh, no, final slash, not connecting. Now Natko. Oh, Irad! Now with a dive onto Natko, he can't do anything. Clockwood and Fluffy, all they can do is watch as two of their members get sliced down.
What is going on with RRQ Hoshi this game? What is going on with Irad? He is angry, 4-0-5 already. Is he looking to find a maniac of his own?
Oof. Oh!
The taunt? Okay, no cancel.
That caught me off guard for a second. I thought he was, you know, guided into a trap. But with all those plays, with all the aggression, you can see Evos are confused. Where is the safe area? There were 2 towers deep towards their zone of the map, and RRQ didn't care. They chased them all the way, and now they're just confused. They have no idea where are RRQ. The Lord has been taken just like that.
Yep, for free, completely, in the 10th minute of the game, and that's a 5,000 gold lead for Rex Regum Kaon. As we do take a look at a game fact, the last time Roger was used in MPL ID Season 9 was by Julian from Geek Fam when they faced Bigetron, and this is the first time Roger was used in the gold lane in MPL ID history. Can you imagine that?
Bro, you should have seen the comments when Roger was picked up. Everybody was just bashing already. And now, my God, they are winning. 5.2k gold lead. How is this going to play out?
Once they reach to the base, it might slow down a bit more because Roger, again, not the best sieging machine. But look at that. That's going to be the stolen Molina Blitz. just used to clear the map, but Irad, man, he's just standing there. This is what happens when you get Irad the Fredrin, and when you give him the tools, he's just still moving aggressively, unfazed.
Irad is a monster at this point. Annabelle trying to do what he can, was able to get a tower in the top side and the bottom side, sorry, during that siege. But back to Skylar, he made Lila work. Now he's making Roger work. What other heroes will he bring out to the table and make it work against all odds?
We can only watch and see what he tries to utilize next.
Beautiful.
Hey, maybe we'll see Hanabi.
Oh.
Hanabi?
I don't know.
This
saw
one you never
BTR
know.
play Hanabi in Season 11.
Right.
It worked really well.
For the enemy team.
To lose.
But now RRQ had all the control, doing very textbook stuff here, controlling the lanes, right? Punishing any kind of overextension and taking over the whole jungle. Now we're talking about Annabelle doing so well with an unorthodox pick. Now he's being put on a more orthodox pick and he can't do anything. Irad asserting dominance.
Sitting on his couch, perfect recall there. I mean, seriously, with the Niobe skin. 1v1 Skylar versus Annabelle. He's chasing him down. No purple buff. That was dangerous for Annabelle. He almost got assassinated by the marksman.
That has got to be a weird feeling, man.
Weird.
Playing an assassin, and now the marksman doesn't fear you. You fear the marksman. That 1v1 was gonna go way south for him.
Definitely. Skylar 2-1-4, only taken down once so far. Still in the category of snowballed, looking
R7.
for more. Oh, does he know? Do they know? Annabelle, be careful.
He's gonna recall. Oh.
Oh, hang on.
Here we go. Jumps on the Skylar. But Dawn in the back is actually zoning them away. Skylar's gonna deal with Dreams, now isolated! You chose this battle, now fight it! Skylar is chasing Dreams down, gunning him down, and taking him out. Even Irad in the enemy purple buff, just trying to deny this purple buff away from the Fanny. He will be able to take it for free. Oh, Annabelle actually gets a trade in the mid lane, gets the cables out to safety.
In the middle of all that, I mean, of course, Skylar doing Skylar things, dealing damage. Irad though, 1v3, 1v4, just pressuring the purple buff, not forcing the red stream from Annabelle, fortunately, but look at this.
Hear the fans, listen. Oh no, Annabelle is getting chased down by the wolf.
Unfamiliar situation for sure. Now with that Lord coming in, that's the tool that RRQ will require. They have reached, for the most part, their peak though. Reaching level 15 for multiple members. This is where Evos can hold out and really start to try and mount a comeback. Looking at the items though, even Clockun on the Valentina, forced to go for a glowing one against all the fighters. Irad with the anti-cuirass and radiant armor, with the Sky Guardian helmet and the Molten Crystal. He's just tanky, and now he has a good balance of both magical and physical defense.
7K gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking like a very interesting close to this best of 3 classic derby. Look how much damage Skylar is already dealing.
Just needs one more item to finish it. Enhanced Lord charging into the mid lane. Irad now taunting Dreams up. Annabelle trying to clear out the waves. Skylar's looking for an opening maybe to go in, but he just goes for the Siege 4 now. Goes into that wolf form. Annabelle in the back trying to cut the waves. The Angela is all the way back as well. Wave gonna be caught. Final slash. We're gonna back into the turret. Dawn and Irad caught in a bad spot. Skylar Lycan pounce over to Fluffy. Now trying to burst him down. But Fluffy is able to get out. Turn of our memory. Used up and doesn't get anyone for now. RRQ disengage. That was a good defense from Evos Glory. But look at the stat line. It's still 13-2. 8.7k gold lead for RRQ.
Brusco solo killed Annabelle. Angela and Fanny.
Wait. I didn't see it. What?
It happened in the mid lane.
Oh my god. Can
Was
we
it
get a replay?
It has to be a dive.
It has to be a failed dive.
Man.
Oh my lord.
4v5 right now, RRQ going for more.
Well, Dawn shoved back into the team. Skylar is actually very aggressively jumping forward, but they are getting zoned away and they will be able to pick up the last base turret here. RRQ owning this game. I want a replay of how Annabelle died to the Angela.
Guess we won't be getting it just yet right now. 3 base turrets down. RRQ playing on tempo, but that initial fight by Irad and Dawn caught against the multiple members of Evos under the crystal.
Okay,
that was
got
looking
it.
kind of crazy.
Look,
Here's
I don't
the
know
replay, though.
how, but he flickered in.
Oh my god, bro.
No way.
Oh, the recall! The PM!
Bruce Goat!
Bruce Goat!
Put some respect on his name!
Yes.
Oh? Okay. No way. Big man Irad, too tanky. 3 members and they back away.
God, can you imagine being Annabelle right now?
No, I cannot.
Like the whole world saw that.
Oh no.
Irad seeing it. Just walks in the bush and walks away.
Oh, I still can't get over that.
Oh man, that's
so bad.
He used all his energy to try and clear the waves. So by the time Brusco just showed up, he was like, oh, he must have caught.
And in that moment.
Fancy seeing you here.
Oh, Lord.
That was the
Okay.
moment he knew that he goofed.
Yeah, man. Now RQ, they're going for this Lord. Do Evos have a say in this? Dreams does still have potential to set something up. And it does look like Irad and Annabelle are both at level 15. But it's still not a 50-50, honestly, in favor of Evos.
We'll see if they can pull off a miracle here. Skylar, like encounter with the Dreams, melting him down, shredding him down, flickering forward, gonna be Immortality, Nako setting him up right now. Dreams finds the final slash and Vengeance as well, but he will not be able to find more. Floppy in the back, Annabelle doing the same thing, but gets gunned down by Skylar. Dreams finds the shutdown onto Octa. It's a 1-4-2 trade. Fluffy trying to back away. Too many waves crashing down into their base. Their minions also spawning back in. They're trying to hold it down. Fluffy up top, but Skylar is shredding through him. Like encounter with a Fluffy. Immortality bot. Dreams with a final slash only onto the minions right now. Not able to connect onto anybody. As Fluffy again gets shredded down. They're looking for the members first. That's 1, that's 2. And that might just be 3 inside of the base. But they will just end the Classic Derby with a Roger, with a Dream, and with straight power.
A brute force conclusion by RRQ with the unorthodox picks wrangling the game by pure force away from Evos.
Congratulations on the 20th win to Rex, Regum, Kaon in their 30th anniversary of the Classic Derby. And what an outcome, what a way to end it. What the brutality from a lot of things that were going on, not just in the drafts, but Brusco's solo kill on Annabelle as an Angela and a Fanny. What the Roger was able to do. Skylar. What?
All the way from the drafting phase, we were just caught completely off guard. But again, this is the Classic Derby. If there is a time for this kind of things to happen, it is now.
I loved it.
Oh boy.
An Angela solo kill against a Fanny, a Roger pick in the
Irad.
gold lane. No way. This is what we're used to seeing in Epic. Now we're seeing it on the stage of MPL ID, the highest level of MLBB in Indonesia. My God.
We've got to talk to them. We've got to talk to them after that win of game number 3. So let's take to the interview with Bude Clara Mongstar and RRQ Hoshi.
Kemenangan telah dinantikan oleh seluruh Kingdom. Dan inilah dia, tim RRQ Hoshi. Kemenangan ke-20 dari 30 pertemuan mereka. Dan membuat RRQ di Derby Classic itu begitu mendominasi. Skylar akhirnya bisa ngedapetin kemenangan setelah minggu lalu. Lumayan berat ya. Apalagi ini Derby Classic nih. Bagaimana?
Nggak kedengaran tadi, sorry.
Bagaimana nih? Ini kan kita udah ngeliat puasa nih minggu lalu. Minggu ini akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan namun di Derby Classic. Bagaimana dari timmu sendiri sekarang?
Lebih better mungkin kita yang di game kedua kita mungkin agak sedikit buat kesalahan lah. Harusnya bisa menang.
Harusnya bisa 2-0 tuh.
Iya.
Bisa ditutup dengan 2-0. Namun kita jadi penasaran kayak minggu lalu lumayan goyang nih. Tapi what happened? Apa yang terjadi dengan minggu lalu?
Kita kebanyakan coba strategi sih.
Mencoba-coba dan sekarang
Iya.
udah matang belum sih Skylar?
Belum,
Belum?
belum,
Ini belum 100% RRQ?
belum.
Masih panjang kah?
Ya, masih ada proses.
Kalau boleh dinilai pakai angka, ini berapa nih kira-kira angkanya dari tim RRQ sekarang?
Kalau dari 1/10 masih di 8 lah.
Masih di 8, masih banyak sekali yang tentu saja kita nantikan performa dari tim RRQ. Dan kamu, kenapa tiba-tiba ada Roger tadi ya? Ide siapa itu? Ide siapa, Skylar?
Gue ada persiapan sih itu hero-nya.
Serius, udah pernah latihan?
Ya, terus coach friend bilang udah Roger aja gas.
Gas?
Gas.
Gas aja?
Iya,
Nggak ada ragunya tuh?
nggak ada.
Kan kayak semua orang nggak ada yang pakai, tapi kamu berani membawa Roger. Susah nggak sih pakai Roger?
Gampang,
Ada tips nggak buat player Roger nih yang lagi nonton nih?
cakar semua aja.
Cakar semua. Ternyata begitu ganas ya. Tapi for Brusco, there are a lot of people who doubting you right now. What do you say about those people?
For our Kingdom, thank you so much for always supporting us. Even though there's so many bashers, but there's a lot. Our Kingdom keep my spirit, like semangat, like that. That's why thank you so much.
Dari Brusco aja tuh ya tetap semangat walaupun banyak sekali mungkin ramai di online seperti apa. Tapi dengan support dari RRQ Kingdom mempercaya dia. Dan dia benar-benar bikin dia happy dan juga semangat. Kingdom terbaik. But how do you feel about your progress in Indonesia, Brusco?
I think I need to practice more because I don't want to like lose the Kingdom trust in me.
Wow, dia akan lebih kerja keras, dia ingin berusaha yang terbaik, biar kalian tetap percaya dengan Brusco. Brusco udah dikasih jempol banyak, that a thumbs up there, a lot of thumbs up for you. But not only Brusco, yeah, we have Irat. Irat, I think this is your first time win in front of your support system. Bea,
Yeah.
do you want to say something to her now?
Last week kalau dia nonton kita sial banget.
Like, oh, so it's misfortune for him last week that they lose. Okay. Apa lagi?
Dia ngomong karena mungkin Bay datang kemarin dia udah stres jadi kalah katanya.
Deg-degan ya?
Iya mungkin.
Deg-degan. But
Joke.
it's a joke. But the pressure is there because it's the stage is really big. How do you feel coming to Indonesia and you are in a Derby Classic, one of the awaited match in Indonesia?
For me against Evos. Gak tahu.
Gak tahu.
Hah?
It is okay. It is what you expected or something.
I'm just excited. I'm just excited to fight against them, but I'm not. I don't know, but
Yeah.
they are also. I think they are also good when Alpha.
Oh, bagus pas pakai Alpha ya. Dan dia juga excited, dia juga merasa ingin bermain juga pastinya. Tapi what is your reaction when they pick Fanny?
Fanny, I think only Kyrie can play Fanny. Yeah. He
Cuma
cannot-
Kyrie aja yang bisa main ya.
Dia gak bisa pakai Fanny di depan gua.
Nggak bisa pakai Fanny di depan Irat. It's okay. Dan terlihat ya betapa bersemangatnya Irat dan juga di match kali ini apalagi. Wow. Semua ramai banget. Tapi gimana kalau kalian dari Dawn? Pertama kali di MPL, Derby Classic-nya nih.
Ya.
Gimana? Beda nggak sama yang di MDL?
Gak jauh beda sih sebenarnya. Ya sama aja. Di MDL juga ada stage-nya sama aja.
Tapi gimana? Kayak ini kan rame banget lihat para Kingdom. Dan pressure-nya juga. Bagaimana kamu untuk biar tetap keep calm and tenang?
Ya
Ya tetap percaya sama tim aja. Soalnya juga ada tim kan. Kalau misal kena pressure ya ada tim lah.
Ada tim yang bikin calm. Okta ngapain? Okta ngapain ketika lagi mungkin donnya lagi deg-deg ser, Okta ngapain nih?
Ya ngasih tahu aja. Kadang kalau dia kena pressure saya beliin batagor.
Rahasianya batagor?
Ya.
Yang jual siapa tuh? Abang-abang
Bangsin.
Bangsin ya?
Batagor Bangsin. Itu siomay ya?
Ya kayaknya udah buka cabang itu ya. Tapi menarik dengan kemenangan ini, nextnya Skylar, kamu akan bertemu dengan Bigetron yang lagi di pucuk atas, sedangkan kalian ini lagi posisinya deg-degser di arah agak bawah. Gimana Skylar melihat Bigetron yang sekarang kayaknya season 13 katanya sudah bukan kelinci percobaan lagi. Bigetron yang sekarang bukan Bigetron yang dulu Skylar. Bagaimana kamu melihat match esok hari?
Mungkin hari ini kita prepare buat nonton BTR juga kan, buat lawan besok. Ya kita juga lihat dari gameplaynya BTR lumayan kuat kan sekarang.
Ada namakah yang paling menonjol dari Bigetron?
Eman.
Eman! Oh, anything to say to Eman? Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk Eman, Irat or Skylar or...
Good luck Evan.
Good luck Evan. Irat, do you have something to say? To close this game, to close this match, last word.
Good luck. Good luck. Our game against BTR tomorrow. Also, thank you to all kingdoms that came here. Aku cinta kalian. Aku cinta kalian. Yeah.
Oh, he said I love you guys. Dan thank you untuk semuanya para kingdom and of course your girlfriend here.
Thank you for your only support and I appreciate you a lot and I love you so much. Yeah.
Gak usah diartiin ya, udah artinya gak usah. Kita langsung lempar aja kepada para caster, silakan bedah. Game ketiga begitu luar biasa.
Congratulations once again to RRQ and of course their kingdom, their fans who
people here
are
You can still hear them chanting, by the way. They're still celebrating.
It won't stop anytime soon,
They're
bro.
like rolling on the floor
No,
and doing
Eterna.
jumping jacks.
No, they're not.
That guy's flying.
Close enough,
I'd love to see Arashi fly.
Maybe he can. Maybe you just haven't given him enough trust. Have you guys trusted anybody more than Ren trusting himself to go and pick up Roger? You know how much confidence you need to do that? As an RRQ coach, if they lost that, he would have lost his career, bro. That was literally him gambling with his career.
You can say that.
Yeah.
That is the kind of severity that being an RRQ member brings to the table. But player of the match, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. It's your boy, Irad.
Irad.
Decade.
Tor.
Nice.
Tried to cut you off, Eterna, you were saying.
No, so he gets the MVP, but there's like a silent MVP.
Who's the silent MVP? Vren. Shout outs to Vren.
Coach Vren.
God damn, that was the most ridiculous pick. I think the Layla would have been more ridiculous, but it didn't happen in MPLID, right? But then they made it work. The Layla, they didn't make it work the second time, but first time they made it work. And then Rashi, the Roger, man.
I just wasn't expecting all that. Actually, he was actually doing so good in the laning phase, more than you would expect. And then everyone just kind of...
We have to get into a custom match.
We're gonna try this out.
I'll be Brody, you'll be Roger. We need to see the damage reduction there when on the Lycan form.
Right. It has to be a thing, because whenever the wave gets shoved under turret, whenever he was being harassed from long range, he just turns into the Lycan form, and it was just all good.
Let's see him.
He doesn't look
Alright,
happy
just
with
chilling.
the player of the match.
Just chilling.
Just chilling. Player of the match highlights by official gold partner UBS Gold, though. Early on, of course, we were worried about the Fanny presence, but afterwards, this fight though, Ira just again goes in very, very aggressively, and he's going with a lot of HP there.
I'm just
Just
I'm just in
admiring.
awe. Yeah, I'm admiring what happened. I mean, even that movement, that synergy coming through with Octa as well. I didn't really expect that from happening. And then Irad does this, and then it's just a snowball from there.
He'll do this a couple more times.
For sure. And you have to shout out again to Octa. You know, I've been a very harsh critic about Octa and his positioning and his playstyle. But here, again, you're seeing it. Oh, that's a half HP Uranus. How was he able to do that? That
He's
full
the
HP,
Eradicator.
the full HP build, man, that is terrifying.
That too, by the way, like, I think that was a mistap, by the way. I think that was just like the auto tap because it targeted
think?
the guy with less HP in the back, but it worked. So we're not questioning
No,
it. Irad.
calculated.
Exactly, 100% calculated. It was the subversion of expectations. Dreams didn't expect that.
But look at Octa. He's been very active with this Nana pick, and he has a lot more leeway because of the passive, because of the strike control that very easily landed Molina, the second skill, to really transmute anyone. So he was actually so aggressive, using the flicker aggressively as well, backing up the whole team. So it almost seems like he knows how to play so well when they're winning, right? When he's looking for ways to get even more ahead. When it's even, that's where it seems like he's a bit more out of his comfort zone.
Don't let him into his zone.
You can't let him to that zone, man. And this is a 17-minute 30-second game. I thought it was a lot faster due to the nature of the picks, right? Just a lot of snowball, a lot of aggression. It's actually one of the longer games of the match.
Yep.
And if you look at the emblems, it's still concussive blast for Irad on the Fredrin. You would think that with that kind of playstyle, just running straight at 3 or 4 people, he would go with something to facilitate maybe some more sustain, some more movement. No, he's still going with the concussive blast, and it didn't matter. He was so immovable in the front line, just not able to be pushed back by anyone. Man, if you look at the build too for the Roger, that's Sea Halberd last item, still respecting the potential for Uranus to really out-sustain the bulk of his damage. But at that point, it's a cherry on top. It gives you percentage max HP damage as well. So it's kind of funny. Like all the items really synergize well with the Roger.
We'll take a look at the post-game stats as well here for both of the teams. And it looks like Rich Guy and the carry is, of course, it's Skylar on the Roger. GPM, not as high as Aman.
No, but he's a
So
Roger.
still, Aman is a different breed.
Yeah, so far, he's
900 GPM, average 800 plus.
He's a farmer, for sure. The way he plays, 900 GPM average, my God.
Skylar's more of a
Fighter.
what would you call it? Like a fighter, I guess. So someone who just doesn't like just farming it out. He wants to get some kills, some action, man. Highest damage dealt. He's the carry of the game as well. On the Roger, despite the fact that we don't see a lot of moments where he is quote-unquote free hitting, all of that damage comes in from when he just goes in all in with the Lycan form.
And I'm wondering what the calls were like. So we're going to take a look at the golden moment by UBS Gold right here, right now.
Maju Don. Ya udah ya lihat gue nih. Maju aja.
Gas.
Taylor.
Ya Brody.
Gue dengan flicker.
Ada panik di belakang,
Mati Brody. Pick up gotong. Nice guys. Bisain boy. Bisain.
Tadi saya sul gua. Saya Ben.
Iya. Masuk gua Brusko.
For saya
12.
Clear dulu.
Clear dulu aja guys, santai.
Masuk aja Brusko.
Gua depanin nih Ler. Konsil.
Aman ada player.
One of the hypest, most chaotic calls so far.
They went feral, bro. That was crazy. What was that? They sounded like wolves.
Don
They
is
went
so
Lycan
quiet
from themselves.
You love to see
Don
it, man.
He's
Don's-
just done with it.
He's just focusing on his own thing, man.
You know what he reminds me of? Or who he reminds me of? Who? Lemon. When the whole team is just yelling. He's also in the
you're
XP,
right.
and Lemon would just be like,
True. Who was the shot caller though?
everyone. Mainly, it was like Brusco and Skylar.
Right? Is that weird?
Brusco,
Is that
Skylar,
normal?
Gold lane?
With comms?
CW used to make calls too, but then now he's no longer making. But actually, they're actually all making calls together, right? So I don't know. I think it depends on the team. Do they need a shot caller?
I think in theory, the shot calls are always going to make things a bit more calculated, a bit more, just a bit neater, right? And, you guys should try and get to look neater as well.
What do you guys think?
With
Yay
the
or nay?
dramatic glasses.
Is it too... Okay, yay or nay? Vote in the comments, ladies and gentlemen.
The MVP
Yay or
collection.
nay? Saturdays.
Oh!
I'll just say that.
Cool.
Your glasses are floating, by the way.
I can't put it on properly.
They're not supported by...
Wait, it's hard to put on. Okay.
It was floating, guys.
Gear
That's
up
because
for
I'm
the
wearing a
launch
headset.
of this MPL ID collaboration on March the 4th.
Show them the box, Eterna.
Oh, sorry.
Boom. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Go and check it out. www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. For more info, follow at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and on TikTok. You guys can get a whole lot of the different variants. Super, super cool. Look at that. Oh, okay. And wow. That's a nice case.
It's super classy. I
And it's a
like
Saturday
opening
today.
things up. Oh, you're right. It is a Saturday.
It lined up.
So Saturdays on a Saturday.
Yes. Yes.
What a great Saturday this has been.
That is the order of weeks that I...
Here.
Okay.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we do still have one more match ahead of us. It's the Battle of Family.
El Familia versus the Community.
And with that being said, we are going to throw on a short break. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan. termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Winner.
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment, I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing. Your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take, yeah. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP. That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top. But he just calmly got his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord. But it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals. Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portals up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath
water. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Bigetron Alpha benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Noxvolt. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Top-up mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Where?
You lapper.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world. I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Your MVP is Chip! His portals completely set the pace of the match from start to finish.
Wow, another MVP. That's my chip.
Just doing my job.
Can I see the highlights?
I'm off the clock.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your portals in action.
Looks like Red Team's trying to catch Chip alone up top, but he just calmly dropped his portal and Alpha ults in to flip this fight around. A great example of skills persisting through portals.
Double kill.
Cyclops is taking a serious beating from Gord, but it's Chip to the rescue. Will he make it? What a clutch save! Poor Gord just got jumped JJK style. Arlot's just in time for the buy one, get one special. Man, next time look before you enter enemy portals.
And then? Wow.
Uh-oh, Cyclops is about to overstay his welcome. Is this deja vu? Oh, wait for it, boom! Melissa joins the party. Chip runs a big CC. Sheesh, what a massacre! And to add insult to injury, Melissa portals back to her lane without missing a beat. A skirmish breaks out. Where's Chip going? Is he gonna... He flickers to the high ground. Portal's up. Surprise! Brody gets deleted. Can Red Team make it back in time? No shot! What an insane portal strat!
here, Ender.
Great job, guys!
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay!
Backline already, and you're running for the lines, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di polisi yang membuat pergerakan dari Bigetron Alpha benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss. We'll miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We'll terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Yang ketiga di MPL Indonesia Season 13, kita akan menyaksikan dua tim yang sedang berjuang untuk meranjak naik di puncak klasemen. Mereka sedang ingin mendapatkan kemenangan. Kali ini setelah melihat 21-21 untuk hari ini, seperti apa pertarungan epic yang akan diberikan oleh kedua tim ini. Akan ada Geek Fam dan juga Alter Ego. Dua tim ini benar-benar harus memberikan yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan satu match win. Dan di sini Bunda Clara Mongstar bersama kalian malam minggu yang sangat mendebarkan ini akan lebih mendebarkan kalau kita akan ngobrol dengan dua player yang menjadi kuncian. Satu playernya adalah Player of the Week di minggu yang kedua. Dan satunya adalah player yang begitu impactful dalam tim sampai membuat timnya bersinar. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama, inilah dia, Krite dan juga Aboy. Kasih tahu langsung semuanya di sini ya. Nah, Aboy, minggu ini gimana Boy?
Minggu ini semoga menang semua sih.
Semoga menang semua. Datang hari ini di hari Sabtu ini. Dan kalau dari Krite gimana untuk minggu ketiga?
Semoga lancar lah itu ya.
Oh ya, dan hari ini juga ya, ini dimana kita ngelihat Alter Ego tuh lagi rame banget dari Alter Champs-nya. Namun kalian berdua tuh pernah ketemu sebelumnya nih. Gimana kalau mungkin kita lihat Krite melihat Aboy pada saat season lalu dan yang sekarang?
Aboy ya, tetap jago sih dari dulu sampai sekarang lah. Tetap konsisten dia.
Tetap konsisten, berarti sama aja nih dari season lalu sama season sekarang nih?
Ya pasti ada improve lah dari dia.
Apa yang paling mungkin kamu, wah hari ini ngelawan Aboy harus ngapain nih? Ada gitu nggak?
Harus main aja kayak biasa dah.
Main kayak biasa. Kalau Aboy ngeliat main biasanya Krite gimana tuh Boy?
Dia jago sih. Dari masih waktu Evos sampai Alter Ego emang bagus ya.
Memang bagus. Namun ada perbedaan nggak sih ketika dia berbeda bendera Boy?
Mungkin dari hero poolnya lebih banyak kalau di sekarang.
Hero poolnya lebih banyak. Dan Krite sendiri, dia baru pindah tim langsung ngedapetin gelar Player of the Week. Aboy, bagaimana kamu melihat satu lawanmu yang nanti akan kamu hadapi menjadi Player of the Week di minggu lalu? Menurutmu apa yang membuat dia menjadi Player of the Week, Boy?
Mungkin di week 2 emang dia perform banget sih, jadi wajar aja.
Wajar aja perform. Kalau dari Kret sendiri, bagaimana kamu melihat sekarang match hari ini Aboy adalah satu player yang dimana membawa Geek Fam sampai ke Grand Final season lalu. Kalau kamu sendiri, mungkin ada gak sih anak-anak alter ego nih sebelum main, woi Kret jangan lupa ya nanti Aboy apa kayak gitu, ada nggak?
Ada lah yang jago kan Aboy, pasti harus dipegang lah dia.
Harus dipegangin?
Iya.
Oh udah mulai mereka kelihatan ya. Apa yang paling kamu mungkin lihat respect dari Aboy? Apakah dari satu hero dia ada yang paling kamu segani?
Apa ya, jago semua sih dia.
Jago semua? Nggak ada satu yang mungkin bisa kamu spesifik sebut?
Apa ya, banyak hero dia soalnya.
Mungkin playstyle-nya mungkin? Atau orangnya nih gimana nih? Kayaknya kalem-kalem wae ya Krait ya, si Aboy ya.
Bener. Apa ya, kalau Aboy gendong-gendong lah dia intinya pokoknya, jago dia.
Gendong-gendong, jago. Namun ini untuk pertarungan kali ini, Aboy, ada gak sih yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada Krait dan juga alter ego yang terkenal dengan permainan barbarnya? Apakah menurutmu Krait udah cukup barbar?
Ya, barbar semua deh.
Barbar semua. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih untuk Krait?
Baku hantam aja.
Baku hantam. Biasanya Aboy yang tenang, kalem, damai, dia ingin baku hantam. Ada nggak yang ingin kamu mungkin pakai nanti hero-nya?
Bikin hero-hero yang aneh aja.
Hero aneh apa yang akan diberikan oleh Aboy? Kalau kalian ada yang mau disampaikan kepada Aboy?
Buat Aboy apa? Buat Geek Fam lah, good luck ya, fun aja lah gitu ya.
Gitu aja? Nggak kepengen rame nih, kayaknya anak-anak di belakang udah, ayo dong, mau cowok let's go.
Kalem aja pokoknya, main aja dah.
Kalem aja, semuanya menginginkan kemenangan pastinya, namun coba untuk keduanya kita kasih semangat dan tepuk tangan. Thank you dan good luck untuk match kalian. Wow, super fans di sini juga udah mulai dakdikdusur bagaimana mereka bisa untuk memperlihatkan kemampuan yang dimiliki. Dan tentu saja Budek Rara Mongsar melihat super fans udah ngumpul, yang ada di rumah juga yang lagi galau.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13!
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last match to close out day number 2 of week number 3 with the El Familia closing between Geek Fam and the Famunity and of course Alter Ego. Here on the English broadcast though, it's still with me Eterna with Mirko alongside with Arashi. And before we begin, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Thank you to our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also have our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, and Telkomsel. Thank you to our suppliers Innomar, Point Coffee, Neo, QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our government partner PBESI. And we're already feeling it from the audience behind us. I'm pretty sure you guys can hear it back at home, but are you feeling it, Mirko?
We're all feeling it, man. Geek Fam, they need to prove a whole lot. First runners up last season, but not doing too good this season. Alter Ego, the complete opposite. They did not make it to playoffs last season. And right now, they're on cloud 9. That's why you can hear these fans go crazy in the back supporting Alter Ego. For the longest time, Alter Ego has been struggling in the regular season. But here they are, battling for first place.
Well, looking at the regular season standings presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, you can see that with the previous matches, Araki Hoshi has finally stepped out into number 6. Geek Fam, though, is down there with Rebellion and Evos, so now they're going to try and take down number 3, punching up their weight class, but they have done it before. For a while, they were known as the ultimate underdog, the Kingslayers, if you may.
Definitely. And you know, according to history...
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa!
Before Beloyski's arrival, from Season 4 to Season 9, Alter Ego have never once experienced defeat against Geek.
From Season
and
4
history lesson.
to Season 9, they have never lost against Geek Fam. And then, Mr. B. All 3 B's capital, and all 3 B's different words. Mr. Big Brain, or Boy, Beloyski, came in and started a revolt in the roster, in the way they played, in the way they drafted, in the way they geeked up the fam unity.
I mean, the man is the mastermind behind the war crimes. J. Robert Beloyski. J. Robert Beloyski. But today he is not the man we're taking a closer look at. It's a boy versus a man who won Player of the Week.
A boy won player versus a man who of the week.
No, Mirko.
Power pick versus flexible pick. A mere mortal against Vector. If you look at a boy and Krite here, both are very impressive right now. Top kills in the league right now, 34 for Krite, which is very, very impressive. Number 3 average kills for the mid laner in 3, but number 1 average kills for the mid laner, it's your boy, a boy, at 4.57. Quite a bit gap between him and Krite, kind of, even though it's only between 1 and 3. But number 4, top kills overall though. So hey, this is about 2 mid laners that have the possibility, the potential to really hard carry their team. So which means that their teams are more dynamic. They're not only reliant on their gold lane, they can use that mid laner as that late game carry potential, and that is a scary fact.
They're definitely one of the biggest strengths in the team, more so for Geek Fam compared to Alter Ego, because of the performance that we've seen so far. With Pi stepping up, we have Taz in the jungle. There's a lot more people that they can rely on, but for Geek Fam in particular, it feels like a boy has been the only consistent anchor to the team, especially here in MPL ID Season 13. What's up?
Hazel is on the roster.
Hazel is going to be in the jungle position. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, it's still the main 5, no changes.
All right, we'll have to see, especially in the jungle matchup. A lot of people were talking about how Geek Fam, they really have to shape up in that neutral objective take. Let's see if Hazel has what it takes going up against Taz. But first and foremost, let's bring out, who is it, Mirko?
The 3 face masks need a win to get back to that number 1 spot that they had in week number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if they can do it up against the Geeks. It's El Familia, Alter Ego!
Alter Ego, new faces, new spirits, perhaps new glory for them this season. Earlier on from week number 1 and week number 2, they sure gave an impressive performance that even the camera, man, felt shook by it.
We sure felt the aura, the pressure, the presence of the team. You heard it before, man. Shevin said the big man himself Dominic Toretto said nothing is stronger than family. We'll see how true that statement is today.
And of course, they are going up a team, the runner-ups, the first team runner-ups of MPL ID Season 12.
Is there anything stronger than just family? Perhaps it's the fam with the unity. The Geeks make their way up on stage with a boy, but now they must be men. Geek Fam!
Here they are with Beloyski, the spearhead of this team, walking forth as captain, as shot call. But will he be able to shot call him to victory this time against Alter Ego?
Arguably an even bigger presence on stage overall. As a team, they have been together for longer. They have more unity in their name. We'll see if that translates the same way into the land of Dawn. Geek Fam. You can see the fans just completely rallying behind them.
Yes, for both Geek Fam, the fam unity, and as well as the supporters coming in from Alter Ego, the Alter Champs. They really are showing their support for their team, but we have to talk about the coaches here. Let's welcome them up on stage. It's Coach Nafari and Analyst Ars with Coach Bluffsy, as well as his partner there.
Ura?
Partner in crime who's no longer in the shadows.
No longer in the shadows.
It's Ura.
It's Ura.
Don't forget Danang.
Of course.
Danang.
Our most loved Marshall.
Danang.
Mr. Danang.
I gotta ask though.
To whip us into the land of Dawn.
Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. I was gonna pose a question, man. Is there a name for this matchup here? Alter Ego against Geek Fam.
The Family Derby.
The Family Derby? No. Hey, I'm just saying.
A family
feud. Family feud might be copyrighted, but hey, usually when two families are at each other's throats, it's called a blood feud. So we'll have to see, man. That makes it sound a lot more sinister.
Talking about sinister.
Ooh.
Our team head to head, right? Earlier on, we saw a poster.
Family to family.
Yes, okay. Family to family. Earlier on, we saw a poster between a boy and Krite, and the one thing that we forgot to mention was the fact that Krite has showed an amazing hero pool so far, right? He's picked up 7 heroes so far in the mid lane, whereas a boy, he sticks more to his comfort heroes. And you gotta wonder why, because this is not the same Krite that we saw in Evos. It's the Aldo effect. Currently,
the AE? The Aldo effect?
Yes. The A. Oh, wow.
Yes. I thought you said yes because you understood.
I always say yes first because,
okay.
You know, I trust my partners. But currently, Aldo has already drafted 33 unique heroes in 11 games. So if we look at the keys to victory, that might play a role.
Well, we start with Geek Fam here. Their keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy. Capitalize on a boy as Geek's mid-carry, mid-lane, mid-game, mid-everything. That's what a boy needs to do for his team. And they have to hassle the objectives with Hazel.
Hazel.
You already know.
Hassle with Hazel.
Shout out to, what do you call him, Mirko? The man behind the wordplay, as always.
Mr. Dicka.
Mr. Dicka.
Mas Dick.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Respect P. But now, we have to see what the opposition has to say about that. Keys to victory for Alter Ego by Samsung Galaxy. Utilize Krite's diverse hero pool, as we were mentioning earlier, and track and nullify Beloyski's movements. At the end of the day, even with a boy dealing damage, a boy moving around, he cannot do everything himself. And the calls, the lead in the Land of Dawn still comes from big man Beloyski. If they can track and nullify him using aggressive heroes, it's gonna be a tough time for Geek Fam.
It's big boy Beloyski, not big man.
Big boy, big boy Beloyski. Yes.
The triple B.
My mistake.
So on that topic, anyway, what do you guys think about Beloyski's performance this season? Last season, in MPL ID Season 12, it felt like he was more in control of the game. But it feels like we see a difference with his effect this time around. But before we get into that, let's look at this. Coach Cassius on Alter Ego Krite. Krite's performance in Alter Ego and why he deserves to be Player of the Week. In my opinion, Krite has been performing exceptionally well, and he has showcased a diverse hero pool. In week number 2, he particularly stood out with his outstanding performance on Xavier, a hero that is quite unique and rarely picked by other players, so it's indeed well-deserved if he gets the Player of the Week title. So we're shifting back onto Mr. Krite here.
Right, so he's saying a very unique hero being selected pushes you up in the Player of the Week standing. So we might see Skylar, is what he's telling us with the Roger pick.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
right.
unorthodox picks. Back to this matchup though, again, Krite has a lot of unique heroes, and it's great because it's not only him being able to play it, he's able to carry with all these heroes we haven't seen in a while. That's what kind of makes him stand out against the other players who can pick up some other new unique heroes, but they haven't been able to dominate with them.
Very flexible. He's shaping up to be, honestly, Drian back in the day.
Ooh. So he's shaping up to be a Kage.
Oh, the new gen.
Previously, Alter Ego did have a Kage in the mid lane too. Maybe he left some remnants there for Krite to pick up.
Kage Spirit.
The Kage experience, the KE for AE, for C, R1TE.
But this is the DP, the drafting phase.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone,
SG.
Samsung Galaxy.
SG.
SG indeed. With AE versus GF. Okay, let's stop. Okay, Alter Ego first pick. We do see a Novaria, Matilda, and an Angela. With Geek Fam taking out the Joy, Nolan, and the Vexana.
That is quite interesting. We've talked about how Beloyski is very reliant on these support-centric heroes like the Matildas, the Angelas, but we haven't seen it really come into the meta that often until this week. But yet, Alter Ego seems completely ready, and they ban away that pesky Novaria as well. A boy will have to find an alternative.
We've been seeing a rise in the Fredrin first pick. Alter Ego doing the same thing Evos did earlier. But remember, Evos Glory, when they did first pick the Fredrin, it did not do too well. They lost in that first game with the Fredrin first pick up against Araki Hoshi, who utilized Vexana in the first phase with a CC. No Vexana this time though, but the Arla and the Baksha comes out.
Interesting situation here. The Fredrin, we've seen the power, the possibility. It will be nerfed technically with the Turtle's Presence. Well, the passive from the Baksha. Not with the Arlet right here, it seems to be an all-in close-range situation. Seeing that, Alter Ego pick up the Ruby, denying it from Beloyski as well, and they secure a strong gold laner in the Bruno.
Okay, we do have a comment here from the mid laner of Alter Ego, Krite, still skilled, consistent, and continually improving from last season, and he's talking about a boy. So this matchup, more than ever, is that much more interesting to see two players from these teams who have really performed exceptionally well, and I'm relieved to see a Bruno on the side of Alter Ego, so it's not a Ruby Gold. Ladies and gentlemen.
It is not a Ruby Gold. They've already limited that out. Now it's Geek Fam with an export pick, so also not utilizing the flex pick into the second phase. They want to just pick up the export for Pi ASAP.
This export pick is going to be so troublesome for a Fredrin to deal with though. When they're contesting for the neutral objective, having a Baksha that already lowers your healing, your generation, and now having the constant spray of flames, it's going to be a trouble for all these fighters. And that will be, when that happens, it's going to fall down to the shoulders of the mage to try and trade the damage back or even look for an opportunity. So I do expect Alter Ego to try and find something a bit more long-ranged, but Geek Fam hasn't picked a mid laner either. So we'll have to see if they try and go for the bans here, because if that happens, hey, Krite has the reputation of having more heroes in his hero pool.
But at the moment, there aren't a lot of heroes that have been taken away from a boy either. Sure, Vexana's off the board, Novaria's off the board, but these are two heroes that he hasn't picked up this season except for the Novaria. His choices now are Valentina, Faramis, and Nana. So, still a hero pool that he can choose from.
Lilia? To a degree, I think it still work, depending on the situation. But, let's see man, with the Paquito banned out, 2 more bans for the side of Alter Ego, and they're taking their time here. It seems like there's factors at play. I do think they're gonna go for the mid laners that specifically counter some of their approaches here. Probably the Faramis.
I would agree with whatever you said. If I could hear you, Arashi, I think.
Oh, right, my
but
bad.
the fans in the building, my God, I gotta give it to the fans in the building. All the way from the first match, by the way, Bigetron versus Aura, to the last one, Alter Ego versus Geek, we have a packed, full house MPL arena. And it's so amazing, the atmosphere here. It's so amazing. It's overwhelmingly amazing to the point where I have Arashi on full volume and I still can't hear him. But it's okay, because that only goes to show you the hype levels here for this matchup. For the first runners-up and a rising team in Season 13. The Claude Band, though, they really want to try to put Chidera into a hero that he's not comfortable with. And we've seen this work multiple times, by the way. When you give him, wow, great band, the Odette, the pocket pick that we saw from Kreitz, that was a bit of cheese as well, will be respected for Geek.
I mean, having the Odette, when your team is literally, for now, 3 fighters all diving in, definitely not the ideal circumstance. You're talking about that kind of combination though, what kind of goal laner? You're talking about putting Chidera on something uncomfortable. Without the Brody now banned away as well, is it going to default back to the Irithel that we've seen so much? And if so, they must have some kind of plan here.
That really didn't really work out for him, no? I'm pretty sure he didn't lose, and that he didn't win that game. But another option is carry now for Geek. If they want to play it safe, they can go in for the carry. Not the best matchup against the Bruno, but it's not as risky as something like the Irithel.
For sure. We'll see though if they want to utilize that or if they want to switch it up. Technically, Wanwan is also one of his signature picks back in the day. It hasn't really made an appearance here in MPL Indonesia Season 13 because it's a bit risky, especially up against Bruno. It will bully you. I know this matchup. So they go for the Lilia first and then they are putting Chidera in that last pick. This might be the reason, by the way, as to why we're seeing Chidera over Marky. Maybe it's because his hero pool is a lot wider than we know. He hasn't shown a lot of picks, but he has shown an Irithel, a very wild pick, to say the least.
Right. For Geek, they still hide the gold lane. They're going for the Lilia. Like I said, against this kind of close-range team, especially against the Fredrin. Now with the X-Borg on top of the Lilia, it's going to be a lot of shreds, poke damage from far away. But Alter Ego, they want to go for that decisive play. They do not want to let Geek Fam poke at them. It's going to be the Valentina and the Lapu Lapu in the hands of Pi. Now that's some terrifying backline dive potential.
And the thing is, because they picked up something like the Lilia for their mid laner, it complements their dive-in playstyle, right? They don't necessarily have to be too worried about that backline if it was, let's say, a Vexana or maybe even a Novaria. But with the Lilia, there's a little bit more flexibility and there's also a complementary way to support the damage that they want to go for. But of course, Alter Ego with the Lapu Lapu, they're trying to negate that with crowd control. Now, Geek with the last pick, there it is. The safer pick, not the best pick, but it's carry for Chidera.
The best pick in this situation.
Yes.
With the Brody, the Claude banned out. The Bruno will have a good time at farming, by the way, to get to that mid-game power spike. So for Geek Fam, they need to hold on or win the other side of the map. Put Chidera in this weak side. Don't care about him until he gets his items.
My real question right here is the early game. Pre-level 4, before the turtle is even in consideration, I think Alter Ego has a solid composition with a lot of crowd control, a lot of spammable spells, but against a Lilia in particular and a Baxia, I think there's going to be a big clash pre-4 that can still go in either team's way.
And I'm wondering whether or not Lilia will go for Purify with so much CC, right? Because you have the Ruby, you also have the Valentina in a way, and as well as the Lapu Lapu. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, with the wings flying high for the last match of the day. Let's get into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between the 3 face masks and Geek Fam.
The final match of Saturday, day number 2 of Season 13, Week 3. Can Alter Ego prevail or will Geek Fam get themselves out of the red zone?
Well, in the mid lane, you can see the amount of damage that this combo can bring. We saw the Arlet always playing with a strong mid lane. It was the Vexana in the previous match. Now with the Lilia, you're seeing a similar effect. Geek Fam just going very aggressive at it. Rasi though, just kind of shadow, just kind of match Beloyski's movement. You take a look at the emblems though. Beloyski going for a more defensive, right? With the tenacity, he wants to be a bit more safe when he's going in as aggressively as he usually does. Luke, though, will be having the Festival of Blood, so he's going for a bit more sustain in the situation.
It feels like there's a lot of emphasis from Beloyski here in the gold lane. Nino's getting pressured in this 2v1 situation. And we talked about this, right? That matchup between Bruno as well as the carry. And it looks like Geek Fam, they want to try to make it even, if not in favor of them for the gold lane.
I was wondering what Rossi was doing there. He was matching Beloyski's movement, but once Beloyski went to the top side, he wasn't there to really back Nino up. Fortunately, no casualties thus far, but Taz already trying to push his advantage right here.
Ooh, they retro? Nope.
Oh, taken just like that. 17 seconds until the turtle, and you can see everyone gravitating, but I feel like whoever gets into the right situation, the right position first, will have a huge advantage here.
Yeah, Chidera has taken already heaps of gold there on the shield, on the tower. And that will make it a little bit uneven in that gold lane. Maybe just exactly what he needed to be able to come out on top. But now, the turtle has spawned. Both of these junglers are actually on the same level. With Hazel stepping in for Ray, does he have what it takes?
Oh, Raven Spider from Pi, a good stun from Rossi as well. That's a great stun over the boys. Going Taz will be able to utilize this chaos and even go for more. Now with a big bump over to Luke and a boy forcing the black shoes. 2 for 1 and the turtle for Alter Ego. Going for more on the purple buff. Luke will have to respect this, will have to back away, but Taz will respect it too. He knows how fast the Boxer can come back.
Hazel steals the turtle actually.
Yes.
So right before he goes down, amidst all that chaos, he won the retry battle against what's supposed to be a free turtle for Taz.
It was a big decisive play right there, and I do believe that Alter Ego felt like he was going to get taken out before it was even a factor, but look at this, 2v2.
Final slashes used up there with the vengeance, and the worldie bouncing back and forth. You're right, man. That was crazy.
Hazel,
because he was isolated, he would get
exactly
the turtle for free, and he walks up with no hesitation and just retries. Completely different from the last week.
Exactly. Now with that kind of confidence in the retribution department, that's a big difference, a big adaptation that Alter Ego has to do, right? Now, even if Taz is isolated, as in he has full control over the neutral objective, he needs to be careful in case Hazel's feeling kind of lucky.
Whoa! A good shield unity into the final slash, layered perfectly by Beloyski, but Kryd has stolen away the black shoes and will be able to get out. Taz with a big bonk right now, but a boy hops into Purify and backs away. Now with the stun over to Hazel, that's a Raven Spider slashing him down, and Kryd will win out the prolonged battle.
What is up? What is up with Boxias diving in to the turret and then they lose the trade? That was supposed to be in their favor.
I do feel like it's some sense of urgency of trying to make a play happen. On the Boxia, you're relying on a huge amount of clear due to the fact that your first skill, your shield, really kind of like reset the cooldown whenever you hit like a big jungle minion or a hero, right? So you can clear a lot faster, but afterwards, you do feel kind of pressure to try and find something afterwards. And you can't really have the same kind of gank pressure that a Fredrin does. So you're forced to just try and use that speed, and sometimes it just leads you to be under the turret, and as far as we've seen at least, it's just never a good idea.
Taz is jumping in over to Beloyski. 3 members down below. Final slash cancelled out by the stun and even pulled back to the turret. Beloyski will be able to finally get the final slash down. But it's when he's too low to use the vengeance. Hazel on the turtle now, trying to look for a trade. 4-1 in kills. But the gold isn't too far.
5 men up. It looks like Geek are trying to delay this just a little bit more, but Hazel goes in on Rasty.
Over with the last Insanity 2. Blows up. That's a retreat battle here, and it's going to be Taz who wins it out this time around. No mistake about that. Chidera purifies out of the taunt, even with Pi, who jumps in with that bravest fighter.
A lot of back and forth action right here, but Alter Ego has always been the more decisive one. Beloyski, fancy movements there, but did not land it. Like I said, Alter Ego are the ones proactively making the plays happen, and Geek just seem to be just slightly always one step behind. They're still able to get kills in trades for the neutral objective and steal one, but now Beloyski forced to flicker away.
Yeah, looks like Alter Ego, they understand the difference in the gold lane, right? Right now, Chidera is leading in gold, so they want to make it 3 winning lanes, and what do? They try to find a rotation on it. They try to find a gank on it, but with him already rotating up, he's not going to get it. As a 1v1 fight between both of the EXP laners does ensue, doesn't amount to anything just yet.
That's the kind of lane you expect coming in from Pi going up against Luke. Both playmakers, both aggressive. It's only a matter of the trio mid lane right now, right? If you look at the gold earlier, Alter Ego is actually behind on the side lanes, but in the mid lane, jungle and roam, that's where they have their gold advantage. It's going to be a high mobility, roam-heavy style that really stifles the movement of Hazel on the Baksha even.
Yeah, and it's starting to show. Here, he's rolling down in the bottom lane.
Defensive Bravest Spider, he actually goes back in.
Whoa!
Anti-CC out of the final slash, flickers out the last insanity. Seer by! Woo! That's why he earned the title, sir!
Fancy plays from Pi. That means it's a 3-man gank attempt on the bot side that did not amount to anything. Alter Ego will be able to trade it back for a turret. As you can see, man, it's just speed and outplays happening all across the map.
Good time offended over to a boy, but he actually decides to fight it back. Has the black shoes to jump around. And Hazel is on that shield unity form, looking for more farm. Taz is ahead of Hazel for now. They're on the turtle already. Super fast from Alter Ego, right after popping a boy black shoe in the mid lane. Tadera is actually still trying to hold it down despite it getting resetted. Hazel there with the red treat. Tadera who wins it out. Taz red treat early, and now Beloyski is going to be balled down by Nino. Hazel looking for the shield unity as a boy places down. I'm offended over from Rossi. Bring him back, but the shield unity connects finally on Rossi. Locking him down for the last insanity to connect Nino. Even though he's 3 hitting in the back, Luke is burning him down slowly but surely. Taz gets one last strike to pick up a killing spree. And in the back, it's a disaster for Geek Fam. Only Hazel left standing. It might be a wipeout. Beloyski respawning back in. Hazel, shield unity to get out.
A 4-4-1 trade. Huge win for Alter Ego, the 3-face masks, as they did everything right in that team fight, right? Beloyski goes in on Krite though.
It's a 1v1. Krite slow. Has the black shoes. Gets back to full HP. It's a bait. It's a trap. A trap that leads into Taz. But it might be a double bait. It might be a double trap. No, it's not.
It's the baitception from both these teams. But man, Alter Ego, they're looking to really ignore the neutral objective. They go for it, but they have no issue letting go of it if Geek Fam are using all these ultimates to try and secure the retribution. Once it happens, they just keep going, and without enough escapes now, they're going for another fight though.
Over to Nino, sliding tackle. Luke with a flicker, last insanity. They are split around. Alter Ego are playing this really well. Nino is going to be able to go and kite around Luke's last insanity. Hazel jukes away from Pi. Good maneuvers to go towards that bottom lane turret, but now with no XP lane, they'll be forced back.
2,700 gold lead already now for Alter Ego, and in the previous team fight, Pi was doing so much work in the backline as well. Rossi being able to utilize his CC to create things a little bit more safer for Nino to kite through. The way that all 5 members are playing these team fights have been impressive. And it feels like Geek Fam, they're the ones that are scattered in these team fights. They're the ones that don't seem like they're on the same page in a way.
Well, because Luke's whole idea is to try and get Nino, right? They're trying to barrel down and pinch him against the wall. But unfortunately, Alter Ego comes in from the side, not from behind Nino. And because of that, they're just constantly worrying about a big I'm offended play or a Bravest Fighter play. Now we're back to the same Lord Den scenario, and I think you can really expect Alter Ego to go for a big fight first before going for something like a 50-50. They know they don't have to.
But even now, Taz is a level ahead, and let's hope the junglers are going to be able to get this time.
Wow. Bravest Fighter poke. We don't see that a lot.
It's almost like he uses it to get out of the situation and then was like, hey, I can kind of use this right now. And with that, without Beloyski, they will let go of the Lord.
Uncontested. The first Lord, uncontested. On the back of that play from Pi, with Beloyski so low, they didn't have anyone to initiate. Unless they wanted to go for just pure damage from Luke, but I don't think they wanted to risk it, especially without the perfect 50-50 chance with the retribution.
You have to look at how little time Geek Fam has to really plan out what to do. And every second, once it seems like the fight is over, the Lord take is over. Before you know it, Alter Ego are already on to the next thing. And Geek Fam just seem bewildered, like, okay, oh, are they doing this now already? They scramble to try and get into position, but they're always one step behind because of it. A boy's trying to clear. That Lilia damage is starting to be very relevant. But now with the Lord, there's a chance Alter Ego are strong enough to go for a base turret.
They have a lot of good wave clear though, right? They have an X-Borg, they have a boy on that Lilia. Technically for the Lord, they got that shred for Chidera, from Chidera.
Right, that's percentage HP damage. And against the Lord, the Boxer can also reset the shield. As you can see, Hazel just spamming it. So they can clear the Lord very, very easily. And Alter Ego understands that, won't try and go for anything too risky. They're perfectly content just caging Geek Fam into their own base, looking for their own advantages.
Oh, quite a Nino hurt! The Faraga armor just got melted like it was nothing.
But even then, they're still unable to take down the base turrets from Geek, which means they're falling back. Disciplined plays here from Alter Ego. Taz looks like he's opening up a little bit of the vision. There is some screaming in the audience that I am not sure what it is about.
You never know.
You never
screams
know.
of joy? Question mark.
I mean, yeah.
Possible.
It was coming from Alter Ego.
Well, going back to the game here, that's a lot of damage, man. Divine Glaive, Lightning Truncheon already completed for Krite, and that's the kind of burst you can expect. The big issue for Geek Fam is that Taz is just standing up there menacingly, and Poloy
all the way in the front gets terrified, but they are able to bait. Oh, Rossi with an invincible, or actually invisible. I'm offended. That wasn't too invincible.
Yeah, I was about to say, Taz is just standing there, and there's no way right now for Geek to really try and threaten him. It's looking very similar to the last game of the previous match. Here's a player's gold by Ube's gold though. Nino so far ahead of everyone else, 9K?
Oh man.
1.5K above the second highest, which is Krite. Chidera is all the way down there at 7K.
Yeah.
So Geek Fam has a lot of farming to do if they want to equalize. And look at the positioning. Alter Ego, they know that they have the mobility and escapes. They don't need to just move as 5. They put 1 on top, 3 in the middle, 1 on the bottom. It's the same good old 1-3-1 rotation from Alter Ego.
Despite all that effort coming from Beloyski in the early game to help Chidera out in that 1v1, is still, in the end, it's still Nino leading in terms of gold. And the problem is, now he's already behind, and being on a carry, he doesn't have that much range either. And with so much CC from Alter Ego, with only 1 Purify, it doesn't look like it's easy, but...
Engage onto Rossi, Luke in the back already. Last insanity not connecting. Meanwhile, Pi with the bravest fighter takes him all low. Nino with the flicker forward and the big bong now onto Beloyski. The suppress and the damage from Nino. My goodness.
The infamous Nino flicker. We finally get to see that again, and this is a free Lord again for the 3 face masks.
We gotta give a shout out to Pi though.
Yes.
He deleted the HP bars of 3 members from Geek Fam before anything even happens.
We know why.
Looking at the Hunter Strike, Malefic War, and Sea Halberd.
No wonder.
He's just relying on the natural shielding and the regen coming in from his emblems to really beat that tanky member. Aside from that, he's just going all in on the damage. And Geek Fam, they're just too focused on Krite, focused on Nino. They thought like, okay, we can tank some Lapu Lapu damage. They thought wrong.
Is this a common build for Lapu Lapu?
No, I don't think so. Usually it's a Hunter Strike, and then for the most part, just tankiness. Pi is just pushing the advantage, knowing that his team is ahead, that he can get away with it. He goes for it. And now with the Lord in Tau, seems like Alter Ego are going for a 3-wave push.
15 minutes in, it seems like it's still possible, but now Geek Fam, they're the ones defending, and Alter Ego are the ones who have to get creative about the invade. With Pi going full damage, can they really find an opening with that?
The boys clear is just too good, really.
Woo.
They were able to actually deny the 3-wave push just by clearing. They didn't even do anything too special. They just cleared better.
It's going to be a very tough time for Alter Ego to use the Lord, because Geek, like I mentioned earlier, with the Lilia, with the X-Borg, with the Boxer, and the carry, all 4 of these heroes have aspects that make them so good at clearing the Lord itself. Later on though, I feel like if you're talking about an opening to really crack open the base, they have to like match the waves, right? Gather Geek Fam together and then go for a big play. But at this point, I don't think they want to risk it just yet.
It feels a little risky though.
For sure.
Right? I mean, if Rossi is going defense, then maybe they can rely on Rossi, but can they rely on Pi to look for an opening that we're usually accustomed to seeing with that build?
See, I think it depends on what you mean by opening, right? If he...
An initiation.
Right, so Pi, even though he is quote-unquote full damage, he can still initiate by landing the big stuns, the big skills. Afterwards, though, he won't be able to survive for very long. So if he does want to go for it, Alter Ego as a whole needs to understand that it's going to be a small window and they have to go all in and go for more of a burst kind of deal, not a full-on long-term team fight.
Because considering this is Chidera not at full items yet as well, right? So when he gets to that point, he should be dealing enough damage that Pi coming in is like an instant disappearance.
Well, this is what's the disadvantage of having a attack speed shred-based marksman. Even at full items, there's still a bit of time that's required for you to shred someone down. Compared to something like a Bruno that has crit damage, you chunk down HP bars, especially once heroes who build full damage like Pai's Lapu Lapu right here, a lot faster than a carry. So there'll still be a window of opportunity. It's only whether or not Alter Ego can capitalize fast enough. Whoa, what was that?
That was an I'm offended. Another invisible one for Rossi, unfortunately. Only getting the Natalia, but Beloyski gets Grite, forcing the Black Shoe Taz, two-man taunt. Pi still waiting to go for the initiation now with the conceal.
All right, oof, Rossi moving aggressive forward with the conceal again. I really thought that like Rossi got the play, but Beloyski kind of splinched it somehow. The interaction was kind of caught me off guard. And now it's back to the same situation, but Alter Ego, they have a base turret, so they're playing it very disciplinedly, and they're not allowing the Lilia, the X-Borg from Geek Fam to really get that kind of poke damage before the real big fight. And that's really severely limiting the possibility of Geek Fam to come out on top on these fights.
So we're gonna need a triple B miracle, right? The ones that we usually see when Geek Fam are in a pinch, when Geek Fam are behind. It's usually on the back foot of a big play coming in from Beloyski. Rossi.
Walks up, final slash not connecting. The taunt does though. And now they're looking to shred Taz down. He is very, very low. Hazel, very hasty there. The Black Shoe popped in by a boy, and Alter Ego are able to disengage really well. But Geek Fam are holding on. Final slash on the Grite. Now the burst down as well. Has the Black Shoes and gets out barely. Rossi looking for the opening once again into the bush. And Geek Fam, they do not want to go for anything too crazy. By the way, look at how they've managed to wave up top, Geek Fam.
They set up for a bit of a push, and even though it looks like it was going to be a hard push, the fact that Alter Ego has empowered waves earlier, with the base tower taken down. Oh wait, Pi is going to talk to
I'm offended into the back. Beloyski now jumping also onto Nino, who still has a flicker, doesn't use it just yet, has a rose gold meteor and does so much damage back to a boy. Grite flickers forward to claim the unstoppable up against a boy, and Pi comes back to the team fight. Luke has the mortality pop, now the Faraga armor too, and one last shot from Grite. It's a double kill, 3 members taken down. They want to look for the end right here, right now.
Hazel, the only one left standing, was still able to get that buff up, but with this, with Chidera, will he be able to clear enough and on time with 5 members knocking down, waiting for their demise?
I'm offended, over. And there you go, that's a taunt coming down. Taz still trying to distract Chidera as he does a lot of damage, but Pi, my goodness! That burst from the full damage. Lapu Lapu is too much for Geek Fam to handle. This is your winning moment presented by Samsung Galaxy A55 5G, and it still ends up with Alter Ego winning game 1.
I'm done with utility, Pi says. Let me go for the damage.
It's time for me to have a little fun, he says. Not wanting to be an enabler, he wants to take matters into his own hands. That final fight, man, I can barely believe it right now. They sent Pi up, and Geek Fam saw like, okay, we have a 5v4. Then Rossi makes the huge play, and everyone was ready for it. What is this Alter Ego, man? They're ready for anything and everything. They don't care.
It was just so clean.
It was. You can basically call them janitors because they just clean.
Okay.
Woo, man.
Supporters are feeling it again.
They're really feeling it. It seems like for Alter Ego, they're feeling it as well, man. They were on point that game. The Alter Ego passive that we've all come to know from the past seasons completely gone in that game. They knew exactly how to take the game, how to end the game. On point.
They were aggressive when needed.
Aggressive when needed.
They were disciplined when needed.
When needed. They're just needy.
What?
Or actually, no, they cover up the neediness.
Yes.
There you go.
Cover up the neediness. Interesting. I'm just really impressed with the discipline. Like they know, okay, we have all this advantage. There's a potential for us to just go ham and take over this game.
That's it. That's
they know, like, no, it's not time yet.
That's the reason. You see him?
Yeah. The man with the big plans.
The man with the big plans. That's where the discipline comes
AE.
from. I mean, even on the interview, one of them mentioned like, yo, we're disciplined because we don't want Coach Aldo to get mad at us.
It's the AE.
I've seen Aldo mad. Actually, I haven't. I lied.
What?
Yeah.
They came out really fast.
Yeah, because, you know,
That's
I'm
a
an
quick
honest
correction.
man. I don't want to lie. But I have seen Aldo.
So have I. He's one of the coaches of all time.
We're fluent in Japanese, if you guys don't know.
The brain cells in this match, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Sorry.
But yes, the Aldo effect, again, you're seeing it apparent, and not just in the flexibility, but also in the difference in play style. Like usually we see Alter Ego in the previous seasons, they have a one signature style, the aggressive full dive. But now look at how they're playing. That game, multiple members, not just Taz or Pi, just going in and out, moving in and out. But look at Sir Pi right here being shown. Is he?
Yes.
He is the MVP
Most
player
valuable
of the
Pi.
game. Most valuable Pi player of the game with the full damage Lapu Lapu that we have not seen and we were not expecting. It really started with that one play where he just immediately deleted someone and we're like, hang on a minute, this damage does not look natural.
I'm like, wow, 308. You know, you'd think that with this particular build that he's created for himself, he would have at least gotten taken once or twice, but 0 kills despite how aggressive he was playing. So you can even say that he's aggressive, but he's calculated with it. He doesn't just randomly go into the back line like there's calculations at play.
For sure, some of these plays look very random, but if you look at it, even when it puts Pi in a weird spot, it's because his teammates are there to cover. So it's almost like he knows, like, okay, even if I do take the brunt of the attention right here, then Nino will come in, then Taz will do something. Look at this, even Nino being chased here, he stands his ground after he saw that Taz is zoning everyone away from him. So the synergy and the communication between the members of Alter Ego is just so on point right here.
Boom. And bye-bye
Yikes,
HP
man.
bars.
It includes Hazel. One of the guys that was chucked down massively was Hazel. Oh, this was that moment, man. Pi wasn't even here.
No, he wasn't. He was clearing up top, slow pushing.
Just like that, Nino surviving with the Rose Gold as well. Signature Nino style. Pull back, and after a while, like, oh, you messed up. Now you're in my zone, and I'm gonna go 1v1 against you with my physical lifesteal, and it's just the end from there.
Did he already have the Rose Gold? Or did he buy it during that exchange?
I believe he had it.
Okay. Because if he swapped it that quick,
I mean,
it's like Kyrie level.
He's got the quick hands.
Swapping, bro.
Whew, man, look at the stats right here, man. Not a single Lord or turret given to Geek Fam. Alter Ego was having full control all the way from the beginning, and it's that 1-3-1 rotation. We haven't seen it used to this kind of efficiency, to this kind of effectiveness in a long, long time.
When was the last time we saw it? 1-3-1.
I mean, I think teams still do it, but we haven't seen this kind of domination, this kind of synergy in the communication. If you look at the items, it's not like Geek Fam didn't have damage, by the way. It is a 20-minute game, despite all the action, making it feel like a short game.
Yeah.
Geek Fam They have the Lilia with the Ice Queen's Wall, with the Divine Glaive, the Lightning Truncheon. We saw like 1 or 2 Angry Glooms was able to chunk down Nino and Krite to like half HP. So there was a lot of damage. The problem is he wasn't allowed to get anywhere close.
That was 20 minutes?
Yeah, it's 20 minutes, but it felt really fast, right?
It did.
It felt like it because Alter Ego were dominating the whole game.
15 maybe.
793 GPM. They just played a stellar game. Again, the discipline makes it really go by fast, right? Because for Geek Fam, as much as they were fighting back, mostly the way they were fighting back was clearing minion waves. They were clearing much better. They were prolonging the game. And unfortunately, it was not enough. A boy was clearing like crazy, bro. They were stopping these waves, and they were actually manipulating waves really, really well. But unfortunately, during these team fights, the moments where it actually counts for them to turn it back, they weren't able to get it. It was Rossi who was always the game changer. Even though he, I'm offended Natalia twice. I'm offended more than 2 members, more than twice.
It's quality over quantity.
Quality over quantity. And that's what we usually see from Beloyski. Quality over quantity. The amount of engages, etc. But right now, he's struggling to make those BBPs.
That's why,
big brain plays.
there was a poster that we had earlier on.
Okay.
It was like, ada apa dengan na.
Dengan...
Honestly, that poster should have been for Geek Fam.
Oh.
Like, ada apa dengan means like, what is up with?
What is up with?
Geek Fam. Has Niall's absence affected Geek Fam this much? Remember, they were 2nd place last season, and this is the Geek Fam that we're seeing today. We'll let you answer those questions, ladies and gentlemen, as we do head to a short break. We'll see you after. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be back right now.
Apalagi kalau kompetitif, jiwa kompetitifnya ini ya. Role-nya sendiri apa nih, Eiko?
Aku roamer.
Roamer, serem ya. Baloy nih, muridnya Baloy nih. Tapi penasaran, gimana sih jaket jersey-nya Geek Fam ini kok kayaknya baru ya di season ini ya?
Iya, jadi kalau jersey Geek Fam itu sesuai sama tema di tahun ini, dia tuh A Year of Dragon Edition gitu.
Naga, tahun naga 2024 ini tahun naga, betul ya?
Betul.
Dan ini kelihatan dari patternnya kah? Apa nih yang spesial untuk ini?
Jadi kalau di bagian bawahnya sini tuh ada kayak corak-corak naganya gitu.
Wow, itu ya corak-corak naga. Nah, bisa dibeli dong pastinya.
Iya benar. Jadi kalau misalnya mau beli untuk jersey ini bisa beli di Shopee atau di Tokopedia, linknya di bio Geek Fam.
Oh, jadi bisa dibeli langsung aja ke sosial medianya dari Geek Fam, diklik aja dan pesan. Bisa nulis nama di punggung?
Bisa.
Bisa. Harganya berapa tuh?
Harganya cuma 265.000.
265.000 aja. Udah bisa kembaran nih sama Eiko dan juga para player Geek Fam. Semua player pakai ini dong pastinya.
Iya benar.
Dan kalau menurutmu sendiri, kamu bagian apa sih yang paling kamu suka dari jersey ini?
Bagian nickname aku kali ya.
Coba lihat punggungnya. Oh, nah nih, kalian bisa nulis nama kalian di bawah nama Geek Fam. Terus ini udah tahu cara ordernya gimana, langsung ke sosial media gitu aja? Atau ada cara lain nih untuk ngorder jersey dari Geek Fam?
Paling sering sih masih ordernya lewat online ya, lewat Shopee sama Tokopedia.
Oke, pokoknya online aja, langsung klik, pesen nulis namanya juga di situ.
Iya benar.
Dan kelar. Dan sepertinya yang pada pakai jersey juga udah mau siap-siap nih kembali ke meja. Boleh dong kasih semangatnya untuk tim Geek Fam?
Oke, guys, kita bisa ya untuk comeback buat 1-1, terus habis itu kita menang.
Yeay, 1-1 dan semoga menang. Kalau main bareng Eko gimana tuh caranya?
Kita boleh join ke Geek Community, joinnya di bio juga. Nanti kita main lewat WA.
Widih, bisa punya kesempatan nih. Tapi kali ini kita akan melihat dulu para pemain Geek Fam untuk bermain. Jadi para caster, please be ready.
That was Mas Dika.
Yeah, if you guys were asking, by the way, earlier, Keys to Victory, we shouted out Mr. Dika. He was the guy holding the flip. That's why he makes such accurate Keys to Victory.
He was the one with the glasses.
Yeah, so when you have a flip, you just write things down so easily. You just have that open and big mind.
Yeah, the flip is just so flippin' good, man.
Because you can open your big phone. See? Right? Open big mind.
You might be onto something.
Phone, because it flips. Hey, Turner. You open the phone and it flips.
Wait, what's going on?
Why are you angry at the flip?
What is
man?
going on?
No, she's looking at me like this. I was like, what? Why?
He keeps making bad jokes.
Bad jokes are subjective.
See, ladies and gentlemen, you decide. She was talking about aura last week, and she said, Mirko, Rome wasn't built in a day. Basically, it was a metaphor for trust the process. And I said to her, but Yaoi is a roamer, so Rome can be built in a day by a roamer.
See, that makes zero, that makes absolutely no sense.
But she's a
The entire
roamer.
thing that you just said makes no sense,
What do you
except for the
call-
fact
what do you
that
call
Yaoi is a
people-
roamer.
Exactly.
That's it. That's the only thing that made sense with your statement.
What do you call people who live in Rome? Roamers.
That is not what we call.
But here's the
People who
proof.
live in
They're
Rome.
laughing. That means it's a good joke.
It's so bad. I'm dying.
Oh man.
Maybe if you want actual good jokes, you go on the internet with GamesMax with good quota. Ooh. No?
That was an example of if you're lagging.
Oh. This is also an example of if you're lagging. We all don't have GamesMax in our head, but we wish we could because
In our
we
hearts.
have that super fast. Activate the booster in the Dunia Games app for the 36 gigabytes of data.
Prices
Starting
start
from
25K.
Oh my god. Chemistry.
Sorry, I lagged out.
No, that was like, you know, great minds think alike.
Maybe it's because.
All
Alright, I'll
That
have
was
to
so
reveal the
cute.
secret. They actually have a bit of telekinesis. They have Oraimo. Eterna's wearing the one on the right, and then
Might as well
Arashi's
take it out
wearing the one on the
now.
left so that they can communicate
Everyone
their brains. If
knows.
you guys want to unleash unstoppable sound, you didn't take anything out, go ahead and check out Oraimo. Get the Oraimo quality with a 10% discount at the Oraimo official store at the Orange store with the code. What code?
Oraimo MPL.
There you go.
Oraimo MPL.
Gotcha.
Simply enter the code in the coupon section before checkout and unleash that unstoppable sound and unstoppable
Hey.
Eterna. Alright, elaborate please.
Do you want me to do the impression again or no?
It's okay. I got this.
Okay.
So this is my dream team for MPL ID Season 13.
Okay.
Based on performance
Okay.
for the past 2 weeks. And
Alright.
this is relevant because later on in the awardings, you guys can actually vote your own dream team.
Oh.
Other than the first team.
Oh, so
Awards.
the dream team is going to be a fan vote.
Yes.
It's a voting
We all
thing.
know
who's going to win that one then. We'll see. Rebellion.
Maybe.
Bigetron.
It's
I
all
really
up
hope
to
so.
you guys. So whatever outcome you want, don't forget to vote later on. But for me, based on week number 1 and week number 2, I do believe that Taz has been the exceptional jungler. I think he took us by surprise with all his various heroes and the way that his mind works in that mysterious way of his. See, he's so... He uses so much of his brain that he has to use the compressor, Mirko.
The
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Compressor. Alright, wait. Dream team must participate in more than 50% of the
calls
regular
it the
season matches
compressor.
for the current
It's not
team.
called a compressor.
Among all rookies who have played, the top 10 will be considered as candidates selected by the awards committee. Each member of the awards committee holds 1 vote, and the nomination with the highest number of votes becomes the winner. Those are the criteria for the dream team, okay? And then now we'll get back to that. Yes, the compressor. Yeah.
No. Criteria. Because he was in my dream team in the mid lane.
Cool, but what about that compressor though?
No, I was
You
making
cannot
a
say,
joke.
you can't
I was
say.
I was making a joke because if you guys watch
Right.
Mirko do his MDL casting, he called it a compressor, and now it's like he's like the butt of the joke now because of that. Because it's not called a compressor, Mirko.
What is it called?
A compressed thing.
A
You're not
compressor?
much better here, Eterna. Really, you're not. Compressed thing? Let's get back to the draft.
I'm trying.
Let's go.
Game
All three go first
number
pick.
3 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Alter Ego and Geek have stayed on the same side, so no swaps this time around.
And it's still the bans towards the same heroes. Novaria for a boy, And Matilda and Angela just not allowed to be in the Land of Dawn. Or Geek Fam, they're betting with the Bruno and they let go of the Vexana, so Altrigo will take it.
Very quick. No hesitation whatsoever. But does that mean that Geek might want to pick it up for themselves?
So, what's the criteria for a Vexana to be first pick? Not banned in the first phase from the red side. So does it fit the crite area?
Can you call the mid lane the crite
You did that
area?
joke earlier.
Yeah, that's why.
You should.
0 for originality. But yes, there you go.
Just like the Fredrin.
The Fredrin.
Minotaur will finish off what
Minotaur,
Brain cells, man.
Minotaur Fredrin picked up by Geek Fam, and we have seen that Beloy actually has a penchant now for these more aggressive heroes. The Minotaur might just work out, and the fact that they have Hazel on the Fredrin now means that Taz will not be able to be as oppressive, as flexible in his approach to the jungle. It's gonna be the box chair as a counter though. It will work against the Minotaur as well, and the Arlet here, switching sides from Geek Fam to Alter Ego.
It's strange really, yeah, for Geek Fam. Beloyski hasn't been able to utilize Angela and Arlet successfully this season. Yes, Angela's banned here. I'm just talking about the season so far. But when it comes to Minotaur, he's actually found so much success on this pick. And also for Chidera, the Claude. That was one of the ways that they were able to beat Evos Glory just last week. We have a comment on jungler standardization, in my opinion, from Mr. Steer Pie.
Has improved.
Has improved.
Since Taz's coming.
Oh my god. So he's an upgrade to their last jungler.
Oh, it
who's
looks
in
like...
the lineup as a mid laner now.
But he hasn't been played.
It really hasn't.
So why was he upgraded? Why was he upgraded?
Promoted, you mean?
Oh yeah, I mean promoted.
He was upgraded. Yes, well, we'll see. Maybe they're keeping it for later, right? A secret weapon. As once again, we're having an insane amount of excitement on the Alter Ego side of things. What was that? That sounded kind of serious. But hey, we were talking about earlier about how Beloyski, you saw in the previous game when he was on the Arlet, once he got poked down though, he backed away, and without Beloy, it seems like the whole of Geek Fam don't really dare to walk up. So now that he's on a Minotaur, he can sustain, he can stay there. But if he gets poked down a bit too much and he can't stay in the front line, he'll back away. He'll need to go back to base. So if Alter Ego goes for more poke damage, they can get an advantage that way.
Okay. With the carry taken off the board as well as the Paquito, the Brody also gets limited here by Geek. What exactly are they forcing onto Alter Ego now? Nino still has. Bruno's banned out. Carry's banned out. That's 3 gold lane bans. Harith, Ixia,
Natan,
and oh yeah,
Brody.
Brody's banned.
Just banned it. My
yeah.
bad.
And they picked up the Claude for themselves, so they're trying to put Nino in an uncomfortable position. Are they forcing like a Ruby gold lane again?
Whoa, Ruby gold lane. That would be interesting, but Nana is what is being banned by Alter Ego, knowing that they don't want to deal with the kind of AoE crowd control that we have seen being so efficient, and they want to have a mid laner they can actually take out. The Lilia though is still available. I don't see why Geek wouldn't take it, but Explorer comes first.
Alright, so still the same pick for Luke in the XP lane. This time, we're still not sure if it's going to be the Arlet in the XP or if they're going to pick up an XP laner here, maybe another Lapu Lapu to go up against that X-Borg. Against the Minotaur though, if you want to dive in, it'll be a bit risky. But Pai should be able to make it work. Another choice might just be a Terizla too. But other than that, the gold lane, the big question, Arashi. Brody, carry, Bruno, banned, Claude picked, denied away from Nino.
You have to see. I think they're still... Donatan kind of stands out. I feel like it suits Nino's personality. Unless they want to go for a fighter in the gold lane, like the good old days. Donatan, oh, and it's going to be a Grok as well. So they're trying to make sure that the pesky Fredrin and Minotaur crowd control can be mitigated by the Grok.
This definitely is a problem now for Geek. Claude Fredrin Minotaur. They need a hero for a boy. Valentina is an option if they want to go for it. Novaria is banned out. Lilia, so either Lilia or the Valentina, like you mentioned earlier on, there is still some value in the Lilia if they want to go for it, if they want to try and out-rotate Alter Ego in the early game. And it's a lot safer as well than the Valentina.
He just wants some kind of AoE right here to really capitalize on a big minion Fury. It's going to be the Valentina, so they're going to be attempting to steal some really value ultimates here. Maybe a final slash, a wild charge. A lot of options available, and a boy does get very creative. On paper, just right now, I think Alter Ego has more say in how the fights happen. But Geek Fam, they're not looking too shabby.
But remember, Chidera is on the Claude. At some point, he was known as Claudera. Because he has a win rate of 100% so far, and it is within his top 3 most picked heroes with a win rate of 57%.
57? It's pretty good. It's pretty good, but we'll have to see. I think when it comes to a big team fight, Alter Ego has the advantage, and that's the issue here. They can have the same kind of chase, the same kind of setup for a big fight. So I think there's going to be a similar attempt like in game number 1. It's on the shoulders of Geek Fam to try and cancel it out and find something different.
Geek Fam need this more than ever. They need to force this to a game number 3 if they want to make it in the green zone of the standings. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Alter Ego and the Geeks. Can Beloyski save his team? Can Hazel coming in, replacing Ray, be the X factor to not allow a 2-0 clean sweep?
Alter Ego are also as hungry though for that top spot. They are fighting for now, up against the likes of Onyx and BTR up there. Some good damage from Krite over to a boy.
Oh, look at Taz and Rasi though coming in to try and get the purple. That clear advantage is really being put to good use by Taz, but with the only result in a litho, not bad at all. The mid lane matchup here with a Valentina Minotaur is kind of weird though. A boy gets stuck.
Yep, gotta be careful here. Beloyski tries to aid him there and will be able to, but Krite, one curse blast, and it should actually be able to take a boy out. A boy dodges away.
If he landed the grip first there and then went for the blast, would have been more guaranteed, but Krite is just content pushing right now, going with the Demon Shoes, going for as much mana as possible. You can clear the wave in about with like 3 spells, and if you run these boots, the mana boots, you can replenish all your mana and you can be pretty ready for any kind of fight at all moments in the game.
And with that being said, you can already see that he's looking for a trade in the bottom side. Look at the way that he's rotating. He doesn't want anyone to know that he's there. Will Luke know? But on the other side, it's like a reverse Uno card.
Will Alter Ego know?
Exactly.
Alright, as the bait, a boy jumps forward. Krite could terrify over to the boy now. Pie's dealing a whole lot of damage, but Taz who rotates over Shield Unity over to Hazel. Now Last Insanity though instantly, and a big bomb to Krite! And even a final splash from a boy, stealing it away. Pie able to go back for the Vengeance and now gets his final slash as well. Now on to Luke, a Vengeance again. Luke very low. Rasi one more hit, he just needs one more. But gets taunted up. Luke's going back at it. Rasi flickers out, but the boy chases now with Loiske getting a mini with Fury onto Pie, bonking his head too.
2-4-0 trade, and now Geek are going to retaliate by taking away this neutral objective away from Alter Ego. It's a completely different setting, a different tempo that we saw in game number 1. Behind, I would rather say, a very hasty Alter Ego. They really wanted that kill, but in return, they had to lose in the process.
Felt like they were behind her, but whoa, Chidera!
Oh, last hit! Fade away, doesn't get it. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Pie again jumps in, tries to save the orange buff alone up against 3. It will not live to see or tell the tale, but it's the same thing for Chidera up top. Stays a bit too long and gets dove by Rasi and Taz.
Man, chaos all across the map. But on the lane that really matters later on, in the top side, in the gold lane, Nino is getting a huge amount of value right now. Pulling through. Audience prediction is still towards Alter Ego, but Geek Fam showing again that they can play that gank interception game again, like we saw in game number 1.
But Alter Ego, man, with the fits back, right? Now Taz gonna try an attempt to take away. Doesn't end up going for that, but neither does Rossi. And they rotate back towards the mid lane. What initially was really well done by Geek, the aggression was turned back onto them. And what can we expect entering the mid game?
I feel like Alter Ego will shape up and be a bit more decisive in their targeting, because if you look at the lineup for Geek Fam, for the most part, they have a lot of ways to really sustain and go in and out of a fight. Same can be said for the Minotaur, for the Fredrian, and even the Export has the Firaga armor. So Alter Ego definitely a lot more precise in their targeting, unlike in game number 1, where in general, if they're all just dealing damage, it kind of ends up working out.
Yeah, makes sense. So it doesn't seem as clear cut now, especially with Pi on the Arlet as well. 15 seconds left on the next neutral objective to spawn. Both junglers are at level 7. It's looking like a more 50-50 scenario for both of these teams. Beloyski in the bush looking for an opening. As it looks like the XP laners are rushing together to get to this, looking for a 5v5, but Natan's not there.
And the boy has stolen the wild charge, so it is equal footing there. Some poke from Luke over to Rossi, trying to get all that bar super high to melt him down with the last insanity. As long as they are able to get Rossi out of this fight, it should be a free turtle over to Hazel. Ooh, that was scary, man. Rossi was hovering over. I thought he might actually just pop into wild charge. They are going to go on to Pi, though, who again is overextending this time and gets caught in the last insanity. Flickers out the safety, but only just gives the gold to the gold lane. Chadera takes it with skill 1. But in the bottom lane, tier 1. Good tanking from Beloyski to get this turret down as low as possible, but they will have to delay this take either way.
That's a curious situation for Pi. Knowing that the turret was being taken, he still extended far there, but Hazel lost his purple to Rossi. Man, anyhow, it looks one-sided, but Alter Ego got the turret in the bottom side, so not all is lost, but with Pi 0 and 3, it's a complete different look from game number 1, the exact opposite.
Rossi is so evil, though.
He's a menace.
What?
He did what Yaoi did to Vincent, man.
It's evil.
Let's see if Beloyski can be evil too here. Ooh. Oh, they've spotted Hazel. Oh, Hazel! No evil. They're stealing from each other.
Oh.
They're equally evil. It's almost like they want to win the game.
Hey man, all is fair in love and war, but look at the positioning at every single moment. Nino is just left alone to his own devices, so he's farming up a storm right now. That's the last thing you want to see coming from a Nathan, no?
Yes.
With the Stallion Scythe now, he's going to do a lot of true damage, especially after popping that entropy in the middle of a big fight. That's a massive power spike. Already at 4 items technically right now. No, 3 items. We'll see if he participates in the fight starting now.
Oh, Rossi.
Power of nature. He has the anti-CC, but can you really take that burst? My god, the entropy though, used up by Nino already. With the Eternal Guard too, they're going to get rid of that Eternal Guard, but right, spawns it back to him. Geek Fam in the mid lane, clearing it out. No Eternal Guard for the next fight. Turtle spawning in 1 second.
Oh, that burst damage coming through for Geek. You gotta be careful when they go for this, but I guess that's the only way to find information. Luke gets chunked down, and bye-bye, Firaga armor.
More Firaga armor, that's why they decide to strike, but Mini's Fury now is gonna catch Taz all alone though. Rossi in the back, wild charge out of 3. Nino free hitting with Vital Slide from Pi! Puts them all in a sweep, and Chadera now blazing the west, zones in the back line. That's Pi still in the midst of it all. Hazel is gonna get picked up, but so does Nino in the back. It's still Luke who is playing in front and back with the fire, trying to melt them down. That's a good Terrify over the Cripe from a boy. The Cripe flickers out the safety. Last insanity! The blow up in the back, and Pi now with a vengeance desperately in a final slash, but it will not be enough to take them down. Chadera picks up the kill and now is looking for the purple buff.
That's a 4-2 trade, ladies and gentlemen, as boy goes in for more. That's a 5v2 plus. However, they get a turret, but Alter Ego, Cripe, was able to steal the turtle. Who was it worth it for?
I think that has to be worth it for Geek Fam. Just putting Alter Ego even back, getting structures in the process. With the vision game in their side, they can be a lot more aggressive as well. Alter Ego, man, that was so risky and yet so close. It's unfortunate for them that they lost Nino first in that team fight. And afterwards, there were several moments that was so chaotic that Cry did not land his spells. And when it is that close, it just was too costly for the game. Looking at the items, Feather of Heaven's Thorlium against Corrosion Scythe Demon Hunter Sword. For Chidera, he's going to be waiting on that Golden Staff Power Spike in order to really shred down the front line. But everyone else, especially for Cry, going for the Glowing Wand right now, he does want to get that Enchanted Talisman to get more cooldown, more spells out, because a boy already has it, and he is just bursting down, stealing spells, making the best out of all these big fights.
He's been very flexible and versatile with the choices that he makes with his IMU. And with that being said, Chidera gonna be, oh no, Taz.
Taunted up.
No,
but they're
right?
actually hesitant to take this fight with the Poissons. They think something is brewing, maybe in an ambush. Turns out Alter Ego, they're just in the side lanes. Rossi rotating over, last Insanity from Luke over to Nino. Trying to burn him down, actually dealing a whole lot of damage. Beloyski's here too with a flicker, Animator's Fury. The wild charge goes through, but now it's Rossi all alone. He tried to defend his gold lane, but now he gets caught in the crossfires. He's still able to survive though. Super fast rock.
Nino was just so far out alone, and even when Rossi got some vision, spotted out the whole team of Geek Fam barreling towards him, he did not go back, so that was quite interesting. Now Geek Fam with the momentum goes straight for the Lord. Alter Ego, there's no way they contest this. It's just too risky.
I mean, Nino is up. Can they delay it? Turns out they can't. They're gonna blitz it down, and that's gonna be a free Lord for Geek Fam in the 10th minute of the game. The tempo and the momentum shifts in this game is insane.
I'm really feeling that now, Nino's affinity, I don't know, penchant to just sit there and just tank out fights, it's kind of working against him. He has the damage right now with the Holy Crystal completed, but he just has to be further back. He has to play a bit safer. If Beloyki can get to him, I feel like it's already too close.
Is he ready though? In terms of like items? Has he reached that power spike?
He has damage, but he doesn't have survivability. That's the main concern right now.
Now the Lord up top. They are able to bait out that base turret. Only the half HP. Only the first Lord, remember, so far. Will they be able to crack a base turret? Doesn't look like it with the Natan still able to clear super fast. Geek Fam will have to wait a bit longer.
Two waves are still crashing though. You can see Luke waiting for his moments as well, but what's going on in the jungle?
Oh, what's going on in the mid lane? Crane almost solo killed by Chidera, who's just shooting.
Just going in. No reservations whatsoever. Spraying down right there, almost taken out. So I feel like, especially for the backline members of Alter Ego, you gotta really take notice of Chidera and the dive potential. Get some defensive items, man.
And we talked about this a little bit earlier, right? That nearly solo kill onto Cry. That's the reason is why, right? And this is the game fact from GoPay, the answer to the question why. In MPL ID Season 13, Claude stands as the sole marksman from Geek to achieve 100% win rate with 2 picks, while the other 4 marksmen ended up in losses. So you can say this is more than just a comfort hero for Chidera. It's a power pick, it's a signature pick.
It is 100%, despite the team going 0 wins on other marksmen. That's a very interesting stat, right? What does the Claude give to him that other marksmen don't? You would expect a hero that needs to scale up a bit more. By the way, he has Athena Shield.
Yep. I think he's just concerned about the damage coming in from Right later on. And Nino, of course, can do a lot of damage, but he doesn't intend on staying, you know, in the same spot long enough for Nino to really shred him down. So it's gonna be more, it's gonna be treated more as burst for him. That's why he went for the Athena.
And Nino goes in for the Divine Glaive.
That's a lot of penetration, for sure. So the front line for Geek Fam, the bulk of them have a lot of Athenas, actually. And the Radiant Armor is already completed for Hazel as well. So they can stay in there and tank up a lot of damage. But afterwards, I think the issue for Alter Ego is, can they melt everyone down at the same time, right? Can they get them in the same area, the same pocket for all the AoE to really be beneficial for Alter Ego?
They're zoning Alter Ego away. And Geek, they're shredding it.
They certainly are. Doesn't look like Alter Ego can do much here. Geek Fam utilizing that crazy DPS that the quad can provide to just melt it down. Alter Ego, they still have a chance at this game for sure, that late game. But how long do they need to wait, Arashi? What's the timer gonna look like when they do get to that power spike where Natan can shred?
Oh, for the Natan, I mean, with the Divine Glaive, he's already doing a lot of damage. He's only waiting on one more item. I feel like now, with his kit alone, with the items he has so far, it's already a significant, respectable amount of damage. So I think it comes down to the moments here. Can they get a fight that really suits them? Because the whole time, Geek Fam have been the one that was able to actually zone them away and get the fight that they really needed, especially with the diverse back line. They need the defensive items, man. The back line of Alter Ego, if they get like a Wind of Nature, an Ice Queens, something to deal with Chidera, I think they can do well.
Oh! Flicker Minus Fury over. Nino still able to escape the Eternal Guard to peel, but Pi already is melted down to the front. Now Luke jumping into Last Insanity over to Taz. Still able to escape, but the Tortoise Point sounds and the Shield Unity, but now it's going to be Crowder gets knocked off. Still able to flicker out now as Rossi is in the midst of it all. Not going to be able to tank for a long time. He gets shredded down. Nino has the entropy again. Goes in for Luke. Luke is going to survive still. Has immortality, has a Braga armor. Now going to be melted down once again as Nino starting to shred them down. This is the timer that we were waiting for. But unfortunately for Alter Ego, it might be too late. Chidera, Battle Mirror Image, getting out 3 base turrets taken down. But Nino, on the brighter side for Alter Ego, it looks like he's online.
Best case scenario though for Alter Ego, you would say. But this, unfortunately, with losing all those base turrets, this has propelled Geek to a 10k gold lead. Is it still possible for Alter Ego to come back? Sure, we're talking about timings with Nino finally coming up online, but the amount of time that is required for him to dish out the damage, as we saw in that previous team fight, it feels a little long to me. And within that period of time, Geek Fam can utilize their burst to beat everyone else from the side of Alter Ego down.
Well, I'm a big believer in never say never until it's really over. But for Alter Ego, I feel like they have to change the order of how they fight here. In that fight, Pi was taken out first. And I have to say that in the late game situation, in a big all-out fight like that, it's better to quote-unquote sacrifice the Baxia instead of the Arlet, so that the Arlet can actually land those stuns, land the big final slashes, and you can see them building. The Baxia and the Arlet both already having the blade armor to try and deal with Chidera's damage. So has Rossi, by the way, so everyone's just trying to survive from the initial shred. And they have already Athena's and Radiant armors to deal with a boy. Because I think later on, if Cryde can also output the same kind of damage, already getting the Divine Glaive now, big power spike, it's a lot of AoE, and Geek Fam has been clumping up together to try and get value from the Minotaur's healing.
Like, technically, Alter Ego, they also have Rossi, who hasn't found a moment at all in this game, has he?
Don't remember. I think it was just like the first few turtles that he was able to get a wild charge, 3-man wild charge. I remember that. And that was during the second turtle of the game. But yeah, not a lot of moments created for Rossi here. If we look at the pattern, Rossi has been able to find more success on reactive roamers, right? When you put him on heroes like Brock, proactive ones, it doesn't feel like he is too comfortable on it. And maybe this game further proves that.
I think they have to wait for a big moment. I mean, like you said, if they're waiting for a play in the neutral objective, I think it's going to be too difficult. So Alter Ego, they're content letting it go, and now they're banking everything on the base defense. Like I said, I think they should put Taz in the front, then let Rossi and Pi go for the counter engage, Cryde as well. If they know that there's all those ultimates just waiting to be thrown at them, you're going to be a bit more hesitant to go in.
Rossi is taking a whole lot of damage. Great poke. Eternal Guard used up just for the Lord. Doboloyski taken low by Nino with the entropy. But now it's the Last Insanity to the back. Luke flickering out the Taz, blows him up. Eternal Guard stolen away. A boy puts him down onto Cry, poking him down. Lord gonna be dealt with. Pi gets the final slash onto Chidera, but he's still gonna be able to survive with it with nature. Now in the back as well. It's just gonna be Alter Ego shredded down to pieces. Only Rossi left remaining. He tries to clear, but it ends up with a boy with a triple kill. We have game number 3 on our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, El Familia versus the Geek Fam Unity.
Famunity. And here it is, the official force to a full best-of-3 series.
Now we have bad blood in this blood feud between the two families. One more game to settle it all. But Geek Fam striking back. Something we weren't expecting considering the domination that Alter Ego has shown in game number 1. But this is Mobile Legends. This is the Land of Dawn.
Just to remind everybody back at home, it just shows you the rising level of competition in MPL ID. All 3 matches are going all 3 games. Geek versus Alter Ego with Hazel in the lineup. The Geek Fam that are down in the red zone are competing with the Alter Ego at their peak.
Woo! We love to see it, man.
That's a triple B moment right there, but it's not the triple B you're expecting, not the big brain Beloy. It's the boom bang bada bing.
Throwback to Boom Bang Bada Bing.
Shout out Scani,
Shout
who's
out
watching
to
at home.
Scani. How do you think he's gonna be reacting to this game, man? That's just Geek Fam.
Probably.
Wow, though. That's a lot of improvement. And again, is it the Claude? Because I feel like with this kind of draft, with that kind of performance, the Claude didn't really do anything too significant. But I guess the fact that he was able to threaten the back line and still be able to output shred damage to the front line, that's what makes the Claude special. That's what allows Chidera to be even more active in these fights. That's the kind of heroes he's always liked. The Irithel, the Claude, the carry to a degree. So it's all these dive-in kind of styles.
The Wan.
The Wan, exactly. You good?
What are you counting here?
What's going on here?
No, because I wanted to do 1, 2, 3, 4, but my pinky can't bend that way.
You can't bend it?
I can't.
Wait, what? How do you do that?
Oh.
I can't do that actually.
You have to like kind of force it.
No, but even if you don't force it, I can.
Oh, that's weird.
What?
That's weird, but this isn't weird because your POTG is none other than a boy. 417 on this Valentina with the IMU who's very flexible in his choices of what to utilize. At the very end, he was able to get a triple kill. And he's just been the outstanding player for me personally in Geek Fam this season.
He's a boy in a man's world who got weak player of the week. Who got weak at the player of the week.
I think what's most impressive about a boy is the fact that he is so adept at so many different styles, right?
Yeah.
The supportive utility style, he can do that. The long-range poke, and now even the dive-in assassin playstyle. Let's take a look at the highlights here by our official gold partner, Uga is Gold. Only in the early game, this was the first fight where it seems like Alter Ego were kind of not sure who to go for. Everyone was slow from the side of Geek Fam, but they just weren't able to actually seal the deal, and they end up committing all inning and not getting any rewards. You can say maybe there's a mental component here, just like things going so south so early for them, but afterwards, the amount of times where Pai and Nino were caught in the side lanes, despite the fact that they know more or less where Geek Fam is, has been surprising, and that was one of the only big combos that Alter Ego found in that game.
Yeah, I found that really weird. Like, what was going on with Pai and Nino this game?
It's like they're just uncoordinated.
Right? Because, like, notoriously, like, even from way back in the day, Alter Ego, they're very strong because they're side lanes. But this game, it felt like the side lanes were faltering. And, like, the entire game plan just shattered for Alter Ego.
Yeah, here was that moment where Nino was pushing, and Razi spotted everyone, but yet Nino just didn't back away. It's almost like he thought he can 2v5 the whole team. I don't know what the call was, but afterwards, doing that base defense, Geek Fam did a great job just with the targeting, knowing who to go for at the right moments. It looks kind of sketchy here though, when Nino was almost able to actually shred everyone down and secure the kills, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. And a boy, once again, just knows the right moment to go in towards the backline, and with a Valentina with a lot of items just dashing towards you like that, if you're a marksman, you just get deleted, man.
There he is.
A boy.
A boy.
Who's on the Valentina, and it was all about the layering, the spacing you need to go up against an Atan. A lot of teams have struggled up against an Atan, but it's as simple as that. As long as you are able to bait out that entropy, make him use most of his abilities and the long duration of the entropy on other things, then you flicker in, smack him, knock him up, stun him, and put some magic plus physical damage on him, what is he gonna do? All he can do is, like this game, die.
And remember, Nino hasn't used a Natan in quite a while.
True.
And we know him to be a player
Aggressive.
that is very panikan.
Ah.
What is the English word for panikan?
Panic.
Oh yeah. He
He's kind of
panics.
jumpy. He's jumpy.
Panics.
Yeah, so when we're talking about what is required of Natan with that discipline and utilizing the resources for a person that is known to panic in these aggressive and pressuring situations, doesn't seem like a good fit for him. And maybe that's why we didn't see the Nino that we usually see.
In addition, Pride wasn't really doing well either, right? And we were talking about Pride being one of the main tools right here. I feel like that's also... Pride seems to be okay playing with the Vexana, but I feel like the roamers are what makes it quite difficult here, because Rasi was trying to influence a lot of different lanes at the same time, and as a result, Pride was kind of falling behind and falling to a lot of ganks, especially after like the big fights near the neutral objectives. So if you look at the stats, Rich Guy and Carry is still Chidera. Sandbag is going to be Rasi though. I mean, he tried his best, but it really wasn't enough. I think Hazel here deserves a bit of a shout out. Good secure onto neutral objectives, and he and a boy went for Inspire in the emblem, so it does really feel like both these teams are very crowd control reliant, and even the slight bit, the 10% cooldown reduction, is so valuable in the hands of both these teams.
So, can we confirm that Hazel is the better jungler for Geek Fam?
I
So
think
far,
so.
yeah.
What can you say, man? I think the stats speak for itself.
It really does. Also for Chidera on the Claude, so maybe we didn't see any too crazy flashy plays, but hey, if we take a look at the carry, Rich Guy, he does the job real well, and he was weak side for the most part, right? They weren't playing towards the Claude, so the Claude was able to just farm up, wait for that power spike, and dive properly. It's all about the fundamentals for Chad era.
Claude era.
Claude era.
Claude era.
Yeah.
The fact that he was
Blazing Duet
able
era.
to outdamage
I couldn't hear you.
Blazing Duet era.
Oh. No, I meant like Claude era because Chidera, Claude era.
Oh my god, Art of Thievery era.
What?
What?
That's a skill.
Yes, but
Yeah, but what?
where did that come from?
Oh, I have a fun fact.
Okay, fun fact.
We were talking about panicking, right?
Okay.
And do you remember the emote from Geek Fam?
Santai aja, bro.
No. Panik ga? Panik ga? Oh, it's not.
That's alter ego.
Oh man, I swapped it up.
What? But now I will actually say the emo for Geek Fam. Santai aja, bro. Santai, santai.
Santai.
Which means calm down, calm down. It's
Because we're
okay.
gonna
'cause
be
we have
going
game
towards-
3 for you guys.
Okay, I mean like we can like reverse it, right? Like
No.
let's redo it.
Oh, okay.
You know, fun fact?
Yes.
Do you remember the emote from Alter Ego? It's Panik nga?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Nino panicked.
Oh,
Right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
First try, first
We'll be
take.
back right after this break. We'll see you soon. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Kali kita lolos playoff dan langsung dipulangin oleh Evos kan. Nah itu udah buat cambukan juga bagi tim dan fans. Lalu season 12 itu kita udah lumayan banyak juga kan fansnya kayak grow up gitu. Dan alhamdulillah kan masuk grand final. Dan sekarang season 13 saya percaya proses dengan adanya juggler baru. Semoga Geek bisa juara MPL season ini.
Terus bertumbuh dari Geek Fam Unity dan pula Geek Fam. Itu kisah dari Geek Fam. Namun ada yang punya kisah baru juga. Ada Javier yang bisa memberikan kisahnya. Boleh dong kisahnya?
Ada apa nih Bude?
Tolong diberikan kisahnya di MPL
Arena. Jadi ini pertama kali saya ke MPL Arena. Asik banget ternyata.
Oh udah gitu aja?
Iya. Apanya nih?
Kalau di TikTok panjang banget tuh bikin story kayak lagi bikin apa itu cerpen. Coba ajarin. Harus ditekan ya?
Oh enggak sih.
Oh gimana tuh?
Biasa aja.
Enggak sih, itu nggak biasa aja. Tapi gimana kali pertama ke MPL Arena ya?
Yes, pertama kali.
Nah, ngelihat keduanya ini mungkin ngelihat suasananya gimana sih?
Seru banget. Jadi ini pertama kali gue lihat, terus dengan kedua tim ini semuanya supporternya gila-gila. Dan oh ya.
Oh iya?
Oh ya.
Oh, berarti bakal dibikin story nggak sih habis ini?
Harus dong.
Bakal diupdate di TikToknya nggak sih?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Jadi kepengen belajar gak sih? Bentar, semua orang bisa bersuara kayak kamu atau enggak sih? Gimana sih? Mungkin kalau diajarin bisa nggak kira-kira?
Ya, itu bisa, semua orang bisa.
Serius?
Iya.
Ada yang bisa nggak? Mas bisa nggak Mas? Bingung dia. Gak bisa. Udah cobain gimana? Coba ajarin. Pada tau gak sih di sini semuanya pada uah-uah. Yang ada di rumah juga. Tapi Xavier, di sini untuk mendukung salah satu tim kah?
Iya, kebetulan bareng ada Fandi, ada Diga di AE. Kebetulan di AE.
Lagi mencoba diracuni untuk menjadi alter champ ini.
Sepertinya ya. Kita lihat ya.
Iya.
Kita lihat saja.
Udah ini belum? Udah ke convert jadi alter champs belum? Asio TW kan?
Gimana nih?
Cocok, dia cocok.
Ya kita lihat aja, tergantung nih. Iya, enggak.
Oh, oke. Kalau gimana? Kalau dari Arman ngelihatnya ini juga kayaknya udah bisa bersaing dengan alter champs yang bisa kita tahu kan mereka heboh
bisa
juga,
banget.
rame banget. Bisa?
Bisa Bude, percaya.
Widih. Dari Geek Fam Youth sendiri mungkin ada acara bareng-bareng tuh sampai kayaknya kok makin rame terus ya?
Ya kita season lalu setelah MPL season 12 kita ada acara gathering di puncak itu untuk menambahkan keakraban kita semua.
Oke, menambah keakraban.
Iya benar.
Kalau sekarang ngelihat dari Geek Fam, gimana Geek Fam Unity dari apa ya, kayak responnya gimana sih ngelihat Geek Fam yang season ini?
Kalau saya selalu menanamkan kepada semua Geek Community untuk percaya proses kayak season lalu. Karena proses itu nggak ada yang instan. Jadi ya percaya aja kita kepada player dan coach bahwa Geek akan bisa menghadapinya.
Yes. Yang penting percaya.
Percaya proses.
Main role-nya apa?
Apa aja yang penting jangan jungler.
Jangan jungler.
Males jungler.
Jangan jungler.
Apa?
Iya.
Boleh tuh, gemes tuh.
Mirip
ya?
Benar.
Mirip Molina.
Tapi kita jangan lihat mereka yang main ya, jangan lihat Xavier yang main. Bentar lagi nih keduanya bakal beradu kembali.
Betul.
Melanjutkan ke game yang ketiga.
Gas kan.
Coba dong, lempar ke caster suruh ready.
Gaster, langsung dilanjut aja. Oh yeah.
I got a little bit of the goosebumps.
Kind of impressive though. That was
nice, chill.
That was a nice soundbite. What?
Ooh.
You cool? It does. That was a super deep voice. Can you do it? Can you do it, Eterna?
Damn, baby girl.
That's literally the same.
I can barely know the difference. Are you him?
You got a lot of range in your voice, man. You can be as deep as Mr. What was his name?
Javier.
Javier. Is he part of the El Familia as well?
Looks like it, yeah. But yes,
Senor
there you go.
Javier.
Senor Javier.
Well, we're gonna just cast with lower voices from now on.
All right.
Calm down, Naisu.
Is that the meta?
Every guy with a deep voice, I just call Naisu. Is that voices?
Voices?
No, he has a really nice voice.
Bro. Shout out to Naisu, good friend of ours from the Philippines.
Love you, man.
He told Arashi to make his bed.
And I did.
And he did.
So I'm still really embarrassed about the battle emote problem that we had before the break.
Well, now you can look at it.
Okay.
So that you know which ones are which.
Okay.
So, which one is the alter ego one? Let's test.
Santai bro. No, it's not, isn't it?
Wait a minute.
That's Geek Fam. Eternal.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
So, let's try that again. Which one is alter egos one?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to find out yourselves, go ahead and check it out because you can get it for
Which one is
permanent now. It's no longer a trial one, so go ahead and buy it in the Landadon in MLBB. It's next level, bro.
Next level, bro.
Which one?
Here, the third one
next
from the
to
left.
I thought that was Bigetron. Oh wait, there's
Bigetron is
Bix.
Bix.
On the left, there's Bix.
You know, honest mistake.
I think you can deduce it by elimination, but you know, that takes time. Kind of we don't have on our hands right
We
now.
got game tres, as
Exactly.
Connie would put it.
Numero tres.
Numero tres.
Numero tres. Shout out Connie again.
ASG.
But here it is. Geek, they've successfully forced a game at number 3 after a very convincing victory by Alter Ego in game number 1. What went wrong?
What was that?
That's a soundtrack for you, Arashi.
This is supposed to be like a epic entry?
Yeah.
All right. I feel again, we talked about how Beloyski has veered away from all those utility heroes, and he does a lot better when he can actually have the AoE engage potential, when he can control when and where his team actually fights. In game number 1 with the Arlet, it's really not as straightforward, and his engages kept getting cancelled. On the Minotaur, he's a lot more consistent, a lot more solid, and he's a lot more durable as well with the healing built in, the sustain coming in for everyone else. So, I think for Alter Ego, they want to get something that's a bit more decisive. They can punish a bit more. And then from there, again, execute the aggression, but make sure that they know exactly how to do it, right? Against a team with Fredrins, a team with X-Borgs that has that small chance of getting out, you want to be a bit more controlled in case you overextend. Here's a previous game recap though, where we highlight Taz and Luke. The damage dealt to heroes still in the hands of Neo for Alter Ego, actually quite even higher. But Luke actually, hang on, the length of the graph doesn't really correspond right to the
Rossi.
to the amount of damage.
Rossi at number 1 with 18,000 total damage on the Grok.
It doesn't sound like it's right.
Okay.
Well, total gold still favors Sad, Geek Fam for sure. But Nino was able to actually catch up quite a bit towards the end of the game right there. It's all about execution. The fact that Beloyski started everything out, and a boy just knows how to play around Beloyski. And that's what makes the team so great, right? How they're able to back each other up, which has been a pattern even since last season.
I agree. And
family.
in addition,
the
community is so strong. And in addition, one of the points that I really wanted to make was every time they went in for a team fight, the one thing that really hurt them for Alter Ego was Luke's damage. But it felt like every time they went in for a team fight, they still were deterred by Luke's damage. Wouldn't there be like adaptations made after the first 2 or 3 times that becomes a problem?
I think they tried to, which is why there's some fights where, you know, the X-Borg does damage early on, and there were some times where they spread apart, but then to end out the fight, right, Luke went for the Last Insanity Flicker combo and was able to get value still. So I think if they really feel like that's a big problem, it has to be dealt with in the draft. I'm not sure if that's something that can be mitigated by execution, unless you want to put the whole force of your team to try and shut down Luke on the other side. But now we finally have a shift in the pick order.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final drafting phase of the day, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. There's a trade in positions with Joy, Angela, Bruno taken off the board once again. Nolan and Matilda. The next should be Angela. No, Angela's banned. Novaria then.
Novaria, Ruby, Arlet,
Claude.
There you go.
The
The
100%
adaptation.
win rate.
See value in me?
That's interesting.
You should.
I feel like I do agree with the play though. The fact that they would rather shut down Chidera and then find ways to deal with the Novaria with execution, because it's a lot easier to punish the Novaria, especially when you do have very adept side laners and assassins in the jungle, potentially. But with the Fredrin taken away though, I feel like Novaria plus something else here makes sense. I'm not sure if the Baxia is what they want to reveal that early. The Arlet is something that they used, but it really didn't look that good in the hands of Alter Ego in game 2.
Don't want to utilize it though. Doesn't matter with the Novaria pick. This time for Alter Ego, they were the ones who banned it 2 games in a row as blue side. Now on red side, they decided to pick it up for themselves. And right, last time we saw him on the Novaria, it was quite a while ago, but I remember him being very impressive with how he was utilizing the Astral Spheres and Echoes, not to just completely poke people down, but to create slow pushes in the side that were a bit undetected because he shoots it from far.
I mean, again, the range is definitely a big tool. And if they want to, even if Geek Fam wants to punish it, they have ways of adjusting how they play with the Novaria and maybe use it as a bait. For Geek, they go with the one mage, they can really match that wave clear. Set for maybe the Lilia. With the Minotaur as well. So it's looking similar to the previous game. Good crowd control, good AoE as well. So Alter Ego are the ones playing the more pick-up heavy game. So I'm not sure if we can really match this level of crowd control and damage with what's really left on the table.
Yeah, the problem was now there's follow-up, right? With the Vexana knock-up. Now Alter Ego, they're gonna go for the carry for Nino. So like we all saw in game number 2, in the second phase of the drafts, Geek Fam opted to try and shut down and put Nino on a hero that he wasn't comfortable with. And we saw that shine in game number 2. So now, Alter Ego, they're shifting it back. They're prioritizing Nino in the gold lane, trying to give a hero that Nino can try and carry on later on. Get it? Carry?
Carry on.
Oh yeah.
And the roamer joke was bad.
Yours was bad.
I mean, sometimes it's so bad it's good. But for Alter Ego, they're going for the Paquito, banned away. So I think they're trying to get Pi into a really good lane matchup. We still don't know if the Arlet is what he's going to be utilizing. But we saw it when Pi has control, when Pi can dictate how the game goes. We talked about the dynamic duo, the Pi and Taz combination.
Interesting though that Geek opted to go for an export ban. Seeing as Alter Ego still have the possibility to pick up something like the Boxia in the jungle.
The Boxia. See, I feel like the Boxia makes a lot of sense against the Fredrin and Minotaur as well. Something tells me though that Alter Ego is trying to surprise us with something special in the jungle. We'll see if this gut feeling makes anything happen. The CC though gets banned away. One more dominant laner.
Good ban.
And that's Celine. What?
Do you think a Fanny might pop up?
Ooh, Fanny for Taz is certainly a fantastic pick.
As a last pick, right?
We're going to get a spoiler of what they're going to pick. It seems like they want to go for an XP lane first here. Or a jungler, depends. Yeah, Baxia, Barat, those are the safe options against a Minotaur of Fredrin. You would want something with anti-CC. That's something they didn't have last game with the Baxia. So, Barat, something that actually hasn't really shown up much this week. I only remember Gary yesterday play it. So, it's still going to be the Baxia. They're going to go with a very standard jungler right now. So, the gut feeling, unfortunate.
Yeah, not right now. I figured they're gonna leave that jungle pick for the last pick, but no, that won't be it. Now with the final 2 to complement this very strong combination of the trio mid, right, that Alter Ego is able to use so effectively. I think they would want to get strong side lanes as well. The fact that there's a carry though means that the beefier members like the Glue or Uranus don't really come to mind just yet.
So do you think that Arlet is fixed for Rasi?
Not yet.
Not yet. And that's what they're trying to use.
Alright.
Will Lapu Lapu come out though? Because Luke likes Lapu Lapu.
That's what I was thinking, but I was thinking Lapu Lapu for Pi.
Yeah. If Geek Fam don't pick it up, I guess Alter Ego could definitely take it away. So the deny will happen here with the Lapu Lapu. And the Brody for Chidera. I like this, man. They want to try to now maybe play for the Brody. Strong side Chidera, something we haven't seen in a while. Up against the carry, this is pretty good.
With the backup of the Minotaur and the Roam potentially coming in from the Vexana and Fredrin as well, even the pressure from the other lanes will be quite mitigated for the side of Geek. So for Alter Ego, the final pick right here to lock everything in. Without the Lapu Lapu, Terizla,
Yuzong,
Yuzong or Ruby. Ooh,
but so much anti-CC.
Does Glue not work?
Oh, Glue.
Glue could actually work, yeah. Glue would be a pretty solid pick.
Okay. So they want more AoE, they want more decisive ways to really start a fight. They can match Beloyski or even counter Beloyski's. I think it's pretty even for now though. I think the real deciding, when it is usually this even, usually the decider comes from the mid lane here. Whether or not they can get a lot of damage out in the early game, whether they can use the utility efficiently.
Let's take a look at the counter index. 0.5 in favor of Alter Ego. And lineup rating too. So it's not that far apart. In a way, there are different tools that both teams can utilize. In the late game, there's definitely some prowess in Alter Ego because they have the Arlet and the carry, but in the late game, Geek also has the Vexana, so To close this out, ladies and gentlemen, the story of family for both of these teams. The Geek Fam unity, the family values and alter ego. Let's see whose values come out on top as we go and dive into the land of Dawn for the final game of day number 2 of MPL ID Season 13.
It's time for Hazel and Taz to battle it out once again. And so far this series, it's been Hazel who's been coming out on top when it comes to that retreat battle. Let's see if Taz can turn it around, because Taz has had an amazing first 2 weeks. Could it be possibly the time for Hazel to take that spotlight?
As Taz ran out of fuel to try and make the plays happen. Now in the mid lane against a Vexana though, it's going to be a bit more difficult. And I can actually, Taz was able to get the litho right there. We'll see if they can use the Box's mobility to try and dictate, more events around the map. If you're looking at the emblems right here, Rossi with the thrill still, trying to go for a bit more damage. Nino going with the firmness along with the Festival of Blood, so sustain and tankiness, going all in without trying to get any more extra bits of damage, knowing that he's going to require it going against Chidera with the Master Assassin and Rupture.
I'm wondering what Pi on Terizla wouldn't go for something crazy like what we saw from the Lapu Lapu earlier, right?
Fury Hammer is as crazy as it gets, I think, for the Terizla.
And you don't really need a lot more, because even with just the emblem, you sustain a lot more HP than you would think, actually, even without like a Bloodlust Axe. So going for more tankiness is a lot more valuable. And HP pool also does well for the Terizla due to the passive, right? When you can take less damage, the less HP you have.
Look at that rush though. Dreadnought armor straight, doesn't even go for any boots. 0 mobility right now, but Dreadnought armor. So he knows he's going to be part of a fight very soon.
Almost like it's right on cue right here, but Cry does show himself doing some poke damage. Is it going to be another full-on head-on collision? Because I think Geek Fam have more AoE to try and stun up.
Rossi in the back. Oh, 2-man stun. Eternal Guard locking him down. Penalty zone. Dodge away from Luke in the midst of it all. Still with the Raven Spider. Locking Luke down. And Luke jumps in over to Taz. First blood over to Pi though. Luke doesn't get enough damage on the Taz. The Curse Blast right there. Used up already. And now it's going to be Hazel who's caught isolated. The big bump doesn't happen. And Pi, he doesn't have the craziest of builds. Not a bit of damage at all. But the Dreadnought armor has given him enough. That's a triple from Sir Pi.
That's insane. It's only been like a few seconds into the game, and already for the first neutral objective, Pi creates a statement that big. However, Geek Fam was still able to secure the neutral objective.
I mean, traded in for 4 kills, technically, I think it's still very much valuable for Alter Ego. The fact that he just went for the Dreadnought without boots, when you're going in all in the fight without trying to escape out afterwards, who cares? He just stands his ground and tries to sustain as much as possible. And Geek, we're stuck trying to deal with him. That's the power of Terizla, even before when he was so meta. The fact they can just dive in the backline and buy so much time due to their tankiness.
But the thing was, Luke was trying to do the same thing onto Taz, but he still managed to escape. So the same attempt, but not so much value for Geek.
I think that's the case, especially for Geek. Luke can go for some stun, some damage as well, but he doesn't have the same kind of sustain, the same kind of tankiness that Terizla brings. But look at that, Rossi!
Gee, Rossi. 3 ultimates. Minions Fury, Eternal Guard. He was ping-ponged, knocked up and down, all around.
That seems a bit personal, man.
Not gonna lie. It probably is, man.
Well, all right then. Look at this convergence to the bottom side, though. Nino trying to play it safe, but against 4 people, is it even possible?
Looks like he's holding it out with a backup coming in from Taz as well as Rossi here.
Oh, lockdown 2, the final slash for Nino to just deal enough damage to shred him down. No Fredrin, and the turtle spawns in. Up top, there's a bit of a fight. Rossi, very low, flickers out the safety. Beloyski still waiting on a Minions Fury cooldown. It's not going to be up right now. Chidera goes in for Torn Apart Memory, but Taz secures the neutral objective. Astral Echo on it too. Beloyski, defensive dash out. Chidera with a flicker out too.
So essentially, in terms of neutral objective trades, it's 1-to-1. But Alter Ego, because of the way that things unfolded in the early game, they are holding at a 2,300 gold lead, and Nino is shredding through that gold. It's taken out at minute number 5, but I think they're going to get this turret in the bottom side. That's another objective here for Alter Ego.
So Geek Fam lost all the control, lost the turtle and the turret off the fact that they went for an invade and it just didn't play out the way they thought. That's how fast things can shift in the Land of Dawn. Now with the control though, both teams go for a swap right here, which means that the EXP lane once again have a lot to say in the next engagement near the neutral objective, and Pi with a 3-kill lead will definitely try and make a play happen.
Beloyski is caught here, nailed down as well. Minions Fury by Beloyski knocks 2 up. A boy here with Eternal got 3 man on the Tornapon memory. A boy takes Rasi out. Would look to be a great initiation, a great pickoff. Turned around quick.
More damage over time for the side of Alter Ego. The burst coming from Geek Fam though, what allows them to really turn it around. A boy on the Vexana rushing the Enchanted Talisman, so he wants more spells out instead of the damage, knowing that, you know, with all these fighters around, there is enough damage to supplement the crowd control that he can bring out. He favors more Eternal Guards and more grips instead to terrify the members of Alter Ego to really ruin their movements and maneuvers in the middle of a big team fight.
And now it looks like Geek was able to get that turret in the top side, so they are trying to still support Chadera in the gold lane. We talked about the emphasis in the gold lane in this particular game, and Beloyski is showing his attention towards that area. There is rotations happening now for Geek. You can see Chadera is moving towards this mid side. And this is going to be a 5v4 team fight if Nino doesn't come.
Oh, flicker for flicker, burned down, but 2 ultimates for Alter Ego used up. And those are the initiating ultimates. For Alter Ego, they will not have a source of initiation unless Rossi just jumps in. Beloyski will be the first to go on over to Taz right now with Minions Fury as well. Chadera is the one who picks it up. And now they look for the disengage. 2-man taunt from Hazel over to Taz and Pi. Raven Spider with a bonk, but Nino dodges away from it. Eternal Guard in the back when Rossi jumps in with a vengeance as well. Oh, the final slash, 3-man! Not back around, but it's still Geek Fam who win out in the trade.
There was no follow-up to that final slash.
There was crowd control, but not enough damage for sure from the side of Alter Ego, especially with the ultimates not up just yet. That will be Alter Ego taking a bit of a loss, having the gold advantage equalized as well. Now Geek will be looking for more plays around, and with the turrets on the top and bottom side, the first turrets taken down, they're going to try and find ways to flank over, especially in that mid turret, man. If Cry overextends right there, there could be a very solid dive orchestrated with the crowd control that Geek Fam has.
For sure, and that's the danger of it. If we take a look at the spells that they opted for, did he go for Purify? That was close.
That was pretty close.
But no, Cry goes for Flicker here. The only Purify is on Nino.
Yeah, Purify on Mr. Pi as well, and that's why, oh, he flickers forward into the back, but still is going to be melted down, still able to sustain for a big Mr. Pi with a mega kill. He turns it around, and a Appraiser's Wrath from Hazel doesn't end up with anything for them. It's Chadera and Beloy. Pi survives and outplays them. Wow!
That is an insane amount of sustain, an insane amount of tankiness to take the full brunt of Geek Fam's combos and live to tell the tale, opting to go forward and then still swinging around with the... Just trying to sustain by using his skills onto the minion wave. That was very well played by Pi, extending his lead a bit more now. I think that EXP lane pressure is definitely still being exerted by Pi.
So risky though, right? It could have gone a different way, but you're right. 4-0-2 on Pi so far. Not a single life given over to Geek Fam by him. As you can now see, oh.
4-man Astral Echo reveals enough for Alter Ego to be comfortable in this position. It's a shot down to Hazel. He's now taking down half HP, pops that regen, tries to go forward to sustain. And now, Beloyski, 2-man knock over Minions Fury and Eternal Guard, but Pi jumps in with the penalty zone in the back, now taunted up and poked down. Turn apart Memory to poke him down even more. Turret destroyed in the mid lane. Alter Ego managed that better.
Pi's really low though. He's forced to recall. Does Alter Ego have what it takes to buy enough time before he comes back in, because like you mentioned earlier on, he's a main initiator.
50-50 retreat battle. Who's gonna win it? Right here is Hazel. Now want to taunt over to Taz, but Nino in the back doing work with Rossi. It's a boy taken down. Now it's Chidera trying to run away. Hazel with the Razor's Wrath on the Krite, but he's all alone, isolated. Luke, Bravest Fighter, that's a taunt down over to Rossi. Luke with the Bravest Fighter finds 3, but he's unable to look for the full Bravest Fighter slashes, and he gets outplayed. Krite with a snipe over to Hazel.
That's a 4-0 trade. Alter Ego, they're pushing forward. They lost the Lord, but they have all the space in the world. What a snipe by Krite. The highlight onto him here.
I believe it was blind. There's no way that vision all the way under the turret of Geek Fam. He just shot it out in that direction and he lands it. Such a value moment there for Alter Ego. Knowing that when it comes to crowd control and setup, there's no way they can win out against Geek Fam. But when it comes to the cleanup afterwards, they have full confidence. That was a great moment for Nino to just catch up as well. Let's take a look at the replay presented by the official smartphone of the tournament, Samsung Galaxy. Oh, this is the fight after. This looked so good, but he gets stunned there by Rossi. Wow. That's so good. That's why crowd control is so important when both teams are willing to go for insane plays like that. That's where the crowd control just forces them to stand still. Because otherwise, like Pi earlier, if you don't lock him down, he just makes insane plays happen.
Game sense. That was insane. A 3K gold lead now for Alter Ego. That instant shift in momentum built just on the back foot of that team fight. It looks like now Alter Ego are scouting out the map, but with this 3K gold lead, what differences do we see from both of the teams?
Well, now Nino is a 1K gold ahead, and he has the whole core item, the Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, and Demon Hunter Sword. So his DPS is definitely an issue, unless Geek Fam can send someone to really move forward. But the fact that their damage is so instant-based, it's not really a constant flow, it means Nino just has to watch out for those big spells and dash out of the way. Meanwhile, Chidera went for the Demon Hunter Sword instead, so he's trying and find ways to melt through Pi, melt through Taz. But at this point, it's looking like they're going to be a bit too tanky to be taken out by Geek Fam before Nino can take out the front lines of Geek Fam.
And to make it all worse, Nino has won now. So, just in case, right, he gets caught in a bad position, like Krite is right now.
It's like a prediction from Beloyski. My God, did you see that?
He's styling, showing the big brain Beloyski plays. As a result, though, one tower taken on top. I would say Alter Ego will find it worth it, but Geek Fam at this point will take whatever they can find. Can't be choosers right now when they're this far behind.
What do they do? I mean, it's still really close. Obviously, Luke can still make a big play, but they have to be aware that Nino already has that wind of nature.
They have to try and find ways to really catch Nino, shut him down. Even if everyone else is doing damage, I think it's still worth it with the sustain available to them. The damage from Pi and Taz maybe can be negligible. It's the damage from Nino or Krite that they have to be really aware of.
That's the thing. A boy needs to find a position, I guess. I guess he's the saving grace here against Nino. Try to burst him down, get him low enough to zone him out of this team fight, but Krite goes in.
No final slash. Beloyski looking for an opening right now. Hazel has the right opening. That's going to be the knockup, and the Eternal got to take Taz down. That's a free retreat for Hazel, but in the back, Chidera is going to be taken very, very low. Still able to get the Terrorfight from a boy, and Chidera has a photo. Flask of the Oasis, that's a shutdown over, and Lucas zoned Nino enough. Now they're looking for the pin down. Hazel hits the wall there. Oh, boy with a flicker. Rossi with a sidestep. Jumps back in with a vengeance, gets knocked up, and the Curse Blast takes him out with the help of Hazel. It's Geek Fam with an all-out win.
That is just unfortunate for them. Especially the fact that Nino came in with the ultimate trying to burst down Luke, I believe. But then his basic attacks all went to the Lord and kind of helped Geek Fam take it instead. Both teams they're just zoning each other, but Nino with the shorter range is just finding it a lot more difficult to really catch up to the members of Geek Fam trying to kite away from him.
The Astral Spear by Krite was used in towards the bottom side of the map now. That means Beloyski can just go for the flicker. Nino forced back instantly. Pi isolated and a stun to Taz to stop him from preventing an all-out fight. Geek Fam won it. They see the end in their eyes. An Astral Echo on 3. They're looking to manage these waves, but a base turret in the bottom lane will be taken down. A Curse Blast and a Terrify over to Taz now, with Chadera flickering forward and Sword of Our Memory, but Taz gets to the fountain in time, gets some HP, a stun onto Luke from Rassi.
Is this it?
It might be. Taz holding the way with the shield unity down. That's gonna hit Taunt in the final splash, but Eternal Guard knocks them down. There's no one who can die. Chadera, it is free, hitting in the back. Nino doing the same thing, but now gets stunned over by Luke, and they end the game. A massive upset. Geek Fam have risen. The winning moment by Samsung Galaxy, my God.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Proof that anything can happen in the land of Dawn. After so much doubt on them for the first 2 weeks, they come out on top of a team that was #1 on the standings for 2 weeks.
Wow, man, the fam unity prevails. In a war between families, there can only be one. And the Geeks have done it against all odds, against everyone's expectations. They show their fam unity proud.
That's where they are. That's the Geek Fam that subverted all expectations at MPL ID Season 12. Being only second to Onyx, the Sky Kings.
They finally find their jam back, man. It was looking so scary for this Geek Fam lineup with Ray, with Hazel still finding their jam. But I guess for our predictions as well, Hazel in over Ray has now been confirmed as probably a fact.
For sure. Can't argue with the result right here. That was a close jungle difference, but hey, let's see what they have to say.
Yep, let's take to the interview to Bude Clara Mongstar and our victors, Geek Fam.
Geek Fam mendapatkan kemenangan mereka di minggu yang ketiga dengan match yang begitu mendebarkan 2-1. Geek Fam, kalian berhasil untuk mendapatkan kemenangan ini. Dari Luke sendiri menutup malam minggu ini dengan indah melawan Alter Ego yang lagi bisa dibilang cukup di atas. Bagaimana Luke?
Kuat sih Alter Ego. Ya.
Kuat?
Hoki aja sih kita.
Kalian menang karena hoki?
Ya hoki.
Bisa nggak hoki nggak?
Nggak bisa.
Nggak bisa? Hokinya?
Hoki terus aja nih.
Hoki terus aja? Jadi kemampuan kalian adalah hoki terus? Dan kalau hoki terus-terusan itu bukan hoki sih Luke. Itu bukan hoki.
Nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu. Gimana? Kalau Luke sendiri tadi udah main bareng kah sama Pio?
Ya yang lain Bude.
Next, langsung next gitu ya. Tapi Aboy mungkin ya. Tadi kita pertama udah wawancara dan Aboy melihat kekuatan pula dari Kraj, Player of the Week di minggu yang lalu. Tapi minggu ini, apakah kan kamu nih, gimana kamu melawan dia langsung di Land of Down bersama dengan Alter Ego?
Ya normal-normal aja, biasa aja.
Nggak ada yang membuat kamu,
Enggak sih, sama-sama manusia.
Sama-sama manusia. Kalau permainan Alter Ego saat melawan kalian, apakah sesuai dengan yang kalian baca nih sebelum permainan mulai?
Ya kita udah baca sih, harusnya bisa menang lebih cepat sih tadi 2-0. Cuman banyak mistake aja.
Harusnya bisa lebih cepat. Ini banyak banget ya tim-tim yang bisa dibilang mereka sudah percaya diri di minggu ketiga kali ini. Kalau boleh tahu, mistake-mistake apa nih yang bisa diperbaiki oleh Geek Fam? Bukannya udah jago banget?
Ya belum panas aja mungkin di game 1.
Belum panas. Dan ada satu player yang akhirnya mendapatkan kemenangan bersama tim Geek Fam. Udah akhirnya bisa ngobrol dengan Hazel. Hazel, halo.
Halo.
Menang di MPL untuk kali pertama bermain juga di season 13. Bagaimana nih pengalamannya bermain di MPL ini?
Seru banget dan pasti senang banget karena ini kemenangan pertama gue di MPL ID.
Kemenangan pertama. Tapi penasaran ya, buat Hazel sendiri apakah kamu emang digunakan, ini ganti-gantian kan? Apakah sengaja untuk meletakkan Hazel untuk melawan Alter Ego hari ini?
Nggak tahu, tadi disuruh coach main, ya udah main langsung.
Harus selalu ready?
Ya.
Mendebarkan nih ya, tiba-tiba ayo main. Tapi kalau di MPL ini kayaknya kamu kan terkenal zaman dahulu adalah bermain dengan assassin hero-nya. Hazel tuh udah terkenal banget. Bude aja bisa dengar nama Hazel. Namun sekarang kayaknya assassin hero lagi susah banget ya Hazel ya?
Iya, nggak bisa dipakai lagi dia.
Susah kah?
Susah. Ya cuman Joy sama Nolan yang bisa.
Menurut Hazel, tapi berani nggak sih? Kalau tadi kita udah ngeliat ada beberapa hero, bahkan di minggu ini tuh banyak banget yang tiba-tiba ada Fanny keluar, ada apa keluar, ada Roger dan segala macam. Dari Hazel sendiri ada nggak sih yang ingin kamu tunjukin nih di MPL?
Pengen bisa pakai Lancelot lagi sih biar kayak dulu.
Wih, dinantikan ya. Dan apalagi mereka juga masih punya satu match lagi. Dari Baloy sendiri nih, kita kan tahu minggu ini kalian akan bermain 2 matches for this week. Baloy, is it hard to fight 2 teams in a row?
Susah, apalagi season ini semua tim di MPL Indo kuat sama.
Semua tim di Indo, they are strong. All of the teams in Indonesia are strong. So, how do you prepare yourself? How do you prepare? Gimana caranya untuk nge-prepare tim biar siap untuk 2 tim yang dilawan?
Kayak biasa aja, try hard di scrim terus kita correct mistake aja gitu.
Correct mistakes. For tomorrow, there will be Dewa United. And you have Ray. Did Ray say something? Ray ngasih tau sesuatu nggak sih untuk lawan kalian esok? Ada sesuatu nggak, Luke?
Katanya ban aja cowok Sako udah gak bisa main lagi dia.
Udah kelar?
Ya udah kelar.
Oke, tapi akankah dia bermain? Oke, ini menarik ya infonya kalau dari Luke. Buat Cadera, ini adalah minggu yang baik untuk kalian. Semuanya juga berharap untuk yang terbaik untuk esok hari. Boleh dong diajak semua Geek Fam Unity dan yang ada di rumah untuk dukung kalian esok hari. Pertemuan untuk penutupan minggu ketiga.
Sama seperti hari ini dan sama seperti kemenangan pertama kita tetap dukung Geek Fam apapun keadaannya. Kita juga pasti kasih yang terbaik lah.
Kasih yang terbaik. Seberapa puas Cadera di match kali ini?
70.
Akankah besok ada 100% kepuasan dari tim Geek Fam? Kita akan lihat bersama-sama penampilan mereka kembali. Dan kali ini game mereka akan dibedah bersama para caster. Silahkan bedah.
Congratulations once again to Geek Fam and the community all around the world for that win.
What was that? What was that?
It's all around the world.
That's all around the world? Is this it?
Yeah.
All right. We'll keep that in mind.
You're welcome.
Ladies and
Feels good
gentlemen,
moment for Geek
all
Fam,
around
though,
the world.
right? All around the world, like you mentioned, for the fam unities. Because I'm talking to you, Sheffin. They were looking super shaky.
Yeah.
We were trying to find reasons. Was it Ray? Was it because just without Niall, there was something wrong? But with Hazel, it does seem like they are winning these 50-50. So what they had before with Niall, they're doing with Hazel. But Hazel still has a long way to go. You know,
Of course.
There's a few moments where he went in a bit too aggressive. It's the same arc they went through with Niall, basically. He just needs a bit more discipline. Once he gets that down, he good.
That's a good sign though. Complimenting his positive performance in this game is the player of the match, a boy, a man, and everything that the team needs.
A legend.
That the team needs to get that victory. Presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. On the Vexana, I would say he's one of the more calculated Vexanas I've seen in a while. We keep seeing all the Vexanas just keep going for the damage, keep going for the overextension, but he just knows exactly what he wants to do. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here by our official gold partner, UBS Gold, where you can see whenever there's a fight going on, he doesn't throw out the spells too easily. He usually saves it a bit more and he plays around with his team. This was one of the earlier fights where Tai was just able to just get so much value here from the itemization, getting a triple kill, but unfortunately after that, most of the initial objectives keep falling into the hands of Geek Fam. With their better setup, with their crowd control, the Minion Fury, and the Eternal Guard, you can see the kite back coming through, and despite having this moment of brilliance, unfortunately, Alter Ego's composition isn't really built for the kind of AoE kind of combo. So quite on the Novaria wasn't bad, but it can't really follow up on the big engages that the final slash or the penalty zone can provide for him.
Yeah, man. I mean, again, right? With, oh my God, it's a game. This moment where Shadera was just dove on, right?
Look at the usage for a boy right there. It seems like Pai just went in, but he was constantly just shut down, slowed down, terrified by the cursed grip. And that is how you want to use a Vexana, man. The utility you provide for the team when you need protection and you want to lock someone down is just so valuable. And Alter Ego, at this point, were 2 behind, did not have enough clear in their team, and even, banking on that late game was unable to really get the decisive performances.
If the plan was neutral objective control... Hey, boy, hey! Okay, that's it.
Okay.
If the plan was neutral objective control, why do they keep picking Baksha against a Minotaur, right? I mean, again, yeah, sure, Taz looked like he just completely failed with the red trees. But also, if you look at the replay, Beloyski's just hammering down on him every single fight. They are just catching him with CC early, and then towards late game, they already had enough damage to just burst him down. But really, Barat was open. They had anti-CC. It wasn't even banned out. So technically, they could have had an answer, but they chose not to answer the questions of CC.
That's definitely one of the questions that Alter Ego will be asking themselves during the review. But if you're looking at the item builds, look at Lapu Lapu rushes the Twilight Armor here, trying to mitigate the damage coming in from the Astral Sphere, I would guess. But Vexana, a boy on the Vexana went for the usual, man. Just Lightning Truncheon, Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand, and he's just trying to stay there being the consistent member, just outputting damage, while Chidera does the same thing. And that way, the focus of Alter Ego has to be split apart. And looking at this itemization, Chidera even went for the Demon Hunter Sword, as we mentioned, knowing that he's up against all these beefy members that want to try and stack some health against him.
15-minute game, but the gold per minute. The rich guy was still Nino on the carry. And it's so unfortunate, right? Because we saw as well, even in the laning phase, Chidera was making things happen, but Nino wasn't falling far behind. And was it at one point that he had the gold lead?
Yeah, he did.
Yes,
early
right?
on. Yep, carry.
But even still, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, the problem is when you're a carry up against this kind of comp, when do you actually get to hit, right?
Yeah.
There's a Minion's Fury that you need to dodge. After that, you get outranged by the Brody, and then there's an Eternal Guard, which you need to hit too. And then, if you somehow dodge away from all that, there's a taunt from Fredrin that makes you hit the Fredrin target probably you don't want to be going for. Yeah, it's tough for the carry.
It really is. I'm curious how the comms were. Let's take a look at the golden moment by Evos Glory.
Clear mid dulu.
Clear dulu guys. Dia mau
mau gas ya, dia mau gas ya. Ini mau gas dia, mau gas dia.
Ayo kalau mau. Sabar. Baksa dulu.
Baksa dulu.
Mati Baksa. Aman gue
Lord.
Nino di gue ya. Aman gue masih dapat.
Lu ada foto sih kan? Gue stand. Aman lu Chan.
Depanin skill satunya. Gue kejar ini ya. Aman gue depanin ini ya tuh.
Lihat gue guys.
Aman. Gue enggak bisa gua. Ini. Aman boy. Lihat. Guys, gua taruh lagi. Gua meson dulu guys. Nice! Bisa mati.
Coba nih, change CC.
Bisa lock tower Chan, udah panen.
Sabar hero dulu. Udah ulti Arlot.
Aman.
Arlot dulu.
Gua depanin kari. Nice! Hai, done. First win ever boy. Let's go.
It's nice to see them finally smile like that again.
They sounded so happy.
Especially Hazel, did you hear that? First win ever, bro. It's his first win ever in MPL. Must be a great feeling. I can't imagine like the feeling, right?
Against Alter Ego.
Against Alter Ego, yeah. 3-1, by the way. Had a phenomenal week, only losing to Onyx, and even then it was 2-1. It was a close game.
Yeah.
So,
Edge of the seat.
It's crazy, man. The teams are locals.
They're local right now, man.
Imagine all full 9 games today.
All full 9 games, and 2 of them. No, actually, just 1 is an upset.
I mean, like 2 was an upset.
2? Like which one?
I'm just saying 2.
I predicted RQ to beat Evos.
But you know, what we didn't predict was how different the standings might look Now,
Let's see.
on day 2.
Oh my god, are RQ back? Yeah, they are.
No! Okay, hang on. Gotta stay neutral. But this is the regular season standings presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Wow. RQ Hoshi, by no fault of their own, below Geek Fam. So congratulations to the Geeks. This is a great moment for them. Might be the start of a big climb towards the top.
So sad for RQ. They fought with everything they had in the Classic Derby to get to 5. Is it 5 or 6? 6. And then like
They'll have another chance tomorrow though.
they fall back down. Do they?
Okay, Miracle.
All right.
We'll have to see.
We have 3 amazing matches tomorrow. And I'm saying that because this really will dictate the standings. Rebellion
Yes.
and Onyx, first match. Bigetron RQ, second match. And then Dewa and Geek, third match.
Surprisingly, some of these matches just seem a lot closer than you would think.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, of course, there's a favorite, right? Like, for example, Dewa Geek, there's a favorite, but you can now
Who's the
have...
favorite there now?
Is there a
Is there a favorite? Is Dewa Geek?
I can't say that there is a favorite there.
Exactly. There's
Exactly.
this lingering feeling like you don't quite know for sure, right? Like anything might happen. We've seen enough upsets, particularly this week, that you can't really feel that confident about, about the outcome.
Yeah.
Of course.
This week, Aura beat Onyx.
That is not
And
an
then-
upset.
And then Geek earlier just beat Alter Ego. Prime Alter Ego.
So there is a possibility that RQ could actually be Bigetron.
Yeah.
There
It's
is a
possible.
possibility.
It's possible.
Everything is possible. Even
it's
you
possible.
guys interning or experiencing the world of esports through the MDL CSR program. You scan the QR code if you guys are interested in interning, or if you guys are just interested in general about the esports field in Indonesia. Go get a chance to participate in the esports world, the industry.
Who
Eterna
knows?
started off with this.
I did?
Yes.
I did, apparently.
I think so.
If Miracle says so, then it is so.
Bigetron will win tomorrow then.
Hey, you just said it.
I mean,
Nah, I take that
it's-
back.
You know what, MLBB, there's a Trinity.
Trinity?
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, what
Of
is the
MLBB.
Trinity? MLBB
Don't
Trinity.
forget, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to repeat it.
Okay.
Micro,
Okay.
Micro.
macro,
Macro.
and miracle.
And Miracle. Micro, Macro, and Miracle.
Interesting. Interesting.
What about Marco?
Oh.
We have yet to meet him.
I have met him.
Who?
He's a world champion and he has super behind his name.
So, oh, yeah, but like in Indo.
Maybe he comes to Indo.
Is that a leak? Is that clippable?
If that happens, that's crazy.
Marco, come join the Trinity or make it a square.
I want a square.
Becomes a square.
Make it a square.
The holy square of
Micro,
Mobile Legends.
Macro, Miracle, Marco.
I like it. Polo.
What? What? I like it what?
Marco Polo.
Marco Polo.
Okay, I think.
That was a weird segue.
Okay, this marks the end of the day, guys.
I want to thank every single one of you guys and even more.
Thank you. Because MPLID Season 13 is powered by Moontom, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. Thank you to our partner in esports, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel. Thank you to our suppliers, Innomar, Point Coffee, Neo, QLED, Super Smart TV, Plus, Saturdays. And thank you to our government partner, PBESI. We still have one more day ahead of us for the closing of week number 3. We're entering closer to the half-season point.
What's the half-season point now, though? Because we have 9 weeks. Do we have a week 4.5?
yeah, that's
No.
true.
So what's the half point, Eterna? Don't
It's
give
4.
us a hope. Don't
It's
give
4
us hope.
to 5.
4 to 5. Which
Yeah,
one?
that's
4
like-
or 5?
We get both. Why choose? 2 is better than 1.
Okay. Sure.
Fair? Question mark?
That's fair. That's pretty fair. Yeah.
Any closing statements, Arashi?
Oh, I'm pretty happy about today's results, but I am very anxious about tomorrow, and that's the way it should be, right? When you know the answers, it's not exciting. There's nothing to find out about, so stay tuned with MPLID Season 13 because it has been so crazy so far. Every season, it just keeps ramping up.
So basically, anxiety is a key, according to Arashi. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close out the day. Thank you so much for tuning in for all 9 matches and staying to this point to say goodbye to us. We love you, we value you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi. We're signing out for the day. MPL ID Season 13. We own this!
MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari